other guys, riding on backbiting and get away with lies. No matter what it takes, who is gonna cry? The only thing that matters is you get what you decide. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid and revenge is served on a cold plate. You hear the roll of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound, and the moment you will cry for help, that we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. The first time that I met you, I thought it looked so sweet. I stood around for the hills, beating a retreat. And when I heard you talking with that alluring sound, should have recalled the sirens and how that things went down. Living on the trenches, looking for a way to escape. You always cut me down like a dreamer's with the grapes. But never mind how I tried to leave you behind. I kept falling in your net. Oh, I've been so blind. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what have you done, and you finally get your debt repaid and revenge is served on a cold plate. And you hear the roar of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound, and the moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. About ourselves. About ourselves. But I know for sure that day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid and revenge is served on a cold plate. Oh yeah. On a cold plate. On a cold plate. On a cold plate. many times. Thinking you knew better than the other guys, riding on backbiting and get away with lies. No matter what it takes, who is gonna cry? The only thing that matters is you get what you decide. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and Avengers served on a cold plate. You hear the roar of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound, and the moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. The first time that I met you, I thought it looked so sweet. I stood around for the hills, beating a retreat. And when I heard you talking with that alluring sound, should have recalled the sirens and how that things went down. Living on the trenches.
Hello everyone, good afternoon and welcome back to the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Summer Tour. I'm your host Sophie and I am enjoying the beach today. We're here on the set and I've got my panelists Adam and Aurora. How are you guys doing today?
I need you to save me, Sophie.
I will. I'll throw you a salvavida, the floaty. I'll be your lifeguard.
You gotta Baywatch it.
Oh God! In slow motion. Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
I actually can't swim, so
You can't swim?
yeah, no,
Really?
yeah.
Is that normal? Like
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
that is true. We should just
Get
throw her
in
into the
there,
ocean.
yeah.
All right, well, we've got some exciting Dota today, but before we get into today's games, let's talk about Monday because we had three very good series. In fact, we had, to start us off, Talon versus SMG, where Talon took a very convincing 2-0, followed by Bleed versus Execration, where Bleed kind of surprised us, you know, taking that win on Execration, who formerly went to the major, while Bleed was kind of on the cusp of being relegated. And lastly, we had Boom versus Blacklist, where Blacklist took the win. What did you guys think of this game right here?
Yeah, you said it was convincing, but SMG were 20k ahead. They
That is true.
should
The
have had
second
this
game was scary, yeah.
It was.
I was at home watching and thinking, why isn't it ending yet? You know?
You know who wanted this game to end more than anyone? I think it was Chidori.
Oh my
having a
God.
rough ass game.
Don't remind
Such
me.
a hard TV game. He didn't really have lockdown from his teammates either, so it was really complicated.
I was thinking, though, why aren't like the TV players exploring other builds more? Like, you know, you can't really hit people just by standing, right? So why not just dagger and buy Aga? You know, like do an opening, cause you're gonna kind of
You're
get
gonna
fucked
die anyway.
Yeah.
I agree. I think there's like a lot of ways he could have played it, but I think his itemization was fine if his team built like lockdown
Around
for him.
him,
Because
yeah.
if he could hit the PL would die.
Yeah, I agree.
This SMG Talon series is
I know, I just think both games were kind of like, oh, I throw to you, you throw to me, like, you know, like playing volleyball in the beach.
You know what I mean, but that's kind of just back to all SMG, right? They kind of fixed it. Now they have a new roster experiencing the problems again.
That's true. That
Bleed,
was
on the other hand,
interesting.
was like a super pleasant surprise, actually. I think this is what we all expected from the roster when they first announced. This is what they were supposed to look like. The thing that impressed me the most about them was that they came in and they lost the first game. It looked like XERXIA was just the better team. And then, you know, I think they drafted really well around their players too, which is something that I think is very hard to do. Pick players' comfort while having a good draft. And I think they just ended up out-strategizing XERXIA in the last 2 games.
Do you have any special team insight on how it's been with Misery?
Miserable.
Well, obviously not since they're winning.
Obviously not. I mean, it's a really important win. XERXIA is definitely one of the teams they had to compete against if they won the major slot. One of the, I would say, expected top 4.
Yeah, major confidence boost.
Yeah. But XERXIA went through this last season as well, where they started off slow and kind of figured things out. I think they're a team that can learn, and you know, this was let's call it a learning opportunity for them.
That's true. That is a learning opportunity. What about this series, the Boom Blacklist series? I was not expecting Blacklist to go this hard, DPH.
KP diff.
KP diff.
Yeah, it's true.
Look at them. You get chat. Oh. Same, Zhao, same.
Yeah, man. I've been riding the KP train. I told people that he's gonna make it better, and people were like, "You're coping," you know.
I think KP wasn't a question for me in this team. I think the Kuku Post 5 was the more of the question mark for me, but it looks completely fine. Doesn't look awkward. He has played the role before. He played 4 and 5, and I think it fits really well. One, because I think Tim's as a post 4 leans towards more of an enabler than a greedy post 4, so it does match Kuku really well in the support duo pairing.
Everyone, what I hear, Tim's is a very like vocal person too.
Yeah, he is.
So it's perfect. So here's our standings of the season. So far, we've only had 1 day of games, so this doesn't exactly mean so much yet, but we've got Talon in first place, followed by Bleed, Blacklist Rivalry, Army Geniuses, XERXIA, Boom Esports, XERXIA, and Team SMG, with their respective DPC points and winnings. So yeah, Talon's looking great on DPC points, but we need XERXIA to get up there so we can have more slots for C.
We do, but yeah, they have a lot to work on. I think at the end of the day, like they've been qualifying, they've been to 2 majors, they have 500 points, but it's the LAN performances that they've been having issues with. And unlike Talon, I feel like when they come back, they don't really have something new to bring to the table. But not to flame them too much, I think XERXIA's early game has been really outstanding to me. I think Bleed only outplayed them in game 3 when they like got more used to it, more adapted to what XERXIA was trying to do.
Let's take a look at today's schedule. What are our games we got going for today? We have Army Geniuses versus XERXIA to start us off, followed by SMG versus Bleed, and lastly we have Talon versus Blacklist Rivalry. All very, very intriguing games, I would say. Which one are you guys most excited about?
Div 2 reunion.
Yeah,
That's true.
XERXIA. We
Yeah.
meet again.
I mean, I think the one that least interests me would be SMG versus Bleed, because I've seen them play each other last season, so I'm kind of like,
Really?
okay.
Isn't this the hypest match? Because
Really?
Masaros was kicked from Bleed for Ice Ice Ice.
Okay, I really...
Oh
So
yeah.
it's revenge time.
Wait.
Yeah, it was play hard
Yes.
Masaros
Oh yeah, it
on
was
Bleed.
play hard
Season 1.
Masaros. Yeah.
The most storyline.
I mean, I tried this
That
with
is
KP,
true.
and then I guess KP is just not that guy, you know, like I was right, but he was like, no bad blood. Maybe
Too
it's
humble.
not the same for Masaros.
If you have bad blood with KP, you should go see a therapist. That's the truth.
true.
Man's too nice.
Oh,
Lessons.
But that is, we're gonna see revenge matches today. SMG and Bleed and Talon and Blacklist. So that's gonna be quite interesting, I would say.
Is Talon Blacklist a revenge?
Well,
match?
I guess
I think it's
for
kind of different
KP,
because they
that's
played the season and it ended and they just went their separate ways.
That's
But
true. It's the no
SMG
bad blood.
Yeah, SMG Bleed. Ooh,
Why was there bad blood?
I don't know, but they're bleeding.
Oh, Adam, you always get me. But I do really want to see this the Bleed train. I feel like after seeing last series, I just want them to finally have their like anime arc where they're just they're doing it. They're getting the royal road. So I don't know. Maybe that's just me. I'm biased, I guess.
Rise.
Yeah.
7-0. Are they going to beat Talon, Soph?
What? No, what do you mean?
Let's keep the copium down. We need it later.
Yeah,
not,
that's-
the start of the season.
That is true. But we got an exciting match. Coming up, we have Army Geniuses versus XERXIA. So these two teams, they were previously in Div 2. Army Geniuses came up last season, and this is XERXIA's Div 1 debut. So it's going to be quite an interesting match. XERXIA, interestingly enough, they used to be UDV, right? Or one of their rosters was like UDV, and then they went to Made in the Philippines, and then they're back now XERXIA, and then UDV is like a separate team now.
I mean, I know
Maybe
back
it's
then
the
they
Thai
had
stack right now.
quite a few rosters under the UDV brand. Like when they were playing their own Talon competition or whatever, then suddenly one of the teams made it to like Div 2.
Yeah, I'm not too sure, but there is an interesting roster change. Karma has gone to Myth Avenue Gaming in Div 2, which is Young God's previous team, so they kind of made a trade there.
Oh.
XERXIA also, with their improvement, I think a lot of credit goes to their coach, Suri, which they picked up last season as well. So I don't have that high expectations of this team, but I think it's a really good opportunity for them to learn, and well, I'm very open to be proven wrong as well.
And we have Army Geniuses as the other team, and I feel like they were kind of the underdogs of Division 1 last season. I feel like a lot of people were really rooting for them. They kind of performed past a lot of people's expectations, I would say.
How do you not root for Kami-sama? The Bali Major. This is the anime arc you've been asking for.
That is true. A lot of In Your Dream fans.
Yeah, I'm an In Your Dream fan.
Really?
I'm kind of on the sideline, but then after last season, I can agree.
I feel like the biggest weakness of this team has been Yoe's inconsistency in the mid lane. I think more often than not, we see him kind of lose a bit more than he probably should have. And I'm also not a huge fan of their post 5 picks a lot of the time,
Same.
but they
The
do have
gyros.
their own style and identity. And I hope they manage to find something new in this.
I feel
patch
like they're
again.
gonna emphasize on the partner a lot. Like any teams that are going up against them should just ban the partner, because I think the team is just very comfortable.
I mean, last season every team banned Pugna Gyro,
Yeah,
even though
that's
no one
true.
cared. There's
Yeah.
no core bans early, and I think DB as well has been proving himself over and over again. DB and Jocam have been the solid duo behind this team. I'm very curious to see how they approach the new patch, especially with Coach Claire. He's a really smart guy. I'm excited.
Yeah, I was about to say, I remember last season we were always harping on how iconic the DB Jocam lane was. They were always crushing it, always killing it. Playing super, out of their minds, just every game. But how do you guys think these teams will do against each other? They've played against each other before in Division 2. Do you think that'll have any effect on them? Or do you guys think that Division 1, completely new playing field?
I think AG might be a little bit tough for XERXIA right now, because they have played the full Div 1 last season and they did quite well. And XERXIA just came up, so I don't know if XERXIA can kind of match up the standard, because I would say discipline in Div 1 and Div 2, there's quite a big difference. So usually Div 2, they will make mistakes like, oh, we're not 5, but then we are fighting, that kind of thing. But then Div 1, it's in their blood, don't do this no matter what, don't do this kind of thing. So
Just difference in habits.
Yeah.
I guess, Dota at the end of the day is a game of habits. I think XERXIA has I'm not a big fan of their strategic approach to the game. I think in Div 2 it might have worked, but coming into Div 1, I think they're going to need to learn and adapt. But we haven't seen AG play his patch yet, so it's just both question marks to me.
If you could describe XERXIA's play style in just one sentence, how would you describe them?
Damn. It's too hard.
I'm hitting you with the good questions.
I feel like they're the pinball team, because I studied their draft for Div 2. It feels like they emphasize on the offlane a lot. Doesn't matter how they pick it, they always try to draft around the offlane. Then sometimes I would see Dawnbreaker and then SF, that kind of thing where they prioritize the mid. So I feel it's just, okay, if Rufito doesn't get his heroes, all of his heroes don't work well in the draft right now, then maybe they will just shift the focus to mid. It's kind of like Geek Slate, I would say, but then the difference is, Scam is trying to do everything on the pause one.
Play every role.
Yeah, exactly. So.
I think with the addition of Young God, I think the team's approach to the game is to play a bit faster because before what happened was JG and Rupido, they kind of play at a certain pace, but Karma is a slower player. He's a 20-minute guy. He farms like 2-3 items, farms really fast. But trading him for Young God, who is a bit more of an active carry and likes to join fights early, I think they're probably going to go with that approach.
What would you say about In Your Dream? Is he an active carry? Or is he kind of
Learning,
like
I feel.
serial
I don't
chiller?
think he's active at
No?
all. I think the way they draft on AG is like generally they want him to stand in the lane to enable the rest of the team. I think I think the supports are the ones that are gonna make things happen for AG. I think they're quite a slow-paced team actually. They want to drag out the laning phase as much as they can.
You know what's funny is XERXIA, even though they're a Thai org, there's like 4 Pinoys on that team. But the Pinoy, the like diversity of players hasn't really changed because Geek Slate went down and XERXIA went up.
Oh, that's true. 4-1.
So yeah.
Maybe
But-
they think, oh, okay, we need Pinoys and we need Thai, but then like only one Thai player and then, you know, like they balance it out with other Pinoys. I don't know.
I mean, I think Dota has developed to a point where you kind of don't care who you're playing with
Yeah.
anymore. Because country thing is whatever, unless you are language capped. But even with them, we saw like last season XERXIA and Marsh where they scream in English, you know, like there's always possibilities. People are willing to change, to grow, to get better, to get to the major.
It's a very base take, Adam. But do you think that Army Genius, they performed past everyone's expectation last season. Do you think that that could take them to the major this season after having that initial Div 1 experience?
I feel like XERXIA as a team, they've looked very good in the strategies that they execute. They have a certain play style. If you notice their supports, they build team items. They pick Tino early. They play around Bob on this moving hero. And I feel recently with this is just a shot in the dark, but with Kimo taking over the draft, they're kind of more counter-pickish and reactive instead of playing what they're good at, what their bread and butter is. And I think they need to get more bread and butter because this Visage they haven't picked it. I don't know if the hero's dead right now. They don't have like a winning strategy, you know, like XERXIA doesn't look as scary as before right now.
So would you say that Army Geniuses has a better shot? Do you feel like this season, the people that made it to the major last season aren't as much of a fight as the up-and-coming teams that we might have seen yesterday?
I feel it's just the start of the season, so
Too
I
early to
wouldn't decide yet. But I think the fact that they have stayed in Division 1, they probably, you know, like have what it takes to adapt to the patch, I feel.
That is true. Do you have any favorite players on Army Geniuses?
Okay,
Okay.
for sure.
Have you ever
My
talked to
homie.
him?
Yeah, he's my homie.
Oh, really? Do you play CSGO with him like John plays CSGO with the Thai boys?
No,
No?
he ain't no CSGO player.
Strictly Dota?
Strictly Dota.
All right, well, we are Strictly Dota. Let's go see our draft of our first game of our first series today. The bans are Doombat, Dusa, and Monkey.
I feel like we're missing a hero. Coddle?
Yep.
Elk, there's the hero.
Underlord.
Underlord, there's the other hero. I say Underlord against Elk lane is actually free as hell. If you pick like some Underlord Rubik here, I think AG is going to be in a really good place. But I don't know if they want to pick TV that early.
I mean, they kind of did that last season anyway. They're just very confident with DB. Give him anything, he'll make it work. But then that's the thing where, oh, okay, there you go, the caller. But yeah, that's the thing where if you pick him too early, then the other team can just kind of know what he's going to pull anyway. So, you know, like you can't pick a Pugna and then expect him to carry the entire game, right? That kind of thing. So,
Yeah, I get you. I think that's one of his like more niche picks though. For sure. They should pick the PL here. Fuck this Elk carry. I mean, if you show a TV this early, you should punish them.
yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I think
Should
L
have
can be
just
so much more than just, you know, like pause one farm. Oh,
Dazzle.
new
Miner's
hero.
armor strategy. I say Dazzle's kind of cool against TV just because of the shard. Like you,
What the heck?
True.
yeah, you remove his illusions, right? So
Yeah.
I guess that's one of the responses. It's also a, like I said, minus armor thing. XERXIA looks like they kind of have a strategy to execute here.
And it's already like 2 heroes from Army Geniuses that can't, you know, go for the backlines. So XERXIA is also starting to ban whatever that can, you know, make this Dazzle can't play his game.
Yeah. It's not going to be easy though with the amount of heroes in the pool that can actually do that. Still Pangolin, still Ember, Void Spirit.
Yep.
With the Harpoon existing now too, a lot of heroes can just kind of itemize for it.
Why is there? We've seen like a lot of Terrorblade. Why is that? Is it just like the carry of the season?
think it's just good against a lot of the carries in the patch right now. I think also
Oh.
SCA, maybe more for SMG, it's just a big comfort pick for him. I think Chidori's like much more known to play TB and Morphling. And I guess Morphling's kind of dead now considering they didn't pick it.
It's true.
I think it's also kind of easy to pick it in a draft because there's not really a lot of heroes that can shut this TV down forever unless you pick it early, like in this case, like SMG, I guess, and then like the entire draft just couldn't work. I mean, maybe it's because of how they itemize as well, but yeah, like it's not easy for TB to feel like he can own a game when he's picked this early.
Yeah, I feel like Aegis has a much more advantageous position in the draft right now, just because they picked the TB early and it kind of went ignored. I feel like XERXIA needed to abuse the 8 pick to punish this Terrorblade, because now AG is going to have the late pick for mid and for the offlane, and XERXIA's going to be in this position where they need to either cheese something with this Alchemist to get the lane matchups, or they're going to have a hard time in all 3 lanes.
I was thinking they could probably pick a Darkseer to
It's banned.
move, yeah, and then
I think
it was
Darkseer against TV is such a bait though.
Yep.
I feel like ever since I watched the Major and Crit built Dagon, they just Dagon the TV illusion.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good in the game, don't get me wrong. Like, you have magic damage, you can kind of run at him, you buy team fight items early, but I think before this Darkseer versus TB late game, Darkseer wins most of the time, but now people know how to deal with it.
I mean, Artizi just bought Dagon on Medusa yesterday on his stream versus a Darkseer,
It's
so.
good. You need a Dagon,
Grim.
someone has to build it. So this is XERXIA special, the Bombi hero. I think Bombi has a very unique pool of heroes. Techies, Grim, Phoenix, Snap. He's a specialist.
Honestly, I feel
Going
Grim
through.
should come out more, like, because now supports can actually farm, right? And support shoving wave is always good for your team because you don't have to show all your calls and you can kind of exert that kind of pressure on the other side of the map just because one support is showing. But so far, not many teams have tried this hero yet.
I think it's an okay hero. Like, you have a good mid game, but your laning phase is really weird.
Yeah.
This sitting posture is how you know they're really good at Dota. Doesn't Boxy also sit like that?
Yeah,
I think
a lot of players that sit
DB
like
also
this,
sits
yeah.
like that, right?
not sure why.
It's comfy. You don't sit like that?
I can't do that.
Really?
I cannot.
Your
Same.
knees are weak. Oh, I'm raging.
Hamstrings too huge.
Okay. All right, what do these drafts need to close both of them out?
I think XERXIA right now kind of don't feel good in lanes, but they need to be strong in lanes because I don't know how they're gonna control this TB or the Ember later on.
They need to ban Timber on Xerxia.
Yeah, I agree. I thought of the TB very early on because I mean, sorry,
Alright.
Timber, yeah.
I think if they don't ban the Timber, it means this Elk is offlane and they want to pick Monkey King here.
Oh, they banned it themselves though.
Oh yeah, it is bad. What's another Dazzle pairing? There's still a PL in the game, but I feel like it's so hard to pick here. You'll be
Maybe
picking
Huskar? Send the Huskar mid and then
Tango
destroy this
Elk.
Ember.
I think the problem is you have Dazzle Grim. Like, I kind of get where you're coming
Yeah.
from. I think it suits their lineup a lot, but the lane looks really difficult. Sure,
Yeah, I
you'll eat
agree.
this Ember, but once this Caller comes in, oh, it's Pango offlane.
Oh.
Or
Like-
Void Spirit offlane. Probably Pango. Right? It's probably Pango. The pretty cool Bloodseeker game. I wonder if AG will like just YOLO and pick it for DB.
I mean, it is a decent pairing for the Green Show if you think about it.
Void Spirit?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just
One
think
of the
that
best.
Xerxia has no win condition. Like, this Elk is not gonna be able to fight into AG's heroes. This is a very accelerated TB. He has a free lane right now, and he's gonna get Caller Chakra. I also think the answer to this Caller Ember is not. I don't see it right now.
Yeah.
They have to get jumps on Xerxia, but the lanes are gonna be constantly pushing into them. Team fights, okay. AG doesn't have the most team fight as well.
Underlord is still in the pool.
Yeah, it's actually a
surprisingly.
great Underlord game.
I kind of think XERXIA can't ever approach Roche if Army Geniuses just take the Underlord here. Like, how are you gonna walk in with your heroes? You're all so soft and TB just press one spell, Underlord just press two spells.
You're gonna roll in.
Yeah, but
What
like
heroes are there? I
you're
guess it's
not
just
the
Timber and
old
the Lord,
BKB
right?
now.
Yeah, that's true, actually. That's true.
And TV is great at just shooting the Pango, so
Axe.
Is that the Grave counter? I mean, X has been pretty strong. X calls a really strong lane too, so it looks like AG want to play this stacking game. With the new change to 30% XP, it looks like they just want to push the wave. But I will say Dazzle's pretty good in lane against X. Dazzle Elk, you just throw stun, acid, poison touch, kind of can hit him down.
Two very interesting drafts. I feel like XERXIA's draft kind of gives me like remnants of the old AG, I guess, because AG was always the one to pick like the heroes that we've never seen. Like they would pick the Ricky mid and do all the fancy stuff, the Pugna off lane.
Yeah, I get you. I think this X is a surprise to me though. It just tells me that the way they want to fight, they really don't want this Grave to be useful at all. But I also don't think it's a easy X game. Like there's Remnant, there's Roll, there's Sublime.
yeah, I feel like it kind of
it looks great.
gave XERXIA the opening they needed because all these three heroes, TB, Ember, and X, they need quite a lot of time, and they are not, say, super strong on their own in the lanes. I mean, I would say Ember is fine, but now that you're not really versus Pango, which you clearly have the upper hand, you're fighting White Spirit now. Like,
That's
I think-
AG in a nutshell though, right?
Yeah.
You're kind of a slower paced team. Like this stacking thing, it looks like they really want to just stack and farm and out farm.
Which team do you think has better team fight?
I think XERXIA's
Yeah.
is simpler.
yeah.
I think AG can definitely take fights, but XERXIA has a simpler ease of execution.
I think in the end it comes down to how much you can control the Roche, you know, because it doesn't matter if you keep killing on XERXIA, but then if you can't get Roche, you can't go high ground with these heroes.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think if this Elk has a free lane as well, which he probably should have, he's good. He can reach a game part where he has a really big spike in the game because they have a lot of minus armor. Swashbuckle, Dazzle, Acid Spray. They can get Roche early and they start jumping in. The supports are really squishy on AG if they get caught.
Yeah, well, let's get our first game of our first series started. I've got Cap and SVG ready to cast this game for you.
And we are very ready to cast this game. Well, actually, truth be told, we're not totally ready to cast this game because we're discussing how bad
Speak for
Juju works.
yourself. Does anybody know how this works? That's a question.
Yeah, I think the audience might not
give-
know how it works.
$1,000 to anybody you can DM me right now and tell me how this spell works.
Okay.
And that'll come out of Cap's fund.
What? You're just out here aggressively scamming the audience now? Is this a new
Okay,
bit?
well, yeah, but if they message me and they're not 100% correct, they owe me $1,000. So now you're not so
Okay.
confident, you know. That goes to my fund, by the way, not to your fund.
All right. Well, I guess be very careful, chat, what you DM
I'm gonna
Avery in
get
the
so many
future.
DMs. None of them are going to be dazzled. But I mean, we were discussing. I'm pretty sure the bad juju health cost gets reduced
30
by armor
seconds
because it's
to
physical
round.
damage. But we'll have to find out. Either way, I think this hero is interesting in terms of the cooldown reduction can really add up, and even like level 1, it's pretty significant. So if you get an extra wave or 2 waves off, I don't know if you have the mana to use all that. That's a bigger question for this hero. This hero has mana problems a lot of times. He also has level problems. So he needs a good laning phase. Alec Dazzle's a pretty strong lane. I mean, XERXIA really want to abuse this axe early on. Because if he gets to fast Vanguard, this game is going to snowball very quickly. And you're not going to be a happy Shadow Priest.
Yeah, I'm actually I'm pretty excited to see Axe. I feel like this hero has been a little bit out of the meta for a number of years now, and every once in a while he'll kind of show up. You see a lot of him in I play a lot of him in party queue games just because the whole concept of this armor buff that you get off the Cling Blade and then that armor amping up Battle Hunger is like, it's a cool idea. It just, I feel like a lot of times this hero hasn't proven to actually be effective in that regard specifically. He's still kind of the same hero that he's been for a while, which is just kind of a blink initiator and a counter to Dazzle.
He's a blink initiator that has damage issues. That's always been his problem. Like, how do you
Yeah.
scale Axe's damage in the 2nd to 4th item? The first item, Vanguard into Blink or Blade Mail, very straightforward. You can even set up Ancient stacks. Yoakum is
Nice
going to
build.
instantly die to the poison. But the big question with Axe is, like, where do you go from there? And a lot of times you just get stalled out. You don't do enough damage to these carries. They just kill you after your call's out. So
Right, which is where like the Battle Hunger having scaling capabilities is an interesting idea, but it's not enough, right? Unless you're dunking on the game so hard that it doesn't matter.
Yes. And the other thing is this hero a lot of times has mana issues. Coddle Axe is actually a very nice combo because Coddle Axe solves his mana problems. You don't have to go like Arcane Boots, and you can just keep playing on the map, can keep dunking people. And at the same time, you can refresh
He's
the
committing.
spells.
He's got it. Yokum's dead again. Fairy Fire goes off, but he's still going to fall. Still, though, DB might be able to get the counter kill here as the Battle Hunger should take him out. Yep, not going to be able to get a tango or anything. So a 1-for-1 trade-off there, but Coddle has to run out to lane because he died 2 times in a row. So rough times.
This is still an okay outcome. Like, as long as your Axe is getting kills and solo XP, you're almost happier. I still think Yoakum shouldn't have died level 1 on this lane. When you have Blinding Light versus Dazzle, I feel like that's a get out of jail free card. They just got outplayed. So XERXIA gaining some momentum off that. Other lanes.
But now your Axe is left alone against a Dazzle. So now
God, the minus
DB's
armor.
dead too.
Jeez.
I mean,
This
yeah,
is-
this
this
is
is
a
dazzling.
physical damage and minus armor combo. Like this duo is actually going to scale pretty cool when they start getting their, like, it's already good with just acid spray, but you start getting the minus armor from bad juju as well, and this is going to be a pretty deadly duo around level 6-7.
They're in a decent position to just rake up the farm, especially if they can get stacks for Alk. Then he can pull ahead of the Terrorblade. This matchup is pretty sad, especially when Terrorblade is free farming, which he is definitely free farming this lane. Off lane Pango is not the highest pressure off laner at the moment,
it's
so
not.
you're gonna have to contest with that, which means this top lane is also pretty important as the trades continue. Oh, gets the BM pause too on his own teammate.
Mike, is that the problem that's happening in this game? Army Geniuses, the communication. I feel like that fight, by the way, happened while Young God was actually channeling for a Lotus Flower. I'm not sure if I think he ate it right away. Yeah, he did. So he just ate it right away. So he wasn't even really a part of the kill outside of an initial unstable concoction and acid spray, and then he just let his support kill the Axe, which he may not even die for.
That's the Daz, man. His hero's insanely stupid in the man-up trades, especially if you win the first one. This is the ultimate knife's edge support laner. You either go like 10-0 on lane or 0-10. Games kind of just decided for you, but right now, having a great time up here. Level 2 poison, even if he dies here, I think he's happy to die and come back out. This lane did not go how AG really wanted it to. That said, they're still doing fine on it, but it's going to be some nice acceleration for Young God here on a hero that accelerates quite fast if you give him a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about how it could be a lane where Axe gets Vanguard and, kind of owns the lane. That's not looking to be the case here.
Nice. Might even get Yoakum. I think he will. Oh, we got fogged.
Trade up
Doesn't matter.
supports, and he just gets the self-explosion kill on the unstable concoction, which means they're going to miss double range creeps and 3 melee creeps. A huge loss in gold and experience for this lane. This lane is officially lost.
This is the one lane XERXIA are winning, though, because the other two are not going that well as Yahweh continues to pummel mid here. He's just going to get the solo kill?
Yeah, he is.
Damn.
Easy pickup. Nice.
That lane is just going really well for AG now. I mean, he's very far ahead on that. And then In Your Dreams is still free farming. I don't know. I'm not a fan of offlane Pango. I have not seen it be too successful in a long time. And I feel like it got a little worse because his early escape is a lot weaker. Like this type of play, he's just dead, I think.
Yeah. And Shield Crash is only going to do so much for you because they could even dive the tower pretty easily. In fact, if they wanted to, I wouldn't be surprised if they could have just dove and killed the Grimstroke, honestly. TV has so much armor that those tower shots aren't going to do that much.
Maybe save the resources for when the Pango comes back. Either way, it's a lot of extra levels for this Crystal Maiden. This game is going to be about trade-offs. How much does Young God accelerate off his lane versus how much can his other 2 cores catch up
Yeah, time to see if Young God is worth the trade-off, because they had that roster change, you know, going into upper division, picking up Young God.
Time to prove your worth, son.
Yeah, exactly. Big blast comes through, a lot of damage here on a Young God. Yokum trying to body block him. They have Frostbite to stop the TP, but the axe also dies as Dazzle's able to run him down. Varis has enough mana for another Frostbite if Yokum can just body block him enough. And then another round of the blast, maybe? Does have Shallow Grave, so he can turn around and fight, see if he can get the Crystal Maiden kill in return, but the Blinding Light helps push him away, and Varis will survive. Back over to mid, JG, he might just die again. In fact, Yoe, the only reason he doesn't get that kill is he didn't want to trade, I guess. He actually had Slight coming up.
He has the level advantage. He knows he can come back, just push him off the lane with the level 6. JG is still a decent way away from his own. Just abusing the hell out of the Spirit on Spirit matchup here. ENG has to go jungle. You're getting some farm for Rapido, but that's about it. And this is kind of one of the issues with Grimstroke. It's like, if you're not killing your lane with this hero, your moves on the map are pretty limited. You won't get the poison tick out. Yeah, it's kind of cool to see Dazzle do this well in the game. I haven't seen it
I went back
a long time.
I checked chat, and it's just full of DM where. A lot of people want to get that number.
I mean, that number's reserved. VIPs only, you know what I'm saying?
Ball goes out. DB dead again. Level 4 axe does get his Vanguard, but far too late to survive.
This is the Dazzle Axe matchup. Yeah, you can ult him through his grave, but the lane is very one-sided. It's been like this for a long time. Those early trades not paying out. I mean, guy has second net worth on his team. This Dazzle.
Is he actually?
He's contesting the Void Spirit, and I think that says a decent amount about how Void Spirit's doing, but more about how he's doing right now. He's got level 3 poison touch up.
JG is going to try and go for a kill. Frostbite stalls it. He may have to go into the tier 2 for it, but he will commit and picks it up. So that'll help his net worth a little bit more. And might be able to put some pressure on the Terrorblade too. In Your Dreams kind of hanging out here in the trees.
Yeah, he's lucky he did not find the Dazzle Chad. That would have been a fight he did not like, but instead he'll go back top and try and kill Axe for this 5th time here.
They're going to kill Grimstroke in bottom lane at the same time. They push a little bit too far forward. DB is going to get run down. Chemical Rage, Alchemist. He can break the tower pretty easily.
My God, 1 in 5 for DB in this game. This is a very rough start for the Vanguard Axe. Again, a hero we are having concerns about his mid-game impact in terms of damage. And he's like their only real stun, so he kind of needs a fast blink as well. He can't go some greedy build. He doesn't have too many ancient stacks. A couple doubles, but that's it.
I feel like, correct me if I'm not wrong, but I recall from watching Army Geniuses in the previous seasons that I felt like DB was a pretty strong performer for them a lot of times in the off lane. And
destroyed.
This is rough. I mean, I feel like he was a lot of times leading AG into victory, but you know, hey, the rest of their lanes are going perfectly fine, so maybe this is a game where he could take a step back and doesn't have to be as high impact as we're gonna watch Dazzle. This protects him a little bit here, but another round slight and a chains will connect just enough.
It's a fast Pavis. Benefit of the early laning phase, but it will not save him. Now you get some stacks stolen, and Yahweh is just cruising in this game. He's about to take it over. You have limited lockdown for Ember here. I mean, what's your lockdown? Grimult? That's pretty unreliable versus Hero because he can just go in solo very deep and play around with the Slights and Remnant. This is going to be a force to be reckoned with on top of all the power runes he's getting. That solo kill in lane adding up a lot here. And that's going to make space for his other 2 cores to accelerate in the jungle. I mean, Terrorblade Axe are pretty fast junglers. Can't really ask for anything better. So if Yahweh can just run around, AG play through him, his other 2 cores are going to be happy. I mean, look at this ancient stack right now. Lane was rough, but these creeps can't poison touch you.
That is true. He doesn't have to worry about that here. He's still going to go for the Blade Mail build, which I'm a little bit surprised when you're this far behind, you still go for the Blade Mail. I would have thought.
Casual chainmail in the blink and to finish the Blade Mail. That wouldn't surprise me. He just wants the extra armor in this game.
That could be a good idea, yeah.
Also, what is this cosmetic, man? This isn't even an axe. It's just a club.
Oh, the mask he's got? Oh.
No, it's just a club. Since when are we giving axe not an axe?
Well, I mean, probably since they gave him the, you know, is it the Arcana or whatever, where he just uses his fists?
Wait, that one I kind of understand. Like, maybe he lost the axe, but this is just a different weapon.
I mean, the thing is, anything is an axe
me
in
off.
Axe's hand.
How is this acceptable?
No, it's kind of like the opposite of the item ogre axe. Wait, it's called ogre axe now? Didn't it used to be ogre club?
No.
Yes, because it was something like that, right? Because the whole joke is that to the ogre everything was a club.
I'm not familiar with that lore. Pull in mid. Yahweh gets silenced. Can they chain it?
Oh, they got him! Oh, before he could jump away to the remnant, the explosion goes off, and finally the Grimstroke brings some worth to this game. I feel like he was struggling to be able to have an impact, but that was massive.
He should not have died there. He had shield rune too. That's just a misplay straight up and a big kill to give away. That's a decent chunk of gold already. A lot of levels. And Bombi starting to catch up on the level department. This is a hero that's very level intensive, so you start giving him kills, suddenly those spells become a lot better. Still a game XERXIA is going to have to catch up a bit, but Radiance done for Young God at 11-11 on the dot. And he's got a big old stack waiting for him.
Oh,
He's got two big old stacks. Can he even do this? This is a lot of damage.
Might need a little help from the Dazzle.
Gonna need a grave in it.
Grave Radiance. Best way to farm the Ancients.
That's pretty efficient. Oh man,
All right,
he's having a hell
without
of a
looking,
game.
Avery, can you tell me what Aghanim Scepter does on Dazzle?
It creates inverse wave.
Okay.
You think I don't know that? I'm a Dazzle main, brother. I read this man's patch notes 8 times on the reveal.
Okay, what does it do?
It creates an inverse wave on enemies that deals damage to them and heals your allies for 150% of the normal wave.
Okay. Does it do anything
Yeah.
else?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Does it do anything
It also
else?
does an attack to everybody who gets hit by
Oh
a
yeah, I
inverse
forgot
wave.
about that part. I mean, that's like some core Dazzle thing. You know, what are you gonna do with that on support Dazzle?
I remember reading this one and being like, who the hell is building this in for Shadow Wave? I mean, like, there's those rare circumstances where it's like one hero surrounded by like 4 and you get a massive inverse wave. That sounds sick, but I just cannot imagine that this is an item that support Dazzle, who is typically what most Dazzles are playing, is support, is going to build. But
I mean, it's like for like 3 Dazzle. I don't know. Valve keeps trying to make this hero a right clicker, but
Yeah.
when they gave it the right click axe, they got rid of the damage talent at 10. Well, I don't understand.
yeah, now
They
he's
gave
got
it an
attack speed. Who needs attack speed
It's
on this
so
hero?
useless. This is the last hero that needs attack speed. Like, what the hell is his talent? It's not even good. 35 is not even that good. It's like a
Yeah.
slightly better glove. I don't know. This hero is so confusing. I don't know what Valve wants out of this hero. They want him to be like Terrorblade
Dire's
or
top
something.
tower is under attack.
I don't know. It's really weird.
It is really
Maybe
weird that
one
they
day.
give him an instant attack off of an ability, but don't give him any damage to back it up.
Yeah. I mean, they made him universal. So I guess in that sense, his damage is way higher. I guess if you get the Ags and you're universal, the Ags gives you a lot more right click too. Maybe it's broken actually. That's pretty interesting. New technology being developed as DB is going to try and use his newly found Blink Dagger to start this 14-minute rune fight. DD's still up for JG though. That's
Flight's
going
going to be able to find the supports. He's going to go for it. Not going to be able to burst him alone here, especially with the silence on him. In fact, he's surrounded by too many heroes. They dove in a bit too deep for that one. And Rapido did do a good job of kind of intercepting the rest of AG. Couldn't really follow that axe in.
It's just too deep. I mean, that's just a classic axe jump. Like, what's the follow-up, right?
Yeah.
And that's one of the issues with this lineup this game. Is there isn't that much instant follow-up. JG in the back off an invis gets the jump.
Okay,
Gotta be careful,
Terrorblades.
Sunder.
Yeah, they're diving in pretty deep, but not really doing enough damage. Pretty easy pickup on 1, 2, and maybe a 3. Yeah, our Dazzle's going to be slowed down. I put into the Lance of Pursuit to use here.
God damn, that reflection into Slight did so much work on the clump. 2,800 damage for Yahweh here. He cleans up a tower on the back end. Just an overextension. I don't think you have the damage to burst terribly like that. With Pavi's Glimmer behind him, that's just not happening. He's got a raindrop stick too. I mean, you have decent burst between the Void Spirit and the Grim. Like, this is a strong combo, but not in a situation like that.
Yeah, somebody needs to remind XERXIA where their advantage is in lane and where it's not. Killing the Axe is not that big of an advantage. That 4 versus 5 doesn't matter. If you kill the Ember, now that guy's making up like 70% of Army Genius's team fight right there.
Yeah, the Axe is goddamn useless. It's the Ember and even the supports you want to take out first.
Yeah.
Diffusal up for Rapido as well. So this is kind of their time to fight and get the Void Spirit and the Pango to scale off the Alchemist network, which is still such a huge proportion of theirs. Early BKB for Young God.
What do you think about him not leveling up Soulbind yet? So we're going to see a non-Soulbind Grimstroke put to use in this fight. Once again, they start off killing the Axe. And this time, they'll get an extra hero in the Crystal Maiden, so now they have a significant advantage. 3 versus 5.
They'll take them kills and walk. Illusion Rune of the River. Young God probably wishes he could claim it, but didn't even have to use BKB for that fight and you defend your tower. Not the worst case scenario.
They're actually going to go on Young God as his Chemical Rage is going to go down. Might force him to use the BKB. As, yeah, it's really looking like he's going to have to use it, so... Good little bit of pressure there to put on to the enemy carry.
Oh, in your dream. This is aggressive. You just got chased.
With the help of the Ember, the Slight lands, and it gets a Maelstrom proc too to kill him. No problem.
Did not think they had the range for that, but nice call. Terribly continuing to power up here. This is a pretty good Terribly game. He hits the farm. There's not a lot of just mana damage to deal with him. Outside of the Void Spirit jump, which you already have Glimmer for. I guess that's Grimstroke Axe, right? That's your answer.
Yeah.
Get a Terrorblade Illusion and kill everybody else with it?
Our lineup does have like a fair amount of magic damage between Pango, Grimstroke, and Void Spirit, but they're really not actually connecting on Terrorblade.
I mean, the issue, it's all bursts. It's like a 1 jump burst, and I don't think it's enough burst to ever kill him outright. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but it doesn't feel like it is, so...
I mean, especially if he's getting like Pavist and Glimmer Caped, which are the 2 support items on AG.
If he gets anything cast on him, he lives through it, and then you're just setting up a Sunder. Then it gets weird. You kind of need Alec to jump with you here with a stun, which early Blink for Young God will enable that, and you do have the Dazzle Shard already. So now you have some extra lockdown. Blade Mail for DB will find a support and deal almost no damage to him.
Wow. And they're just going to have to watch him TP away, so...
That's a classic Axe right there. Pretty farm, jump a hero, deal like 400 damage, and he walks off. Man, this hero's so sad sometimes.
Yeah, it really is.
You should be able to like charge up your spins or something. You can like save him and then just unleash like 4 spins on a dude.
I mean, they did at least let you set it up so you can get an instant spin, but that isn't nearly as good as like when Slardar charges it up, you know? Like when he's able to blink first hit bash, you know, blink first hit spin is kind of whatever.
Yeah, who cares? Who cares? You need to be, I'm telling you, if you could charge him up, if you could have like 10 spins, just unleash the lawnmower on some dude. This hero would be back for sure.
All right, there's your new shard upgrade right there.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, he's just spinning like Juggernaut.
That's what I'm saying. Bring back the old jug spin on a new hero. Give him a sword while we're at it, because apparently you can just use any item now too. any weapon. It doesn't have to be an axe. Oh, Young God looking.
Looking and finding. They get a support pick off, but it does require them to be pretty heavily grouped up. So you're always going to push in mid, and your Dream's going to aggressively push in top. Get a max.
This game feels like it's just going to come down to Terrorblade versus Alk, honestly. And I guess Yahweh is a menace. So
You probably favor Terrorblade, right? Terrorblade is the pretty good counter to Alk.
I mean, I favor that until ultra late when things get clowny. But even then, I think you'd rather have the Terrorblade.
Nice blink. Young God almost getting caught. He's good.
Maybe. Thinking about Roshan, perhaps they can get a good fight in the area.
JG is going to go back for BKB, second item on Void Spirit. I mean, this hero is all about bursting somebody down. I cannot imagine that BKB is the answer.
Maybe you just feel like there's too many roots. Like if he goes in and he gets frostbitten or changed, he's just dead. He's going to disassemble Echo for it too. This is going to cost him a lot of damage.
Yeah.
I don't think you have the damage to deal with in your Dream right now. You kind of need to kill everybody else.
Jumping in, Chemical Rage, and going for the support, but the Glimmer Cape has already been used, so he's going to be fine. They do have the roll-in that's happening. Rapido hitting a couple of heroes, bouncing on through, and almost finishing off DB here with the Swashbuckle, and that's going to be just enough. But they are on the run, trying around, throw off the Unstable Concoction. Yahweh managed to dodge through it. The Inkswell does manage to hit him, though, and, oh, he actually gets a little bit low, but no, he's actually just perfectly fine, apparently. Yahweh comfortable on the knife's edge, sits there very pretty. And looks good for it too, until Rapido does manage to pick up the kill off the Swashbuckle. Okay, maybe Yahweh did slip when he was sitting on that knife's edge and cut himself a little bit.
That was a sharp knife. I respect going in against that Alk stun, though. That was a pretty ballsy play.
Seriously.
Working out, kind of. I guess that's kind of an okay fight here. I mean, you get 2 cores for 1. You lose your Alk. It's pretty sad, but again, this is kind of where you can't deal with the Terrorblade at all anyway.
When can you deal with a Terrorblade?
When the Grimstroke knocks on your door. Says, hello, Mr. Terrorblade. It's you.
I mean, he's close. He's actually super close.
Yeah,
he only needs 250 gold.
He's going to start smacking himself here.
Okay.
I mean, the stronger Terrorblade gets, the stronger Bombi gets in this game.
True, true.
In fact, you might want to give in your Dream some extra kills right now. Power him up.
Guys, we need to feed the Terrorblade. All right, well, they're going to get a shard. Who wants the shard? Dazzle's already got his. We got the Inkswell stun. That one's actually pretty nice.
Grimstroke shard it is. This one's still pretty solid. Like, extra damage buff. Dispel, pretty nice in this game versus the Chains, the Frostbite, the Solar Bind, the Battle Hunger, Reflection. There's a decent amount of Dispel in this game. And Philosopher's Stone going to push him over to that Ags. So now you can turn that Terrorblade against his own team. Support's pretty strong right now for XERXIA. Can you use it? That's the big question. You're going to have to kill Terrorblade at some point in this game, I feel. I don't know exactly what it is. It's going to be a big turning point if you get that team fight win or not. AG trying to continue to build momentum off his item timings. We'll lose a quick support here.
I mean, some of their ideas here between the BKB and then the fact they have this, the Dazzle Shard, which is good against the TB illusions, and then also creating your own Terrorblade illusion with the Dark Portrait. I can see some, you know, like I'm beginning to see their idea of team fights being kind of like just drawing it out, right? Like just surviving, limiting the TB's damage, and, you know, the Dark Portrait and Alchemist kill the rest of the team. And that seems fair.
I don't think it's a bad way to play versus Axe either, because Axe kind of has to go in. And then when this hero goes in, he's stuck. Like, you usually just die. So if you bait the jump, kill him, reset a meta, you can go take an objective. Right now, you're just doing Roche, and I mean, is AG going to contest this? They don't even look close. It's just a free objective. XERXIA getting everything they want right now.
Apparently. And the trade-off is going to be AG getting a lot of farm, apparently. It's, you've got every single member of AG farming different parts of the map.
It's pretty nice.
They're going to get a lot of utility items out of this. Like, you've got a full-out pipe already for the Keeper of the Light, and Force Staff is going to be coming in soon for Faris.
These are big items. The magic resist for the team is huge versus what this Void and Grim are trying to output.
Yeah.
So much of their damage is magical. Like, this Alk is not dealing physical. He went hard. This is just a, I'm going to run in there and make space Alk. I don't think he's killing anything, to be honest. His spells are probably doing more than his right clicks. So you kind of have to win those long fights. And you have to probably not focus the Terrorblade, get the illusion, and then start killing everybody else with it. If you can get a good Soulbind too, that's going to be huge. If you can Soulbind the Ember, like lock him in some area with Pango rolling through, even if he's BKB, it might not matter.
Soulbind him and the Terrorblade together, and you might just have the winning formula for this fight.
They're going to show the TB.
They're showing him. He's actually in a potential to get
not
top of the Dark Portrait. They already throw out the Soulbind and the Dark Portrait. Bombi's having some trouble. The roll through is going to be able. They're trying to chase after an axe right now. I mean, they could go for it, but at the same time, Young God does need some help. Bombi stays alive off the Shallow Grave, but eventually wears off. Young God and they're going to chart backing up. They go back into the backline of Rapido and JG, who are going to stop that freezing field, but Rapido has already taken enough damage. JG needs to get out off the Dissimulate, and he will be able to do so with another step. Young God, though, not so lucky. Stunned himself off the Unstable Concoction. He's going to lose his Aegis now. Let's see if he can get the fast blink away. No, he actually throws the Remnant through the respawn. That was pretty smart. They really still have the Grave that helps out quite a bit. Maybe this is an opportunity for JG to get a support kill. No, he has to reset. He backs out. He's still low. And Young God, that's another Chemical Rage. He can keep going again.
Got regen for days.
Now the pullback on Yoe, who is out of remnants. Thankfully, he has chains.
Bombi's here.
Okay, Dark Portrait. Oh, the Inkspell stun. It's going to land. Now the Unstable Concoction. They have a call. The axe. He comes through just in time. The saving grace. They do manage to get a grab onto the two of them together, but Young God, he doesn't have his Unstable Concoction up, and now his Chemical Rage is dead again. So he is in serious trouble. Rapido's going to try and bail him out with a double damage on the Terrorblade. They have to retreat, and fortunately, Rapido will be able to cover Young God's tracks. No chase possible. Still, though, a crazy back and forth fight that AG definitely did win.
Yeah, the call on the back end secures that fight entirely, and you just got so much gold for your Ember Spirit. Like, he is very far ahead of the other cores in this game now. Full Shiva's done off that, level 18. I feel like Yahweh's the real winner there, as In Your Dream does the damage. I just don't think you can heavy commit jump Terrorblade like that. Unless you're willing to do it and then instantly back out and try and bait the axe jump. He's never going to die in that burst. Like, he has Pipe, Glimmer, Blinding Light behind him. Just not really a play. I think you want to, like, soft jump him, get the Terrorblade illusion, and play off that, which kind of happened, but I feel like the committal was pretty heavy.
Yeah, especially when both Rapido and JG, like, ran forward to chase the axe and then tried to go on like the supports afterwards. They were completely split at that point.
Yeah, it creates a very awkward situation. You got a fighter on your Alk front line and use your Grimstroke spells. Like, you need a lot of Grimstroke spells in these fights to win it. So you need to keep him alive. If you sacrifice protection on your back line, that's kind of what cost him that engagement. Like, the fact Bombi can't live because Yahweh is just cleaving him through, and there's not much to stop it. I mean, maybe there's not much to stop it in general, but you got to at least try, I think. It's going to push AG to a pretty decent position here. I mean, the net worth's pretty marginable, but this is an Alchemist lineup. So if you're even or ahead of Alchemist, usually doesn't bode well for the hero, especially with this Heart build that it's just not scaling. Like, where is the scaling damage coming out from this lineup right now? I don't see it.
Yeah, I'd say, would you have preferred an AC Basher sort of build and just like kind of all in focus the Terrorblade and limit his damage?
I mean, it's got... I feel like your best bet is some sort of crazy aggressive damage build, and you just run around and are slaying kids. Like, I don't know. Silver Edge is kind of not an item anymore. It's good versus Axe. Maybe it lets you set up on Ember, but like, I do feel like at some point you kind of want Swift Blink, Abyssal, Mjolnir style. Like,
I was going to say, they're
stun somebody and
matched up.
slay them.
Yeah, they're matched up against a Terrorblade, and they don't have a Maelstrom on their lineup, despite having both Pango and, you know, maybe Alchemist can build it, but I feel like maybe the Pango could have built a Maelstrom, you know?
It's a lot of gold for like some extra damage, but honestly not amazing because you're going to be piping and glimmering him. Like on Pango, you maybe proc it once or twice a fight, but how much does that influence the engagement? I don't think you buy Maelstrom Pango here. If you're getting in one, it's on this Alk with the late game Mjolnir build. Just try and like chain kill him with the procs off the attack speed, but you just don't see that build too much anymore. I just don't like AC Radiance here because you're getting reflected, and then I don't feel like it's that great versus the Terrorblade. Like AC versus Terrorblade is a mixed bag. It's good for your team, but it's kind of bad for aggressively killing him, which I feel like is their biggest problem.
Sure. I mean, you're not going to out DPS a Terrorblade over time, probably, so.
Either way, AG in control of this game. Shield rune on Yahweh.
Oh, just a blind blink in does actually result in a kill. Thanks to Yokum, because he gets a really nice blinding light pushback. They do jump in, trying to catch Yowie, but he gets off the BKB, and he found both Bombi as well as JG, and once again kills the Grimstroke first. Very nice. Now the axe initiation, a second call coming in on a young god who has to reset back to the fountain. Rapido blinking through. JG almost dying to the Ember Spirit, but he does manage to get back to the fountain just in time. Yowie dove in deep for that kill, and it would have been massive. But the Void Spirit stays alive, and a chance, perhaps, for XERXIA to be able to hold on to the barracks, or maybe not. No Chemical Rage.
No supports, no Grimult, no Dark Portrait. There's just no way to contest Terrorblade right now. And Yahweh is not letting the XERXIA supports play this game. He's just on top of them every time. BKB, there's no control for it. He's just gone. There also aren't really the defensive items. Like, you have a single Pavis on Dazzle. The rest of the net worth for both these supports is purely aggressive.
Yeah.
So Yahweh just has free reign. Like, he is cleaning them up. Need some Glimmer Cape or Greaves or something. Keep these supports alive through the BKB duration. Then maybe you can turn on this Ember Spear with the control.
Your meager perspective.
Well, they're going to smoke forward and see if they can find somebody on Army Geniuses, as they do split apart a bit.
And your single target focus is still pretty good if you can find an isolated target. I just don't know if AG are going to give you an isolated target anymore in this game. It's not really a reason to. Just follow the Terrorblade and play for Roshan into another lane.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Well, Roshan, spawn time in 2 minutes. XERXIA are going to use the portal to get to the other side. They're actually behind the supports who are trying to trail their Terrorblade here.
I mean, they saw him
If
come
they
through.
get
That
up
was
to the
an
high
off.
ground, it'd be fine, but
This is so risky.
yeah, this is going to be... They know he's still around here. JG, he's going to go for the TP out. Oh, God, if they spot him, the Frostbite is going to catch him, and now his BKB looks a little silly as he gets caught in the call.
That crit
I pity
destroyed. That was Gem.
perspective.
Just a weird play, trying to like half contest this Roche, control the vision, end up paying a big price. They'll finish up the Ags for Pango, but this doesn't feel like it's doing too much, to be honest.
No. I mean, I feel like whenever you get to this point on Pango, unless it's super early, you're still waiting on one more item, right? You're still kind of waiting on that Basher. That way, all those extra swashbuckles have a bigger effect.
Yeah, the Basher would be really nice in this game. That's going to help protect your supports and deal with the BKB durations, which have been a problem.
Dire's bottom
Sure.
tower
But
has
I don't know if
fallen.
you're going to have time to get there at this rate.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Ags for Yahweh, oh, he's so big. He has Chakra behind him too. This is a disgusting amount of backline burst damage.
Yeah.
And he doesn't need anybody else to go with him. That's the scary part. He can just go solo and just makes the team fight so chaotic. again, all of your support items are aggressive here for XERXIA. Like, you have an Aether Lens on this Dazzle. This is a very aggressive itemization.
Bonebeat completes an Octarine, so still no defensive item for this support, which means he's still gonna die if Ember Spirit gets an idea of where he's at in these fights.
This just feels a little too greedy. I mean, I get trying to maximize your damage output so you can deal with Terrorblade, because if you can't kill him, you're probably not winning this game. At the same time, like, if you can't enter the fight with your supports, you might not be winning the game.
Yeah,
Just
man,
all
like,
about the
if
jump.
you do this, then Dazzle kind of needs to go Glimmer, right? Speaking of Dazzle, he's going to be spotted by the Ember Spirit. They managed to get the call
that's
onto
a
him
good
and
call.
instantly blow him up. And boy, that call puts YG out of position as well. Young God in some trouble. Bombi immediately eliminated. Yowie just knows his job. He gives the vision of all these heroes, immediately goes for the Grimstroke. So you reduce the cooldown, but for what? You're not lasting more than 5 seconds in an actual team fight.
It's just no counterplay. There's zero capability to deal with Yahweh in these fights, and he eliminates any comeback potential off the support network. That's just game. I mean, he got the solo kill in lane. He snowballed this game, snowballed the map with Chakra Magic, and they had no answer. This Alk felt impotent. Like, he's pretty farmed, but he also kind of went tanky items to try and set the team fight up. I don't know. The itemization for XERXIA there for me was like all over the place. You know, I didn't see it coming together and dealing with what AG were proposing in that type of game, where, like, where's the damage from the Alk? Well, if he's frontlining and he's buying time for your supports, the supports still aren't surviving, because Yahweh doesn't care about your frontline alchemist with Heart AC Radiance. He doesn't give a crap. He just insta jumps past him. So, like, what is this doing for you, right? You're just tanking an Axe call, but Axe is kind of useless too. So, like, you're just tanking the useless hero and ignoring the really useful one. So it didn't add up to me. Maybe they can bring it back in game 2. But hey, that Dazzle looked pretty good on lane. You know, the Daz man strikes back.
He looked good on lane, but I feel like that is kind of Dazzle in a nutshell. Sometimes he looks really good on lane, but does he look good past that? Well, our panel seemed to be right anyways. XERXIA may not be ready for some of these upper division teams. Army Geniuses proved to be too much for them in game 1, but we'll see what happens going into game 2.
Very interesting game, I would say. Army Geniuses take game 1. Both the off lanes had suffered in the early game, and both safe lanes won. So it was kind of really in the hands of Yowie, where he shined, I would say.
I mean, the White Spirit kind of, you know, overstep his limits a lot. I feel you shouldn't lose this much to Ember Spirit, especially after being a universal hero. But I guess it was still okay, because the Alchemist didn't lose his timing. He still got his BKB, he still got his, like, dagger. What I was thinking was that there was this fight where the Pango and the Void trying to defend the top tower, but then the Grimstroke is not there. So it's like, if you decided to defend that tower, Grimstroke should be the first one to be there. But then I guess they didn't feel comfortable on the Alchemist to play that fight, because he just only got his BKB. I don't think he has his dagger yet. So it was very weird, because they lost Pango top, and then Grimstroke always showed bottom, and then the Alchemist wasted his first BKB mid. So it was kind of just all over the place.
It's kind of weird to me that the Elk chose to go for hard. I thought he really needed like some AC Basher this game. This Ember was a huge problem for him. We've liked to see Basher on the Pango too. I think they just lacked lockdown or like killing power. Like we see this Elk, he's fighting, but he has Aegis, he has heart, and he's like, what SVG say, just
not
tanking.
killing anyone.
He's tanking, but that's all he's doing. He's just radiance burning people. Like he needed to. They had this Inkswell for him, they had Grave for him. They needed to build in a way where he was stronger, he could like actually kill heroes. I feel like the CM and call lived so long every fight. And it wasn't only because of the call, but just when this Ember jumped the backlines of XERXIA, there's nothing killing the backlines of AG or even protecting the supports.
That's true. And the only reliable like disable is the Alchemist stun. I mean, I think
Honestly,
Rolling Thunder, but
I
not
feel
really.
like Pango kind of, you know, got a little bit suspicious over there, because I get it if like your Void Spirit is having kind of an okay game, you can go for the diffuser for extra bit of damage, because you just need one stun and then you press your Q, right? So one support would die. But in this case, the White Spirit was already suffering too much. So I feel this Pango needed to get that dagger really early, because otherwise they're just gonna let this TB free farm and they can't take a fight because they need to wait for the dagger on the Alchemist. And if your Alchemist is going in and you're not going in at the same time, like you are gonna press your roll and then slowly go in, then your supports are definitely gonna die to the Ember and the Axe. I feel like the Axe is the White Spirit's problem because he's definitely gonna call the backline and then the White Spirit has to defend that. But it was just so easy for the Axe. The Axe didn't really even need to do anything. He just, okay, I'll just play with my TB. Because the Pango wasn't doing anything, that's the thing.
Yeah, and here's our match. MVP Youe on the Ember Spirit, 12-11. Played fantastic. He was just bossing up. Like that one fight in the mid lane where he just, Adamant, you were like, I don't know if you should do that. He just like launched himself at all four of them.
Yeah, I mean, I think they itemized really well around him. They had Let's Call Ember. He had a good... He outplayed his mid lane, you know, he was ahead of the game. And then they had like Pavis, they had Glimmer, they had Pipe, just to protect him, make him even stronger. And amplified the lack of damage on XERXIA's item builds. And it just showed in the game they couldn't really kill anyone, and Youe was a monster.
Yeah, I feel like the TB didn't even have to do anything and they won the game already.
So you've been influenced by John. You're on the Pavis train.
Pavis.
Pavis.
Palace.
I'll call Ice Frog, you know. Man, all these names. This new
no idea how
patch
to
has
say it.
full of complicated names.
That's
Seeds
true.
of Serenity, the active on it, I think who was talking about it? Sunsfan was talking about it. It's like some weird ass name too. Everything's just too hard right
Yeah.
now.
Phylactery.
Too much. But anyways, you know what isn't too much? This series that we will see coming back right after a short break.
Be careful, child. Never they will fight. Your mama said his words. Oh, so many times. I'm thinking you knew better than the other guys. Riding on backbiting and get away with lies. No matter what it takes, always gonna cry. The only thing that matters is you get what you decide. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid and avenge yourself on a cold plate. You hear the roll of this shutdown when the world will stop without a sound. In a moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. The first time that I met you, I thought it looked so sweet. I stood around for the hills, beating a retreat. And when I heard you talking with that alluring sound, should have recalled the sirens and how that things went down. Living on the trenches, looking for a way to escape. You always cut me down like a dreamer's with the grapes. But never mind how I tried to leave you behind. I kept falling in your net. Oh, I've been so blind. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what have you done, and you finally get your debt repaid and revenge is served on a cold plate. And you hear the roar of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound. And the moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. About ourselves. About ourselves. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid and revenge is served on a cold plate. Oh yeah. blade, nickel blade, nickel blade.
Hello, everyone, and we are back to Game 2 of the Army Geniuses XERXIA series. I am your host, Sophie, and that first game was quite intense. Yoe convincingly led the charge and brought their team to victory with the help of the rest of his team, of course. But I have Adam and Aurora here with me today. How did you guys find that first game?
He proved Adam wrong. It's like, I'm going to trash this mid now. You say I'm inconsistent.
I mean, I think to be fair, XERXIA is probably not the team you want to compare yourself against,
Yeah,
but I think
that's
Yoe did perform really well. He definitely carried the game hard. I think in a world where Voice Spirit took over the mid lane instead because of how the both side lanes were going, like XERXIA was owning top and AG were owning bottom, the impact might have been, the game might have been a bit different.
Yeah. But I also think Pango is just not a silent hero now, like especially after the nerfs for the Q. You definitely won levels on this
I mean, I
hero.
think Pango has never been a silent hero,
Yeah,
but people
kind
are
of.
just insistent on picking these like flex heroes, right?
Yeah.
I think the game has developed to a point where teams that have advantages in drafts, they just pick it and they find a way to make it work. We see it's first pick Doom, first pick Underlord. Like, you're not flexing these heroes. You
Yeah.
pick it and you make it work somehow. You
Yeah.
enable them.
I have a question for you guys. So you, Adam, said that, XERXIA's not really the team that you want to compare yourself against right now, right? So do you think that it poses as an advantage to play a team like XERXIA, who came up from Division 2, as a kind of, I would say, maybe warm-up to Division 1 or just into the season? Or would you say you want to play like the best of the best at the start?
I think it really depends where you stand as a team. If you're in a good place, you want to just get wins while you can. If you're in a bad place, you probably want to play the best team, like maybe some Talon or something, so you can learn and kind of fix your ideas and adapt. Because the season's much shorter now, right? So it's
Yeah.
all about adapting and fixing as much as you can along the way.
Yeah, I think it's better to just fix your standard on who you think is the best team right now. I mean, ideally, of course, objectively, also the best team, not just who you think is the best team. But I mean, maybe it can be a good start. If you win your first series, you kind of feel better on the way. If you lose your first series, you might just think like, oh, are we getting shit? Like it might not be the truth. It's just maybe the other team is just much better. But I feel it's always good to just win the first series.
Yeah, get a little confidence boost, right? So do you guys think that AG is looking as tight as they were last season? Do you think they're... I mean, just from that game saying, I guess it's too early in the season to tell, but
In
just
the
from...
first 5 minutes, it looked like shambles.
in the off
That
lane.
was weird as hell, yeah.
I mean, it's
The
their
same
first
lane in mid
time.
wasn't bad. But I mean, like, Dazzle and Alk, that's a pain lane.
It is, but they picked the axe into it, right?
That is
they
also
kinda knew what was going to happen.
I think they were getting baited.
Maybe they were experimenting a little bit. I mean, they still won in the end. They had a good draft. TB still carried. Just the lane phase was a bit of a probably unplanned outcome.
Do you think they practiced that axe before? Or do you think it was just I see Dazzle. Axe seems like a good answer.
I think he suggested X because of the dazzle, possibly. I mean, I think it also played a really good part in protecting his supports. Like every team fight, the supports on AG would live, where else XERXIA would just get chased down by Yoe.
Yeah.
So I think in a full draft aspect, they kind of accomplished what they wanted to accomplish with the pick.
I feel like their support picks for both teams, they want the same thing. They want heroes to protect their support so that the support can do their thing. But then XERXIA can't do that because all three of their heroes are going to go in. So even if they are doing the right thing as the core, the two supports are just not able to play their game at all. So I feel like AG definitely had a better draft in that sense.
So there's definitely a reason why we don't see much Dazzle and Grim. Do you think it was more of a hero difference?
It was an
or-
itemization
It was still
issue.
okay. Yeah, and then suddenly the White Spirit came out. I feel they're playing on the kind of meta where let's just go in, let's just keep going in, let's just keep going in. But it doesn't really work now because you have so many items to stop the burst meta, like the Pavis. And then it's the pipe meta, like
Yeah,
every team is gonna get a pipe. So the burst meta don't work anymore. I feel you have to protect your supports. You have to play around all of your heroes to make it work.
Why don't you think these teams picked Underlord? Because I feel like it's kind of just a no-brainer at this rate.
I feel the same, but I think they just have a more confident in their own playstyle kind of thing.
Maybe
I
they
think-
don't want to rely on, like the meta
Yeah,
heroes.
I think she mentioned earlier as well that XERXIA kind of prioritized their offlaner, so maybe they don't want to pick down a lot for that reason. AG as well, definitely a team that prioritizes DB. They want to pick in your dream pretty early and just have
Yeah.
him like live in the lane. So
It's kind of funny because both offlaners prioritized, but both got destroyed.
it happens.
Yeah, it does happen. I mean, it is I could imagine playing that lane. It sounds super painful. Dazzle, Alchemist.
I mean, Dazzle's just a pain in the ass.
That's true.
You have a Coddle too, which doesn't really help you. So I thought they would like be stacking and stuff. So I mean, sure, in the first 5 minutes, X was like super low net worth, Dazzle super high, but
Yeah.
towards the like 10-15 minutes, once he got the Vanguard, started clearing stacks, like the net worth
Yeah.
kind of caught up anyway, which was probably their game plan from the start.
Yeah, they did manage to recover. But what do you guys think XERXIA will need to do to take this upcoming game? What do they need to change? Is it their playstyle? Is it the draft?
I think they just need to be mindful of what they pick, because they pick the supports to play around the Alchemist, and then they pick the other heroes to not really play around the supports, which is kind of just going against themselves. So I don't think they need to change too much. Just not pick half of the heroes that want to play one side and the other half pick the other side.
Well, let's see if they are mindful with what they pick with our second draft ready for game 2.
Okay, CM and Coddle ban. Are they really the problem though? I mean, I understand the CM because it feels like XERXIA don't really want to deal with support heroes that just keep spamming on the backline. But I think Coddle, he doesn't really just fit in the full backline kind of hero now because he has like the free blinding light starting.
It's just a strong hero, especially with all the pairings that exist right now.
Yeah.
I don't like this opening from XERXIA too much. I feel like AG have a window to just pick something that punishes here.
Yeah.
Like just a carry matchup against the MK and you ban for it. That's the advantage of first pick right now. I wouldn't be surprised to even see an Alchemist here.
Is this a flex monkey or
I think they're trying.
it's like the
No,
core?
it's a carry,
Oh, okay.
pretty sure. Because Bombi doesn't play the hero unless they run +5 monkey. Because Jaja's kind of the flexible guy on the team.
That sounds terrible.
What about JG?
I think JJ's role on this team is much more of the spirit as heroes. He plays like a lot of tiny primal beasts. I think his tiny is probably his best hero.
We haven't seen any tiny lately.
Yeah, I think only
Dead?
WestEU and WestEU or ECU. I think Noibi played it yesterday. Day before yesterday. AG taking some time here. You should definitely pick a carry here. I think first pick is if you first pick, no matter where you first pick cores, the 8 slot you also want to pick a core. You get
Yeah, and then
super
you
easy
just
bans.
graph around the
Yeah.
pick, yeah. They can just pick the TB and, I feel like Scaraf and Monkey can't do it. Okay.
Yuck.
Wind Ranger.
I just want to tell the Monkey who's the better player here, I guess.
You can cut trees.
Yeah.
Not a pick I was expecting. Might be a Yoei hero as well.
I mean, I think she definitely kind of benefited a lot from the buff for Universal because it's like another 0.1 damage raise, right, for stats. But I don't know, like this hero is kind of hard to pull out in competitive games as a core because you need too many items to make her work. And especially if you're putting her in the mid lane, she's gonna really need a lot. I don't like the Atos build either because I feel you're just a setup. I mean, there's so many heroes that can go mid and do setup, right? But if you're picking Ranger mid, you should do her damage. I feel like it's not doing her justice if you are just building Atos and then relying on supports to do damage.
We did see Wind Ranger have success though in Monday's game where Talon picked Wind Ranger, but I guess the game went so late that he was able to build core items on pause 4.
Yeah, I mean, if you do get to that point, it's kind of easy to play. He's just a super
Yeah.
scaling hero. His
Yeah.
problem as a hero has always been to get net worth, I think, which is why we see a lot more of these cheaper item builds. The Atos, for example, like she mentioned earlier, is just cheap and the hero's universal now. The problem before was you are an INT hero, but it's very hard to buy in items on Wind Ranger, Eagle, Maelstrom, BKB. But right now you kind of benefit from other stuff anyway.
Oracle bans. I feel like we haven't seen much Oracle. Is that just like a West EU thing or?
It's a player thing.
Yeah, we haven't
But
seen it in
Bombi is
SEA.
definitely an Oracle player. I just don't know if they'll like pick up post for Oracle. There are ones to ban it. I can't really think of any Oracle players in SEA.
Yeah, but it seems like
Maybe
such a
Ollie.
hero, like every game almost.
I think Purge and I guess Fate's Edict and False Promise are just really strong spells right now. But the lane is slightly weak depending on your pairing, so it's also not easy to pull off.
That is true.
I think I just don't really like the Monkey King here because now you have to pick a lot of things to make this Monkey King playable, right? And it's hard because you're not the first pick, and then you have to defend this Monkey King so much. Now they pick the Ember. I feel like they are still not able to deal with this Doom at all though.
I think it's going to come down to how the MK lanes, because I assume this guy might not be a pos 5, so they still have a pick here. Like some ENG kind of hero looks pretty decent. Just something to win the lane for a Monkey, because I think if you pick Monkey early and you just draft stuns, the hero always has a purpose. You can go the Deso build now, so you have a lot of options. Gives you Roche, gives you a lot of damage to kill supports. Definitely a hero that can snowball, so I don't hate it that much, but I do think the lane against Doom is not as straightforward as it should be.
Especially because Doom can just buy Vanguard and, you know.
There's our Invoker. Who was it? Was it yesterday Winter was saying that he wanted to see Invoker because he got a pretty big buff. The tornado
Yeah, it's double range right now.
double, yeah.
Well, one tornado, so it's easier to rotate in the early game if you play Exort. He has a cool shard now too. I think the EMP is like a vacuum. One
Oh,
more meteor.
And he has like 2 meteors at level 20, so it's like even if you can't really do much in the early game, as long as you can stall, strong hero.
no more triple meatballs.
You have 2 meatballs now.
They can go both ways, front and back.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like 2 separate cards.
Wait, is it a Talon?
Yes,
Yeah.
level 20.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Is it like a vector targeting thing, or is it just like a like?
Like,
No,
You just have 2
you just
charges.
drop it. You like click it and it just drops in front of you.
Oh, so you,
That's before basically.
oh, okay.
You
You
Ew.
okay, but I like Veno in this meta more than ever, though. I feel he's a very useful hero now.
you like it against Aegis heroes though. I feel it's so useless other than being able to slow the Wind Ranger.
Maybe, like you said, they just wanted someone to win the Monkey King's lane, and
Does
I
he
think
win the
Veno
lane
is
though?
alright.
Maybe. I
Not
would
so
like
bad, I feel.
Disruptor a lot more here. I feel like XERXIA has a very like, I kill you one hero, and then you need something for the Wukongs, more lockdown. This Monkey has no stuns to play with right now. If AG get a 4 stuff, it's actually so awkward to take any fights.
Haha, he is the stun.
Yeah, it's not what you want, man.
Yeah.
I feel like we haven't seen a lot of Clockwork lately either.
I
That's
feel
true.
Clockwork, Tiny, Tusk, or Spirit, they just
Lot of
don't really do well this patch because
Melee supports.
not really melee supports in particular. It's more of laning supports. You want to stay in the lane and, you know, get ahead, and then you can take the gate to destroy the other lane. But like these heroes, they aren't exactly good laning heroes to start with. So if they can't secure their own lane, and then you want them on the other lane, it's just kind of like stretching a little bit too far. Yeah.
Right. Let's see. What is their last pick? What are they looking for?
I think they can also just send the Ring Ranger safe lane.
Nah, they won't do that.
Yeah, really, not in your room kind of thing. Yeah.
Probably just a Jokam Wind Ranger. I would think they want a range hero here just because of the Clockwork pick. Not too sure what that is. Timber Underlord band, so maybe I'm wrong. Probably a melee hero. Strength
Drow?
power.
Yeah, true.
I'm really hoping to see Wind Ranger.
Or-
Oh, it's
Is it
really
orange?
Warden. I
Oh,
was thinking
alright.
of Warden, but then I feel might be a little bit too fancy.
His heroes are very interesting right now just because of how the new Tempest double works. Like all his spells have a different effect from his main hero. So I'm not sure how much games of this in your dream actually has.
Different visual effect or just different?
Different, like
effect,
the
effect.
effect. Yeah.
Oh.
Like they do different things. Like your Tempest doubles flux will do something else from your main hero's flux. Yeah, I'm not sure what the things are. Like it's in the patch.
Sorry, not a Warden player here too.
Yeah, and, you'll never catch me playing that hero. Dawnbreaker. I didn't know that hero still existed.
It's a Rupido hero.
Yeah, it's a Rupido hero.
I think they wanna just run, like look at their heroes. They're super aggressive. They wanna just keep fighting you, but I feel like this is gonna be same as game 1, where the mid matchup is gonna come in clutch, and I think Invoker against Ember is like Invoker favorite.
Yeah.
Where he plays Exort or Cospex. So I'm a bit concerned for Xerxia here because I think a lot of tempo is on JG.
I like the Dawn in the lane against the Arc Warden, but there's a clockwork, so he's gonna combo break you most of the time. I don't know if you can make it work in the lane, so it's really just up to the mid matchup.
Xerxia's team fight looks pretty good though. They have a lot of CC.
Yeah, I just feel like if you look at both teams like on the map, I feel like if 1 minute goes by, AG has like a 500 GPM advantage, like by nature of heroes. With the Invoker, Doom obviously one of the stupid ass GPM heroes, Arc Warden too.
If Xerxia play all their level 6 like properly, maybe they can kind of take over the game pretty early, because I don't think Army Geniuses have heroes that can stall aside from, I would say, the Arc Warden.
They don't really have push though on Xerxia. I really dislike their draft. I think they're just gonna be on a timer. They might win the early game, but it's very hard to close out the game.
Hey, this is their thing, because they try to pull this in the first game as well. Like, we just go, and then if it doesn't work, well, we just want to play this kind of draft. That kind of thing.
So I take you guys like AG's draft better?
Yeah, way better.
Yeah.
Way better? Just
Way better.
unanimous decision. Don't even have to hesitate?
No,
Not even thinking about it?
No. I don't think.
You don't think?
I mean, from the way Xerxia have to ban the heroes that they feel, yeah, you know what's your problem already. So we don't need to convince people that your draft sucks,
Damn, bro.
Ouch.
No chill.
Too much burning over here. We are burning in the sun, so I'm gonna send you guys over to Cap and SVG.
Thank you, Sophie. That's right. Game 2 of Army Geniuses versus Xerxia. And we've got a Dawnbreaker. We've got an Arc Warden. We've got some interesting heroes, Avery. I'm not convinced all of them are actually going to pull through in 7-3-3. I feel like some of these heroes are going to be proven not to actually fit the meta, but we'll see. What do you think?
I mean, I'll give $1,000 to anybody who can DM me right now and tell me exactly what Arc Warden does in every capacity.
Oh God, I forgot about the Arc Warden change. Okay, it's a Radiant side Arc Warden, so he's normal, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Until he gets his Tempest double out, right? And then his Tempest double is different.
Yeah. So, okay. One of the interesting things about this arc, or actually, we're going to see minute 0, 5-on-5.
Oh, shit, they got the hammer straight up on Varys, and they're going to try and blow him up right away. Gale doesn't actually hit the clockwork, so they can't go for that first blood, and now JG's in trouble. Slowed down by the blood grenade, and the high ground advantage works for Army Geniuses. Despite Xerxia having the initiation, guess they just didn't have the damage.
And they lose their ward. Very costly here. Varys gets all the gold he could ever dream of for a little clockwork. At least you'll probably split the runes here, but that's a rough go when you have all these early slows. Gale and Concussive Shot. Usually you win those level 1 trades. Celestial Hammer too. Clock just goddamn tanky.
Yeah, Clock surviving on an initiation. That doesn't happen too often. But if it happens enough early on, then this hero can actually do something.
All right, I know the panel was hating on Xerxia's draft.
Okay.
I actually think, in theory, they're very favored to win. I think AG is the better team, and I think the greed might pay off. But I actually think AG's draft has a huge hole, which is they have pretty much 5 single target heroes. And I think in this meta, playing that type of lineup is really difficult, because at some point the auras and the AoE, you just need some like team fight to win the game. And the single target jump is very weak. The single target jump in this meta is, at least on the supports, feels very trash to me in my limited play experience. I don't know what it is. I don't know why it feels so bad, but it does feel bad. So I feel like the supports that thrive are these supports that can provide you some AoE team fights, some control, or like the ability to buy auras because they can farm jungle very fast. So like Chen, Ench, Veno, Maiden, Coddle, these heroes that can clear waves, do jungle, get up auras, they just like pipe is often just better than like 3 support spells. Like that's just the truth. So like, you know, you can play Wind Ranger Clock.
Supports everywhere. All of a sudden, just so insulted.
I mean, that's the truth. Like, would you rather have pipe or would you rather have battery, power cog, rocket flare?
I would probably rather have pipe.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying.
I'm a Clockwork main. I love Clockwork. I can't believe I would say that I would rather have a pipe.
I like this hero too, but that's the problem because the pipe is also attached to a hero who has some spells, even if they're not as good. So you kind of have to weigh that. And then it's like, how fast can Clockwork farm an aura item compared to like a Veno or a Chen, right? Just not as fast. So I view these heroes as kind of liabilities. I kind of view AG's lineup as very high execution. If you execute it very well and the greed pays off, then you're probably going to win. But those 5-on-5s in theory are pretty hard for you. Like if XERXIA get the auras up, they have the Dawnbreaker ult. Veno's pretty annoying for these heroes to run in against. You don't have a lot of gap close. Monkey with the Wukongs and can secure you Roshan. Like I really think this game in theory should be hard for AG, but we'll see how it pans out. The other factor.
So keep going.
No, this is a different rant. I have a different rant ready.
Okay. So it's staying on that same rant. I think part of what you're talking about and the single target spells and like having supports that can farm lanes, I really like that concept because Yoakum, he's gonna die here. I think. Oh, denied. BB shows up just in time for the big swipe. Anyway, I agree. I think you want supports that can either farm neutrals or farm lanes because the map is so big. But do you think the Arc Warden kind of covers that weakness a bit? Because it is a hero that basically farms 2 parts of the map at once. So in that regards, I feel like they're less, that's less of a weak point just because of that hero.
I mean, the Arc Warden, like the thing is, I feel like space is unlimited, so the Arc Warden's gonna have a lot to farm no matter what. But then it's what are you doing as a support? If your cores are farming, what are you doing? You don't have anybody to kill with.
Sure. Okay.
And then these single target supports just like can't really kill on their own because this map's too big. You can't find people. I don't know. It's just better to hit creeps and build a pipe, man. I'm telling you. Like, so that's
fair enough.
That's one feel. All right. The other factor I want to talk about before we actually start casting the game.
Okay, sure. it's like honestly at this point, tournament organizers should just give like you like a giraffe. Like as soon as the last hero is picked, just instantly go to Avery so we can have his like 10-minute rant leading into the game.
I mean, I think this stuff's interesting. I think it's an interesting debate. You know, the lane phase is probably going to be quiet here.
Too.
If there's action happening, we can talk about it, but I think the damage is a little low on these side lanes.
Oh my God, there's action happening and your dream is dead.
Oh, he got messed up.
Yeah, he's this is Dawnbreaker. This is a kill combo, and Bombi's gonna survive because level 1 battery assault is not really good.
Yeah, it's pretty trash. Did cost Rupido a lot of mana. One of the problems with this hero, you can kill, but you want to maintain some lane control. I guess Lotuses are pretty nice on Dawnbreaker now too. You can never secure those. And it's like pretty big for this hero since she doesn't build a lot of early mana regen and really needs the refill.
I do kind of wonder, I agree with that, and I wonder if Arcane Rune, since you can go the Arcane Rune and like maybe the Vanguard build, I mean, I guess it's building into Octarine, which is kind of weird on this hero, but I do kind of wonder if Arcane boots would be value on this hero because of her mana issues.
I think it's okay. I think phase just ends up being like too good for the gap close and the damage, but I think Arcane boots are fine. Oh, another tree top.
Oh, nice shackle. That's going to create a little bit of space. Problem is still these blood grenades are really good for lane dominating cores like Monkey King.
Yeah, this is a very strong lane. Monkey Veno. I used to play this lane a lot back in the day. I considered it a god tier lane if you execute. Oh, out of
nice
nowhere.
Pickup.
Yoe with the snipe, just as I was praising this duel lane. I mean, this duel lane is just one of the ultimate kill lanes in Dota. There's pretty much almost nothing that can not get killed at some point by this combo, especially the level 1. It is very hard to deal with, so I would expect this lane to win, or at least go pretty well for Young God over the long term, but TB on
pulls him back into the cogs. A beautiful set of cogs from Varis, but it's still not enough.
Sunstrike?
And the Sunstrike's going to be off the mark because JG just stuck with his supports. Cutting in from the side, they do manage to get a shackle, but the battery assault is worn out, and Yoe doesn't feel healthy enough to go for the fight.
I mean, you see this. You see Varize is trying to kill people. He could just be jungling right now.
Yeah.
He could be Chen killing creeps.
You know, when I talked about heroes that I don't think are actually going to fit the meta, I was talking about Clockwork.
This hero's tough.
I love this hero. I think this hero's trash right now.
That single target snipe, though.
Pretty good.
And
Gets
it's
a
a
courier
courier.
kill on his way out. Very nice.
Yeah, that's efficient.
Dive in a bottom lane. Rapido gunning for In Your Dream and staying inside of the bubble gets the kill. Yoe's going to be able to counter. Let's see if they can get the kill. Varize with the battery assault. They got him.
Big kill. You're going to spend all your Invoker mana to come down here. You better get something out of it. As the monkey lane continues to slay. And these killings picking up pace here for XERXIA. And it's kind of the reverse. Looks like JG is now the one who's going to snowball in the Ember. Are you going to be able to deal with it on the map? This is where this AG lineup, I think, is going to have issues.
Radiant's
Like,
middle tower
can you
is
weather
under
this
attack.
period of the game? It's going to be tough, right? Because you don't have supports who can take lanes, so your towers are just going to get assaulted.
Oh, can he get there? The shackle lands. Yokum gets the wisdom rune, and the Clockwork gets it on the other side. They got the double wisdom runes. Big move there from Army Geniuses.
And they killed him on the TP. Oh man, what a sequence there. So much XP stolen. I'm gonna return kill, solo kill for Rapido. Very nice for him. I mean, maybe the only saving grace of that exchange for XERXIA was they got a crap ton of damage on this mid tower. Like, they're just smacking it with Ember that whole time. He's gonna come back here. This tower's just gonna die unless you bring heroes. Where are the heroes?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, they're going to show up now to try and put a stop to JG, but the pressure he's putting on this tower is pretty immense, and they're not going to kill him here, so the creeps are going to do even more damage. A lot of these Embers, I don't remember who I was watching who did this first. I think maybe it might have been Nisha that I noticed it. The Orb of Corrosion and just hit the tower over and over and
that
over
was
again.
Nisha.
Yeah.
It is definitely effective, as some of these mid matchups just don't want to stand there or can't stand there versus the slight spam.
Yeah. Exactly.
Now he's going to make the rotation top. Try and skew this monkey lane even more. There's just nothing up here, though. Vanguard Doom also pretty hard to gank. You do have Solar Guardian, something to keep in mind here. I mean, you have the Sunstrike on one side, Solar Guardian on the other. The power of the sun in both teams' hands. The global ability. You got to keep those numbers in check. I would not be surprised to see them try and force some mid skirmish with Donald up, just because his tower is so low and it's a pretty exposed part for AG. Like, they can't really bring in reinforcements to this mid fight. Invoker is not good in these types of engagements usually. There it is.
Put into work, get the kill on Yoe. It'd be pretty massive for XERXIA, and they will be able to collect that kill. Yoe. He falls, and Rapido pretty heavily committed here and burned out of his mana, so no real escape. Man, that slow does hardly anything on the Tempest version.
It's not great.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Try and find in your dream.
does
Do
more
land
damage, though.
Gale.
Middle tower is under attack.
No stuns. Young God. Slow God. Well, they got that mid collapse in the Invoker. Pretty nice. Continue to snowball Amber's game. Trade Dawn. Not exactly what you wanted there, but you can use the space on the map right now. Like, every time Invoker dies, this hero gets slowed down so much. It's very clunky to get back out and continue picking up the pace.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Kind of like
is under
Shadow Fiend.
attack.
It's like mid-right clickers they're just food.
Going for him
Back into
again,
the
and they
food.
do manage to land the stun. Rapido gets just in range and another slight, or the Remnant. The Remnant's going to chase him down. JG collects the scalp of Yoe once again. Bombi getting chased down here, but Rapido is also slowing down Yokum, so they might be able to get the trade off here. Until the Focus Fire does enough. The hook shot and Focus Fire, the ultimates of the two supports, collect the kill onto the Ember Spirit. That's really nice. The Cogs pushback. That is actually the one change to Clockwork that was kind of nice in the new patch.
Yeah,
These
can't get over
movement
that.
abilities can't get through the Cogs anymore.
I still think XERXIA are happy with that, though. Like, you somehow get the kill on the Ember with Wind Ranger ulti. That's pretty rare, but you're still just getting so much damage done during this period versus a very greedy lineup. And Invoker, second death for Yoe. He's continuing to fall behind. You're going to have to keep finding pickoffs with these supports. Just keep getting XP back in the game. At least those Wisdom Runes did work. I mean, you have 2 level 6s versus a level 4 and a level 5. Those Wisdom Runes.
Crazy aggressive from JG. It forced a rotation. Yoakum TP to the outpost as a result.
Gotta protect your golems.
Oh, they're going up to top lane, but the Dawnbreaker ultimate is denied. It doesn't matter. They still have the Arc Warden kill, but it does mean that Rapido needs to use the hammer to get out.
Plus the double. That thing's worth a lot now.
Yeah.
Like a Tempest double, 180 gold for level 1 Tempest double. Take that every time.
It's pretty good.
All right, time for the second rant that I never got to.
No, I knew it was coming eventually.
I mean, you thought you escaped just because there was action happening? No. Actually, it's not even a rant. When we were in Berlin, Skyward showed me this Arc Warden thing where the bubble adds magic damage to your right clicks.
Yeah.
And that actually works on illusions.
Really?
Yes. So
Okay.
if you go Manta Arc Warden, which in your dream actually has queued up here, and you pop that bubble on like your double Manta, because you get 1 on each, right? So you get like 4 Manta illusions plus 2 heroes in a bubble that adds damage to the bubble. It puts the magic proc on all of them, which is an insane amount of like random burst damage coming out.
It's 80 magic damage per hit.
Yes, it does full. So every illusion hits for like the full magic damage on every hit.
Holy
and this
crap.
works on all illusions in the game. So his cheese thing was like you can go Roshan with Arc Warden Phantom Lancer, because Phantom Lancer doppels and gets like 8 illusions and you bubble him and it kills Roshan like
Okay, yeah.
20 seconds. But in actuality, it's pretty decent on this hero because the Manta, all of a sudden your Manta illus are hitting for 80 extra magic every pop.
Sure. And Manta's not that bad of an item on Arc Warden anyway, so
Yeah, it's good.
Cool.
So it's like, that's one of the things I think is kind of cool in this hero.
I didn't know
I've
you
yet
knew
to see it
Skyward.
in competitive. Well, he was there. So, I mean, you got to pick up these tricks from anybody, you know? You never know when they'll be useful.
That is true. That is the that is the Western Europe mentality with all the hero spammers there, right? That's what everybody says. Gotta learn from the guys who have played 5,000 games of Spirit Breaker.
Well, I mean, you have to learn from his pain so that he feels justified in life. Because the man who has 5,000 Spirit Breaker games has no spirit left.
Truly been broken, huh?
I mean, what kind of depraved person?
Dire's structures are fortified.
I never understood hero spammers in Dota. I'm like Dota has such a cool roster where like all of these heroes are so unique. Why would you just settle in on just one hero? But
yeah, but that's like saying you don't understand serial killers. I mean, yeah. They're psychopaths. They don't obey the normal laws of humanity.
Sunstrike coming in. Oh, nicks him too. That's going to take the last hit. Nice shackle shot. JG is going to be able to get away though to the remnant that was already out, and that is a pretty powerful Wukong's command. It's going to be able to. Oh, the shackle's on too. Going to be able to collect and stop the TP of DB. JG, big moves by him, and a big win for XERXIA in that fight.
Yeah, JG playing with him. Arcane Rune. Mad value in that engagement. And that's just a hard go because, again, you're an entirely single target lineup, so you kind of have to just go on one dude with your Doom, with your hookshot, whatever. And then all this AoE counter initiation is just too easy. You get your Donald, you get your Wukong dropped, you're fighting through max level Plague Wards already up for Yaya here. I mean, the support items are going to be coming out, and it's going to make that single target go even harder. This is the period where XERXIA have to keep fighting, keep finding that momentum before all of the farm rate kicks in. Because the farm rate will kick in here. You have Octarine Doom, so a Devour online with Midas being built, and you have Midas Arc Warden with 2 more going to work. Like, even though you win these fights, you're not going to win that much of a gold lead off it. You just got to keep abusing the level advantage. And this is the exact type of pickoff you want in your dream. See you later.
Big kill. Get him while you can because his Manta has been significantly delayed at this point. He is sitting highest on his team, but 4th in net worth overall.
And this is a big test. Can you take the fights through the pipe, Mr. Walsh.
Denied.
I'm gonna guess no.
Because it's done for Rapido. He just rushed pipe here, and this is a pretty good pipe game. I mean, you can doom one guy, but your actual physical right click is late game Invoker? It's like kind of it. Arc Warden's a very much hybrid hero. So I just don't think you can win any 5-on-5 right now. If you're AG, you gotta dodge.
And I love that JG and Young God are going to be able to play so aggressively with that Dawnbreaker back up. They don't have the detection until Rapido shows up. They get shackled together, and now he's got to use his pipe and hammer to get out, but he's burned out of his mana. Doesn't have enough of it. I thought that jump was going to be okay, but just no detection immediately creates a very different outcome.
Yeah, that was very deep. You're getting killed on the backside from Clockwork. You're under a tier 2. You don't have detection. You're stuck in an ice wall. That's just a forced fight because they felt like they were stronger than they were, but that is not the way to do it.
It is something to be said that when they do make these kind of plays, they are telegraphing and lining up for both shackle shots and for big tornadoes.
Yep.
And that tornado especially, I think, was one of the biggest buffed abilities for Invoker. Like, the level 1 distance is crazy long compared to what it used to be.
It's good. I mean, this ice wall is also proving to be pretty damn annoying here.
Radiant are scanning.
Even Yoakum, just like double bracer build Force Staff. So Wind Ranger's pretty tanky. Even the magic damage. This Force Staff's going to help versus the Sky spells already. It's nice versus Veno and Ember. There's limited actual stun on Xerxia's side for this Skywrath ult, so a single Force Staff, it's going to save your course here. And I mean, Universal Hero still gets decent damage for his ult.
Yeah, plus the bracers, their damage got buffed up. Wind Ranger is one of the heroes that utilizes this bracer, the new bracer buff, incredibly well. There are a couple universal heroes that get like big damage out of it, and she's by far one of the best because obviously she gets free attack speed off of her ult. So,
I mean, the more I watch people figure out these universal heroes, the more broken they are, I think.
Yes, yeah,
that's what I feel. I was playing with some guy in Europe who was an offlane Wyvern spammer.
Yeah.
And he was like maxing stats. He was going like Atos Dragonlance on this Wyvern. Wyvern's universal now. You have like insane base damage, and you're so tanky. You're some like 800 HP core Wyvern who's hitting for like 200.
Yeah.
It actually seems so stupid conceptually.
And the Aghanim Scepter is way better build-up for you now that you're universal. You get so much damage out of it.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think if you're universal and you have a good Ags, it's like a no-brainer. It's just so effective. And if you're a right clicker, it's like, sign me up.
It's why I'm a little bit surprised everyone's doing this physical damage build on Void Spirit, but I still kind of feel like the Ags build on him has got to have some value.
I mean, I think that hero's like super timing specific in terms of your damage power spike, being able to pick people off and build momentum. But I do agree that Ags on that hero does, like, on numbers on paper wise, it seems pretty good.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just too mana intensive too. Run out of mana, I don't know. We'll see. This is a very new patch. A lot to be developed. We are in the infancy.
Missed the shackles. If they hit the shackles, then I mean, it's level 1 Mystic Flare, so it's not the most damage. He's got 2100 HP, so maybe when he steps forward a little bit too far forward into Young God as well, Young God adding the additional damage required, they get the kill on DB.
And setting up top.
Oh, Rapido, he threw that hammer a little bit too short. Not taking a ton of damage from Yoakum's Focus Fire, so he's good. Back over to bottom. Bumby, battery assault. Oh no, the creep wave. Okay, got him with the Rocket Flare. Maxed out Rocket Flare will secure the kill at least.
I mean, AG are stalling this game. Like, the lead's not building because you're fighting into all these Midases. You do have a level advantage here with your supports. Not by a huge margin, actually. I thought it would have been more, but even the AG supports have done a decent job finding a couple pickoffs that have kept it in this game. And you've gone to that Manta on In Your Dream, so the split push will increase, the damage will increase, put them all in the bubble, get the bonus magic. Boom. Now it's going to start to add up. This is where you have to continue to scale on Monkey. Monkey is the one thing Xerxia going for them. Like, Young God is in a really good place to potentially just carry this game. hitting hard.
So the Tempest version seems to do more damage for almost all the abilities, except for the Spark Wraith, which is actually better slow. Which is kind of interesting. Which kind of fits the whole doing more damage out of your magnetic field bit. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I'll be honest, this hero has way too many things going on.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if I've seen an Arc Warden until this game. Trying to go for it. The Sunstrike is not going to land. Another miss here from Yoei, who started off strong on the Exort Invoker, but...
Damage adding up. I didn't think... I mean, the lack of stuns here for XERXIA has been a problem, but I guess not if you have enough damage to just kill through the TPs.
Yeah. Try to catch him with the Tornado. It's actually a little bit low on mana, so he's got to be careful.
I mean, something else to think about as we go in this late game is XERXIA have double jump cores between the Ember Monkey, which also enables the Dawn. So in theory, like, all three of these cores can just get on the Arc Warden or get on the Invoker and try and just slay them on the back line. A very good gap close. Nice Boundless into the Dawn ults.
DB just commits. I mean, he's not getting out of there, so he drops the Doom. Team is going to be able to fight around this magnetic field. Rapido, he's trying to get away with the Tamer. Get over the cliff. He gets over the cliff, and it is going to be okay? Question mark? He's good. He's good.
You saw that bubble buff, though.
Yeah, I saw it hitting a pipe, so the impact was definitely lessened.
Yeah, pipes busted. We already established that, you know, you still got to fight through it.
I'm just saying, I was expecting big, you know, impact, and then it wasn't the biggest, just because pipe's a really good item.
I mean, what can you do?
Oh, now he's got the plus 40. He's the 15 Talon. Oh, goddamn. Now it's 120 damage.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this thing is nasty. Look at the damage.
You get more attack speed and you get more bonus damage. So if you double drop the bubble on you, you're hitting faster and you're oh, Jesus.
On all your Illus. It's bonkers. It's the future.
It doesn't matter if you just die.
Oh, you made the dodge because you're a god.
Oh, and the stun comes in from DB. That was beautiful off of the shackle shot as well. Wombo combo city from Army Geniuses. That was pretty as a penny.
Have mercy. They have families.
Not anymore. Oh, and they got with the vision as well.
Miss me.
Oh my, that was disgusting outplay. Like, just straight up disgusting. The man to dodge God into the shackle. I mean,
that's the kind of fight that just breaks you. I think that was legitimately like XERXIA are probably like, guys, I'm not sure if we're good enough to beat these guys. They're just too good.
I mean, they like threw everything on top of that stun too. That was the brutal part. The shackle is that's a game-winning shackle right there. And you can spam your buttons, but it's not going to help you. The damage is done. Sheesh. That just swung so much momentum in this game.
Yeah.
Those are the fights you have to be winning off the Monkey's net worth right now. And you're trying to get earlier Roshan's with his items. It makes it harder. Now you have a Diffusal on Yokum as well. This Wind Ranger is starting to hurt. Become a fourth core. The Midases are kicking in. Very scary lineup.
Fight, they would have Harpoon pretty soon on Young God, and then when he jumps onto somebody, he just keeps them inside of the Wukong's command, which is so deadly.
I mean, you also need this Boundless strike to land. It's pretty much your only hard stun that can maybe swing the Dawn ult in reliably or let the follow-up happen. The lack of lockdown is really hurting XERXIA in these long, drawn-out fights, whereas if you land a Shackle, I mean, Shackle it might be the best stun in the game now, honestly, in terms of single target. I can't think of anything that's better because all the stuns got nerfed and this one still feels pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, it went from, it's one of the only stuns that lasts more than 3 seconds, right? So.
Yeah, which is huge. It's like that and Beastmaster Roar to me. But Shackle on 2 is double the fun or double the pain. Hurricane Pike done for In Your Dream. It's gonna make this Wukong mana even more difficult.
Limiting their builds to be able to do Roshan. The flare constantly into the pit is scouting heroes, but they're going to smoke the other direction. They're going for the Dawnbreaker, who they know is going to be alone. They could also just take this tower real quick.
It's also double damage rune.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures.
It's gonna get pinged out. That's a big rune. You can find the fight with it. I mean, XERXIA are not doing the Roche right now. Like they're using a lot of time right now. Just getting nothing off this, and every time you're getting nothing, the gold lead builds because you have triple Midas going to work.
Yeah, Army Geniuses are super chill. They literally know you're in that corner, and they're just going to rocket Roshan over and over again and farm the entire time. And they're either going to wait for you to actually try and force Roshan, or wait for you to move out of the corner, I guess.
I think you have to force it if you're XERXIA here. I don't think you have a choice, because your catch is probably not reliable enough. Oh, Shackle into the Sunstrike. Look at the damage, god damn.
Diffuse a Blade Wind Ranger. It's pretty scary.
I mean,
especially on a hero like
Dawnbreaker.
Dawnbreaker. Your mana just gets burned out so quickly.
Yeah, you have no real counterplay. This period just got stalled out here. Didn't even get that Roche Force with the vision that you committed as well. And I think AG they're just gonna walk in the pit and say, what's up? Now you have to fight through all the Spark Rays.
Oh, let's see how fast he does it.
It's fast.
Holy crap.
It's pretty fucking fast. God damn. I'm telling you.
I don't even care about the Venomancer death.
It's kind of broken mechanic for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know if the rest of the hero is good enough, but this individual mechanic is definitely like absolutely insane.
Then you can get the cooldown on 20 if you want, which is interesting. Oh yeah, there's a damage penalty for your Tempest double. I forgot that was a thing.
Yep. Attack
but do you think the damage penalty applies to the magic damage that he's doing?
No, it doesn't, because it's like a separate proc.
Really? Okay, so then like that's a lot of your damage when you're split pushing anyway. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is the mechanic that makes this hero viable right now, in my opinion. I don't know about anything else, but this one is like crazy. It's a lot of freaking damage that is hard to prevent because you're in the bubbles when you're doing it.
Well, that Manta dodge play, that was a solid like 5 minutes ago. They were up. I mean, it was pretty much a dead even game at that point in time. And then we went up to 11K gold lead. Army Geniuses then do Roshan. Now it's up to 13K. I mean, this game has very rapidly spiraled out of control.
All it takes is a little dodge.
One click of the button to change an entire game.
I mean, this game is in AG's control because they're going to be able to decide how the fights go down. I think it's hard for XERXIA to find a good core jump. Their supports are both follow-up, so it has to be the Monkey or the Ember going in. It's just hard to fight through the Arc Warden right now. You also have BKBs up for the Invoker and the Doom. So like even if you jump them, okay, you can Boundless Strike one of them, but can you burst them before they get BKB off? But not. You don't have any other chain follow-up. That's it. It's tough, very tough to go. I have to just farm some more jump control, but it's like far away. I mean, I guess you can just keep scaling the Monkey. Believe in the Monkey scale.
With the Ags, and then again, if you can get the Harpoon, that just makes his zone control all the more deadly. But without stuns, how do you keep people in there? You know, the Boundless Strike and Harpoon will only take you so far.
It's also, are you going to scale versus Arc Warden? I feel like Arc Warden has a pretty decent late game matchup versus Monkey King. It's tough, especially with this new magic damage bubble. Like Monkey he kind of relies on fighting you physically in the Wukong with armor. But this Arc Warden can kind of shred you with hybrid damage now. Doesn't necessarily care that you're in a Wukong. Smoke on smoke, high ground ward. Definitely want to take the fight around it. That's an aggressive
shot lands. He force stabs over the side. He's immediately dead. Now they blew a lot of abilities for that one hero. And you could see Army Geniuses still want to take this fight. After perhaps an overcommitment, they're going to go for Young God. They do have the Dawnbreaker saved, though they did it so heavily, and the damage is enough. They burned through him, and he still had the Aegis, so he was willing to take that commitment, trade his life for the Monkey King. And now, without the Monkey, fight is just totally out of the hands of XERXIA. They're just going to lose more and more heroes. Only the Ember survives.
I still can't believe he just four-staffed in through the Wukong. I don't know if that was necessary, but I guess it works. Happy to trade the Aegis, like you said. Get the team wipe out of it, basically. There's just no damage in the tank after Wukong's dropped. Like, that's your only spell right now to kill this Arc Warden. You can only do it once.
I'm going to say this, it does not take away from Army Geniuses or XERXIA, but I do feel like when you have these heroes, Arc Warden, Alchemist, Doom, I do think it puts the current game... Oh, hook shot, actually stopping JJ. Oh, he's out of mana! Diffusal Blade burned him through after he'd already used some mana to get some remnants out. In Your Dream is still alive.
He's way too tanky. He's got 3,500 HP. With Paladin Sword, plus these bubbles. And he has the level 20 cooldown, so now the magnetic fields are up at a pretty high rate. I mean, the double solo killed the Veno and almost killed the Skywrath without illusions and when the bubble ran out. This thing is actually doing a nasty amount of damage. You need like Crimson Guard or something.
Yeah.
Dire are scanning.
I mean, they even have 2 Shivas, Cap. 1 for each shoulder.
Easy way to be able to find the Monkey King and protects against the physical damage quite a bit. Let's see if they can deal. Bombi, careful now. Careful now. Okay, yeah. That's... Oh, the Sunstrike had landed. Oh my God, that would have been beautiful.
That would have been a sick read. Well, I mean, I guess that's one way to get a shard. Throw your life into the cube. Didn't even get it though. Went to Veno.
Yeah, now they've got latent toxicity, which
absolutely useless here.
Yeah, it's not great.
Oh, it found support.
Going for it. Oh, force staff away, hook shot back in. And now the Doom is out onto Young God. Now they have the Dawnbreaker ultimate once again to try and bail him out, but the BKB DB doesn't care, and he just charges after the Monkey King, trying to kick him out of the fight as much as possible. The Sunstrike lands. It might be enough for the kill, and it is. DB will give us his life for that one. Pretty much every single time they throw everything they can at the Monkey King. Willing to trade heroes because once the Monkey's gone, so is the damage for XERXIA.
Oh, JG in trouble. He has Gem too.
Oh, he got sides. Slide over, but he doesn't have a remnant to jump to, doesn't have the mana either, drops the gem. Rapido tries to use the Ogre Seal Totem to be able to get out. The Ember Spirit actually goes back into the play, trying to go for the Ember. Ooh, he got him. The Invoker dies. Yoakum gets away with the gem, though, and cannot deal with his Arc Warden. He actually forced staff the Tempest double forward, gets a little bit of vision. The high ground hit doesn't land, and JG survives. So Yoakum's cutting in through the side. The Shackle doesn't land. He gets him with the Focus Fire. He can't get away from it. Yoakum collects the kill. And Your Dream is just destroying the rest of the team.
Yoakum is doing so much work in this game. It's ridiculous. He's ahead of the Ember in net worth right now. The true 4th core. God damn, that damage to 11,000 from In Your Dream. He's just sitting in these bubbles, turreting everybody, man. Nobody can man up. There's 4,000 HP Arc Warden here. He's almost level 25. That is a brutal talent to give away because you can up the damage on your double or take the duration either way. It's just a lot more damage in the fight. I think you take the damage now, to be honest. It's significant.
Really? Not the... Because he's playing with his double so much
maybe.
of the time.
Yeah, maybe you take the duration here. You don't have like the Octarine build.
Yeah.
I guess the damage is the bubbles. Yeah, maybe.
Level 20 plus Aghanim Scepter on Yokum. And let me just say, a huge difference, right? Between Ember Spirit last game, where Yoei was killing the 4 position every single fight. Now, the 4 position is killing the Ember Spirit.
The tables have turned. And DB is just killing you in your base.
Yeah, he's just throwing out dooms constantly now because it's a level 20 Talon plus Octarine, so he can use it to kill a support. It's not that big of a deal.
And Yoei with the Hex reveal.
BKB, oh boy, that damage from the talent, plus all the stats that he just bursted through a BKB.
I mean, yeah, Yokum has an Ags. This is, it's got out of control real fast. The late game of this lineup is absolutely terrifying.
Oh, Blinkboard hit him with the scythe. They do manage to have a 4-staff save on a JG, though the win run pushback of the Shard causing some issues. Rapido's out of position. Yoei diving in a little bit, trying to kill that support. Spotted by the dust. JG tries to punish. Can't really, though. And to blow through all of his remnants, so he's going to need some time to recover that.
There's way too much EHP right now. Aghanims on both supports. Got enough to maybe burst one hero to connect everything in the middle of a Wukong.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
I wish you the best. And level 25 up for the Arc Warden, he did take the damage penalty. Interesting. Huh. He just wants the extra rat or like building damage, I guess. I mean, it basically ended up being like plus 100 on his double. Like, pretty nice.
Oh, he's got tier 4 token still to pick up too.
Oh yeah, there's room to grow. The gold is a-flowing. It's flowing fast this game. That single man
he was
dodge.
Mindbreaker. Now he's got even more magic damage per hit.
Yeah, this thing does a lot of magic damage now. It does 45. This is not the like Mindbreaker you take for silence only anymore. This is a Mindbreaker you take on heroes that can use it.
He's doing 165 bonus magic damage per hit now when he has the
absurd
magnetic field on him.
All right, last fight for XERXIA here. Yokum just running in. He's invis.
Getting all the vision because of the Aghanim Scepter. He's invis that entire time, and now he's going to pull him into Yoei. And DB goes straight up once again. The Doom on the Young God. Then they throw all their damage at him. Ogre Seal Totem away. Oh, nice hook shot over the side. Varius making sure there is no escape. GG is going to be called. XERXIA.
Damn.
They will fall to Army Geniuses. Army Geniuses leaving little doubt here. Man, they actually got that Roche shot.
They killed the Roche before it ended. That's ridiculous.
5 second GG call was enough to be able to do Roshan. I mean, Arc Warden, you're absolutely right. That mechanic is busted. Whether the hero actually works, it's a question mark, but the hero, or the mechanic is crazy strong.
I mean, this hero is very strange. She has very weird timings, but honestly, I feel like it's just pretty solid in the right game. If you're not worried about getting out-tempoed or your towers don't go down too fast, this hero with just like Manta Hurricane Pike is kind of a beast, right? Because you become really tanky. You're like 2,500 HP with Manta Hurricane Pike, and then you just drop the bubbles, double split the Manta, and suddenly you have 6 units dealing 120 bonus magic damage each with increased attack speed. Like, it shreds Roche, it shreds heroes. You're tanky, they have to go on you. That timing is really strong. So I think if teams can figure out how to get there more reliably with this hero, I think we will actually see more of it. I think it's a very powerful hero at like
and network generation.
Mark.
I still hold that is a broken part of this meta right now, is that if you have a hero that is just able to generate gold out of nowhere, it fits this patch very nicely. And Army Geniuses put it to great work here in this game too, securing a 2-0 over XERXIA.
Quite a fast series pulled off by Army Geniuses. They were able to snatch a 2-0 in, I would say, very strong showings of both games. I mean, the second game was kind of a comeback, I would say. I mean, they weren't even really losing that much, but yeah. What did you guys think of the games?
I think it's just the nature of draft, because XERXIA's heroes, like, they have to go early, otherwise they just won't have a game because it's Warden, it's Doom. You won't have a game later if you don't go as early as you can. But I still think they really lack the one hero that can tie all of their heroes together. Like when the Venom came out, Adam mentioned that now they don't have enough stuns and all to set up for the Monkey King, right? And then the Dawnbreaker came out too. So I feel, okay, when you're the Monkey King, you want to be in a position where you feel safe to put your ulti down and you feel like people can't run away from your ulti. That's how you feel like you can play as a Monkey King. Otherwise, what are you gonna do? You're one spell down. So this, I don't know, I don't know about the Venom, I don't know about the Dawn, but it certainly didn't help the Monkey King much in the game at all.
I feel like just couldn't convert their advantage. They really needed this Deso on Monkey King to kind of pick up the pace. I feel like the Maelstrom was not a very good choice here. I think they really needed to scale into the game while keeping AG lower on net worth, because AG's heroes by nature, they will scale in net worth very well. We saw his Doom, he went Octary into Midas, second item, got it at 18 minutes or 19 anyway. I felt like they just were, every time nothing's happening in the game, they were losing. Every time something was happening in the game, they were winning. And XERXIA didn't have the ability to take objectives quick enough or sweep the map quick enough, and eventually it's Arc and Doom Invoker, well, just the Tricore just came online.
Yeah, that's true. I feel like they were really able to make use of the early game. Like they got on top of Yoe a couple times. Like they killed him twice in a row almost. But yeah, they weren't really able to pick up on their momentum. Like if they weren't doing something, they definitely were not making any progress in the game. You have an Arc Warden just farming.
I feel like every time they took a fight, they were winning. Like they were in a good spot in the game, but every time they didn't, it was like really weird.
Yeah. They needed to be proactive rather than reactive.
Well, I'd also like to see Rupido go for a more selfish build. Maybe let your Veno and Skyroth get the aura items, because I think he really needed to scale his game as well.
I think he can't play this game without BKB. He's not even dying to the Doom, he's just dying to Quad and Re-Ranger, all the stuns.
Yeah, I wouldn't have hated to see them go like double death, or even like some Mage Slayer Basher kind of build that we usually see. AC Halberd against the Arc Warden Invoker would have been pretty nice. Just kind of like damage.
And the Ember had what he needed to, make this game a little bit faster too, because he had a free lane and he did really well. They kept killing the Invoker as well. So I don't feel like they emphasize on this advantage and then keep going for more. Yeah, they just didn't really fight enough.
I think strategic-wise, they just had a draft that was supposed to do this. And AG's draft was supposed to be like, okay, we don't really care. And it was up to XERXIA to break that balance, right? Whether they can put that advantage to use, which is why I think the Teso was like a big factor. We've helped them get Roche. I think Veno had a Solar Crest as well, so you could get Roche, you could get objectives per kill. I feel like there were so many kills on the map that they got, but in the end, they only got the mid tower and the bot tower. That was like all they took.
Yeah. Here's our match MVP. We have Jokam on the Wind Ranger, hitting a lot of really essential shackle shots.
Yeah, XERXIA making him look so good.
Yeah, he hit some really nice ones, especially that one in the bottom tower when DB flew in and he got it on, I think it was DB and Ember.
Probably.
It was crispy.
DB's on his team though.
You know what I mean. Dawnbreaker. But yeah, I mean, I'm kind of surprised because usually we always see SEA draw the game out until the enemy team's hitting throne. No one ever calls GG like outside of the map, but
I think both games when they called it, the game was kind of over, honestly.
I mean,
some
very
people,
true.
they just
Honestly,
don't enjoy playing
I respect XERXIA for calling it fast because they already realized, like, okay, we lost the game already, so, cut it short, we just need to fix our problems rather than just keep on dragging. It's just waste of time.
That's true. But that's the SEA spirit, We gotta waste time. We gotta hit the 60-minute mark.
Yeah,
every
but
game.
you also have to be realistic. Okay, I'm channeling my inner winter now. You have to be realistic. Like, you can't just go 20k
So you think Winter
down.
will call GG?
I don't know, but
Call him out right
if
now.
he's not playing the game, he will definitely be like, please call GG right now so I can go home and sleep.
That's true,
Yeah,
but
that
that's
is true.
Winter. Selfish bitch.
Very. Whoa, come on, man.
Censor that, I'm sorry. I love you, Winter.
But yeah, I mean, Geniuses, they're looking good. They're looking really strong. I would like to see how they fare their next series. They are playing SMG next, I think. How do you guys think they'll do against them?
I mean, well, props to AG for setting a standard for them right now. I think they really know they need to step up their game. So it's not too bad. It's just the first series. I think against SMG, maybe they would kind of have an opening since SMG is also trying to adapt to their new players. So it might not be too tough, but SMG has been in a div one. So
My opinion on SMG right now is
Oh no.
their percentage of winning goes much higher if Masaros plays Timber.
That is
If Masaros
true.
does not get Timber, I actually don't think the team is that good right now.
Really?
Yeah, like I really think that Masaros Timber is like in an own box.
Yeah.
At least from the games Talon have shown and the games he's played on it, like in Div previous seasons, Tour 1.
Misery
he
taking
just-
notes. Okay,
Yes,
Ben Timber.
he has a really good Timber, so.
That's very true. He also had a good Night Stalker, I do remember, but
It's not the same,
Night
man. It's not the
Stalker's
same. I feel like his Timber, if I go click on his profile
That's
in his
true.
past like 10 Timber games, I think he's had a KDA of like 20 and 2 over like 10 games.
Oh,
like
wow.
all 10 games, you know. I mean, some of them are losses,
Does he
unfortunately.
spam like Timber a lot? Do you
He
know like
used
how
to
many
be
games
a
does
big
he have?
Timber player, like even when
Master
even
tier.
before his eggs, he's definitely a big Timber.
Got all the relics, all the
I think he's
immortals.
just really, really good at the hero.
He knows the limits. I feel like that's the thing about Timber players. You really have to know the limits to be able to be good at that hero.
Yeah, I feel like even if it's a bad game, he knows what to do. It's like this tenacity he has on this hero. So I guess it's not just a comfort play. It's more of like, oh, okay, I can put this player on this hero, and he'll know what to do all the time. I don't need to think for him. So then they can just focus on other four, because they are new players, right? So like you kind of have to get a lot of things out of the way first before you try and make the team play towards a draft that you think it's ideal.
Well, we do have an interview with RMG's very own Carrie in your dream. Hello, congratulations on your win. How do you feel?
Hello, thank you. It feels good, feels great for series. Not
First
bad.
series. Good confidence boost?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you guys feel like now that this is your second season in Division 1, you guys are going to be able to make it to the major?
I think there will be no more debate. Amen.
No more debate.
I hope so, man. How's the new patch treating you guys? Have you guys got some strategies locked in? You all feel ready for this patch?
I mean, we're not ready until we're ready. Maybe it's a lot of things to actually learn in this new patch because the map is bigger. Yeah, so kind of stressed in
Can you
the
tell
process.
us a bit about the Arc Warden pick? I don't think I've seen anyone play as hero competitively yet.
I mean, I just suggested because I tried 1 or 2 times in a pub. I think it's just good. Yeah.
Maybe because the map is also too big for people to
It is,
control. Yeah. What about the TB? Because I think last time TB is great because he can abuse his Manta, right? Now you generally don't try to buy Manta, and like you played a really good TB in the first game. Can you tell us more about the hero?
I mean, I'm the one who suggested TV too. I like it this patch because the map is bigger. It's the same reasons.
No.
You are a greedy boy. I love it.
Very greedy guy.
So you guys haven't played in Division 1 already, and you've played almost all the teams before. Is there any team that you're keen on playing again?
Maybe Boom Sports.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's Boom.
You want to send them back to Div 2?
Oh.
Is that what you're saying?
Come on, Adam.
No. It's you. You're the one saying, not me.
All right. Defense.
Maybe it's in your head.
Hello,
We're just
Claire.
helping you say it out.
Kiki,
Yeah.
what about how's prep coming along for this season? Like, how long do you guys scrim? Do you guys talk about the patch before this?
Maybe 2 or 3 weeks before the match. I'm not sure. Actually, this patch is kind of stressful for me, at least.
That's fair. I mean, you're owning, you guys. You won 2-0, so I hope it gets better for you. Owning,
Yep,
you're
thank
owning.
you.
Don't worry.
Do you guys feel any extra pressure because you guys are Indonesian team to get to the Bali Major?
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of pressured. We have to fight like Talon, like major team, and then SMG with the new roster. Like all of these teams, like they're good. So we just have to be well prepared before the game, I guess.
All right. Well, thank you so much in your dream for this wonderful interview, and I really hope that you guys make the Bali Major, get that home turf buff.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Take care. That would be a huge one, actually. Would AG be the first almost full Indonesian team besides UOA to make it to a major?
I believe so. There's Boom went to a minor.
Oh yeah, I guess. Boom. I keep thinking they're like,
The
was they like?
Dreamostar, FBZ, Mikoto, Boom.
Oh yeah, true.
But I think they only went to a minor. I don't think
No,
they ever
yeah, I
went
don't
to a
think they
major.
went to the major.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
it's a LAN, but I think playing in a home crowd is a totally different experience.
Yeah.
I think it's every Dota player's dream to actually play home crowd. Like, you know, people talk about TI and all, but once you get past that, there's nothing beats home crowd.
Yeah, that's so true. So many like teams with such nice arcs to follow this season, I feel. But we will go for a break. Don't go anywhere because we're gonna do something really fun when we come back.
come back biting and get away with lies. No matter what it takes, who is gonna cry? The only thing that matters is you get what you decide. But I know for sure today will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid and revenge is served on a cold plate. You hear the road of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound. And the moment you will cry for help, that we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. The first time that I met you, I thought it looked so sweet. I stood around for the hills, beating a retreat. And when I heard you talking with that alluring sound, should I recall the sirens and how that things went down? Living on the trenches, looking for a way to escape. You always cut me down like a dreamer's with the grapes. But never mind how I tried to leave you behind. I kept falling in your net. Oh, I've been so blind. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what have you done, and you finally get your debt repaid and revenge is served on a cold plate. And you hear the road of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound. And the moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. About ourselves. About ourselves. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid and revenge is served on a cold plate. Oh yeah, on a cold plate, on a cold plate, on a cold plate.
It has been a very, I would say, peaceful afternoon in the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Summer Tour. We are back for not a reason of having a game, but we're back for a fun little segment I like to call Defense of the Hot Take. I'm your host, Sophie, and I've got my two contestants here. We have Adam and Aurora. Are you
I'm
guys
forced
ready?
into this. I don't want to fight Adam. Although I'm not really supposed to fight him, but still, like.
Competitive. It's not a battle.
Yeah, so you may be wondering, what is Defense of the Hot Take? Basically, if you don't know what a hot take is, it's an unpopular opinion. It's something that a lot of people would probably think contrasting to. And they're going to have to defend their hot take. So Adam and Aurora are both going to get a prompt. They can choose to skip the prompt if they want, but then they will have to defend the next prompt. And I get to choose who wins. If it's a tie, then you get a little bonus round at the end. But
Basically, who you like more between the two of us.
So, yeah, Aurora.
Oh my.
All right, and the loser will then have to eat a, what is it called?
Papadum.
A papadum chip
Papadum
full of sambal.
with sambal.
This looks like the chicken rice
Yeah,
chili.
it does, but
Yeah.
I don't think it is. It might be, who knows. You'll find out later when
We
you
will
lose.
find out. So, are you guys ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Aurora, you ready?
Oh, well.
Too
when will we
bad.
ever be ready?
So how we're gonna choose who goes first is who most recently lost a Dota game.
I won my game last night.
Me too. I mean,
Right, so
Okay,
how
admit
do
who
we
lost.
how do we fact check this?
I mean, you can go to my Dota bar.
Yeah. All right. So
You guys didn't lose last night?
no.
I
all?
lost, but I ended up winning back.
Did you lose last night, Adam?
That's not the. That's twisting. That's twisting the rules. No, I played one game and I won.
Okay, Aurora!
I played 11 games.
Yeah, but
How's that fair?
but it's who lost most recently?
Yep.
Okay, fine, it's me.
All right, Aurora. Let's see what the hot take you have to defend is. You can choose to defend this one, or you can pass and have to defend the next one. So, the first one is OG Flute TI.
I might regret this, but I pass. I feel like this one is kind of boring. little
Ooh,
bit.
so you want a hotter take? So here's your you have to defend this. OG Flute TI twice, in fact.
I mean,
You gotta sit up straight. Come on, you gotta be confident. Now you gotta defend this.
I
You have
kind of
no
think
choice.
that's just LGD's fault though. Sorry, but
Aurora, come on! You can't just say you think it's LGD's fault. You're already losing me here.
I mean, okay, first of all,
You gotta act like you believe
they
it.
didn't have their original roster. So, I don't know, like, I really don't think. Yeah, but like, come on, why do I have to do this like OG Fluke TI and then OG Fluke TI twice? Like, it's a setup,
You just
hello?
gotta believe it. You gotta, I don't know, say it was part of the script or I don't know.
Let me get.
It's
Let me
okay,
get
I'll
some of
just
this
do
out
a
for you.
taste test. I'll just do a taste
That's
test.
an
It's
instant
alright. I can take spicy food.
I don't even need to play.
That's a DQ round.
Setup. It's a setup.
Does it smell
Wait,
good?
do I get to choose how much chili I put on?
Yeah, sure, go for it. Go crazy.
It doesn't smell like sambal.
You'll find
is
out
it?
soon.
It just smells like chili juice.
I wanna smell it.
Oh look, it's a bowl-shaped.
Can you smell?
Do I
Lucky
have
you.
to eat the whole thing?
No.
You can have a big juicy bite.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Adam, that's a lot.
It's like salsa.
Can you smell?
I guess.
It's supposed to be sambal.
Are you gonna eat it before I actually do mine? You just
Well,
call GG like Xerxia.
Oops.
I mean,
I don't think she has a choice.
yeah.
It's just-
So it's not a GG.
All right.
So it's
enjoy.
a whatever. Go next, okay?
Yeah.
Oh, you hear that?
Ooh, how's it?
Ew. No.
Describe taste.
Chili juice.
Just like C, very salty. Oh, it's really spicy though.
Is it?
Yeah. Oh.
Ooh.
Oh, it's not bad as a pairing.
Really?
All right.
I'm not pepping really.
There's the hot take.
That is the hot
I
thing.
mean, people eat papadum with curry anyway. So.
Oh, really?
I mean, it's really
Alright.
not bad because at first you only taste the chili because it's so powerful, I would say. And then when you bite into the papadum, it's actually quite nice.
Quite nice.
I'm burning right now.
All right, well, let's take that burning sensation to our second round because that's a forfeit round. You clearly could not defend the fact that OG Fluke TI. So let's go on to round two. Let's have Adam start this time. What is your hot take to defend?
China will never win
Good luck,
a
bro.
TI again.
Oh, he's getting into it. Just let
In
him cook.
recent times, China has been on the decline. The loss of Maybe, the loss of Ame, the loss of Faith Bian, who's now playing piano. When will China come back?
We'll never win TI again.
Yeah?
Forever.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Isn't that right?
That's right.
Without
that's right.
the champions, the defending champions.
There are new
look where,
China players.
Look where LGD is. They can't even get past the Visa Major.
The visa major.
TI is in Seattle now. How
Okay.
can? Yesterday, Yang announced that he's not playing Dota this year because he failed to get his visa 4 times.
Oh no.
China is finished.
They're a dead
No
region.
TI.
Yeah, I
No
have nothing to
TI.
say.
Nothing to say. So there's no coming back at all. No TI ever.
No TI. They will never win a TI again.
Okay. Well, that was pretty convincing. The visa stuff had me.
So do I have to feed her more softball?
No, it's Aurora's turn. We'll see if she can defend and take
biased.
better.
I blame LGD and you say, he blame LGD and you say, okay, I'm pretty convinced.
No, but the difference is you blame LGD for doing badly,
I mean,
and that's why they won.
they did.
All right, it's your turn. It's your turn.
All right, let's see what Aurora has for her hot take to defend. Pause, champ.
Nasi lemak
No,
comes from Indonesia.
No. Okay, wait.
You can
Although-
skip it, but it's probably gonna be like nasi lemak comes from Singapore or something.
That's true.
Okay, you know what? Since I'm already done, let's go. Go ahead. Show me the second line.
Singapore has better food than Malaysia.
Give it to us, Aurora.
Maybe we are in a dream. Maybe this is not the reality after all. Maybe we are in Wonderland. So yeah, I mean, I guess yeah, Singapore has better food than Malaysia. I don't know, like maybe they prepare it like in a cleaner environment. I guess Singapore is pretty clean, and preparing food you have to be pretty clean.
You know what,
Are you,
Adam?
are you convinced?
I don't think so. You gotta put more chili on her chip there.
Honestly, I'm
she's
just
not
gonna
even-
munch it. Honestly,
Yeah.
like,
She's enjoying.
She's just taking the papadum without the chili.
no, you have to
We need
offset
a
the chili,
judge
you know?
here. We need a referee to ensure a marshal. Can we get a marshal? Ensure she eats
Can
the
I get a
chili.
new-
Where's Richie? Where's John? We did it. We did
We
a
need
ref.
John, that's true.
I honestly like.
The camera needs to see you put the chili in your mouth.
Can I get a new one?
You can drink it with a straw.
Is it like all soggy?
uh,
Oh my god, that should be the punishment for losing 2-0.
Fine, I'll do it. But then, like, give me a new straw then. Doesn't feel clean.
Here you go. Here's the
It's a lot of
bunch. No,
straw.
Are you sure you'll do it? Here's the new one.
I bet you, Malaysian food is cleaner than that.
What? Then the straw?
Yeah.
Alright, we'll get you a new straw next time.
All right. Well, not to lie, I was fairly disappointed. I thought you
Yeah,
could
me
defend
too.
better, Aurora.
Whereas, do we have round
No,
three?
how do we defend that? Singapore has better food than
You
Malaysia.
get around. You
You're
gotta,
just
you gotta
supposed to
act.
believe it. Yeah, you gotta act.
With
Okay,
your
there's a
acting
fine
skills.
line between acting and being honest, okay, with your principles, alright?
I see.
Sorry, Singapore, I have a lot of Singapore friends, but still.
Well, Aurora's a woman of her people. That is, you have honor. At least that's what you have.
Yeah,
Enjoying your
whatever.
chili. She's done. She called
She's done.
GG.
She's done with us. All right. Well, that was a 2-0 for this little fun segment. Who do you think would be a good one to defend their opinion? I think John would do a fairly good job at this.
Winter.
Winter, you think?
Yeah.
What if he got the?
Actually, it depends. If you get the
Yeah,
like
if you get the
Singapore
Singapore has
food,
better
he
food.
would have eat the chili too.
Yeah, he would call GG instantly. I think John would do a good job. I think Richie would do a good job.
Richie would do a good job.
Yeah.
I agree.
Richie.
I agree.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he set me up from this.
They didn't know who was going first.
Well, maybe you're in the plan too.
Maybe Soph was in
It's
the plan.
scripted.
She is the host.
That is true.
We are just guests
No,
on the show.
I'll blame you.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Eat your chili.
Well,
Okay.
that was the first ever time you guys have seen Defense of the Hot Take. Hopefully, we have a stronger battle next time, a more fair fight. But yes, that is just a little taste of what we got.
Guys, I lost the battle, but I won the fight. I don't care. All right. All right.
You tell yourself that, Aurora. Anyways, we're gonna go for a quick break right before we get into our next series, which is SMG versus Bleed. So don't go anywhere.
Be careful, child. Never they will fight. Your mama said his words. Oh, so many times. I'm thinking you knew better than the other guys. Riding on backbiting and get away with lies. No matter what it takes, always gonna cry. The only thing that matters is you get what you decide. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and avenge yourself on a cold plate. You heed the road of this shutdown when the world will stop without a sound, and a moment you will cry for help, then we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. The first time that I met you, I thought it looked so sweet. I stood around for the hills, beating a retreat. And when I heard you talking with that alluring sound, should I recall the sirens and how that things went down? Living on the trenches, looking for a way to escape. You always cut me down like a dreamers with the grapes. But never mind how I tried to leave you behind. I kept falling in your net. Oh, I've been so blind. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what have you done, and you finally get your debt repaid and revenge is served on a cold plate. And you hear the roar of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound. And the moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. About ourselves. About ourselves. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid and revenge is served on a cold plate. Oh yeah. On a cold plate. On a cold plate. On a cold plate. his words. Oh, so many times. Thinking you knew better than the other guys. Riding on backbiting and get away with lies. No matter what it takes, always gonna cry. The only thing that matters is you get what you desire. But I know for sure today will come when you first realize what you have done and you finally get.
What a beautiful ocean we're looking at right now. I wish I was at the beach for real, but even better, we are here, back at the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Summer Tour. I'm your host, Sophie, and we're back for the SMG Bleed game. So that's going to be very excited. My panelists, though, I've got the amazing, intelligent, super smart and funny Adam and Winter.
I feel the love.
How you doing, Winter?
You can have some.
I know I forgot the dinner yesterday, but I was the designated Uber driver.
That is true.
last
You
night.
were the Uber Java. But how are you doing today, Winter? Were you able to catch any of that last series?
You are like a peanut that forgot the skin.
What does that mean?
It's a Malay saying that you forget when other people do something good for you.
Hey, I
It's like
remember
you've grown, the peanut come out, you're a peanut now.
And then you forget that the skin allowed you to grow.
They protected you all this while.
I know you drove us. I appreciate you.
Apparently
Winter.
not.
But did you get to see the last series?
A little bit.
A little bit. What did you think?
Wasn't very impressed with XERXIA. Is that how you say the name?
XERXIA?
I call him XERXIA.
Were you hoping for something better, I guess?
Not really though. I feel like they're like a team that needs to learn a lot of things, so it's gonna take some time. They're gonna need to learn quickly if they want to stay in Div 1. But I feel like maybe they can surprise us, at the end of the season.
You were the biggest AG fan, right, last season? What do you think of them now? You still think
Was it
they're
me?
like, it was you.
DB Jokam fan.
It was you.
Well, I mean, there's still a lot of things that they should work on. But good start, winning your first series. And we shall see from there, when they play against the bigger boys, and we'll see what they have in store for them.
It was a good start indeed, but now let's talk about SMG versus Bleed, because that is the series that we're gonna watch right now. These two teams, one team got a little switch up in the roster. They have Masaros now and John Noel. It's kind of confusing because Masaros was on Bleed. He got kicked. So this is I don't know if this is a little revenge match. I don't know if there's any bad blood, but
It doesn't matter if there's bad blood, you definitely want to beat the team that put you out.
That's true.
I mean, you want to win the game even if you didn't get booted out.
Regardless, you want to win.
You want to win.
But you want to win with a statement, sometimes you just want to go into the game. It's not just only about winning, it's about, tipping the guy who booted you, who made that fucker who made the decision, that
chairman.
guy, you want to go in the game, drop items in front of him, drop mantles, tip him, even before he dies, you're already spamming the tip.
Yeah.
Your chat wheels.
Winter's toxic.
Oh my, he want to say, I was right. Winter was right.
So who's the guy you want to tip the most, Winter?
Ooh.
In this game, if I'm...
No. Like, in Dota
your
world.
life.
Oh, in the whole Dota world,
Here it is.
no.
Can't say.
Not gonna go there, This guy's trying to get me in trouble, Second day at work trying to get me
I'm
fired.
bringing out the best in you. The real Winter.
But how do you guys think about Bleed? Because Bleed hasn't had any roster change. They stuck it through. The only change was their coach. So how do you think they're going to do against SMG, a team with their former teammate?
I think Misery definitely has had a positive impact on the team, judging by the first series, but they did look very shaky in game 1. I still disagree with some of their drafts and their approach to the game, but I think they have a playstyle right now that enables their players the most, and I think that is what a team needs to go as far as they can go.
It's going to come with time, the better drafts, and he doesn't have a lot of preparation with the team, I feel. And overall, I think this team, they had a lot of their own ideas right now, and I feel like sometimes when you bring somebody new, the person comes in, and even if the person doesn't have perfect ideas, but because all 5 of you just listen to that one person, it actually works better than 5 of you scuffling among yourself, among your better and brilliant ideas, whatever it is.
That's very true. And in our interview with Dubu, he seemed pretty happy about Misery.
Oh yeah, actually, I feel like I see the biggest difference in him.
Yeah, right?
When he was drafting, right, it was like, his head is...
Wait, so you're saying it's because of the draft and not because of the previous coach?
I don't know what. I don't know, maybe it has something to do with the previous coach, but I definitely feel like when he was drafting and he was playing, he had a lot more stress. Like you could tell from his plays, and sometimes I feel like him as a position 5 and he's drafting, you know, he overemphasizes on his own hero. Like he puts a lot of priority on his own hero, and right now because somebody else is doing it, he, let go, you know, okay, I trust you, draft, you know, if you want me to play Jack Hero every game, if you want me to play Undying every game, I'm just going to do it, you know, as long as we are winning. And I feel like that sort of changed his mentality in the game, and I feel like he's been playing a lot better.
I think it helps a lot as a player. Like I had some like coaching trials this season, and I love the players I talked to. Like, I think for a lot of them, getting a coach meant the coach taking over a lot of responsibilities, taking that off their shoulders. I think as a player, it's very hard. Drafting is like at a level where, especially for newer teams, I think you need someone who can put you on the same page, like Winter said. And on top of that, you want to relieve responsibilities from people who play.
Yeah, I mean, interview with Dubu, he did seem really relieved. Remember, I'm pretty sure he did say something about like how he can be more relaxed because of that job taken away from him.
You look at his face before, you compare before and after, you know, he's like, oh, I'm feeling
was so jolly.
I'm chilling, you know, somebody is like laying the smack down after the game, you know.
Yeah.
You, 11 minutes, what are you doing here? You know, somebody else is doing the dirty work, you know, and then he's like, okay.
The dude was like, get a Misery.
Before he was like doing it, and then after that, after doing the smackdown, you know, after laying down the smackdown, then in the game you have to go smoke with him still. Then you're like, the guy is like, oh, do I actually go smoke with the guy who just laid down the smackdown on me? And then the smoke got like a 2-second, 3-second delay because you're like talking and then like ER, okay, we do it, and then it's late, and then you do a bad smoke and everybody dies, you know. So and then at the replay section, nobody says a thing, you know, because everybody knows why the smoke was slow.
Wow, Winter, you really have that whole scenario thought in your head.
He has been through this. Winter was a SmackDown giver for those of you that did not know.
All right, but for SMG, we were talking about him a while ago, actually, before the break, about his Timber, Master's Timber. This is an essential hero for him, almost, it feels like. Do they need to respect Bandit Timber or pay it no mind?
I'm not sure, because SMG didn't really prioritize the hero. I just personally feel like it's my own opinion, you know. I don't think this is the opinion the teams have, but he is a really, really, really good Timber Sword player.
I agree with you.
And I think that he has showed on the hero more than once, more than 10 times that he is really fucking good on the hero. And I think it gives SMG the biggest chance for them to win their games.
Yeah, I feel like when they bring Masaros in, I'm not sure if he's the right fit for this team, you know, like chemistry-wise. I feel like he's a very polarizing offlaner, you know, and mid-1 is also like a polarizing player. Chidori is like whatever, you know, he plays whatever the team needs. But sometimes I feel like one is already enough, you know. You cannot have too many polarizing players. And I feel like before, they kind of also had 2 polarizing players, Nana and mid-1. But I feel like when mid-1 was playing the offlane, he's more like in his natural habitat, you know, the way he's playing. And from what I've seen so far in the first series, he doesn't feel like he's in his very comfortable area, you know, in the mid lane. He played like one of the games he played a Pango. I mean, he didn't really win his lane. He was like, he lost his lane a little bit. I mean, it's normal, you know. You play off lane for 2 years, maybe more than 2 years. Oh no, off lane and carry. Yeah. He played carry and off 1 year, right? And then he goes back to mid. You're definitely going to be rusty in mid lane again. So it's going to take you some time, you know. But overall, if you look at how the team is functioning, I'm not sure if this change is positive, you know, for the whole team.
Yeah. What do you think about John Wall as an addition to Pulse 5?
I think whoever plays Pulse 5, it's in a very dangerous position in this team. It doesn't matter if it's Gunner.
Well, he gets the smackdown.
He's definitely not the one giving the smackdown. He's the one receiving the smackdown.
I feel like mid-1 as a player, like, I don't know how he is right now as a mid. Obviously, it's going to be a journey. I'm sure the team understood that too with this role change. Mid is probably the hardest role to switch away from and come back to. I think Sumil kind of experienced it too, but he's back now. Maybe mid-1 can do the same. When I played with mid-1 back in Fnatic in 2016, he was actually probably the most impressive player I played with. He made so many solo plays, which I think people weren't very good at that time. He used to like pick Invoker against Earth Spirit. He'll buy Fairy Fire. He'll ask him why. He's like, oh, just for Earth Spirit. And his Earth Spirit would roll on him and he'll kill Earth Spirit. And he'd buy another Fairy Fire. The next time Earth Spirit came, he'll kill Earth Spirit again. And he just had like all these minor details and understanding
Yeah.
that made him like so good at that time.
A lot of the modern players right now do that too. Like I've heard about certain players in certain matchups they buy Ring of Protection so that they
Against
can
the
survive. Like
Blightstone,
Blightstone, or some hero that will buy Blightstone, or some hero that has a physical damage spell, so he gets the Ring of Protection during the laning phase just to out trade or out harass that spell. So definitely a lot of players are much better now.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at our draft of the first game of our second series today. SMG also, they don't have a coach, do they?
They do not.
Really? Oh,
They
they
do not.
didn't replace
Always Wanna
Wanna
Fly.
Fly.
From what I understand from the team, the reason they didn't want a coach is because they feel like they want to play around their own ideas. And if they do find a coach, they want to make sure that the coach fits them and plays to their ideas.
Oh. Interesting.
The chairman has to be approving of the coach.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, he's probably the one that works with the coach the most. And
Yeah.
I don't think he wants someone who comes in to like give them new ideas.
It makes a lot of sense, when the team is run in this kind of fashion. Like every team is obviously different, so you need different things. And Bat Rider IO, I think Bat Rider was like one of the heroes that I feel like it could be first phase when I saw the patch change when I had a couple of games. The reason being why I feel like Bat Rider can be first phase is because of all the extra neutral camps on the side lanes. And if you put Bat Rider on off lane, say you second pick, right? You want to pick your 3 and 4 right away, and I think you should be able to open it because no matter what's the matchup, right? I feel like you just skill Firefly more levels, and then you just go pull the creeps and you go to the jungle and you farm everything. So eventually you're gonna be able to get something out of a very very tough situation. That's why I feel like Bat Rider opening picks are very good. When I looked at the patch.
I think on top of that, it's also a stacking favorite hero, stacking a buff, obviously. And I think right now, I think Ice did it yesterday, but you can go Vanguard into Octarine.
Oh, yeah,
I think all
yeah.
these Vanguard into Octarine heroes are slightly busted right now, slightly.
I mean, Doom,
Lightly.
you could do that with Doom too.
Yeah,
KP did on Monday as
Yeah.
well. What do you think about doing it on Doom? Do you think it's
We had
like
it last game too, DB, when Brown Boots
Octarine Midas.
Vanguard, Octarine into Midas at 17 minutes. I mean, the item just feels really good to have, especially on a hero that Bat Rider. He's like so mana dependent.
Well,
that
would
the
you
HP
feel like
ups a
it's
lot
too
too.
greedy if you go Midas and Octarine? Like,
I think Doom is a
should you skip
special
Midas
hero.
if you go Octarine? Because the Octarine kind of is like a semi-Midas because it allows your Devour to be more on uptime.
It depends on the state of the game. I think generally if you don't go team items, you want to be as greedy as you can because you have like kind of
'Cause you're
infinite
Doom, right?
scaling. Yeah.
You just want to get to the late game and be the boss.
I think something interesting about this IO against Doom, I think the European teams like it a lot. Well, it's a heal, and obviously Real gets disengaged for Doom, which is always kind of nice. And SMG pick up the Veno here, which has healing reduction. So I wonder if that's the idea they're going for. Zhao played it the other day as well. It didn't work out
It's quite,
too well, but
quite annoying for Bat Rider in the team fights. The wards, they scout you out, so it's hard for you to find an opening to lasso somebody. Do you think Veno is like the best role of the hero right now is what, pos 5, right?
I like it as a 5. I like it as a 3 as well. But I think most teams in SE at least, we've only seen it on the post 5 role. I think it's a decent lane against the Bat too. The Bat can never really run into you.
Yeah.
You always have Gale, can't run away from you. You get free mana from Sticky. And like you said, the Plague Ward's scarring out the Bat Rider. But I will say, I think Bleed, their playstyle, at least the ones they've shown so far, is when Ice plays this Bat Rider, he's not some Blink Dagger hero. He's going to buy Travels, Octarine, he's going to play in the side lanes. They want to drag out the game and take smart fights based on map movement as much as they can.
So they ban out Storm, Naga. Those heroes are pretty good against the Doom and the Veno. Veno especially. You don't want to fight against any illusion heroes or heroes that can be very hard to lock down because you yourself as a hero, you don't provide your team any form of lockdown. And Bleed opts to ban Silencer and Void. So those are the heroes that deal with the relocate.
And lane the Bat Rider, right?
Yeah. Time Dilation and the Arcane Curse.
I
Those
wonder
are-
if they're gonna flex this Bat Rider because we only saw Ice play it, but I'm sure Corrin plays it as well.
I think Corden has. Yeah.
He does play Bat Rider, I'm pretty sure. I don't know how good it is as a mid right now. I haven't seen it from anyone else other than Yopaj.
Do you feel like the hero should be a side lane hero right now?
I agree with your points. I think the camps being there are nice. I think his lane's not weak. He has IO too, so you just push pull stack, kind of whatever. But you will probably end up giving the carry free farm.
Yeah, so in this lane, you're basically just playing to 5-5, 50-50 the lane. You're not really trying to, because you're playing against a Veno, right? So you're just playing to try to get your levels and your items as soon as possible. Because it will be hard for them to to kill against the battle.
Yeah, I mean, when you show your core this early without seeing matchups, getting away in the lane and being able to play the game is more than what you can ask for, I think.
Yeah, so they choose to ban out the Lash as their last ban.
Double IO pairing, Storm and Lash.
Okay, yeah, okay, that makes the most sense. Is there a replacement they can go for if they want to still pick a pairing with the IO right now? Something like Ember? Is that a good replacement?
It's definitely not as strong as the other two. The thing about the Lash and the Storm is they're just always on the map.
How about DP? Like,
DP's
she got
alright.
some buffs this patch. I mean the recent one on Monday.
I'm not sure if you want to double down on the healing thing though, because I feel SMG is kind of setting up for the anti-heal right now. We might even see the Poison Touch creep on the Doom. That would be really cool.
That's like what, 10%?
I think it's 25, 35, 45, 55. Like all 4 levels, which is kind of nice. I have not seen anyone get not a Centaur though. It's like a Tornado,
Centaur and Tornado, yeah. Like early games, sometimes I've seen people go for the move
The
speed.
Mara Burn Purge. move speed.
Mara Burn too, and then the Chain Lightning. But later, everybody seems to be doing the same thing.
What's the doable hero here? CM.
I mean, just very good standard stuff, you know. I like CM just in general with IO and Bat Rider here. You fight really well with them. You have a lockdown, small lockdowns. You give the Bat Rider mana. Sometimes he runs out of mana, so that's nice.
The support duos that Misery pick have been so iconic. I feel like in his past 5 or 6 years as a career, it's always somehow heroes that play maps like CM, Coddle, you know, these kind of heroes that just are nice to exist in the game.
Me, I wonder if they should just pick Phantom Lancer right away. Because if they don't pick Phantom Lancer here, I don't think they'll get it. Like Phantom Lancer is really good against all these 3 heroes.
I think it's a pretty hard PL game. I don't like it into CM. They go for a TB instead. Alright, so this looks like the exact same draft that SMG ran.
I mean, do you like
before.
TB more then? Against
I think just specifically because of Chidori, they want the TB. I feel like they have this understanding of the game where they want the TB to push waves, and
I mean,
PL
then
can't do that.
do they
as
just
much.
pick TB now on Bleed as a counter?
I kind of like Ursa here. I like Monkey as well. The Naga's removed. There's also heroes like Drow.
Okay, so Ursa and Monkey means that it's going to be a much fast-paced game because you're going to win the lane against the Doom. I mean, can you actually win the lane hard enough to justify it? Because right now, I feel like most of the time I see Doom in a difficult matchup. He always gets away with it.
Yeah, I get you. I feel like they want a pairing for this IO. Some Chaos Knight, some...
Yeah, PL with IO is not a very good pairing.
Yeah.
I agree.
CK, but the Pango's there to deal with the illusion heroes, right? That's why SMG picked this Pango TB again. So I wouldn't even hate to see a Bloodseeker here. There you go.
There it is.
Team Bleed playing the Bleed Seeker.
Bleed
How
buff.
can you lose, you know?
I mean, it's a really strong lane, CM Bloodseeker. Then they have this IO Bat, which constantly trades with you in the safe lane as well. So people are always going to be low.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Like this draft is actually very well thought out, you know, by Bleed. There's a lot of synergy between the heroes. They have very, very strong lanes, and inherently, if you get strong lanes, the game was just very easy for you to play. You know, and you don't want to put yourself in a situation where you need too many things to succeed in the game. Start with the lanes, you know. I always say, get good lanes.
Yeah. I feel like Bleed also has the option of picking like this Timbersaw kind of hero for Ice last pick. I'm not sure how you feel about it, but I think like even Abba or Timber...
Bloodseeker cost. Yeah. So you have to play a really, really fast pace.
Yeah, I was going to say like Zeus or Sniper too, but I don't think Corrin plays these kinds of heroes.
Yeah. Sometimes you would even recommend like Tinker, right, against Tinker.
Yeah. It is a pretty sick Tinker game right now.
Yeah, they don't have a very good catch apart from the roll.
It's very hard to catch as Pango, right? It's also a Rupture, you have Tether, Relocate.
Didn't Corden play Tinker?
Yeah, he did. It didn't look too great, but...
They lost that game.
Yeah,
really badly.
against Execration, right?
It's a pretty damn good thing.
No, it was against Talon, was it?
Yeah, it was. Darkseer removed. So they do think it's... they're not really sure whether Bat's off lane or not.
Yeah.
Bleak can kind of do whatever
I mean,
they
the
want.
bans still makes a lot of sense. You know, Void Spirit is just a very strong hero, and then Darkseer really annoys the shit out of Terrorblade in the lane. And
They have a
game.
Darkseer IO lane. I guess you could do Darkseer CM. The DJ is the best CM in the world, I swear. Everyone laughs at him.
How about Aiden?
Aiden? Aiden's post 5 though, DJ's like post 4. I give Boxy credit too, Boxy owns on it. Right?
So SMG, they are gonna need like a position 4 hero, right? They need like a hero that can go in and start the fight, because right now they don't really have good heroes to start the fight. Everyone else needs like a Blink, like Pango and the Doom, they're gonna need Blink.
I like Rubik for them. Pretty neutral hero. Good spells to steal this game. Good lane as well, Doom Rubik. What else is there? Disruptor and Oracle's been removed. Another Oracle ban. They also don't have an answer to Lasso right now. Or Rupture. It's a lot of single target on Bleed actually. Maybe some natural Lotus buyer. Just pick some like Mirana kind of hero.
Get the team items.
Yeah. So I think Lotus really owns this game
Yeah,
right now.
Lotus is so good.
You also kind of have to be wary about a Zeus or Tinker coming out. It's this high magic damage hero. Because Bleed has really strong silence right now based on the draft compared to SMG's heroes. And Pango doesn't really do well against Zeus or Tinker in lane.
Sky.
Are these the exact 5 same heroes they played the other day? I feel like it is. Just in different order.
And Sky is also a very good like a meta hero. It's very strong in the lane. It's very I feel like Sky is very good against Bloodseeker in the lane because you want heroes that can kill him, not just trade and let him regen. You want heroes that have kill potential. And if the lane is Sky and Doom, you can easily deal enough magic damage to burst him in the lane.
This is the exact same draft they played against Talon the first game.
I think the lane's weird though, because Sky is a kill hero, is strong in the like mid game, but in the lane you are very harass based, and Bloodseeker doesn't really care about you. Especially if it has this CM down here, you're off position, you get Nova Frostbitten, you kind of just die.
It depends on who gets the levels faster. I feel like they have enough damage. At level 3 for sure, they can have enough damage. At level 1 and level 2, I can see what you're saying. The CM and Bloodseeker, they just trade, harass, and he regens from getting last hits. Then the Sky doesn't feel as effective. But if they can get to the level 3 point, that's where the point where I feel like they'll do enough damage with a level 2 Scorch Earth. And it depends whether the Sky wants to go for a second point in the slow, which gives a lot of damage.
Yeah. I actually like to see SMG bring 3 heroes to the offlane at level 1, because I think this TB is going to get level 2 for free against Bad Rider. You can't really pressure him.
Yeah, that could be nice.
Maybe just get a First Blood and TB top, you know.
And your Doom, you're just going to like either devour and eat the creep or Scorcher, push the wave out. You'll be okay alone for a while. So they indeed go back for the Tinker, which is really, really good against the Terrorblade. But the previous time we saw them play Tinker, it didn't end so well.
I think he has a pretty free game this time though. I think the last time he played Tinker, the supports on the enemy team were able to keep coming mid. I feel like this game is really hard to play around mid on because the side lanes are going to be kind of pressured from Bleed on both the Bloodseeker and Bad Rider.
Yeah, and if they can do well in the lanes, the Tinker gets a good timing with the blink. He's going to run around and just destroy the map very, very easily, you know. And Team SMG, they don't really have good ways of catching him in the early game. They have to rely on either the Doom or the roll. I mean, Skyruff is decent against Tinker with the silence.
Yeah, I really like Bleed's draft way more than SMG. I feel like SMG.
But does the draft suit them, you know?
I think it does. Jackie, the Ice Bat, DJ IO, Jackie, Bloodseeker. Nothing out of the ordinary other than the Tinker, I think. But obviously he's been playing the hero. They picked it twice now, so I like to see how they play against SMG because I think Talon was a hard matchup to begin with anyway.
Yeah, I feel like and Bleed has a new them, you know? You're saying does it suit them? They're kind of a unopened box now.
Yeah, I mean, the previous criticism is always going to be going back to, if Cordon's not playing the tempo hero, he's not playing something that helps the team. You know, if he's put on a hero that needs more farm, he's going to be the win condition. Tinker's that kind of hero, you know. He tends to struggle. Or sometimes maybe he doesn't struggle, but he doesn't. He gets past the laning phase, but he doesn't win the game for his team.
So this is the third time SMG is picking Terrorblade in an option of a game where they can pick Terrorblade. Let's see if they'll finally win. I'm bringing you guys to Richie and John X Fire.
Hello. Yes, thank you, Soph. Yes, it's going to be a lovely. It's so bright and sunny here on the beach, isn't it? It's so bright here, John. But what are you going to do? It's because we got a hot and fiery, explosive match here. Bleed versus SMG. I want to draw this up like a bit of the grudge match that it is, at least for one man on SMG, and that's Masaros. Got kicked from them after Season 1 for Ice Ice Ice. How do you think that's been working out for SMG, or for Bleed, that is?
It's been a mixed bag, right? Like Tour 2 wasn't the hottest thing in the world for Bleed. Hope this tour, maybe it goes a little bit better. They've stuck together, they've got a new coach. It's been looking all right for the most part. I think SMG's it's interesting for SMG as well with their changes. Like Masaros, he's always been a solid offlane. I've always felt that way since his Motivate Trust days.
I thought that way when he was on Bleed as well.
Yeah, right. He's just completely solid. And he's always replaced. He was on Fnatic for a while, got replaced. and he just kind of bounced around after coming back to motivate Trust. So it's good to see him get this opportunity again, but he has a lot to deliver on. I think this renewed SMG with mid 1 mid, it feels like it's got an adjustment period. And it's also a little bit fascinating to me that they make these changes when they've already gone to a major, right? Maybe the results weren't as good as they expected, but to make 2 big changes, like removing Moon, who's been on that team for a very long time, it's just a little bit shocking.
It's a big position to change, and even if you had looked at the trajectory of SMG, especially in that spring tour, where they were kind of kicking ass and taking names, at least for the first half of that tour, they really came out of the gate swinging. I was also pretty surprised to see that change, but of course the lackluster results at Berlin may have spurred a couple of team talks, and well, mid 1 back to mid, excited to see him. He's facing off versus what must be the youngest mid laner in the league, Corden, on a hero that Winter was a bit surprised that they picked him, and I was a bit surprised as well to see him get picked again on this Tinker. It's the second time he's played Tinker, but didn't go so well in their first series here for Bleed.
Yeah, it didn't. It should have a decent enough lane here, and just capitalizing on, and last pick Tinker, you can kind of take a huge advantage off of it. I feel like the biggest thing to watch out for, outside of mid, is actually really Ice's lane. Like, look at this Batrider. We were having this chat, right? Look at his base damage at level 1, 54 to 58. Level 2, I believe that shoots up to near 64. Level 3, that becomes like 70. I've seen this like last night when I was doing NA. Just with the wand and 3 branches. This universal hero type is bonkers. You don't even need Napalm level 1. You can just go Flame Break Firefly. This is the preferred build nowadays.
Yeah. He's having a bit of a tough time here with the level 1s. Out of that Metamorphosis may end up dropping here, but Meta ends just in time, and instead, John Well is going to go down. Does get off that blood grenade, but that damage is not going to be sufficient.
Yeah, it's a good take for the side of Bleed to find. Just a little bit of an overextension, not quite enough on CDR to find the kill, and they get some regen back onto Ice. EXP, always a big bonus in finding these early kills. And again, the level spikes of the Batrider are pretty damn huge.
Little kill there onto Afu. He will die. So Jackie gets the kill credit onto him. Probably the blood rights there doing him in. Yeah, especially with the lane now pushing in, he's basically guaranteed a very easy level 2 here, especially with 3 range creeps stacking up. Chidori doing his best to try and get a couple of denies up in the tower, but this is going to get to, it's going to start being a bit scary. DJ on the Wisp, has a headdress already. The sustain's going to be immense, right? It does feel like it kind of offsets the pressure that this Veno 5 is now coming out with for SMG.
Yeah, and whenever you do have that Venomancer, it does feel like you really want to win out your lane. Like this hero just wants to dominate the laning phase more than anything else.
He's like Viper.
Pretty much it. And it's kind of interesting to think about Venomancers maybe building Ags. As a support, you don't tend to see that, but the Ags playstyle is hilarious because it's basically what you used to do as Venomancer before the rework. Just Poison Nova after you die. So, you still die as a Venomancer, but you do have some impact. We're not probably going to see that in this game. The bot lane, the harassment still flying out into Jackie. There is a lot you can pump out here for Afu, but one of the shortcomings of that Skyrat Mage, you run out of mana, you're kind of free to do what you want, but it does buy a lot of space for Masaros. Sure, you die as a Skyrat earlier on, but you can't really directly contest the Doom too hard here as a Bloodseeker.
That's right. Yeah, doing a decent job there securing the last hits as Masaros has got himself the mana burn creep. Super, super annoying yet again. But they also have a bit of damage to give on back. Masaros, he's going to take a little bit more than that to go down as the kill's actually top lane onto DJ. Looks like that second activation of the Metamorphosis does end up putting him down. Ice should be able to escape here.
Yeah, should be able to back off. He does go for the 1-1-1 build, so he's not going too experimental with what we've seen maybe in other regions, where I think I've been seeing a 0-1-2 build or a 0-2-1 build by 3, and just kind of harassing down. This is a hard lane to fully commit for that chase down anyway, just because reflection, reflection coming out, and the Venomancer slows does make it hard to fully commit onto these heroes. But I do like the combination. Like, Io Batrider is very solid. This is probably what you're going to be gunning for every single time. You get that extra move speed, you get the extra spell damage. Once you hit level 4, level 5, the threat's even higher. And for SMG, I mean, this is a comfort pick for Chidori. He does love his Terrorblade. We've seen pretty much nothing but Terrorblade coming out from SMG.
It's pretty much just been the TB in the highlights and the lowlights for SMG.
Yeah, It is something that he consistently performs on, so he should know his ins and outs, know when to pull back.
Hard game, though, right, on this Tinker for Corden.
Yeah.
I mean, it's especially because I think it's not so much even about necessarily the hero itself, but it's about how global, I would say, a lineup is Bleed right now. I mean, you've got this Wisp to relocate Batrider or maybe even Bloodseeker around the map. Tinker obviously can join on the Keen, what is it, Clairvoyance? Conveyance. I always get that confused with the coach.
Yes, yes. Coach Clairvoyance must be feeling nice. That gets mixed up a little bit. Always has a few hot takes of himself on Twitter.
That's right, he does.
Very strongly opinionated.
We like a strongly opinionated coach, honestly.
Yeah.
Let us know how he feels. Masaros might not be feeling too good here. Does get hit with that blood right. They don't really have any more slows, and I think the damage is just lacking here. Too much armor on that Doom.
Yeah. +3 under the tower.
He's taking literally no damage.
Literally no damage.
Literally no damage.
I miss the days when he had 0 armor. +1 was a huge deal. Now it's like, all right, we've added it up to 6.
Yeah, he's got 5 out of the gate now, doesn't he? Or something like that? That's crazy.
It's not the same.
It's, Ice Frog really wants you to be able to devour your delicious creeps and digest them.
Yeah, a good meal is always necessary. Doom is a daily reminder to eat your creeps.
That's right.
And get nutrients in. Leads to gold down line. It's an investment in yourself.
And exactly. And then you get Midas, and you're really just rolling in it. We'll see if Masaros ends up going for one of those. Doesn't have one queued up yet. Doesn't need this Vanguard online. Then literally Jackie will be dealing 0 damage. Already you can see for as much pressure as they're applying, it's not doing too much. The wave is pushed out pretty far, so I'd say that as far as equilibrium goes, Bleed are doing a really good job here. Dubu's been maintaining creep control, pulling through the small camp. Afu hasn't been able to contest him, but top lane, so we've had a lot of the action here. This time they go on to Zhao. Trying to sneak away into those trees. 5 stacks of the napalm. There's 6, and down he goes. Kill goes to DJ. He's got 2 of those now.
Yeah, a big kill again. The EXP, very important for the Batrider to soak up. And you leave an isolated Terrorblade. And granted, Metamorphosis will be back up on respawn, so you should be able to play around with your Venom once more, but this is not the best of times for Chidori. At the same time, he is free to farm, so you're trading away these kills for creeps.
I gotta say though, John, I'm a little bit surprised that John Wall did not decide to invest into a stick, at least. Full wand, we got a ball on a budget here. It's position 5 Veno, but not even a stick against a Batrider. Maybe he's trying to be a little bit more mobile, and he doesn't really think the stick's gonna be worth the investment, but that's usually a go-to item against a Bat.
Yeah, they just have that extra regen on hand. I do understand why, as you said, you'd go for the boots. The mobility is quite necessary for a Veno, otherwise you're just a little bit of a walking creep like Bubu right now.
Exactly, he will die. Down goes the doggo. And Mid1 with the kill, and Mid1 who's been having a pretty good laning stage overall, hasn't really fallen too far behind farming those creeps, as they do get a big kill onto Chidori top lane. They did not kill him through meta, so at least Chidori still has that when he returns, but with John Well missing for so long, contesting for the 6-minute power rune, it became pretty obvious he was alone.
Yeah, they get that opportunity to just run down. Isis Heist now level 5, has 71 damage on the right clicks, and can really just spam his spells. Trying to threaten on Masaros. I mean, they're trying their best to zone him out, but...
Oh, maybe they need 30 more auto attacks, John. I think they got him. Whittling him down. Death by 1,000 cuts right there.
Yeah, that's what they're going to have to do. They have, again, managed to control Masaros to an extent. This is not the runaway Doom start with an earlier Vanguard, maybe half a minute earlier into the Midas with an early ARP boots.
Yeah, they're going to go for him now, but a pretty good read here sees him over the cliff. I don't really think they can catch him. Try as they might, and they certainly will. Chidori stuck behind his own illusion here, as there's going to be DJ now joining. Afu as well, TPing in, or using the gate perhaps. Another TP coming from the mid lane. Here comes Corden as well. Ice being kept alive by DJ. DJ says, no, take me instead. And Corden says, take these rockets now. Chidori on his way out. They've actually got the kill onto John Noel, because Dubu's taking the gate from behind. He closes the door. Chidori will die. DJ as well now on a killing streak here on the Wisp. Mid1 finally TP's on in. Corden's out of here to regen back in the fountain, and Mid1's accidentally put himself on the low ground. What in the world? These SMG, they just love fighting in the corner, don't they?
I mean, the corners can work out for you if you find the angles. Mid1 doesn't quite connect in time. Really good punishment coming out there from Bleed. Great rotation coming out from Corden.
Well,
and great
Ice,
positioning.
Ice, you don't have. Oh no, Ice. He doesn't need any HP because he has a wisp to keep him alive. Unfortunately, he's underestimated the amount of damage his opponents are going to do. And Afu with a tip there, Ice is going to tip him right back. I'm not sure how he calculated that.
I didn't think he'd expect him to pop right back up. Does get punished for it. I mean, I guess he felt confident. If it was just one hero with the last one, maybe you could have survived, but
sure.
No backup.
No backup there for him. And now they're trying to back up Masaros. There's going to be a bit more damage courtesy of the Rupture. Magic damage out from Corden, who's sipping on the bottle. Doesn't have enough for any more spells, but Jackie will eventually be able to cleave him down there with the right clicks.
And that's a big one. They've been looking for that Doom kill for a while, freeing up the lane to just ramp up even more. And Jackie already has the Javelin up, going into the Hammer for the full Maelstrom. And his farming pace will kick into gear. Like, this is a really strong start. Again, they've not been finding that kill in Masaros, but they've been preventing that Doom as a suppressive force on your safe lane in comparison for CDR, where Chidori's been pressured a lot, right? Like, they've been constantly gunning down Johnuel. Whenever Johnuel leaves the lane, he's just a sitting duck. He is at the point where he can jungle on the Terrorblade, so he can just start building up. There's no offensive wards coming out from Bleed.
The death of Dubu. They are going to try and avenge him, though, as they bring in Ice once again with less than half HP, but there's many heroes here from SMG. An immediate blink out from Corden, so he has that item now online. Does have SMG rethinking this engagement. Relocate is going to take Ice out as well, so once again, it's a 4 versus 1 now. Jackie, he stayed for one more auto attack. They missed the Gale on him, though, and so he'll be safely away. That was a spooky little bit of fighting there for Bleed.
Yeah, just a bit on edge. They do manage to back off. Neither side getting punished too hard.
Couple ultis committed. How do you think Mid One's playing so far on this Pango? He's top net worth.
I think he's done a great job. Oh,
hold on, there's a Doom. That's for Jackie. They need a bit more damage. Afu, bit shy on the mana and the cooldowns. Is Dubu doing his best to hold back the SMG attackers? I think he's going to be okay, actually. TJ even coming on back. They're going to try and continue to fight this. Chidori does have the Metamorphosis, and is going to pop the Reflect. They see 4. Oh, and they found Corden with the Silence. The Ancient Seal is going to end up putting him down. Mid One connecting as well from the mid lane. DJ, no TP scroll, as Mid One's going to have to park it, thanks to the Rupture. But a kill into Corden is still more than valuable here for SMG, especially as it may result in the tower.
Yeah, that's actually the kill you really want to go for. I think the Tinker going off to a strong start is a pretty scary prospect, right? We talked about the Tinker being a really good pick. It looks like a pretty damn good Tinker game. There's not much to threaten you, so you've got to punish it early. We already saw Ice clear some of the stacks earlier on as well in the side lane, but they still have some of these triangle stacks for the Tinker to clear out. And with the bot tier 1 taken, it doesn't really affect that area of the map. So you still have this recovery lined up for Corden eventually. And you have your own reach coming out here for SMG, so more room for Masaros to build. He is going back into the Midas, skips the Arcanes first. Looking to top, though.
Yeah, it's doing a pretty good job. And actually, Afu almost dies there just to the residual Firefly that Ice left behind. This tower's not going to go down nearly as fast, but Ice has been chipping away at it. Now with DJ as well to support him, but SMG bringing the numbers as Mid One will show yet again in the lane. Not really in a position where he could look for a follow-up kill. Dubu is diving a tower here. That's because he's got backup. There's the reload out from Ice. This time it's going to be quite a successful... No, just kidding. The Sunder in time. Dubu still singing his song, though. Will be able to at least get the kill. Masaros as well is just tanking the freezing field. One of the most high damage AoE spells in the entire game, but he'll be okay for now. I hear a Rolling Thunder. That's top lane as Mid One goes underneath the tower. Another Rolling Thunder, not really setting up for much here, John.
Yeah.
Oh my God. What was that?
Oh, he got deleted. Ooh. It's all the spell amp. I believe that's Overcharge plus Blood Rage on the Blood Right.
That was crazy.
As it popped. That's a level 1 Blood Right. It looked like a lot of damage.
It did, yeah. It's because he got hit with a Heat-Seeking Missile. The physical attack did 200 on top of Blood Right, on top of a Maelstrom.
All in that tick.
Yeah, he just got absolutely destroyed. I thought he was like level 2 or something.
Yeah, it looked like it. That is one of the shortcomings of that Van Mansoret. Extremely squishy backline. You were talking about enjoying those kinds of heroes.
I love the squishy backline, and maybe that's why the Ags build it can be something for him to consider here as Mid One is going to be scouted. Showing up to the fight with the Diffusal Blade. He'd love to get some action here, but just by being here, it seems like he's actually forced back Bleed from this push.
Yeah, they show respect. They They understand that the Pangolier is in a pretty big spike with that Diffusal Blade. You don't really want to force it too hard, although with Jackie around, Rupture is ready if you see that roll threat.
That's a good point. Lasso as well coming off cooldown here, and Ice he's looking for it. Looking for the lasso. There is a level 6 on the Sky, that is, the Mystic Flare, but just by looking, just by going fishing here, Ice has forced him back. All right, hold on though. They're putting a lot of damage now onto Ice. He's just dead. No, he's not actually. DJ will be able to save him all the way back to the fountain he's brought. He'll be okay for now. SMG looking to set up on the back of this, and there is a Rolling Thunder. Jackie positioned somewhat nearby for a Rupture. We'll see how this one kicks off as SMG are going to be forced back. I think Ice TP'd back to the Tier 1 tower, didn't he?
Yeah, just decided to preempt that move. Get in there early, get a better position, and SMG not able to capitalize too much. This is space coming out for Chidori though. You are farming up quite nicely in that Terrorblade at this point. And you are giving some room for Masaros to keep devouring creeps and keep that Midas in play. Rushing the Octarine, which I do like to see. This is, again, a fairly common build-up in the off lane now. Just the lower cooldowns, the stats feeling pretty good overall for a lot of the off lanes. Lots of durability coming out from there.
Definitely.
So I don't mind the rush. I do feel like at the sacrifice of Aetherlance, it's kind of sad for supports, but who cares about supports?
Yeah, I did really like that Aether into Octarine build. That felt really nice. Now Aether just kind of feels a bit useless. I don't know. It's still a good item. At least it dissembles into the boots. I think maybe having it go into Octarine was a little bit too convenient, but you know, you got to give support players some reason to continue queuing as 5. Some of those gates are just dreadful. This one for Zhao Nuel is looking like it might be one of those for him. We'll see how that continues, as Ice is going to be able to force away Masaros from the bottom lane. Bit of a different hero for Masaros, this Doom, isn't it? A little bit more farm heavy, plays more on the items, looks to take over in lane. I guess in a lot of ways it's similar to Timbersaw, where you just want to get on top of your one target with your spells, but see how he's able to continue executing on that.
It's a little bit curious SMG's left her Wisdom Rune alone this long.
Yeah, just 70 seconds. It's a long time. A lot can happen in 70 seconds. Like, you can get wrapped around here, for example. As Bleed are looking to do now, they might just find Masaros. Here comes Ice. Does find the lasso. Rolling Thunder is canceled, actually. Mid one just looking for damage. Here in comes Jackie now. The Rupture is going to be able to find mid one. The damage onto Ice once again healed off by the mechanism, as Doom is for Dubu. Couldn't even get off a single spell in this fight, but so far it's going very well, quite swimmingly here for Bleed. They could not get the deny in time onto Dubu, so he will take down to the Doom, as there's going to be the Veno ulti. A little bit of damage onto Ice. He will go down. Chidori pops the meta for this as well. So Bleed probably not looking to fight this anymore. And even trade though, support and an off lane.
Yeah, you're a bit happier about killing off Masaros again. Dinking down his build up into that Octarine. You force out the Doom as well. You got the rollout earlier on. So you're pretty happy. You're not scared of SMG making any move. It does feel like they're going to have to want to play with the Doom, or at the very least the Rolling Thunder, before getting aggressive. And that does just buy more space for Corden and for Jackie to farm up. Like, you do have two pretty heavy farming heroes. You've got the Blink up in Corden, so you can start making some plays now on that Tinker. Yep. SMG, we'll try something. Rolling Thunder's still half a minute away, but they could try for a burst play.
They could. It's pretty doable, especially if you're able to find Jackie, but he's already cleared these camps and out of the area. If you suspect he's going to farm these next Ancients, you'll see SMG run up these this cliff. Nothing here. Well, there is something here. It's a stack, but no Bloodseeker, no Wisdom Rune. They're not getting a whole lot out of this one. I don't know how much longer Ice, and DJ stick around in this top lane either, with how close they are now to this Tier 2 tower. So I don't know if this smoke is going to end up panning out. It's timed out anyway. SMG, yeah, I mean, mid one just got the Watchers at least, but not much else. Good movements here by Bleed. They're going to get themselves out of here safely. But that's Octarine complete now for Masaros, so we might start to see him get a bit more active here, looking for the Dooms, looking to try and keep Tinker out of these fights, or, you know, just dooming the dog a little bit more.
Yeah, or perhaps just sit back and devour more often.
That could be, and Midas, don't forget about that.
Yeah, Midas and devour. Again, nutrients, eating, getting bigger and bigger, and that does feel like that's SMG's game plan right now. Like, just reach this launching point with the Doom and the Terrorblade. Chidori's just not pressured at all. He did have a slower lane, but he's catched up in farm. Jackie's still ahead, but not by much, although he is tying with Masaros, which is a good sign. You're up against the Doom.
And I think this game's just kind of not playable for mid one either. You've got two of the better counters. Grimstroke's not here, but the Bat and obviously the Bloodseeker definitely top 3 at shutting down a Rolling Thunder, right? So he's been having a rather difficult time doing much with this diffuser blade. You know, his roles have been kind of forced to be a bit further away. He's been controlled very well by Jackie. So I feel like as soon as he does get this this Linken's online, he'll be a lot more active here.
Yeah, I do want to see that activity come out from SMG, because when the Pangolier hits that diffusal, it feels like the moment where the Pango should be able to control the game a lot more. And it's just not really happening with SMG. I don't think their support duo really helps. Like, again, theoretically, you could make a play with Mystic Flare, Ancient Seal, and Roll, or just the Inhibit.
Yeah.
But the opportunity hasn't really presented itself, and Zhao is just doing what he can as a Venom, basically just spamming the boards, pressuring the lane, but can't really contribute too much to those ganks unless his positioning is pretty on point. And we've seen a lot of Gales kind of dodged out from Bleed, and that is your main contribution outside of your ult and vision.
And Corden as well has kind of fallen behind a bit here on the farm, hasn't he? He's the lowest net worth of all the cores. Still chugging along towards the Shiva's Guard. That will help him be a bit more active. He now has rearm level 2, which is a pretty big deal, right? 1 extra second in between your rearms is a pretty big deal. But haven't seen a whole lot of action either from Bleed. It's just been on ice. I thought we were going to see a couple more relocates, a couple more keen conveyances on in. Hasn't really been super aggressive. Perhaps it doesn't need to. Bleed, they feel like they can also sit back, get this Mjolnir up on Jackie alongside his BKB, and just kind of control the fights a little bit with the Tinker. Speaking of him, though, ooh, gets the blink out. Oh, his Scout and Mystic Flare. There's going to be the damage. It's just too much here as well for Corden. Rolling Thunder ultimately not useful. Rainbow TP's out from Bleed, but they're not going to really be able to do much.
Yeah, they try to respond. They don't get any punishment or good hit and run coming out from SMG. And that is what you kind of want to see from this lineup. They gun down, again, the big target that you really are suppressing.
Okay, he's going to force the Doom out. Masaros will simply TP away. Wisps are not famous for their stuns, at least for the last 6 years.
Yeah.
They used to stun.
They used to. And I don't know if I missed that. I feel like it's a good thing it's not there.
It was a Shard for a while, and then it was a Talon, and now it's just gone, huh?
I like it being gone. Really?
I kind of like the CK combo here. Jackie is just, he is not moving in the river. He is so slow. In fact, they popped the BKB mid one. He's standing still because he is ruptured. He's going to now be forced to fight into this. But unfortunately, Jackie just a bit too strong here. Ice running in after tanking the Doom. Not much to stop him from just throwing down a lasso. So SMG are going to clear out of his path. That includes Chidori as well. He's going to be caught farming in the triangle. Doesn't want any of that smoke. He's out of there.
They do get some punishment. Again, mid one, it's been a bit hit or miss when he can be on the aggressive. It has felt good, or at least in the last fight. But without that Linken's, still a sitting duck. You've got more durability coming out from Bleed as well, with a full Crimson Guard up, along with a Pipe of Insight.
Yeah, so, you know, I'm just shocked this game. I think it's a bit telling on maybe the items that SMG are lacking or just kind of the draft that they've given themselves. But I'm shocked how many fights start just by Ice running in. And like, yeah, Ice is pretty fast. Like he's got a Wisp tethered to him. You know, he's got the Firefly for the movement speed. But like, I think that's kind of telling about the draft that they don't have like a casual stun or an Earth Spike or a Pit of Mallet or something to just like stop Ice and control him. The counter initiations feel really awkward until maybe Linken's, right? Maybe Blink Dagger's the option. Doesn't really feel like Masaros is ever in a position to really aggressively use a Doom. Like it just, you know, something's not really clicking here. They can't really get on top of Bleed or control them.
I think it's just down to the support duo, right? Like you've got Skyrat Mage and Venomancer. Neither one provides you control. In theory, they do play really well in the lanes. We didn't really see that come out too hard for SMG. Like all these slow stacking, all the blood grenades coming out. The DOTs are fairly effective in lane, but again, they didn't really dominate the lanes in that way. And you reach that point where your two supports don't provide you control. Once BKBs are up, both of them are kind of counteracted, and you already have some of those early BKBs. So really, all your play is down to mid one and Masaros needs that blink to at least contribute. Like if you get a blink War Stomp, maybe things start to open up. You can line up your Dooms on better targets outside of CM and kind of play from there.
Okay, Bleed are making a move. They have TP'd Corden down bottom, so he's going to show. There's also this aggressive ward up here. I really like this ward, by the way, that Afu's just standing on. It seems a little bit pointless if you're low MMR, but it's really good because you just get vision into this camp. It sees the cliffs. It sees around here. 5UP recommends it. Check out his YouTube channel. He makes great content for supports. But the smoke play is not going to find much out from Bleed. Jackie eager to fight because he does have himself this full Mjolnir up, but Chidori also has finished up his Eye of Scotty. That is Lincoln Sphere completed now for mid one, so they're hitting their item time and still 1k more gold from Masaros' Blink. I don't know, can you wait? Can you wait for the Blink Dagger and then you really look to make a move here from SMG? Because I feel like I've seen this song and dance from them, where Chidori just farms a ton on the TB and then just can't out-carry the rest of the team.
This is a game where the Terrorblade should be able to out-carry. I feel like in a good position with a Scotty up, you can kind of put a lid onto that Bloodseeker, and we'll see if that works out in the smoke.
Yeah, exactly, because they're not waiting. Mid one's in. Dubu's clipped himself, but actually it's a pretty darn good clip, all things considering, because they have forced a lot of spells on him. Oh, the Lincoln Sphere. I think it broke on a Rupture, so now they're free in the fight, and the Doom's onto Jackie. Ice bonked once. No crystals here for mid one to bounce off of, so he's kind of rolling around a little bit more aimlessly as Ice is going to be able to make away from this fight. No Firefly for 10 more seconds. Mid one has a swashbuckle and 2 more. Really eager to try and close the gap. Up the cliff he goes, takes the shortcut, but Ice, I think it's just a bit too speedy here, honestly. Looking for the TP out, and there's no stuns in the area. They just catch Dubu. Not ideal, unfortunately.
It's a lot of commitment. It's the roll, it's the Doom down, Doom the longer cooldown that you really have to watch out for. Metamorphosis was popped by Chidori as well. They will go and take the Roche. They don't have that much time in the Metamorphosis, but they should be able to clear it out.
Right.
If Bleed get a good read here, and they are in the area.
And check out this ward, right? This is where this ward pays off. Look, they see exactly, they know Bleed is coming. That's why they're going to move out of the pit here.
Ooh, sneaky.
So he doesn't have Doom. How much can he really do here? Ice, he's in, just on to 3 enemy heroes. Crimson Guard pipe active, pulling back Chidori. There's going to be the blood right. Monsteros with the BKB shrugs it off as the Sunders onto Dubu. The stuns now as they focus onto Dubu, freeing up Corden in the backlines. Jackie's in now, doesn't have BKB for 20 seconds. Now with the Mjolnir active, not healing enough, but the lasers onto Chidori. Ice slowed to a crawl as Corden now out of mana, hit by the silence as well. With the last rockets, it's not enough damage to put down Monsteros. Ice in the meantime will die a slow, painful death. So he was just crawling around at 100 move speed, and that's the end of that fight. That ward, man, really paid off for SMG. A bit of a tough fight, but they knew exactly what they were getting into at least.
And the side of Bleed felt protected because they had a sentry ward earlier on nearby that didn't spot
it was
on
the cliff, right, I think.
They had one right here in this area, in this crossroad.
Can we draw anymore? We can't draw.
Yeah, there it is, on a crossroad. So it didn't spot it out the ward. It allows this movement out from SMG. Granted, they can't take Roshan, losing Chidori like that, but they get a very big win. They widen their lead to 6k from 4k. For Bleed, it does feel like they might need maybe a couple more BKBs, probably a BKB on Ice, maybe a Force Staff, just something to help them get in and out.
Do you think that's like a little bit of writing on the walls for them, though? Like, if this game does go too late, TB will get online. Is that kind of what that fight screams to you?
Yeah.
Maybe whispers.
Yeah, it's whispering that.
Well, how loud did it yell at it? You know,
a moderate.
A moderate?
Yeah, an indoor voice.
An indoor. Got it. Okay. You're just like, excuse me.
Yeah, just like that. Okay. Yeah, that's exactly what Chidori did there. I mean, this does get scary because you can kite around the Bloodseeker fairly well. When no one's dropping low, you're not running around like a madman, and no one dropped low enough. They had to start that fight with Jackie in front, and Corden dished the damage afterwards when Jackie was too low to run around and maximize these low HP heroes.
Vision difference, I would say, in that kind of a fight. As there's the last one out onto Masaros. Dubu nearly died, but thanks to the Force and the Glimmer he received so far, he's alive. Unfortunately, will be focused down yet again and killed off by Chidori. He doesn't even need to pop the Metamorphosis. Ice has already used the lasso, getting the defensive matrix. He's not out of here. He's too slow. The Rupture, that one, it's going to be onto Chidori. Silence up. He doesn't care. Dishing the damage here to Ice as ZJ does his best to keep him alive, but can't quite do enough. The Sunder, oh, it's going to be onto Masaros, and Jackie running for his life. He's so fast. Outruns the projectile, but might just die to the Doom, and does. Oh no. SMG, they're taking these fights, and Roche, he's relocated back to the top lane, John. Looks like it could be Roche for them.
Yeah, they've got a lot more time in the Metamorphosis here, so they should be able to clear it out. Maybe not the healthiest position for mid one to tank through, but they'll get it done. Bleed, they can't afford to keep having support deaths. I think both of these supports are actually really important. Dubu, he has to be able to get off these good positions for the freezing field. He has to be able to help kite around and get their own slows off with Crystal Nova.
I think it's important for him that he like tanks a spell.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, before it was him getting doomed or Ancient Sealed, and like we kind of joked about it, me specifically, but it made a difference in the fights because it frees up Jackie, it frees up Corden. And when he's he was going on a warding mission, right? And he does have this really nice ward next to the inner Dire outpost. That's where Bleed were more hoping to take the fight, but they just weren't in position. Ice throws out the lasso. It just doesn't really quite tank enough. The DJ support, like, it doesn't do enough when you don't have your Corden spamming rockets behind you. Like, the Wisp builds this wall for you, right? Just with HP. Ice pays the price. Poor guy, you know, it's like a myth of Sisyphus for him. He can't die. They can't kill him. He's getting healed by the Wisp. Corden's just spamming rockets over his corpse. But they need the vision.
Yeah.
I would say SMG are doing a phenomenal job right now on the vision game. I'm quite impressed.
They're doing a great job to just play against it. And they've done a great job now of just dictating these fights on their terms. Like maybe they used their BKBs a little bit early, doesn't matter much.
Mid one? He's gonna rupture himself to death. Tried to TP out of that one. That time, though, Jackie did not break rupture on the Lincolns. Oh, however, Masaros popping in to say hello. Does have the Doom ready. Good force staff out, at least saves him from the Mystic Flare. Is Dubu now letting it go here. Good damage onto the two of them, but eventually they're gonna get that Infernal Blade in to cancel the freezing field. Careful though, Bleed still looking for more. Ice has the rupture. They found Chidori and the burst damage. It's trivial. There goes the Aegis as now Masaros diving tier 2 tower. Does get disarmed there by the ethereal form. Almost dropped the Doom by the looks of it, but will be forced out. Oh, Dubu's identified the ward. Nice job. Attaboy Dubu. Always been impressed with his warding as well.
Yeah. I mean, they identify it, but they don't. It's already expired, right? So, you know, they don't manage to clear it out, but. And they find one kill. Again, Dubu this time, his death is not in vain, so they find a bigger kill from the side of SMG. And we are seeing the way Bleed can take these fights. They do win out in a war of attrition, almost.
Right.
It's a weird balance. It's a war of attrition, but it also feels like your front line is kind of melting a little bit too fast for Corden to dish that damage out that he needs to.
Yeah.
It's a lot of back and forths.
Oh. Been a bit tricky for DJ. Masaros just blinking in to say hello, just to let you know I can do that.
Yeah,
just give
a reminder.
Putting the fear of the devil in you.
Yeah. Anytime I could have doomed you. I didn't, but I could have.
I could have. He could have, though. That's right.
You know, I'm always curious about one thing. Will teams ever try to prioritize the spell amp from overcharge and spell amp from onto Tinker?
You never see that.
Because
even when we were in the less Wisp meta, no one ever did it.
Right? But it feels so funny.
Also, yeah, I mean, Ice is going to be able to run that one off. Of course, he's unslowable with the haste rune. A nice play from him, did force out the Venom ulti. And he's going to run himself home, but SMG will smoke and chase after him and Bleed. They might run right into this. DJ, Jackie, no, they're going to take the Tormentor instead.
Yeah, nice and easy for Tormentor to come out.
Who will get it? The Maiden.
That's pretty big.
It's a good one.
Yeah, I mean, Dubu can reposition himself now. He can try to be sneaky with a Shadow Amulet and the Force Staff and try to get a good freezing field. Again, a big source of DPS and honestly area denial coming out from Bleed. Their team fight is a little bit lacking, right? We've been talking about this where you lose either of these supports, even the CM dying first, when you don't manage to capitalize on that space he's buying. You end up in a 4v5 where you lack control.
True, but maybe this is the game plan here as Ice. Oh, does Lotus the silence off himself. Masaros has been ruptured. The Doom, this time it's onto Jackie. Ice kind of trapped in the middle here. Did not get off the lasso in time to cancel the TP out. Now Chidori with the Metamorphosis active is melting Dubu. Ice could be next. He's receiving the shields and the ethereal form to at least prevent him from dying from the right clicks. But in comes mid one now, rolling in after his foe. Chidori just waiting to do the auto attacks and is going to be lassoed back into his death. No, saved, gets the BKB off. There was the reload out as well from DJ to make sure they can't kill Ice. And Jackie doing the damage between the bashes, but Chidori just barely gets off another Sunder. Jackie still wants to fight into this though. Gets the vision with the blood right. Corden was TPing on in, but the heals are a little bit too high here from SMG. Jackie's got a lot of move speed because Apu's a bit low, but he's TP'd on home, is regenning up. And this fight, it's kind of just a big wash really. It's just Dubu dying again.
Yeah, it's just Dubu, but this time SMG almost overextended to the point where Bleed could have capitalized on it. It's really different now to fight into the Tinker now that he's level 18 plus, right? You get the max level rearm, channel time's a lot less, with the spam ability of the spells skyrocket. You've got a lot of output coming out from Jackie. He is going for his own Lincolns now to protect. And that is also going to be big. Prevents the Doom, prevents even just the Ancient Seal from kind of locking him in.
No, get out of there.
Ooh. Yeah.
Oh no, Apu! Chidori!
Chidori waits. What a gentleman.
Yeah, not a boy, you know, not a boy.
I think I've once seen the Enchantress do the Hurricane Pike TP, and someone was right next to it.
Yeah. Well, what you can also do is you can take the Watcher, right?
Yeah.
And then
No, I mean, someone's right next to it and then they die.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that on
That is
Reddit.
very funny.
Yes, someone else was next to it. Yes, very true. Yeah, they have removed that, though. You can't do that anymore.
That's very sad.
You're an ENG. They didn't like that for some reason.
But why not? It's fun. It's cool.
I don't know. Some people think that's a feature. Some others would say, no, you shouldn't be allowed to do that. I'm not sure where I quite land on it, to be honest.
Does techie still work?
I have no idea. I mean,
line
he
it up?
probably just literally
Should.
instantly explodes, I'm sure.
Yeah, it should work.
So this Basher's up now on Jacket. We did see that nearly really come into focus last fight with a opportune bash, almost the perfect bash really onto Chidori, but he was able to at least shrug it off in time. Chidori as well, actually, with this nullifier, kind of a killer item really against the Bloodseeker, isn't it? Especially when the BKB is no longer active.
Yep, it's a big one. It takes away the saves with the Ethereal Blade as well. It prevents a lot of it prevents a lot of things that Bleed wants to do. Would say Force Staff defensive plays coming out, the Glimmer Capes coming out. It's not going to matter too much up against that Nullifier.
They really have to make it count. You know, this Nullifier active time, should we call it, right? Because I feel like a lot of the times it's been kind of one person doing a pretty good initiation, or sometimes Ice going a bit too far and then just kind of baiting everyone back. And only that style that he can really do these days that has kind of been biting SMG in the butt. You called it last fight, you know? SMG almost went too far. They go up high ground and they probably really regret that.
Yeah, but they play it really safe in SMG. They play it disciplined this time around. They know their scaling's kicking in, because your solution for Terrorblade is, again, a little bit of that war of attrition. I don't see Corden getting any angle where he can try for the burst play and spamming out the E-Blade plus the laser and rockets to kill off that Terrorblade at a decent distance. And again, Jackie's having issues kind of just running up. He's forced to pop his BKB at weird timings. Ice is not able to angle in as well. I mean, he does get these good lasers off. It always feels like the backup isn't there. And SMG, they're just free to pressure the high ground. It's just Chidori showing, but everyone else is just standing and waiting.
The siege is pretty darn good from SMG. The problem is, of course, you can really only do this whenever you have Metamorphosis. Active now. Fortify is going to burn a bit of inspiration. Ice, he's just in. Hey, there he goes. Oh, the reload save not in time. And in fact, DJ now might be in for a bit of trouble. DJ going to get bonked a second time here. Does get the Force Staff out to safety. But Ice is down for 50 seconds. They are continuing to burn time. Rocket spam really starting to do quite a number here as well. And Masaro's lingering on the side, ready to find a Doom target here at a moment's notice. Rolling Thunder's out. Tower's out of this one as well, as there's going to be the Sunder. Thank you, John Well. Out of mana, maybe out of life here. He's okay. He's fine.
Nice and safe, disciplined push once more from SMG. They take the tier 3. They see the Tinker being a little bit annoying to deal with. They don't bother with Rax for now. They go back, Metamorphosis is gone, just wait for it to come back up. And again, this game is fully in SMG's control.
Yep.
For Bleed, their high ground defense is good. You're pushing into Tinker, so this game could drag on for another 30, 40, 50 minutes or so.
Now, Jonathan, we have seen SMG in a position like this before. 20K and losing is not unheard of. No, but I'm bringing this up not to meme on them, not to clown on them. What have they learned from that? What are you seeing this game from them so far? Perhaps in that moment, choosing to back away from the high ground push.
A lot of this.
Yeah.
A lot of this. So, yeah, I mean, because we saw classic SMG in the first day.
We did.
Right? The classic SMG from all the way when they formed up. And now we're back to disciplined SMG, which we saw in Tour 2.
Exactly.
So hopefully, you know, at no point should they listen to the voice in their head to overextend.
Yeah.
But as long as they do not listen to that voice, then they are in very good
hands. You know this was a cliff here, by the way. Oh, hold on. Ice. He's found another lasso kicking off yet another fight. This time it's onto the Venomancer. Does get the ulti off. We'll see if these TPs change anything, because Masaros is in the vicinity. Dubu as well is busted a pretty good ward, so he sees at least 2 heroes here. They also see him, though, the Doom as well. Onto DJ, as Dubu's been absolutely dispatched up. Corden TPing on in from behind his mid one round with the Rolling Thunder. Ag Scepter upgraded now, chasing down after Corden. Corden gets the blink away, and he's outside of the cardinal directions there. The bash, though, onto Masaros now as Jackie continuing to do a bit of damage. Corden leaping around the fight, spamming the rockets out. Corden disarmed, though, still trying to fight through this, needs a bit more healing, and DJ cannot provide enough. Does buy back instantly, though, as Ice still chasing down now onto Masaros, but Chidori's going to turn the cannons onto him, and he puts him right down into the dirt. Holy moly. SMG, they take the long fights easily.
Yeah, and it all kind of stems down to this targeting for Bleed. Like, they're the ones forced to kind of jump Johnny well first. It's a Venomancer. It doesn't care too much about living through these fights. He cops Lasso, and then you know you've got that opening. Lasso down. You don't have level 18 just yet for the lower cooldown on the Lasso. You don't have anything like your Octarine. You don't have your Talent up. So it's a lot easier for SMG to re-engage. They take this second Roshan now. And it's a little bit challenging for Bleed. Again, we're seeing issues for Jackie kind of running around and trying to take these fights up against Terrorblade with a Scotty. It's just not a matchup that feels good for a Bloodseeker. I'm not sure what the solution is anymore from Bleed.
It's starting to feel really tricky. It's like you have the burst damage to get through the supports okay, but then the follow-up of Masaros jumping in and dooming someone, and even a little silence kind of ends up putting that fight wrong. I think mid one, if he's turned just another 15 degrees in that fight, either direction really, he might just be able to do enough damage there to Corden for him to not get out of that fight. Then this is much more dire straits here for Bleed. And they're already staring down the barrel of a 25k net worth lead with Chidori. Pardon me, having an Aegis on this TB. So this next push is going to be pretty terrifying. Ice, ice, ice. Oh, okay, he's going to go for a lasso. They're going to try and nuke through the Aegis at the very least, and they do so relatively easily, John, but how cleanly can they get out? For now, that's going to be a no for DJ, or is it? Doomed up, yeah, he's still going to go down. Mid one rolling around, looking to try and find Corden. Ooh, Corden, another blink back into the base, and now it's mid one who might be in a bit of trouble, but for now, Jackie still running around in these fights, is going to get out of here. I think they had a couple of heroes clipped there by the end of that one, but they did get mid one, so that's something. They burned the Aegis, but for 3 heroes, a 2 for 3 trade, that's a pretty tough exchange rate to swallow.
I mean, if they find that follow-up kill on Jackie when on CDR, when he's out with the Aegis, he didn't have Metamorphosis. I think that's what they were going for. They knew Metamorphosis was down for the second life. They could have taken the first and the second, but the team's there to back them up. SMG, they're just not splitting up. You know, they understand the openings that Bleed are looking for, so they're not willing to give any of that away. Even with the Aegis gone, like, you don't have your Bat Rider, you don't have any of these big supports. They know they can handle the Bloodseeker, and Auntie Corden, I mean, he is the high ground defense. It doesn't feel scary to play into the Stinker right now.
He did do a ton of damage in that last fight, we should say, and he did a great job making sure he could spam the rearms and blink back in time. A lot easier, or sorry, he makes it look a lot easier than it actually is. It's quite tricky, especially against a hero with a lot of mobility. I mean, mid one is like literally driving his car off of cliffs to chase him down, you know? It's terrifying, really. So good moves out from him, and SMG, they're going to get yet another tier 3 tower, but once again, denied the satisfaction of tearing down some barracks.
Yeah, they're, again, playing very safe. Maybe arguably too safe, but I do like that discipline once more coming out here. Bleed.
I mean, wait, what are they scared of, you know? Are they scared of, like, is there a point where Jackie gets blood mist? I mean, sure, okay.
That's all you have to be scared of. Right? You're scared of throwing lead. This is something Dreamwell used to tell me.
Mr. John, the elephant's right there in this room.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've heard, a lot of players know that could be a weakness.
Oh, here they go. Okay, kind of an awkward initiation. Mid one cuts the follow-up, but once again, it's going to be a lasso onto John Well. He doesn't really care. DJ's already dead. Dubu, he's going to be up next. Does at least get off the freezing field. It's pretty good damage here. Respectable. Mid one consumes the cheese back to full HP. And just the follow-up interrupted there by Masaros, and mid one counter-initiating. Really good stuff from them. And Masaros isn't done. He's going to go right onto Jackie. Okay, Corden. I thought he was going to complete the TP. Will not. That's Jackie without a buyback for 80 seconds. That might just be it, John.
Yeah, Masaros sending a message to his former teammate from Motivate Trust.
True.
It's like, hey, buddy.
And Bleed.
Yeah, and just wanting to knock him down a peg. High ground opens up, and this should be the racks. And for Bleed, it just feels disconnected, Ricky. I'm not sure if it's just me. This feels like the Bleed we saw from last tour almost, where their movement isn't quite connected. I think the laning phase was all right. It was pretty damn good for Ice. They kind of play off some earlier pickoffs up until maybe minute 15 pretty well.
Corden. Hunting him down. Oh, Masaros just a second late. We know he's trapped in the trees, though. This could be trouble. Corden's really end up being quite annoying here. Delays the push significantly. Chidori's still getting to work on those top barracks, though, so we'll hear those megas coming in soon, but Masaros is going to die a slow and painful death from his ex-teammate here, as there's going to be megas. So Masaros is able to finally BKB a TP away. Mid one with the Rolling Thunder. How clean are they going to play? Do they back all the way up here? No, mid one's in. Okay, just for a little stun onto Dubu for now. And then he TPs away. All right.
Yeah, I appreciate that. You know, just maybe let them think you're going to overextend and just back off.
Yep.
Just like last time. Again, for Bleed, I mean, that smoke out they had looked like a pretty good angle if they managed to get a better jump. It can't be Johnny Well. Like, the Venomancer's just, it's not even accurate.
He's happy to die first.
That's exactly what a Venomancer is supposed to do, even before this rework.
That's right.
You know,
Not Cuckoo's fault.
Not Cuckoo's fault. This hero is just really weird.
Yep.
And now you can, I mean, if imagine if John Well had Ags and you still went for him. What are you doing? You're just putting Poison Nova in yourself. Why? Like, this hero is not the hero you need to jump. You need to control mid one, you need to control Chidori. Either one of these are fine. You can maybe kind of ignore the Doom. He's a little bit too durable, as we've seen from him just staying in the tree line. They're trying for another smoke here on Bleed. They've got a lot of bounties.
There it is. Stonks right there. That helps cut the net worth lead a little bit.
I mean, it's 36k, Richie. It's quite a little bit.
Yeah, it is quite a bit. Cordon's also fairly close to 25. Not sure if that makes a difference. That mini stun talent maybe in this kind of a game. So, it's just, you know, at this point, we are really kind of grasping for straws.
Yeah, we are. This is, again, disciplined SMG is always scary.
Apu, by the way, he's got a brand new side device. They see Jackie TPing in. Can they cover him in time? Doesn't appear, so the force that put straight into the bomb. Corden even caught this time. Reflects the Doom, but they don't care. Chidori's starting to do the damage now. It's a bit too much. Trying to make it back into the fountain. The lag on the reflection, and Corden will go down. The lasso, they're going to actually try and get Chidori into the fountain, but they're just so darn slow. Will it make a difference? Not at all, actually. Jackie's got the damage, and that actually gives Corden buyback. John Noel, that pesky little Venno, can finally die, as it looks like they even have a stun now for Apu. Corden on a double kill, and Jackie, he's as fast as they come now. Straight onto Masros, who did, I believe, refresh in that fight. No, it's just a long BKB. Doesn't make a difference because he goes down, and mid one being soloed by Corden in the mano-a-mano. Forced the buyback. A little bit of a scratch on that Radiant Ancient, but you know, SMG, don't ever count them out of a game that they can't throw.
They went fountain dodging almost. You know, they don't respect the Bat Rider coming in. They get the lasso on CDR and they kind of collapse. It was a good set of rolls coming out from mid one.
It was really good. It was a great initiation.
It was, but then again, you're fighting into that fountain area. You managed to get off all your control in that locked space really well. You don't lose your supports, DJ and Dubu stay alive, spamming out their spells, getting their heals off. You're free to spam out all the homing missiles and lasers you want on Corden. I mean, this is, you know, it's not
a good defense
for Bleed. Yeah,
it's a good defense. I mean, look, when you only have, I mean, they made the map so much bigger. When you have one tiny piece of corner of the map, I mean, SMG should know this. It's really easy to play around it.
Yeah.
That's all Bleed did. But surely, Jonathan, SMG still have this game.
They should, unless they start buying out and have no buybacks and die in the base. That's the condition here. We already see one buyout from Masros.
Okay, well, he's you know, did buy out for the, what did he buy out for?
Lincolns.
Lincolns, okay. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's gonna stop the ruptures. Let's block a lot of spells from the Tinker as well.
Jackie's going all in
Jackie,
as well.
Yeah, he bought it a butterfly.
All right,
here.
I guess we're just looking to kind of end either way here.
Bought out, yeah. I mean, you can defend basically to the end of the till the heat death of the universe as a Tinker. So you know the megas aren't really that big of a problem. It's more just not getting caught out.
Yeah, that's really it. It's just the map kind of shrinking. You're always having pressure in the lanes. It's going to make it hard to access the high ground. They are going pretty forward.
They've really pushed all. I mean, why not? They pushed all three lanes out. Sure, against megas, but it's pretty convincing. Corden, where's he at? He's good actually. Mid one. He's gonna go ahead and just kind of roll on by.
Yeah, he blinked right next to mid one for a moment there. It looked a little bit dicey.
It's like a bull, you know. You gotta wave the red flag right in his face.
I mean, he did that to roll out, so
exactly.
I suppose that is somewhat worthwhile.
All right, Jackie's gonna scout Roche here. Roche number 3 with a refresher shard. Bleed look like they really want to fight for this. They really want to fight for.
I mean, it's a big take. If you take that Roche, you've got potentially the high ground to look forward to. You've got a safety net for that buyout Jackie commits. You look at that bounce in this graph, Richie, after that last defense.
Oh,
that's a pretty significant jump up.
That is it's a pretty nice, what do they call that? Point of inflection, I believe, in mathematics. Oh, what's going on here? Those silence, they actually almost nuked through Dubu. That's the side device popped. Perhaps a small opening, but Masaros, he sees one he likes. Doesn't want to doom himself, maybe didn't want to doom Jackie. Chidori's in though. Chidori's in deep, but he's going to be able to get that kill onto Dubu, who's buyback instantly. Ice though, continuing to kite out this long duration BKB from Chidori. It's now ended. They're going to dust him up, but in goes Afu. Ice in trouble. Ice is going to be hexed up and killed. Down he goes, Afu, immediately tipping him as well. Wow.
And the Kirch's tip back, of course, from Ice. He can dish it, he can take it. Yeah. That does open up the Roche for SMG, and that's the big take we've been talking about. Opens up the high ground for either team. You don't have too much to worry about from SMG. Just the Ancient left. Just don't go near the fountain, guys.
That one hurts. That one does a bit of damage.
Yeah, you hear the voices in your head. You want those kills. Don't listen to it. It's defense of the Ancients. I know these players are all starting to get old, but they're not Ancient yet.
No.
It's the Ancient in the map, guys.
What, oh, Chidori, I think he popped that refresher immediately, so he's eager to go on this meta. Maybe trying to force the buyback of Ice. They've got creeps pushing in nearly all 3 lanes already. Is there any more surprises? This butterfly, do you think that's the key move here for Jackie? Because he still doesn't have buyback because he bought out for that thing, you know?
I think it's really effective as long as he doesn't get doomed up, then he's in a pretty happy place. You don't have an MKB up on Chidori. He doesn't really have slots left either to kind of itemize for that. So he can kind of sustain through that Terrorblade at this point if he's not locked in.
Pretty slim for Bleed, though. It's really just Ice who is going to be able to conserve it this time, but now there's going to be plenty of angry things on your Ancient here. In they go. Ooh, not enough damage there for Jackie. The Doom is going to be onto Corden. That takes him out of the fight. Maybe long enough even to just focus down the throne, but not through the glyph of fortification. Chidori just trying to focus down this thing. Jackie trying to put a stop to that. Jackie's surrounded by fire. He's just dead. He's dead and out for 100 seconds. Once again, Ice finds the lasso. Lotus not fast enough, but cannot bring him back all the way into the fountain. Try as he might, Corden spamming the rockets, but his throne is going to go down. Chidori focusing it now as Afu finds the hex. The lasers will not stop Chidori from winning this game from SMG, as they will eventually and finally win. Yeah, there it is. Take game number 1.
Well, that was a concerted effort from the side of SMG. Bleed, they had some shining moments there, right? Like their laning phase looked pretty damn good on Bleed's end. They kind of played decently in the mid game. I think we were looking at SMG, these timings from mid 1. His defusal timing didn't feel that impactful, but they did manage to really get all the space for Chidori out, right? Like they allowed Chidori and Masaros to farm up because they played a pretty slow Doom game, just going for pretty much some Midas Rush after the Vanguard and just kind of sitting back and farming. They used the Octa Green more to farm more as well. But Bleed, we're seeing some of those issues come out, right? Where it feels like coordination's kind of lacking. Like Ice has a really good lane coming there, but he ends up lassoing something like John Uel. And then if bigger fight breaks out, then you lose the lasso, then you don't see that opportunity. We see some signs of old SMG there when they go too close to the fountain, but in the end, they sit back, they hit the Ancient, and that's it.
Yeah. SMG like a moth to the flame, you know, they just can't help themselves, but played a really good game, and I think for them, you could kind of see the relief, the satisfaction of getting their first notch in the belt there, you know. I think that's a big move for them to finally just get the first win, because as they say, John, if it bleeds, you can kill it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens in game number 2. We're going to go and throw it back to Sophie and the panel to break down our first game just a bit more.
SMG have run this draft once before, but didn't work out, although second time's the charm as they take game 1 of our second series of the day. What do you guys think worked differently this time around with that draft?
I feel like the gameplay from SMG was a bit more cleaner. I think they kind of understood what their advantages were. They played for this timing. They got away with more greed, even though I think their lanes were a bit weaker. I also feel like Bleed, their draft got punished in the sense that they lack lockdown. I feel like every team fight after Lasso was used, the fights were really hard. His Bloodseeker was not strong enough to run into the TB. And I also feel like the impact from the Tinker wasn't as strong as I thought it would be.
You like his itemization on the bat, going for all the team items?
Yeah, I think he had the right idea. They had to like keep running at them, right? Otherwise the game wouldn't really favor them. He also needed to enable his Bloodseeker to run at them. But I think ultimately like they just couldn't take team fights. Doom was so tanky. Like you see here the Glimmer Cape coming out and Tinker did so little damage. I feel like every team fight I'm watching Corden, he cycles like 2-3 spells with his Shivas and then he's out of mana. and the fights just don't go long enough for him to do enough damage.
I feel like the fights are not going long enough. They are going like wrongly. You know, I feel like he needs to go in first. You kind of want them to focus you. I feel like if they doom him, they focus him because he's a tinker, right? He has buyback and he can always come back to the fight. I felt like that was part of what is missing in the team fights, the early couple of like very, very crucial team fights. I feel like he should use his life, trade, win a buyback, win a fight, and help his team take control of the game, you know? Because whenever the Bat Rider and Bloodseeker, if they are getting doomed, it always feels like the fighter, they just don't have enough damage to clean up the fights because like you said, the Tinker doesn't have a lot of mana to use a lot of his spells in the fights. So he needs to be doing something else, which is, for me, tanking the Doom and tanking whatever spells that they're throwing at him.
Yeah, it feels very weird because I feel like the Tinker nowadays, you wanna BKB blink in, pop Shiva in front of their face, you know? And then you have this Bloodseeker that comes in and then there's a relocate.
He's always playing away from them. And if you look at their lineup, if the Tinker is playing away, and the Bloodseeker is like looking for a right time to go in, and Bat Rider also wants to find like a right time to go in, you know. So nobody's like sacrificing their own body to go in. And you have an IO, you should actually abuse that.
Yeah, I think Ice was kind of doing it in the early game, but after he started losing 1 or 2 fights, it just felt kind of impossible for him. I think on top of that, I feel like the Shiva's purchase, like I think his item build was good, but I didn't feel like he used it very well. His playstyle was like this Aether Lance Tinker in the trees.
Yeah.
But Shiva's never really hit anyone.
I mean, if he has like
most of the time.
Aether Lance Dagon, I feel like maybe it would be more appropriate the way he's playing the team fights. But yeah, I mean, we are really critical about like what he's been doing in the team fights because it's the draft, right? You last pick the Tinker, everything is gonna revolve around the Tinker, and that's why I always feel like in this team, right, Corden is not a player you want to put a hero that is a very heavy win condition hero for him. You want him on the team hero. Like every time I see them put him on a hero that needs to do a lot in the game, he needs to farm a lot, he needs to do a lot of crucial things in the game, he just doesn't have the capacity to do it, you know.
We have Masaros as our match, MVP on Doom. Very steady, playing well across the board. But what do you guys think? Is it this Tinker hero, do you feel like it just wasn't right for the draft, or do you think Corden...
I mean,
it
was right for the draft, given the heroes that they are seeing, you know, like, the opponent's side, the Terrorblade and everything, and they don't really have a lot of good lockdowns to catch Tinker. It's more about how he was playing the hero. I feel like, number one, he was way too timid in the team fights, and number two, I feel like during the team fights, right, he needs to be able to identify, after the first couple of fights that they lost, he needs to identify like the problems, you know, like he needs to solve the problem on the spot. Okay, what went wrong, and he didn't actually solve it, you know. So the team was like blindly running in with the bat, like he's dying and then they don't have a lockdown, nobody can kill anyone.
I feel like, I guess my only experience with Tinker is watching 9 Pandas play it. I feel like when they play it, they run it with this bounty hunter, so you have a lot of harass, you know, you get some harass started before the team fight's actually going. I feel in these team fights, it always breaks out, and Corrin comes in 2-3 cycles of spell, and then no mana, and the team fight's not over. And then they lose, because the Tinker has to go back, he's out of mana. It's really hard. I think especially with the tanky heroes. He didn't really have tanky heroes on his team. He did early game when Bad itemized this way, the IO behind him. But it reached a point where once Masar started pressing Doom on Jackie, it was way too hard for him.
Well, that was just game 1 of this series. We will find out who wins the next game in a little while. We're just going to go for a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We are back for game 2 of the SMG Bleed series, where Bleed tried to fight until the very end, but they could not force any harder against the pressure of SMG, who beat them in the first game. Welcome back, everyone, to the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Summer Tour. I'm your host, Sophie. My panel over here, I have a question for you. What does Bleed need to do to take the next game onto SMG? What are they lacking against this team?
Puck, Ember, Tango.
I see.
I feel like they had this timing in the game with the auras that Ice went for, where they can kind of just man up, you know, the BKB on Jackie early with the Bad Rider auras, and then Tinker Shiva's timing. I think something that went wrong this game was they kept giving the stacks to Bad Rider, so Tinker couldn't really accelerate his net worth more. I think he could have had a much earlier Shivas, and I think the team fights could have been different, you know, with just 1-4 stuff on the supports. I definitely think that's the way they should have taken the earlier
because
fights.
they have IO, and he got a pretty early mech. So if they play with those timings, with the Blink and the Shivas, I feel like the early fight should be pretty easy for them. Before the Doom gets like so many items, and
before TV can like man fight the
the TV can just
right?
stand in front and kill the Birdseeker, you know, then the game is obviously very hard at that point. And they did pretty well from the lanes. Like both side lanes, I feel like went really well
You
for
think
them.
the Doom should be banned? I feel like
Doom
he's just too easy.
Doom is like an easy mode hero right now.
Mode easy. But do you guys think that, I mean, this SMG had already run that past draft before. Do you think they're going to change something with the draft, or just stick to what works? Or do you think Bleed's going to stop them from picking up a draft like that?
Yeah, I think previously when we saw Bleed lose the first series, they actually made quite a big change and came back in game 2 and 3. So I expect them to do something along those lines. I think game 1's always
So this game, what, they were second pick.
They were second pick
this game, right? So if
8 pick Bloodseeker 10.
So if I'm them, maybe if you want to switch things around, would you try to go first pick and maybe grab the Doom yourself if you don't want to ban it?
I feel like the Doom is, I mean, judging by this series, the Doom was too much. Like they couldn't really kick him out of lane. We saw the early Vanguard before Jackie got his Javelin, and then after that he was just this frontline, and I feel like their whole team fight was countered by Doom. Like Bloodseeker couldn't run in because he was scared to get Doom. The Tinker couldn't go in aggressively, scared of Doom.
Somebody needed to get Doom.
Yeah, but who? They didn't have a person to get Doom. They couldn't get Aegis early as well, so that was kind of rough for them.
Yeah, they didn't really have a meat shield. Like no one to soak up a lot of damage and spells.
Tinker is the meat shield.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Ice built it a way where he could soak damage, but at the end of the day, even if he did get Doom, the fight was less favorable for them because you're missing a Bad Rider, you know? You're not a hero, you want to get Doomed on.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it was tough, you know, like late game team fights, mid-late game team fights against the Doom. I feel like the Tinker, maybe it's the composition, you know, you have Tinker, you have Bad Rider core with Bloodseeker. You need to be able to win your lanes, that's what they did, and continue to snowball in the mid game. If that doesn't happen for you, eventually you hit a point where you just can't out-team fight the Doom anymore and the Terrorblade. It's too difficult.
It is too difficult. Let's get our second draft of our second series ready. We have Dusa, Naga Band, and Timber.
Okay, their first pick, so they are changing something up.
I like
First
this
pick, Terrorblade.
strategy. It's like, this guy only plays Terrorblade, guys. My Terrorblade now.
So you go Underlord right away? Are you going to do that? Oh no, Elk, there's still Elk.
Into TV. What do you think of this?
And TB is always
Is this the mid one, mid Alchemist?
I mean, TB is always like the Elk counter. So if you're picking Elk, it means that you value the hero over the counter.
Is it a mid Elk?
Or it's a mid Elk.
I wouldn't put it past
So
mid one.
do you do a different build if you're going mid Elk? Do you go for like some...
I think you go
some
Armlet, if I'm not wrong. I think
Armlet
that's
and
what
what?
9 does.
Shadow
Armlet
Blade?
Dagger.
Shut out
I mean, you
dagger.
still scale normally, but you're like...
And do you get Solar
early.
Crest at some point?
I guess it depends on your lineup. I think you can go for that build. You can still scale like as a core.
It's pretty imba with the Kotal. You keep having the stun.
That's true.
You get your
Charge it up.
your level 10 AoE Talon, and then you get the damage Talon on a stun, the 400 damage Talon, and you keep spamming the stun.
What about offlane Elk? Is that too much of a dream?
It's fine too, I guess, with the Kotal.
I just don't think it's as good right now. I feel like you want to farm. Like the map's big. You don't really want to pump eggs and force yourself into this fight where you're...
So they go into this Beastmaster Terrorblade right away. Is that the way to go against the Elk? Just buff.
I mean, I think Elk is not outfighting this. Like, I like this beast a lot because you also have this roar against the Beastmaster, the Alchemist's BKB timing. And ultimately, Beast TV is just a very strong combo. Lockdown, attack speed, aura, vision. A lot of wave push, which is Bleed by identity right now. I think they just want to push waves,
Yep.
and take fights that way.
And so for SME, you see this like Beastmaster Terrorblade, right? Do you feel like the Elk, you need to have heroes that are very strong early to go with you to stop the game from going to that late game, right? You need to be able to breach their high ground early enough. So you have to pick like good lanes against the Beast. You have to win that lane, try to pick strong supports to win that lane. And hopefully that'll be enough for your Elk. You know, you get the Roche and then you can go high ground before the Terrorblade can just outscale you.
Yeah, I'd like to see them take the old school OG approach when Midwan is playing there, where they just buff their carry at 20 minutes, you know, some Invoker Alacrity, some whatever, Aura, Grease Pipe. Go hit the high ground. It's Elk's going to be farmed. It's a good lane against Beastmaster.
Yeah, you have to play with the Elk timing. The Elk is going to be at his optimal net worth faster than the Terrorblade, and you have to be able to play with that timing and just end the game right there.
Yeah, pick the Warlock SMG.
Warlock?
Yeah, I think they'll pick Warlock here. It's good against both Beast and TV. They have played a hero before as well, and it's a good lane for the Elk. You just spam heal on him, you have Fail Bonds on board. S6 Spray Fail Bonds hurts. With Radiance as well, it's really nice.
That is true.
These heroes don't do well against the upheaval now too. Hollow Warlock is really good against TB. And
don't you feel like Kotal plus Warlock is like a bit like both you have very heavy support, you know, you're so reliant on the cores to do something, you know. You both can't really catch heroes, you don't have any disable.
I think currently you can definitely draft around it. I get what you mean, but I feel like this double range supports where you just buy like some
not any double range, you know, it's like no stuns double range.
I get what you mean. But I think SMG just have a lineup that they need one hero to play around, maybe some Ember Coddle or some Void Spirit Coddle, Storm Coddle.
And so eventually you just ball up together, so it doesn't matter you don't have catch.
Yeah. You just want to team items and breach high ground because they have a lot of sustain on SMG right now. Oh, they take out the Warlock actually.
Oh, they ban out the Warlock. Why?
Just more team fight for Bleed, I guess.
So they don't want Bleed to get team fight supports because the first ban is Disruptor, right? Those two supports are very team fight centric because you have Beastmaster, so you don't really need the catch anymore. Beastmaster kind of is the catch for you. So you just need other supports that can facilitate when you catch. You have an overwhelming team fight to run over your opponent.
Yeah, I think SMG just says, I want to fight you right now because Bleed has little to no team fight until they get items, right? They're kind of greedy. They need net worth on their heroes. So just taking up cheap team fight spells.
I mean, if you don't have Disruptor Warlock, you still have what, Phoenix?
I don't like Phoenix against Elk just because of
the attack speed.
Yeah. I think the attack speed is one thing. I think the shard on Elk now is super annoying because you dispel, you can't really buy Vessel too. And then I think in the game, the way you want to play against Elk is you want to kind of kill him.
How about Witch Doctor?
I think it's really hard to cast Melodic, but I can see it.
Yeah, Melodic's good against Elk. Right, so CM
You're gonna pick AA.
Yeah, A is pretty good against Elk.
But
you
then
have a raw
AA
into
TV lane?
It's not that bad. I mean, it's not the greatest, but it depends on what's the off lane on SMG. But AA Terrorblade is a very weak lane.
They're opening Timber's ban, Doom's ban.
I mean, if you want AA, could you pick it last?
Maybe if it's still in the pool. I think if you're going double down on this like healing Elk high ground strat, you need to ban AA though.
I mean, if you want a strong pos 5 in the lane with Terrorblade, usually it's like some Lich Undying kind of hero to secure the lane. If you don't want like a weak laner.
Pango. This is a Corden hero.
Yeah, again, so they're picking Pango again. So, okay, Pango is definitely like or not again, but just the last game SMG picked the Pango. But Pango is definitely a hero that I would prefer to put on Corden, you know.
That's fair.
Silencer.
Huh? So that's a stronger lane compared to the AA or the Magnus right away.
You like the Magnus?
Magnus Elk?
I feel it's a really hard mag game.
I've seen a lot of games where Magnus is picked into a lot of counters, but it feels like he doesn't care. He doesn't care now, you know. Like he's just strong enough. You get he's a little like Doom, where you pick him and you get into like a bad lane, but you still have ways to farm because people max what Empower right now and you just keep hitting the creeps. You have Shockwave at level 1, you don't care. Then you farm your Harpoon and Blink, and you just catch people around the map.
I mean, this hero is also really just naturally good against Terrorblade in the game. More so for his cores than himself. You also have BKB piercing stun, which is nice. There's another way to go high ground. You have the Horn Toss.
It won't be easy against Global, I would say.
Yeah. But I feel like SMG has a lineup where, in comparison to Bleed's going to press all their buttons. And I think Elk loves playing against these kind of lineups because once your spells are on cooldown, you get free reign of the map.
He likes playing against heroes that have like very long cooldowns, like
the downtime,
meta.
right?
Yeah, so the downtime you just abuse, you get Roche, you get everything, you get the Tormentor. So for Bleed, they are lacking more or less like a, I would say like a initiating hero, pseudo initiating hero, or someone that can lane with the beast.
DJ Rubik, right? Easy pick.
Yeah, Rubik looks fine here.
I think they need an interruption for the Magnus. Rubik's probably the best pick, or just some hero that can buy Yules. Some Mirana, some...
You like Willow? Dark Willow?
Willow? No, I don't like it. I think the hero's really hard to play right now. And SMG has a lot of like AoE spells. I like both Mirana and... What did I say just now? Rubik. Rubik's probably the best pick. I think the value of getting Magnus before he RPs is always so high.
Yeah.
I played a pub recently, I just bought Yules on Mirana, I just waited for the Magnus every time. You just never cast RP. It's actually so stupid.
You get into their heads.
I mean, you can kind of know where he's gonna RP, right? Like, it's... You just cosplay Magnus. Right?
Cosplay.
Yeah, the Magnus has to allow wait. You know, you have to wait for the elk to go in, find a target, and then you have to decide when you should go in. You know, it's not gonna be easy when there's an instant leaf with Rubik, and he has a long range to steal your spells, so it's very, very annoying. And you're playing against global silence, so it's even worse.
This draft looks very well-rounded right now, though, I must say.
Yeah, much better.
I didn't like the first two picks as much, but with the CM Magnus against the Silencer Pango, I think Bleed has a really strong draft.
Oh, so they ban out the Rubik?
Yeah,
so would it be...
Brain dead,
so Mirana is the next best option, like you would say? Is there
I
another
don't know
third
if it's
option?
the best option. I was thinking of Nyx against their heroes, but I feel like Bleed don't want that kind of hero. I feel like they want some like Clockwork or... I like Mirana. I feel like Mirana, you can like go in, take camps away from this elk. You're good against SMG supports.
Spree Breaker? Do you like
Moonlight's
Spree
really
Breaker?
nice value. I think Spree Breaker's low-key kind of OP right now, but I'm not sure if that's a DJ hero. I feel like DJ is the type of player where if he's playing these 4 heroes, you don't want to go away from the 4 heroes. Because he is really just S tier at the 4 heroes, you know? You give him something else, he's gonna be good, but not as good as he can be.
I mean, you say low-key OP. Is it because of the
I mean, it
philanthropy?
got like so buffed. Like, if you read the patch, everything has one line, and then it goes Spree Breaker, there's like one fucking full page of Spree Breaker versions.
Yeah, I mean, the hero feels really good when you play it now. I played one game 2
I
days
guess
ago.
especially in pubs, it's like enhanced, right? Like these invis heroes or this like
I mean,
charge at you
it's
hero.
nice when you have a global behind you when you charge in, you know. It's easy to play the game. And I like having like Beastmaster on my team as well when I play SV. You have the vision, so it's easy to decide when you should go in on the hero.
I feel like they just want an ancient stacking, run fast hero. Just pick some Hoodwing, buy boots. I feel like Bleed has more of that playstyle. As good as DJ is, I think he tends to fare as being a bit more
there's still techies.
playing for mid game.
There is still techies, like one of the best supports in the patch right now. Very strong in the lane. I mean,
It
it's
is
gonna
a
be
very annoying lane.
It's gonna be problematic if the lane is what CM and Elk against Beastmaster and techies.
Problematic for who?
Problematic for the Elk, I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
He can
That
die in
looks
the
like a
lane.
very hard lane.
The lane, he can easily feed like once or twice in the early game.
Another thing about his tech is it gives you map control. Like with his TB Beast, you're going to be controlling a lot of maps.
I mean, do you feel like they should put the Cotter because you can use Blinding Light to...
is this mid one Bloodseeker?
I mean, you can use Blinding Light to block the blast off.
It's,
so it's
mid one Bloodseeker.
mid Bloodseeker.
Against the Pango, yeah.
So they have Bloodseeker, Magnus, and Alchemist Core?
Seems a bit greedy.
Yeah.
Seems MG.
So you don't have any normal stuns apart from RP and you have a Frostbite? It's very iffy, man.
I feel like there's a chance they can snowball this game, but if the laning phase doesn't go too well for them, I think the game's going to be
they need to win the lanes.
Yeah.
They need to win the lanes with this kind of lineup. If they don't win the lanes, I feel like the game is just too difficult for them.
There's so much pressure coming out from Bleed's heroes on all parts of the map, I feel.
And we have 2 very interesting drafts for you guys leaning towards.
I like Bleed's draft a bit more. It looks much more well-rounded to me.
Game 3.
We're going to a game 3.
Yeah.
You think?
Bleeding into game 3.
Bleeding into
But the
game 3.
Bloodseekers, mid one, pick Bloodseeker so he can find Bleed.
Oh, wow.
I figured
Good
it out.
one. Good one. Well, I'm going to just take us out of here. All right. Well, we'll find out if Bleed can, in fact, take this to a game 3. I'm going to send you guys over to John and Richie.
Hello, we're in the banana shack or the coconut shack or something. You got a look you got there, John. You got something you want to say about that pun? Or is it about this draft? What is it? What's on your mind?
The pun doesn't need recognition. Adam knows what he's done there. This is a very interesting draft. I think maybe finding the bleed on SMG might do it. I don't know. We've seen SMG kind of pull off these greedier drafts before because they somehow make it aggressive.
Right.
And as the panel said, if they get out from a strong laning phase, I think this lineup can snowball fast if you go for quicker itemization here on mid one and Masaros and just allow the Alk to do Alk things. Where it is iffy is the Alk CM lane. I think that lane has been a little bit hit or miss, at least here in Southeast Asia. I might have seen it in other regions. All of this Dota casting kind of blends together into one long game, so I'm not sure, but I feel like I've seen it and I've seen it lose up against the techies. And that's really the sticking point for SMG. Just how well can you come out of these lanes? Because quite frankly, these heroes aren't heroes that can just play without items and just EXP. You know, they do need some items. They do need a running start. And Bleed can punish that. I think Bleed has a lineup that can play a lot faster. They've got a really good aggressive support in the techies, and that can kind of tie into the silencer of Dubu as well. For SMG, I mean, it's somewhat there. There's some soft combinations with Alxium and Lane, just double stuns. I mean, you can try to maximize your unstable concoction by level 3 or 4. You can kind of try to look for some counterplays, but the techies can punish hard. And it's a lot of back and forth.
Yeah, and the what's her name? The Maiden has been always a go-to pick against the Beastmaster, right? Trying to prevent the boars, and then of course people started going for Axes build, and now ISIS already has Axes level 1, so I'm a bit doubtful as well. But I think this draft out from Bleed is meant to try and sustain out of the laning stage, and then hopefully get your Pangolier a little bit more active. This is, I think it was Cornin's very first hero that he played in the DPC, back over in Tour 1. He impressed me a bit then, especially on his ability to rotate on this hero. So if there's one thing that I think we might see different from the early game that we saw last time on mid one, I believe this is where Corden can try and make himself a bit of a more of a name for himself.
Jackie?
That'll have to wait though. Jackie does get blinded, lighted out of tower range. They're trying to really body block him. John Well as well connecting here, throws the blood grenade forward, and Jackie, the last auto attacks, blood grenade number 2, courtesy of Afu from downtown, will pick up the kill. That is very well worth it. You can see that he's already made back the money to buy another blood grenade, John.
Yeah, I mean, who expects your safe lane Alec to sneak in for a gank up top first?
That's a deny, by the way, of course, to the tier 2. We didn't miss anything. Yeah, definitely. Sneaks on in. It was a pretty sneaky move, actually. SMG smoked Radiant side, of course, into their own twin gates, and then ran all the way on over. Is still continuing to do a bit of sparring, but support's now finally back in their lanes, so I think SMGs are back up to full strength, but nice little bit of first blood for them there. Does go towards the coddle, not totally ideal, but you're just happy getting the kill there, of course.
Yeah, you want to, again, get off to some aggression here for SMG, if you can kind of use that additional EXP to kind of hit these early spikes, use the extra gold to kind of try to make some plays later on. It's definitely worthwhile. We're seeing Chidori, this lane is not the easiest lane to kind of just sit in. I mean, it's going to be Axis spam, it's going to be the bombs coming out from DJ, eventually the threat of blast off, plus the slow from Boris makes it a lot easier to land that combination. So it's not the safest for Chidori. Again, you've got some counterplay, you've got some slows, some stun stacking you can do, but you're fairly squishy in this lane.
Yeah, and Techies just does so much damage. I mean, he's a universal hero now. There he goes, the blast off. They're going to actually try and turn for DJ. He may have bit off a bit more than he can chew, but is still going to be able to survive until John Wall falls, ensuring the EXP, and it's Ice. The last survivor. He wins the bot lane battle royale.
Yeah, again, that's the aggression we're looking for from this lane. They get everything they want. They're giving Ice a really strong start. He's still going to work into what looks to be the Dominator, which I don't mind. Like, your only answer is CM. Once you have the Overlord, you don't really care about the bite as much anyway. And as long as you're going for auras, you keep that aura creep in the back, you're still fine. You've got a lot of growth here for Ice. Taking a look at that mid lane, Corden and mid one up against each other here. Corden not having the best of times either. Mid one's doing a great job of just using the blood right to block out Corden. Whenever he sees the swash committed, just kind of commit onto the creep wave, keep that farm up, get some good right-click trades. This is where maybe the side lane aggression kind of helps feed into mid one as well. Once they are bleeding out on bleed, our Bloodseeker gets a lot faster and makes it easier to manage that lane.
That he does, and he does. Plus Techies does a bunch of damage to himself, and in the meantime, Silencer's a hero that wants to be trading. You want to play around Sunder as a TB, you know? So you do have a lot of instances where I could foresee him actually getting a lot of move speed out from Thirst from the laning stage into the later games when we end up fighting a bit more. For now, though, it's, you know, the action where we've expected there to be action in the lanes. Top lane this time around, even though, of course, it's Jackie on the TB and not Chidori. The metamorphoses have not been super volatile, super what's a better word there? Super great at getting kills. I don't know.
Explosive?
Yeah, exactly. Not as potent, perhaps.
Not as potent.
As when they had the Veno there, right? With the 2 slows, you've also got yourself, of course, always Skewer to get yourself back to safety, and Kalo's just really fast and has some power. So this top lane doing a little bit better against the TB. That being said, Jackie is still CSing like he's in a dream. 24 and 11. That is some serious domination in this lane.
It's pretty free farm for Jackie. And that is good news. If you want to get off to a faster start, hit those timings. DJ does get caught out and punished down, but you're also kind of finding openings for SMG down bot, compensating for the lack of CS coming out on your Alk. Chidori just not able to clear out as many creeps as you want to in comparison to Jackie right now, but you are finding some kills. You're preventing for that Techies from just ramping up a lot faster. And again, staving off some of the aggression Bleed wants to bring out. So you're not completely shut out in your lanes. I think this kind of start is a decent foundation for SMG, although mid.
Was that mid? It was mid, where mid 1 is going to get shot with the blast off. Down he goes. Little quick gank for him, and normally in a lane where Bloodseeker is able to get very aggressive, he ends up falling. Corden as well is going to deny as many creeps underneath this tower. It's a full wave, basically, that's going to go down, along with Ice. As soon as he's missing, or his laning partner is missing, he may die and should die here. Ooh, the physical damage isn't enough, but Ice, 20 damage nerf isn't going to be sufficient there for General to fail to get the kill. But a big kill mid lane. Mid 1 does lose out on a bit of experience. It's a big deal here, isn't it, right?
Yep.
Because now Corden, with a little bit of an XP advantage, may be able to get a faster level 6, maybe rotate away to one of those side lanes without the fear of rupture, of course, in response.
That's a big opening for him. It is a little bit scary that Ice gets iced down bot. I mean, you're leaving this Beastmaster solo when he has Axis build. You can't really afford to get run down. That's kind of so, okay.
All right, it's just that easy, honestly. Dubu from behind takes the twin gate, picks up a kill, maybe 2 even. It's going to be a bit hard, but it's 1 easily, and Jackie can hold his own top lane as he just pops the Metamorphosis, and that's going to keep the Magnus at bay.
Yeah.
Masaros, he's at least getting XP in this lane, right? It's tough, but he's getting some XP.
Yeah, he's just hitting some leveled spikes, you know, going for the Empower coming out can be really useful for the Alk and even a Bloodseeker down the line.
Yeah,
it's in a sense, it's a really good Magnus game for the buffs. This is what Bleed should have been doing though, just trialing bot.
Yeah, look at Chidori. I mean, he is just so sad right now. He might just die. 4 stacks of axes, and most importantly, the Techies is going to seal the deal. Done well. They've done well at least to dispatch of the wagon. I didn't quite see how they've done that, but the wagon's dead, so this push is not as fast as it could be. They are going to call Afu down here to make a little bit of a difference on the Coddle. Mid lane, though, should see some action soon enough. Mid 1 with level 6, Corden a bit out of mana, and his bottle's empty. So I assume the rune was taken by someone else. Yeah, Afu took the regen rune. So no regen in the mix, so the next rune's a little bit more potent, if I can reuse the same word. Might not being a haste or a DD, which ends up being a little bit more of an action rune.
Yeah. I think the passive mids are just kind of helping set up this game for Bleed, honestly, because you still have no threats on Jackie up top. He's solo laning with no slowdown in the farm. You have a lot of pressure coming out onto Chidori down bot on the Alchemist. They've maintained that trial lane, they break it up. The openings coming out from Bleed earlier on were the fact that Ice is solo, but as long as he's not, as long as at least one support's there to help him, I mean, you can afford to just leave the TB alone. SMG just can't capitalize on that going back to the draft, because you've got a mid Bloodseeker. You know, it's not the most mobile when heroes are healthy. It's not this jump hero that tends to rotate the side lanes.
I got you. I think I agree with you, right? But for a slightly different reason. I think really the success of Ice in this lane is terrible news right now for SMG. Because you do have these farming mechanisms to get you caught back up. And Chidori now in these side camps is, I mean, you know, he's what, 4th in net worth? That won't last long. But with Ice being able to force objectives here, now that he's going to get this Helm 1 online and very shortly some more items, yeah, it's good that SMG recognizes this and try and catch him, but Ice, a little bit too sneaky here. He's got some fancy footwork. He'll dodge out this little rotation for mid one.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do to start these fights? The Bloodseeker. Just blood right, walk up. You want to save your Rupture for bigger targets, so it's just awkward in trying to force these fights. It's not like you have jumpy as supports either, and a Kotal and a CM.
Yeah, it's got to come from the mag, right?
Yeah.
And his lane, his start has been a bit tough, but again, he's been able to recover, has Empower, has level 6, and might have a reason to look mid as, oh my goodness, the damage out from Corden, not nearly enough. Mid one holding up to the Rupture. He knows Corden doesn't have a TP scroll, but might lack the damage. Waited at least a bit longer for the shield crash, so at least being sure to get a kill in the meantime as Afu is going to fall down bottom. That was the Roar committed out from Ice for a kill onto the Coddle. So a bit of a commitment, but you know, it's important to get these kills and get your ball moving, right, if you're a Beastmaster.
Yeah, I mean, killing off the Coddle, sure, it's not that much time off the map, but again, it allows you to repressure that lane, shove it in, not worry about the clear. You are happy on SMG's end in the fact that it's your supports dying. So this greedier style with your Elk, with your Bloodseeker, with your Magnus is still being sustained. They're not being punished. The supports are copying the kills. The moment you lose map control is when that starts to get a little bit iffy. So bot being taken first is always big. If you can take top as well, I think that's where things start to feel really awkward. Like mid, again, it's not the most important to take. The side lanes are just much bigger. Once you lose access, easy access to your Wisdom Rune, where it can be contested a lot more. Once your supports also slow down, it starts to get way more painful.
Speaking of those runes, I believe they might have, yeah, they did go 1-for-1. We didn't see too much action there. So the level disadvantage here is it's just about even. Of course, since bot lane went a bit better for Bleed at the 10-minute mark, you do see at least DJ having level 6, throwing a couple mines down at the tower. Dubu's about to hit 6 as well. So it is SMG who are slightly a bit behind. That makes sense, you know, to me. You're an Alchemist, or you have an Alchemist on your team, so you have to get going on the stacks and stuff like that. It does see you outside of XP range for a lot of the game.
Yeah, but at least you get some of that EXP shared back on your stack. So
I'm really glad they brought that back.
Yeah, I mean, this patch is really good in just helping supports. Like the Wisdom Rune to the second lowest level as well.
We were yesterday talking about how it can make these stomps feel even worse, though.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true. Like this, it balances out for if you do have equilibrium, but I think this patch overall is really just a snowball patch. Yeah. I mean, if you get earlier kills, you have a bigger lead, Rupture around.
Yeah, there's a TP scroll for Cord, and he's actually going to use Rolling Thunder and then TP, bleeding out. He's got a lot of move speed here to mid one, so there's just no way out of this one for Dubu. So it activates the Blade Mail there, the Roar. Ice is happily tanking the damage as he sees the C4 explosive get placed. TJ with the battlefield-like kill there. He's got him down. Oh, goodness.
It's always fun when the techies does manage to snag one away with a sticky bomb.
Oh, yeah. He earned it.
Play. I think Corden tried to bait in, you know, force Midwin to kind of commit to chase in.
Yeah.
And he goes a little bit too far forward.
It did quote-unquote waste the Invis rune, but the way that Bleed reacted to it seems like they're totally happy with that trade, especially because, I mean, our boy Jackie, he's just farming, man. He's just farming.
And that's where Jackie's the scariest, because he's always been a really prolific farmer, even his time at Motivate Wrestler. Still trying to find a kill. Good Tumbler story. Oh, maybe not so good.
Well, he got close. At least avoided the silence. I think he was in trouble no matter what he did there. Another kill for mid one, though. He's starting to kind of roll a little bit around the map quite comfortably. Didn't go for the Javelin early because his farm mechanism, of course, is just his Blood Rage and the Empower. But Maelstrom's going to see him farming very, very effectively. Speaking of farming, Jackie, well, I mean, we spoke about his farm. The farm rate for Chidori is about to kind of explode down here. He's going to pick up his Radiance soon. You are really concerned about SMG's lineup if we ended up seeing a picture like this right now for net worth, with Jackie being that far up there. When are you feeling a little bit better as an SMG fan with Chidori's farm?
With Chidori's farm, the minimum I think for an Alc to feel okay is like a 2k advantage. Ideally, you maintain 4k above, maybe even 6k above.
6k is like any item, 4k is like most
items. Yeah, you want at least one item advantage. Or early on, a component advantage isn't too bad, but again, not ideal. So that's the point we're looking for. And Chidori's been ignored. Like, SMG's done a great job of stalling out for the Alc.
Yeah, mid-one's just been uber aggressive, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's just always on map. And they're also allowing Masaros to get his own build up. Echo Saber into the Blink. So Mid One understands. Like, yes, I'm playing a Bloodseeker, but I've got to be active. I'm connecting with the supports. I'm forcing in objectives, and I'm copying tank. I'm tanking.
Sometimes the CEO needs to be undercover boss and, you know, actually on the line. For now, though, he's, well, absolutely getting ganked. Blade Mail or not, he's going to die alongside the Maiden, slowly but surely, as Ice is going to be able to pick up both kills, and Bleed eager to get Jackie involved here onto the siege. It's going to be a bit difficult here with the Coddle blasting waves, but I believe they have damage sufficient for this quite easily, especially as there comes the Warpine Raider to tank. Down goes the tower. Oh, and DJ goes in for more. I thought there was maybe a Coddle hiding on the cliff. You know, it's kind of crazy. I was just, oh, and they steal an Alk stack. That's pretty good for them. I was just thinking about this. You know, I used to love DJ on, you know, your Earth Spirits, your Nyxes, your melee fours. Yep. But in a way, the way that new Techie is played, he kind of it embodies a bit of that like spirit, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I'm really enjoying him watching him thrive on the Techies.
Yeah, and in a way, it's like Earth Spirit, but with more damage, and probably not as bad because you don't have remnants to wait for.
It's true.
And that is why Michael Phoenix is playing a lot of Techies. He likes to think he's a good Earth Spirit player. Now he likes to think he's a great Techies player.
I gotta say, man, Earth Spirit doesn't feel as bad with the every 5 levels you get one more remnant.
Yeah, for sure.
We've seen some convincing games from Earth Spirit core. We'll see how that continues as they do smoke now onto the side of Bleed. Rupture is going to be for DJ. Good luck blasting off now. He's going to blast himself back to the fountain. Yeah, that's a big kill. 500 gold for that one.
He is
well worth the cost of doing business there for Mid One.
He was on a pretty decent streak, so
that's crazy.
Yeah, big take, and that should help them again clear out these side towers are big to kind of clear out. They do find a Wisdom Rune. Can they grab it?
Oh, RP was used. Wisdom Rune was stolen in the meantime, though, so Dubu is going to be quite happy to die with this. Oh, if only there was a Tormentor. Regrettably for him, he won't be able to make it past the Defender's Gate, but he can make down to the low ground. Unfortunately, into tower range. Oops. It doesn't matter. I mean, honestly, mission complete.
Yeah. He sneaks by. They grab both Wisdom Runes, and this is where maybe that snowball effect you heard Winter mention kicks in. You know, that your supports get a little bit more starved of EXP. You're hitting some spikes winding up here for Bleed, especially with the Techies.
Yeah.
He loves getting more EXP up.
Oh, damage. Okay, Chidori did get off the chemical rage. It's not going to add it damage. It's just immense. It's overwhelming. He's dead instantly. Oof. That's tough for him. On that point, though, at least for SMG, right? Because I love talking about supports. I'm a support player. It's a difficult patch to be support when you do start falling behind in games like this. But at the very least, because of the 30% stack XP change, they've been spending a lot of time. So I'd love to see how much they've actually stacked this game. I imagine it's at least 5 camps apiece, if not more. But they're also supports that can farm waves and farm creeps pretty easily, you know? This Coddle, I don't got to tell you about Illuminate. I'm sure you've all had a Coddle steal way too many. It's not as much as I thought, especially for the Maiden. So Zhao's been a little bit more moving around the map, getting involved in kills, probably presumably around Mid One. As Chidori is going to be joined now by Afu. They did get a little bit of burst healing out with the stick, but Afu is going to be chased down by the Ancient Black Dragon and taken down. TPs are incoming though. Masros is here without a blink and without RP for 20 more seconds. This fight, well, Mid One's connecting to it, so maybe they still find something. Although finding Ice in these trees, it's a bit tough. The stun though, that generous AoE still actually managing to get Ice into some trouble as Masros focusing now onto DJ, making sure there's no blast off from the trees. Corden trying to TP out, they need a bit of damage. They've got another stun, that'll do him in. Chidori trying to live through this one, and he's gonna go down to that final last little bit of access, but John Well, perfect position for him to let go of the freezing field. That does force Jackie back. Masros just whiffs there on the shockwave. John Well has vision with the ward down, but can't quite find him on the cast range. There's still an enemy hero here. It's Dubu. Hello, Dubu, and goodbye. Versus 4 heroes, he doesn't stand a chance. It'll be a 1-for-3 trade. How sustainable is this, though? That's SMG losing their safe laner twice in pretty rapid succession, and Jackie staying safe and sound.
It's not ideal, but I don't think it's the end of the world. You're getting some good farm. You've got some spikes coming out. Masros has his blink. This is where we need to see our Magnus connection, and it's just hard to smoke when there are bombs around.
That there is. Jackie is going to be a little greedy here and take at least one more little Ancient Granite Golem. But let's take the big boy. What's, are they just called golems? What's the regular Ancient
Granite Golem?
Ancient Rock Golem and Ancient Granite Golem.
Yeah.
Oh, RP, that's a big one. And right into the Illuminate. That one hurts. You got Wombo comboed into a Stampede.
Yeah. Everyone's still gunning for more. Shouldn't be an endangerment.
Oh, he is. I mean, he's got BKB, so he's confident, especially with the heals, that he'll be okay. Masaru jump back on in, looking maybe like he had a harpoon. I don't believe he has it yet, unless it's on the courier for him. No, it's just TP scrolls.
Dire's top tower
It's
is
a
under
little bit too
attack.
fast for him to have that harpoon up, but we are seeing the difference once you have this Magnus joining in.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
It's a
you
big
can
one.
finally threaten that Turboblade. You can finally start to put a dent in Jackie's build-up. He's not at the point where he's got the Scotty. He's maybe one part in 200 gold. They do whiff the skewer back, but not the biggest loss. And I think this is the one thing for the Terrorblade up against the Alk. If you don't manage to meet your Scotty timing faster than the Alk can get that one item advantage,
right,
then that's where it's awkward. Like, if you can hit the Scotty before a 4K lead comes from the Alk, you're in control.
I could
you
see
can do what
that.
you want, but we've seen this match multiple times. And so far, Chidori's in that breaking point where he needs more, but he's not in complete danger yet on the Alk, but he needs way more farm.
So he's got BKB delivered, pardon me, now on the Alchemist, and has Blink on the way. I could very well see Blink being that item to be very troublesome here for Jackie if he does not have that item on mine in time. Top lane, by the way, there is a Rupture Cordon running, more like rolling, I guess, and is going to be able to get out before the Rupture kills him. Kind of a close call there for him, but he is all safe and sound in the fountain.
Yeah, I mean, he's dragging attention away. Mid one is the most aggressive core right now on SMG's end, so he's copying the ganks to ensure Jackie kind of stays safe, and he's also building into the Lincolns now, just lacking that ultimate orb, and that should be pretty much a safe point for the Pangolier. Past that, like, it's only the Bloodseeker that you're scared of. They will smoke out and bleed.
I think they're looking bottom. This could be good. It would have been good, but now actually they've connected with the entire team here for SMG. They will lose off food by the looks of things at the start of the fight. Indeed, DJ makes sure, as Masaros is going to skewer through the goalpost there. Lots of heals here for DJ, though, with the full Guardian Greaves on him. And in fact, Masaros, he's slow to a crawl and killed off. Chidori as well, silenced, forced to BKB just so he didn't stun himself under a cliff. And Bleed got that one right. SMG just not quite connecting, caught off a bit off guard, pardon me, by that Bleed smoke gank. And impeccable timing here, because here comes Roche out there with a Twin Gate. They might look for Roche.
Oh yeah, they're eyeing it. And they should have really good access into that area now. SMG, their team fight in that area just doesn't feel good.
No.
Their team fight in general is somewhat lackluster outside of RP.
SMG, they don't fight in the bottom right corner of the map, okay? No. You don't ask them about it.
No. Yeah, they definitely don't. So, Bleed gets the freebie, and that should set up the pace. Again, there's still a point where you can handle
smoke. They ought to know what was meta used for that even, and in fact, no, I don't believe it was. And Mid One set up all of the traps here. DJ, once again, is going to blast himself off, and probably to his death, as his TP is not fast enough. Mid One getting the kill there, but if that's all it takes to get a Roche, I'm pretty happy for Bleed. If I'm Bleed, I mean to say.
Yeah, I mean, they're more than satisfied. SMG just not finding the big kills they want on that punish, and they still don't have this item advantage on Chidori. Masaros with a blink end into this harpoon. It's going to be his big timing as well to just make solo plays.
He's got to make it work, though.
We've got to see those plays come out.
No.
Maybe just save the Rupture for the skewer back or something. I don't know.
I gotta say, Mid One's playing a pretty good game, though. He decided not to go into Maelstrom. I believe it was straight BKB after the Blade Mail. Very sacrificial role for him, you know? Perhaps uncharacteristically so. I think that a lot of people have this idea of Mid One being the super greedy mid in mind. But maybe now that he's back to mid, he's highly incentivized to go for these kind of aggressive in the enemy's faces kind of builds. I mean, so aggressive is the likes of SMG here that they actually steal the Tormentor. That's a pretty big blow here. I think the Techies one is always quite sought after, and well, Silencers is not really too inspiring, but sometimes it's really good.
Yeah, it can be. For the most part, not quite, but it has its ability.
Dubu, once again, looking to steal a Wisdom Rune, but they've actually scouted Corden here. John Wells giving chase, has popped the Lincolns, but no chance for the kill there. Dubu steals the Wisdom Rune in the meantime. We'll go 1-for-1 on those. But nothing else. Bunch of time wasted here. I mean, for Bleed, they seem to be pretty happy, John, aren't they? Jackie's just going to get this Scotty online, and then maybe we'll see them make another aggressive smoke play. But until actually, here's a DD rune. Will that change your mind? Or are you more confident with Scotty?
I'm still more confident with Scotty. I think you shouldn't overextend at this point just yet for Bleed.
Best of both worlds. Put it in the bottle. Save it for let that percolate a bit.
Yeah, it's almost there anyway. You're about 400 gold to your fault, Scotty. You don't need to rush things here for Bleed. You still don't have the item advantage.
Who'd they throw that at? Oh, Corden, who's got a Lincoln's. So they've scouted that now. That Pavis, by the way, now works on physical spell damage.
Yep.
Alk's got a lot of that.
Yep. Very nice to see.
I think he only has that.
The Pavis is probably just a little bit too good.
Does feel really good. Does not scale though, right?
That is true. I think that's acceptable. But it is a little bit cheap. But you know what? I do like cheap build-up items.
John, we need good items on supports too,
That is
okay?
true.
It can't just be your I have AC, I have BKB, I have radio kind of, you know, we fight, we smoke on Pavis. Why not?
Yeah.
Why not? That'll ruin an LC's day.
And it does.
And there's Scotty, that'll ruin an Alk's day.
That it will. They are looking to split push a little bit, trying to force some pressure back. I am interested in that Ice went for the drums of Slom.
Yes, he did. They've changed them though. They're no longer this really bad ability. They seem a lot more popular.
They are
now.
really good. But mainly against illusions. This is not really an illusion-heavy game on SMG.
Gets pulled in. Good silence there. Prevents the RP because there's no magic unity, no dispels here on the mag. And now that's going to free up Corden. Oh, just a bit more damage needed for the kill on Masaros. And they will have that courtesy of Jackie's reach. Look at the slows as well. They can't even get close to him. Chidori just throwing in the concoctions from range, but Bleed secure the first tier 3 tower. They're looking as well for these melee barracks. They get the second fortify out. But Bleed, they're confident. They're sticking around. Ice, he's beating the drums of war here.
Yeah, just keep drumming. A really good move to cut off Masaros. He is basically their initiation, right? We've been talking about this lineup, this draft on SMG, just relying so much on Magnus. And if you can't deliver that skewer back at the minimum, if you can't get the RP off, then you don't really have a way of starting these fights. You're depending on maybe Bleed overextending, getting them to bleed with a rupture, but Corden's just really well protected at this point.
Yeah.
It's a bit challenging for SMG to actually look for those angles. They have to depend on Masaros.
Yeah, and the global silence certainly is a good way to ruin his day, right? That was supposed to be his big date. I got Harpoon, guys. That's the big reveal. Look, the core's out of position. Oh, no, global silence. And, you know, well played to Bleed. They have covered the Magnus in that way. But now, of course, for the next 30 seconds or so, that they won't have that counterplay. Does at least give SMG a fairly realistic opening here. But good positioning from Bleed sees them all back away very safely here. Very, very safely. Really, really respecting the potential strength of SMG here.
Yeah, it's nice to see. You know, we were talking about SMG in the first game, respecting Bleed, Bleed respecting SMG, no one feeling too overconfident. No one wants to make any big errors to have that bounce back in the game. The lead of Bleed isn't that big, but you have to remember up against the Alk, a 1K advantage is still pretty painful for the enemy team.
Definitely.
Considering all the sacrifices you've made on mid 1 and Masaros to get to that point.
Yeah, especially mid 1, right?
Yeah.
This Alk, you know, oh, hold on, actually another smoke play. John Wall's going to break the smoke. Does get Corden almost to bite here. This Corden will blink forward. They just barely miss on the Bloodseeker. Rupture is actually going to find Corden, but unfortunately without a follow-up, that's a pretty decent spell tanked. I think it gets an opening. Perhaps it does here. Corden's TP'd all the way back to the fountain to regen, so he's not in this fight, and definitely not without Rolling Thunder for a while. There's going to be Roar, but that's only going to condemn Ice as rooted up. He was going absolutely nowhere. Chidori almost stuns himself, but finds an illusion to throw the concoction at. Bit of an opening here for SMG. We'll see how they continue to try and use this to leverage their way a bit back into this game.
Yeah, and they get some good punishment out onto Ice. I think the issue for Bleed is if they are running around looking for these fights, Ice alone isn't really here that will give you the damage. You need Corden or Jackie with you. Corden already forced the TP home, and Jackie not around for that engagement, just farming the side here. So it's a little bit optimistic from Bleed. I think SMG, I mean, if you still keep playing this kind of game on Bleed, the ramp up from Chidori is going to be a bit scary. Like, yes, you've got the TB with a Scotty going to the Butterfly. He's still going to be really well protected. But it does feel like eventually, at some point, I'm not sure when, but at some point the Alchemist with Empower on top of big RP is still a real hurting point. Like, heck, even mid one, when he can kind of switch his itemization to do more damage, or maybe some utility with a Bash. That's where things can get off the rails for Bleed if they're not too careful. We're not at that point yet. It is a rather even game, 15 to 18. Anything can happen still.
Anything can happen. It's the lovely part about C. I mean, we're about 28 minutes in. It does feel like we're in a very interesting, you know, kind of chess position here, aren't we? Bleed have got constantly this bot lane pushing in, courtesy of the 4 melee creeps, maybe 5 now that are spawning per wave. Now it's 4. So that's constantly shoving in, which kind of gives them a really nice chunk of this map with the twin gates. I never really thought about that part, though, like how impactful it is when you now get creeps in the side lanes. Because before, mid lane was, I don't know about sought after, but always seemed the more obvious choice, since it's the shortest path, you know, you're gonna force back opponents more. But now that you play a lot around the side of the map, or rather the corners of the map feel connected in a very like Pac-Man kind of a way, if that makes sense. Oh goodness, there's probably people here who've never played Pac-Man in the chat.
Probably. At least like maybe the classic version.
Yeah, like a really like the Miss Pac-Man, you know, the arcade cabinet. It does feel like having those side lanes pushing in your favor is really, really quite impactful here.
Yeah, it opens up a lot.
Especially with the vision advantage that Bleed naturally have, with the illusions, with the mines, with the hawks and boars, and even the helm of the Dom, or helm of the Overlord, pardon me, creep. It's troublesome here. It's troublesome for SMG. They do have kind of few moves to make around the map. I wonder, like, how you seem to try and break that wheel, though, right? Like, they've got wards up around Roche. He could have been up by now, which is why Jean-Noel's keen to try and defend this area. And the rest of his team isn't, though, considering that they don't see any heroes right now on the map. What's their way back in here, though? How do you do this when your bot lane's shoving in? Your opponents are cutting your top lane, you know, threatening to push back in there. Roche is the next obvious objective, but he's about to move back down bottom, and that's the lane that's constantly getting shoved in. This is key. This is really nice for Bleed.
Yeah, they've just got map control. Like, they can dictate all the movement going forward. They go for another smoke play.
The drums of Slam beating for mid one. He didn't manage to Manta or BKB in time. Might just be perma-stunned to death here. Does get a bit of a heal. The RP, it finds two. It's a pretty good one. The silence not doing enough work here, but it's just onto Ice and DJ, and Ice immediately turns with the Drums of Slam to try and fight. Somehow, mid one's still alive, managing to try and TP out. Masaros will be able to make it out alive as well. And Chidori is just way too fast here with the phase boots and the chemical rage to have been caught. Not bad. Global silence used, support for support. Roar and Rolling Thunder used, but I just don't know if SMG are going to be in a position to try and contest this Roche, which is about to go bottom, which is bottom, pardon.
It's quite difficult to gun for Roche without the RP, it feels like. I think that you losing your own team fight in SMG is also really challenging. There is no Metamorphosis up on Chidori, though. This could make the Roche process maybe a little bit slower. Is going to fade soon, but they've still got enough farm and damage output on the TV to kind of make short work of this.
Yeah, they'll get through it, but it might give SMG a chance here. As you say, though, without RP, how much can they really aim to do, especially as Masaros is going to have to go push past this creep wave for any chance. They've got a Hawk as well here, just watching over the twin gate, but Roche falling fast, and that's Aegis now on Jackie. SMG, they've come this far, they're not stopping now, as Chidori leads them into battle. Mid one doesn't find anything there on the Bloodright. Chidori at least able to put out the concoction there, but Ice, perhaps looking for the Primal Roar, okay, or just the illusions kicking Chidori's butt right now. Pops the Chemical Rage, in goes mid one. They have managed to at least force him to TP away thanks to the Rupture as Jean-Noel forces a bit of aggro onto himself. That's a big stun though. Oh no, but Chidori back onto the cliff, stunned up. He got roared up there. Chidori falling low, the regen just a bit too much for him as mid one gets a key kill there onto the silencer. That saves him, that keeps him rather alive just a bit longer, at least long enough to make it out alive in this fight. It's a buyback from Jean-Noel. He should be back here shortly as well. We'll see if SMG are still keen to keep fighting. I sure wouldn't be. 4 minutes left on this Aegis, a cheese, now a butterfly as well that Jackie's showing off. Ooh, this is getting scary. This is troublesome. He's starting to really scale here.
He really is. And again, you've never had his item advantage come out for Chidori. He's always been at equal net worth. We talked about this. Alchemist just doesn't feel like a hero when he's at equal net worth. Maybe in the ultra late game when you're just kind of dealing with late game Dota at like say 18 minutes, then net worth doesn't really matter.
I agree. Even then, right? You know, you've had Greevil's Greed. This used to be a spell, not an innate ability. So it used to feel way worse. Like you had to kind of go all in on your 6th item, and then if you didn't, then you had this kind of useless spell. Like sure, I know you still gave Ags to your teammates, but unless you specifically drafted around that kind of a concept, it never really felt too good. But yeah, agreed. Like not an item up. This innate ability of yours isn't really paying off. You know, you've got this passive, and it's, I mean, it's not the most overwhelming thing in the world, is it? Chidori has chosen to keep it at level 2 here in favor of leveling stats. It kind of goes to show what he thinks about it. So yeah, you're completely right. It's troublesome here. Bleed looking to at least force a game number 3. It's just it seems like they can deal with the Pango, but as soon as it comes to, okay, well, what do you got next for Ice? What do you got next for TB? SMG, they've just been coming up empty-handed.
Yeah, they don't have anything. They've got to just really hammer in this control with Masteros, break open these fights with a Magnus somehow.
Yeah, it's got to be the mag. You're right.
It needs to be a big RP. And
Tall ask into the silencer though. I mean, he's got the Lotus now, so it's doable.
It's doable. It's just the angles are not presenting themselves here towards SMG. And Bleed, again, they show a lot of respect. They're not trying to pressure high ground. They're not pumping up. They're taking control of the map. They're getting that further build up more than anything else. They understand that one bad fight, and because of how often Bleed have been taking these wins on their cores, they're going to bleed out a lot of gold if they die. So don't take the risk. Keep playing safe.
This is going to be... Oh, hold on. Maybe that's something. Good job just nuking the wave there from Cord, and he gets out immediately. They've also managed to actually snipe the courier here of the Alk. It's kind of a big move because he has enough money now for the Demon Edge. Not enough for buyback and Demon Edge, of course. But in case he needed to buy back, for example, if opponents were pushing your high ground like this, he would have been able to get through that butterfly evasion. It's not a choice for him now. That is going to be a skewer back onto the high ground. RP does come up, but where's the follow-up? Chidori as well. The force step kind of gets Ice in a weird position. Short little stun there at Concoction. The Rage is the Roar is still going to come out. The force step as well. Chidori way too far from his team. They couldn't do a darn thing to save his life. He's got buyback here on the Elk, but he doesn't have Chemical Rage, doesn't have BKB. Might not have a top lane of Barracks for much longer either. It's going to be forced to buy back though as mid one. Looking for the play now. Ice maybe has gone a bit too far. The stuns, the control, the lockdown just not good enough. He is still alive. In fact, the Sunder. Oh, goodness, nearly at the cost of Jackie's own life with the Illuminate that was coming through. Masaro's giving chase. That's going to be a pretty good harpoon. Oh, but now it's going to be Corden who goes on in. Plenty of damage there. Ice, win heal. He finally be taken down. Mid one gets the kill. Actually, it goes to Masaro, so no big heal there. But Jackie's dispatched of your top lane of Barracks already. Dubu seems to have been left behind. Well, they chase through the minefield. They will for a while at least as DJ looking for a counter initiation. Chidori is dead. They've caught him in mid one. He's disarmed. He can't fight through this. He gets the force step back to safety. He'll be okay for now. Masaros looking at least for something. Unfortunately, only comes up with an illusion. That's a dieback and the top lane of Barracks though for Bleed though. That may be a bit too much. I think Bleed are set up perfectly now for the coup de grace. This is tough for SMG to come back from.
Yeah, they've got everything they wanted to get out of that fight. They still hold on to the Aegis here as well. For Jackie, not too much time left on it. It's probably just leading to them to play it a lot safer. But your 1 rack's up, your 2 racks is up. You've got a lane to shove in. 2 lanes to just constantly shove in. Map control shrinking for the side of SMG. You're at the item advantage now, a clear item advantage coming up for Jackie in comparison to Chidori. And for the side of SMG, I mean, it's just down to this lack of early activity, right? Like 10 to 15 minutes in, who makes the plays? Because mid one was running around. They were making some connections with this Bloodseeker early activity, but it felt like it wasn't as much aggression as you kind of want to see, because it's a Bloodseeker. If you had any other Spirit Brother, maybe it feels a little bit better. Anything with high mobility, anything with a bigger nuke on mid to hit these early timings would have had that impact to slow down terribly, but there was never any answer for Jackie's farm.
Oh, yeah, and they weren't really able to hunt with him. Mid one, swinging around the map, couldn't really find him in the fights that Jackie showed up to. He did a good job kind of keeping his distance, you know, getting involved and being the damage source that he needed to be, but not being, you know, an easy target to really just kind of kill for free either. Really struck a good balance there. Ice has been playing a phenomenal game as well, I have to say. I've been impressed with him. He is tanky, he is hard to kill, and he is annoying as always, as now. Well, mid one might have to deal with that. He cannot, just TP away, of course, because of the roar, and he might not even be able to move after that. Basher courtesy of Corden, and that sees mid one dead without buyback here for an 80-second duration, just bought out for the Mjolnir.
Yeah, that's a big opening coming out for Bleed if they can read that there's no buyback.
That's gotta be Megas at least.
It has to be. Like, you've got the full Daedalus up in Jackie. I do not see the terribly dying to the Alk, even if he does get RP'd up. I
think
you've got
butterfly. I'm sorry, pardon. He's got the MKB, so it's like You have the tool to get it done, but you've got one less hero now, so...
Yeah, but I don't know if you can just chain stun Jackie to prevent him from just sundering.
Okay, Masaro skewered an illusion out of the base. Maybe it was a bait the whole time. Does get off the RP. Decent stun onto 2, but that's BKB RP wasted. I would have to use that word to describe that.
Yep.
Didn't get much. In fact, they didn't even kill the illusion, Jonathan.
No, it's tanky. It's tanky enough. And they realize their mistake when it just melts a little bit faster than you'd expect. Full Megas up. This is something SMG's lineup can sort of deal with. They can kind of hold high ground defense. They've got AoE clear. Whether or not they can find these openings is really a big question, and it just feels like the answer is no. Right now, that's all we're seeing, just a resounding no. As Bleed have played this game very cleanly. I think for SMG, again, their hope lies on a great blink skewer back. Not even the RP on top. If you can manage to somehow skewer them all the way back to your fountain one by one, you can make this game work in your way after a couple of fights.
It's just so much to do from Osiris, and it's so obvious as well. Like it's not easy. Maybe if he had Ags, which is the old horn toss, basically, I could see this happening. But it is, you know, this is not TI-10 Magnus. He's a different hero these days, and everyone after that kind of knows how to play the Magnus. They know what the Mag wants to do. He wants to go for the YouTube clip. He has to go for the YouTube clip. He really does. Because he's got to empower both of his melee cores. He's got to land an amazing RP or skewer, basically, back into his allies, and then they just kind of have to beat the crap out of everyone and hope that they don't get a Sunder off.
Yeah, it's a lot of hoping for these big plays to come out. I think... I'm trying to figure out what else SMG can do. It really feels like there's not many angles left. Not when it wouldn't alk behind this much. Not when you've sacrificed your Bloodseeker's maybe farming pace and different item timings for utility.
It is mid one doing a lot of the damage in these fights. I took a look, and he bought out again, by the way. I'm not sure what he just purchased, but he's got no money. See what he can do now. But yeah, against Megas, he's doing a lot of damage, especially when he is empowered. Like his attack speed is no joke with this Mjolnir now, so he's got potential, as does Chidori. It's just a bit too difficult, and they're going to go with Chemical Rage on half cooldown. No one from Bleed is really within arm's reach here. And in fact, the Megas are going to start pushing in real fast. It's a good position to hold here. You know, we used to see people on the old map always hold this specific piece of the triangle to try and, you know, prevent moves like this, like the breakout moves. So they're really going to force SMG to take the scenic route. Demon Zeal, we once again do not have Chemical Rage, and we don't have the RP either.
All right.
That's not how you want to go out.
Yeah, they popped the RP, and now Roshan's back up with a free Axe. So...
Is that a DD on Jackie, I see? Do I spy that with my little eye? No, that's just Demon Zeal.
Yeah, just Demon Zeal running. Roche not going to take too long to melt. No RP for quite some time means...
Oh, and a free Roche, thank you very much. Or sorry, a free...
free Ags, yeah.
Not bad.
So you've got a nice little...
Demon Wave, Terror Wave.
Yes, the Terror Wave coming out with a little Metamorphosis on top. SMG, this game is... I mean, it's not completely impossible. I'd say the probability is on the odds. I'm surprised our Dota Plus is giving it a 3% win possibility for SMG. Normally, it would just throw the book out win and say 99 or 100, but
yeah,
3% chance.
I haven't seen it go to 100 a whole lot these days. Maybe it's still learning on this new map. I reckon there's a world where Bleed have to at least push again for the Megas because of the vicinity here of that fountain, the range now of the skewer. He's got that 20 talent, right? So plus 375 skewer range. It's a pretty big increase there. It's like, what, a 25% increase about up from 1200?
Yep.
It's not bad at all. An extra level, essentially, for him. No, it's way more than an extra level. So, you know, it's a big move. Big skewer range. It's going to have to be a big move, of course, for SMG to get back into this game. Not only do they need to hold against this push, they need to win probably another fight on top of this.
Yeah, it does feel that way. But you've got the Hex up in Johnny. Well,
all right, but that's how you want to get it started, though. There's the Global Silence, the follow-up not immediately there. Looking for the damage. Jackie pulled back on in. Terror Wave, though, does force mid one off of him for a second. That's at least Global out. But Osiris is getting the creeps to work. The roar now onto Masaros. A good blink on back, though. Chidori needs something to throw his concoction at. will actually find the real Jackie there to do so. Only one tier 4 tower taken down, but watch out for those Scotty auto attacks. You're doing the damage. Lots of ultis popped. There's going to be another skewer on back. They caught the real one a second time, this time without a global. But they just can't find the RP in time. Now Jackie dishing out a bit more, a bit of damage actually. Feeling it a little bit back now. Has Sunder, but Silence won't be able to use it. Ice and DJ from the side as there goes Mid One zooming around in the fights. Someone's TP'd all the way out. Mid One kind of getting kited out here. Does at least find Dubu. A fine kill for him. And he's left the Bleed really have left the rest of their own team behind. Ice is going to fall. Masaros hunting for DJ. That should be an easy kill for them now as soon as they're not disarmed. They even commit the RP. Gosh. Wow. Nothing could save DJ there.
Yeah, for sure. It's a lot of spells coming out, but it does work out in the defense for SMG. They get some good punishment. We mentioned it had to come from Masaros. It does come out from Masaros. He gets 2 great skewers out.
He had 2 opportunities and he landed both.
Yeah, all on Jackie. And the moment Jackie's out of position, Bleed suddenly kind of go into panic mode. They're like, all right, we have to pop Golden Silence. We have to force stab him out. We have to focus entirely on saving this Terrorblade. And it just allows these openings to present themselves for SMG.
Surely, Jonathan, this isn't enough for SMG to get fully back into the game.
Not fully, but it presents an opportunity to stabilize the game a little bit more, get some farm going your way, shove out these lanes, and perhaps get some vision out. So it does mean Bleed will have to rethink their high ground plan. It kind of felt like they were just going for the all-in without respecting that skewer back coming out from Masaros. They need to be able to capitalize on top and punish the Magnus a little bit better.
Ooh, big item there as well. I mean, we were talking about how Alk still has a little bit of room to grow. I'd say he's really starting to reach his peak here now, right? That's a full Abyssal Blade delivered. Obviously, you can maybe go for Swift Blink, maybe Overwhelming Blink. I'm not really sure what the Alks prefer these days. I could see very much good arguments for both, but he is starting to really top out though, isn't he?
Yeah. I think maybe at some point you can start considering Ags. I think a Will-O-Wisp would be massive for SMG.
Yeah,
remove some of the reliance on Masaros, clear up an avenue for the skewer back.
Good point, honestly. Careful though, Chidori might be forced to BKB here, and will. Gordon actually bonked himself on the ledge, but he finds a bash there. On the Rolling Thunder proc. Chidori is dying through this, though. Rupture, that might be good up. Mid One, he's just in. Oh, Crimson Guard saving him a lot, though. Mid One needs to do a lot more damage with the RP. It's on the 2, but he skewers him up to the high ground. Mid One, he needs to get a kill. He needs one now, and he won't. He's going to go down. Triple buyback out from SMG as Chidori stuns himself and everyone around him, but Ice is beating the drum. They are going to beat back SMG here in game number 2. Bleed, they're not yet fully into this game as Mid One still making it a bit difficult, but the disarms there on the lucky shot.
God.
And DJ collecting the kill in style. Jackie refusing to die, even if they got him, John. He's still got ages for another 20 seconds. What do they have left? SMG, pardon me, on the ropes. Does Bleed look to close out game number 2 here?
Yeah.
Or maybe they're going to back away.
I mean, maybe they respect Masaros. Once again, Global Silence down.
Maybe they expect Chidori to have a buyback, which is not the case here.
Yeah.
Is he going to do the little courier trick where he's going to try and drop his boots? You need to drop more than just his boots to get the net worth he needs, though. They reflect the Hex there. Stun finds only the Maiden. They will be able to whittle down this last tier 4 tower. It's no buildings left in the base. And a very slow but steady siege here now from Bleed begins. Stun onto Masaros. Just tons of vision in the base. 4-step and even Skewer committed there just to keep himself alive. Careful, Apu actually gets bonked into the base. But that is going to set the rest of Bleed onto the Ancient. Already half HP. This is really it now for SMG. Surely Bleed now recognize there's no buyback on the Alchemist. Megas surrounding the throne. The Hex save as the Piggy skewers himself into the roar of Ice. And that is Bleed taking us to a game number 3.
Yeah, really well played coming out there from Bleed. They have really strong lanes coming out. I think this off lane from Ice was really one of the shining factors, just applying a lot of pressure on the Alpha early on. I think SMG, they kind of went a little bit too greedy in their draft. Like it felt like there was no real playmaker for a long time until you got that blink up on Masaros. Mid One was running around the map trying to do something for the team, but it didn't feel like it was enough, right? Like, how do they start these fights with a Bloodseeker? You just run up Rupture, maybe you got a Frostbite and the Blood Right, but it's
I think it was just challenging here as well with that specific support duo. Just it didn't really lend a lot it didn't really help Masaros achieve much. Like we're talking about how much Masaros has to do, and the unspoken part of that is how little the supports could have done to aid him there. Not only mid one, of course, but also the supporting staff as well. So a bit of a tough game there for SMG, but that does bring us to a game number 3. We were excited for a 50-50 game. Would you say it's delivering so far?
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening, but it's fun to watch.
Absolutely. It's the best part to play Dota, right? 2 50-50 teams in the C region in a brand new patch. Stick around, guys. Game 3 coming up very shortly, but first we're going to throw it over to the panel to break down Game 2 just a bit more.
Bleed has done it yet again. They're our team to take us to a 3-game series. I feel like this is kind of just going to be their thing now. Do you guys think that kind of puts them at an advantage now that they've won the most recent game? Got a little confidence boost. They can keep the ball running?
I think it's a good excuse to pull confidence from. Like, it might not be true, but if you can like motivate your team by telling guys, like, we lose game 1, don't worry.
Placebo.
It's normal.
I told you, man. Park, Pango, and Amber. Just keep those 3 heroes on Cordon.
I mean, I feel like this Bloodseeker pick was a jabit. He never really got to handle the role very much, and they also didn't address the TB problem, right?
I mean, if anything, I'm blaming the Magnus.
Magnus? But don't you think his job in this game was too hard? He was the initiation, the team fight.
You can only blame the other heroes so much, like the supports and everything. I mean, I hear John and Richie, they were like, oh, the supports can't really help the Magnus as much. The Magnus have to do a lot. Yes, I agree the Magnus has to do a lot, but who is he doing it for? I feel like he's doing a lot of things for Bleed instead of his own team, SMG.
Oh, no.
He wants his spot back.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, it's definitely not one of his heroes. He didn't look too comfortable on it. I feel like SMG had a draft where they kind of had to snowball, but they didn't itemize that way. This Magnus went for some Vanguard, Power Trades, Echo Saber, like much slower pace. And I feel like mid-1 with the Blade Mail build and the Radiance Blink on Chidori early, they kind of want to fight. They really needed a dagger. But the Global Silence was also a big pain in the ass for them.
I mean, they picked Magnus knowingly, seeing the silencer, so... I'm not sure, maybe if he goes for a Grease early, I just go like aura item, since you want to fight with the Bloodseeker, right? He wants to build Blade Mail, he wants to fight early, so on the Magnus, you just go, I guess you go aura items.
Yeah, just enable him, right?
Yeah, Grease, and then maybe you buy Blink after the Grease.
Because I think they do have like good team fight, and I talked about this earlier, but Bleed didn't really have an answer to the RP in the early game with his Greaves up. I think even the roll, because the roll comes in and he gets ruptured, right?
No, actually,
your RP skewer.
Actually, you're actually very spot on it. If you go into the game with the Blade Mail idea, like I want to get Blade Mail on this Bloodseeker because I'm not a conventional.
Yeah.
Like he needs to tell his team, I'm not a conventional mid hero. I need to play my item timings. I don't have a stun, so you need other heroes to buy items to follow your timing.
Yeah, I feel like Midon wanted to fight all the time, but his team wasn't really ready. Right?
Specifically, the Magnus wasn't
ready.
ready.
Like Vanguard Echo. I would have liked the Greaves. I think it's just nice against the Dispel. It's good to have Aura against the team too. Because I feel like the whole point of this Bloodseeker against Pango is you punish before he get Lincolns. So you can always rupture him in fights. So your RP is kind of uncountered in the early game, right? Because the roll can't come in.
Yeah, I mean, you see in the game like the Bloodseeker, like with his Blade Mail, is like playing around the supports a lot. It's difficult, right? Because both of them don't really allow him to initiate and catch somebody, That's why you need the Magnus to get a blink at the early time.
Yeah, I will say though, I'm not a fan of the no Coral pairing. I feel like he didn't really have anyone to Chakra. Kind of underwhelming if you pick a Coral so early and you're chakraing Alchemist stun, Blood Right. Felt very mediocre.
That was the game in a nutshell. I mean, the poor Magnus, man. It just seems so hard to skewer in RP anyone. But here's our match MVP. We have DJ on techies, blasting off with the 9-6-17 KDA. Played really good this game.
Yeah, he
did what a techies was supposed to do.
I feel like he won bot lane for them. I mean, it was a very late pick techies, and he also made this mid rotation that kind of skewed the Bloodseeker Pango matchup. I don't think it's super Bloodseeker favorite, but it definitely does get better as the game goes on for Bloodseeker, right? But the kill hit that he rotated mid for, it kind of gave Pango level 6 first, and the game kind of slowed down mid on.
Yeah, but I still feel like the important thing is Cordon's hero. Like if they can figure out how to use Cordon well in the team, they're gonna have a good game.
So we're gonna go to a third game in this series. We're gonna see if that last win by Bleed gives them the confidence to snatch a victory on the series. We'll see right after the break. There's only one more game left of this SMG Bleed series. We shall find out who prevails as the victor of this series. I've got my panelists here to talk about last game real quick before we dive into the next game. How did you feel?
How did you feel, Winter?
Did you feel sad? I know you felt sad about the Magnus.
Yeah, I felt like I'm seeing Bog play again.
Oh my god! Winter!
Winter's out for blood today.
Wow, I mean, this is Bleed.
Somebody's bleeding, that's why.
That is true.
I feel like Bleed did a good job adapting the draft. I think the first pick TB was very bold, but it was also like a shot at SMG, right? It's like,
That's
you know,
true.
they pick this TB, it's like, we're gonna take it from your first pick, what can you do? And then they pick this Magnus Carl, and they get trashed in the lane so damn hard.
They should do the same thing again. I guess they're gonna get a coin toss to get
Yeah, they probably
who
coin
gets
toss.
selection again.
So
if they
first pick wins?
Yeah, if they win the first pick, I think they should stick to first pick and do the same thing.
Probably. I think the bans matter a lot too. They removed the Timber and the Doom, so I think they even opened the TB pick.
Do you
even more.
respond with Underlord right away?
I feel like you should underlord Elk there, not Coddle Elk. I feel like the underlord protects the Elk in the safe lane once he's 6, and he's also good in lane against the TB.
But how about just pick Cotter and Underlord?
I think that's fine too.
Why do you still want to go Elk
That's
when
fine too.
there's
I think
a
Elk's
TB?
just a really strong hero. I think Elk versus TB wins if the Elk can farm his lane and the TB gets pressure in lane. Because TB is not a strong laner, right? Compared to Elk. I think Elk's pretty strong with the acid spray and the stun. So I think that's like where the matchup is skewed. But I feel like in all these Elk TB games, we see the TB higher or even net worth as the Elk, and Elk feels really shit in those situations.
So TB's been a winner in the series. Do you think they're gonna take it out of the pool, or they're still gonna leave it in?
Too many heroes to ban, I think.
It's so weird though, yeah, because how do you leave the... I guess for SMG they can kind of leave it because the Timber ban is specifically targeted at SMG right? By Bleed.
Yeah, that's why whoever gets first pick, I feel like it would be very crucial.
So you think Terrorblade's the hero to contest here?
Yep. And the other team should try to figure out, I think not just the other team, but both teams you have to already figure out maybe this is going to happen and you have to decide if TB gets picked, what do we do?
So what's the TB counter other than PL that we've seen so far?
I think PL seems like if you go for core-to-core matchup, I think PL is probably the best one right now. I mean, if you don't want to carry the others heroes like Tinker, Zeus, Lash.
Zeus,
Yeah, Zeus. Those
What
are,
happened to Drow? She's just dead?
Not
It
sure.
does look like that. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I just feel like the game's a bit too fast for her right now. Like you want carries that can kind of come in really early, and I think these carries that you pick early, these Elks, these TBs, these Do-Some Monkey Kings are just really nice to have.
Why are they nice to have?
It just
Adam.
enables your draft a lot more. Like you can draft around these heroes and you feel good. You pick a draw early, you can't really draft around it to protect her because it's just how the hero works.
Drow needs a lot of stuff around her, you know. When you pick a draw, it's like a draw draft. But when you pick TB, you don't call it a TB draft because TB fits in a lot of scenarios.
Oh, I see. Very, very technical. I'm enabling you to give me a, in-depth analysis, because that's what we're here for, right? You guys are gonna give me an analysis on Dota. For the people who don't know as much about the little details, it's good. It's some educational.
I mean, you should do that to John when he's trying to cook us dinner.
Let him cook, man. Just let him cook.
I've been trying to tell him, we can always just go out, have a nice dinner in a nice restaurant, but no, I have to cook and kill all of you.
No, it's
that's
the
his love language, yes.
Yeah. See,
He wants
acts of
to-
service.
Yeah, exactly.
What is your love language, Winter? Gifts?
Beating.
Oh, hell no. Okay, let's get into the draft of Game 3. Let's see what we get. The TB is finally banned.
So what's in the pool?
SMG has
They're
first pick,
thinking about the Timber now.
but there's still what? There's still Medusa, there's still Takis, there's Elk. There's still a lot of things.
I mean, I feel like SMG is not the type of team that will just play OP stuff.
No Doom. SMG is not a team that will just play pick OP stuff.
I mean, I feel like they're not a meta team. They're just gonna pick what they want to pick.
And so, what do you think about Medusa right now with the nerfs? Is she still
I mean, I don't think
very,
the
very
hero's
good?
broken, but I think it's strong. I think in a strategic game it's strong, but I feel like a lot of the games we've seen so far has not been very strategic. Like people don't come online on these 15-minute timings and start
So
like playing together.
strategically, as Bleed right now, you have to pick Kotal, right? You cannot let Kotal and Medusa be on the same team.
I feel like they need to pick a hero that's good against Timber here, because I think SMG should just Timber the L on it.
Ah, okay. Okay, that's also a good point.
What is it though? I'm not really sure. I feel like this elk pick was kind of a debate, but I also understand why. Just a nice to have hero against Dusa. You can buy AC, you can buy Halberd.
Enchantress. Is that the hero you're looking for against Timber? Probably not, right?
No, but I think it's a flex pick for Bleed because DJ also plays the Ench, and they have had success with him on the +4 Ench before.
Timber. Yes, they heard us. Give us the Masaros Timber.
I mean, like, I feel SMG plays well when they have these like fuck you drops, you know, where you just pick what they want. They're like, we're better.
I should have an F-bomb counter today. It's been a...
in Neon Winter.
I know, with you guys especially, it's been a quite excessive.
just get the chili paste with the papa and start feeding
yeah.
Do we get extra points for that?
What?
per F-bomb.
For every time you drop it? Sure.
Drop
if
it
that
like
makes you
hot.
happy.
What makes
Anyways.
you happy, Winter?
Not having to eat John's cooking.
Oh, wow.
Oh no.
Poor John. He's crying. I can hear him. Sorry, John.
So what do you guys think of the bands, right? Dota, right?
Nah.
Nah. John's cooking L.
I mean, SMG just needs supports that enable their heroes right now. Disruptor looks really good. Just more stuns or more buff. I would even hit some like Ogre kind of hero.
I mean, how about Earthshaker though?
Where did that come from?
Earthshaker's buffs, you know. He
I feel
got
like
buffed
the
a lot.
hero's slow, but he is a good hero. It specifically enables Timber, I think.
For Timber, it's mainly Timber. Earthshaker works very well against with Timber because you enable his lane, and later on Timber only need heroes that can stun so he can kill. So Earthshaker is perfect for that.
I think SMG want a hero right now that kind of matches pace with the Ench on both lanes. So something like a... What's a good example? Some just high armor hero that's able to kind of soak up damage.
Mirana.
I
You arrow
feel
the
Mirana's
creep.
good against creeps, but the lane Ench, she just throws Impetus at you. You don't really win against the...
But nobody actually wins against that.
I guess so. You just want a hero that can like soak damage, right? Something with a heal, maybe.
So for Bleed, they're gonna pick, I guess, their next support first. You need like just a general support that's really strong.
Some Undying, maybe.
But do you think that they need to buy somebody, pick somebody that can buy a vessel so you can deal with the Timber?
I feel it's really weird right now because Timber has X, right? So he can kind of deal with a vessel. He's gonna have a pretty free lane, so he can probably take the... Can even go Lotus early if he
So
wants
that's
to.
why you're suggesting Undying, so early game.
Yeah, you need
Right.
to slow down his timing so you can deal with it more efficiently. I feel like the idea is that you want Elk to get free farm in the lane and then play your game from there. Because I think if he pressures the Elk in lane and the Timber kind of snowballs off there, it's going to be really awkward for Bleed.
If you want to kill him in lane, I guess what? Maledict? Witch Doctor?
Yeah, I think it's more like you want Bleed to... You want to just get away with the Elk, like let him free farm. I don't think you can actually kill the Timber. Maybe
so then
Ench
just
can
put the
kill him.
Ench with the Elk.
Yeah,
Then
that
you
works
secure,
too,
You
that works
secure
too.
his lane and you pick another 4 that can be useful in the game.
I wonder if they'll pick Nyx here on Bleed. It's like a DJ hero. It's good against Dusa and Timber as well. But it is kind of greedy. It's not a very popular hero right now. Oh, I wonder if we'll get an Ice Timber. Sorry, Ice Nyx. That'd be kind of cool. We've seen the Core Nyx with the Meteor Hammer. I think Zai played it at the
Yeah,
mid or
because as a
something.
support, it's so difficult to get the Vendetta right click off the burn.
Yeah.
As a core, maybe. You have Carapace against the Timber. I still feel I'd rather have the old mana burn against Medusa. I don't know why.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't like the new.
For sure.
I mean,
It's
a
like
lot.
you said, right? It's just hard to Vendetta.
It's
as a
hard.
support.
It's a lot of damage, but it's just it doesn't happen all the time, you know.
Interesting bans from Bleed.
Clock. So they
Very
think,
support targeted.
so they think that Clockwork. I mean, CM makes sense. I mean, they think Clockwork's something that's it's strange. Is it for the Ench? Because Clockwork matches well against the Ench in the lane.
Yeah, because now you kill the creep as well, because battery does double damage to creep, so it's kind of nice.
Okay, then
It's
it makes
also a mid
sense.
shield.
Everything is for the Enchantress.
Yeah, so I would say it's probably a DJ Ench just based on the ban so far. I wonder what SMG is going to respond with. Honestly, they're probably just going to pick Veno again. But the last time they played Veno against Ench, it didn't really look too hot for them.
Silencer, okay.
Maybe some like Voice Spirit
Silencer
+1 here.
I mean, Silencer is just very strong in the lane. You know. Like, if you talk about securing the Elks lane, so Silencer is really good for that. Arcane Curse is very good against the Timber early on before he gets all the Dispel, like the Greaves or whatever Dispel Lotus that he's going to get.
I wonder what Cordon's here is going to be. What are your guesses right now?
Oh, it's the
Winter?
pause for clings.
pause for
Let's
clings.
go. Dude, this is such a good pick.
I played against this yesterday. It was
Against Ench and
horrible.
Silencer.
Oh
By
my
like
God.
3 clinks.
It's so hard to play. I mean, in the
It's
lane,
really good.
he's so strong in the lane.
Yeah.
Yes. I love this from SMG. It owns their supports and it's good against
But
the
don't you
health.
feel like they don't have stuns right now if they have a pause 4 clings?
Don't need
Timber,
stuns, man.
Medusa.
If he presses his invis beside the Silencer, Silencer's dead. No need stuns.
Silencer is Pavis. He survives. Okay. Ember Spirit. So that's your stun. At least they have 1 stun right now.
I wonder what Blade will go for here. I like the Ember pick a lot. I think the heroes are like kind of getting removed, and between the Void Spirit Ember, I think SMG much prefer the Ember.
Yeah, it's also Colden's hero.
Mid 1 Ember. I have not seen this in a very, very long time.
We saw this, last tour? He played, or was it tour
It
1?
was
He played
off-lane.
some off-lane
Off-lane
Ember with
Ember, yeah.
Cotter.
He was solo safe lane. Then Master Ross, what you have?
No, they still have Puck. They have to pick him Puck.
Do you like Puck with their heroes? Blitz heroes look very ugly to me right now.
Yeah, I mean, they just need somebody to go.
Like they
to
need
start.
a Storm Void.
I mean, Void is kind of that kind of hero, but I don't know if it's a hero that would suit Colden as well.
Really? Isn't he a Void Spirit player?
But the hero just feels a bit different from the
Oh,
three.
right now.
Yeah,
It is
right
more-
now it feels very different from the Pango, the Puck, and the Ember. It's a bit different because in a way, he is kind of like a hero that you need to be a little bit more greedy. You have to play for yourself a lot more and less for your team because you have the ability to kill the backline supports with your combo, so you need to farm. And I feel like for Colden, right, he tends to play for his team too much. So I don't know if putting him on a Void Spirit is suitable. But I get it, there's not many options left, and Puck doesn't feel appetizing, with this lineup.
Yeah, I get where you're
Appetizing.
coming from.
Oh, you missed John's cooking already.
No,
Oh,
please, no.
Winter, you're so
Winter's hungry.
sweet.
What does Bleed need here? Is there a world where they flex this Alchemist and just pick a carry? Like, I think Monkey King looks really good. Oh, sorry, it's
Oh, it's
banned.
banned.
SMG, you heard me.
Pick anti-mage.
Anti-mage? Yeah, I think they'll probably ban AM too, right? If they ban the
AM's
Monkey
good
King.
against all their heroes.
Because I think Bleed is in a spot where they have to pick a carry that can do well against
Yeah.
this.
But they
Timber.
have the last pick, so they can just wait, and see what SMG does here.
Yeah.
For SMG, I guess they're kind of locked in there. I don't think they can change anything. So they need to pick like preferably a position 5 hero that can give them some stun, some catch. I mean, there's only Disruptor, I think. Or it's like some Lion. I don't know about Lion. Yeah. Ideally,
I think they can just pick Mirana, right? They have Mirana Ember.
Mirana's banned.
Okay, right. No Mirana.
Oh, okay, that's not working out. What am I calling next? Anti-mage ban. Or Morphling? Morphling? Do I care Morphling? Not really.
You've been pretty spot on.
I feel like AM is the only hero that gives
Yeah.
Bleed a win condition. Maybe Ursa too. But Ursa is a bit harder to play against this Kling's Timber. It's so much damage in the lane actually.
I want to see offlane AM.
That'll be kind of cool. But I think the problem with the offlane AM is the Elk still has to lane the Timber Klings.
Yeah, the main thing is like
true.
you wanna dodge that lane and put
Yeah.
another hero there.
So I think this Elk offlane is pretty nice right now. With the DJ ENG too, that's a really, really strong lane. SMG have to be careful about what post 5 they pick. Because if they do flex this Elk to the offlane, this Elk ENG sounds like they're gonna kill you over and over again. I'm trying to think of what kind of offlaner Bleed can go for if they choose to go for that route instead. I still see the Nyx, but I think their lineup just looks awkward because of the support duo with the Nyx.
I mean, there's still an Underlord. I don't know. Like, if you want to have like a all-rounder lineup. I think-
Underworld type kind of hero.
Yeah, Underlord type kind of hero. I mean, Underlord is not that great against the Timber, but it's still good. Yeah, so they banned the AM. They also figured the same thing. There's no other carry that can give them our actual easier pathway to victory this game for Bleed.
Time for the Diffusal Blade Wind Ranger.
That could work. I mean, that could work.
It sounds awful.
I like it, dude. I think it could be
Yeah,
legit.
I think it's an approach, but I don't think it's good enough to win the game. This
Yeah.
Timber is going to be a monster again. They have no way of killing Timber right now. If anything, I'd be more worried about this Timber Sword than the Medusa right now.
if you
I'm Bleed.
want to kill the Timber, then you need like a very strong lane against him. Like the last patch, it was Luna. People picked Luna against Timber, but now I don't know. Like as you mentioned, like Ursa and against this Klings and Timberland,
Yeah, it's not easy, right?
he's also gonna struggle.
Clinks makes it weird. I don't know how this silencer will do as well, because he can't really walk up and like post up because Klings keeps hitting you.
Would it be better to put the ENG there then and just leave the silencer on the other side of the map? Or you try lane first? Or you try lane first?
Try lane sounds good too.
Against the Timber and the Klings.
I wonder what Bleed will pick here. It's such a hard pick. Arc Warden?
Some Bleed might need an offlane, or that might be an
I feel like it's just hard to put this out carry and pick an offlane right now.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I'm just suggesting just pick like the underlord kind of hero. So you make your draft well balanced and you just play the game. Right?
It's true.
If you don't have any other replacements for Elk, if you move Elk to the offlane.
They have a Klings problem and a Timber problem right now that they kind of need to address. I think that Dusa is something they can itemize against later on with like Halberds and stuff.
I think they should just try lane, like you just pick an offlane and they can solo and then put the Elk, ENG and Silencer.
I feel like they should aggro tri lane and pick a safe lane. Yeah, because this Elk lane with the ENG and Silencer is really strong. Like acid spray. Then you have stacks to catch up later. I know it sounds weird as hell, but I think trying a Timber is.
And what would you put safe lane? What would you do?
I don't know. What does Ice want to play?
I mean, not. I feel like all his heroes don't do well against Timber.
That's probably true. Necrophos.
Necrophos?
There it is.
You go for Underlord.
Yeah, there's not many good
There's no more carry, right?
There's no more good carries already. So you just have to pick something that binds the whole draft together.
Whose draft do you like more?
I mean, I feel like they have the nicer looking draft, everything's more well balanced.
5 Klings, by the way.
Huh?
They might just do a full safe lane techies.
Okay.
I'm not too sure, but
+5 Klings.
I definitely like SMG's draft a lot more right now.
It's very wonky. I mean, I know it's a 7.33 draft or whatever, new patch draft, but Cordon on Void Spirit, that's the only concern I have, about him being able to perform on that hero. But otherwise, I think I'm on board with their lineup. I like how they finish up the draft and how they're gonna play the game. I feel like they have options. They could try lane and just make sure that they shut down this Timber Klings lane or Timber Techies lane and be able to, move on towards the mid lane game later with their heroes.
Is there going to be a Medusa problem?
I think they're gonna have a lot of problems.
We'll have a Timber and Klings problem first before we get to the Medusa problem.
It's okay, we have band-aids for that, right?
Yeah, try lane.
Yeah, so we'll find out if Bleed will bleed or if SMG are going to stop moving under gunfire as I send you over to our casters.
Thank you, Sophie. There's going to be lots of gunfire here because there's a Techies in the game. He's going to be shooting that cannon the entire time. Techies in all 3 games, huh? It's becoming quite the contested hero. What do you think about our draft so far? What do you think about our series at hand? And before you say anything else, I only want to hear a team name out of your mouth. Who do you think is going to win?
It's so hard when it's a coin flip. It's a coin flip. All right, let's redo. I'll say SMG. I'll say SMG.
You believe in it?
I don't know if I believe in it.
The Masaros, is it the Masaros effect?
I believe in Masaro's Timbersaw, but I don't know if I believe in a solid win for either one here. I think it's really been even, right. and that's a good sign for Bleed. I'm not sure if that's a really great sign for SMG from this dominant performance in Tour 2, leading to the major, into struggling a little bit more.
Harsh but very fair word.
Right?
I would have to agree with you. Yeah, I mean, for me, I did see a little bit more of a return to better form for Bleed towards the latter stages of the Spring Tour. Of course, for them, it was too late to really change much of anything. They were kind of doomed after their first 2 weeks. But I was more or less impressed with their first week, or their last week. And I tend to see this as a continuation of the rise. I'd love to see if Bleed, if they win this interview, right? I'd love to see what the interview was like and to see if they ask any questions about how Coach Misery is coming into play.
Yeah.
Because I think Adam was talking about a really interesting point earlier about how SMG's not looking for a coach right now because they want to find their play style first and then bring in a coach that can agree with that.
Yeah.
Because I think there can be a lot of friction if there's disagreement between not even just the team captain, but in SMG's case, the CEO, probably wants to play a certain way. Well, you gotta get a coach that wants to play a certain way as well. As the Deuce Court getting bullied and beat back a little bit. Gordon as well, taking a fair bit of a bruising, but overall, it's gonna be runes 4, maybe 3 here for SMG. And it will be 3, as Afu is going to easily win the foot race there. It's a little bit cheating when he has 6 feet in total, isn't it?
It's not quite fair. At the very least, there's 6 separate feet, or it's 3 pairs of feet.
That's right.
Separated. They're not stitched together, so I suppose it's not too bad.
I think overall this game, though, I've been... I mean, we'll see, right? Because I do think perhaps we're at this intersection with these two teams where SMG is a little bit on a decline. Hopefully one that is going to turn around, but one that's a little bit natural when you bring in a brand new offlaner and when you change your mid laner, right? I think you are going to have a little bit of a rebuilding period. Whereas for Bleed, I see them as continuing this upward trend.
Yeah.
So I have them rated a bit higher, and I don't know. I would have to go with them, just not for storyline reasons. Looking at this draft, though, I mean, it is a Karadusa.
Yeah, I mean, your one solution right now from Bleed is just basically a silencer, trying to right-click down with Glaives of Wisdom, take away some of that int down the line, although she does have enough bonus mana that I don't think you care too much on Chidori in like a late game or mid game scenario.
An early Vanguard here for Ice is certainly going to give the boot to Chidori early on.
For sure. And the Crimson Guard can make it annoying for Dedusa to have impact. So there's a lot of things to counteract her output. At the same time, even if you take away her output, I don't know if you can still handle the Dedusa. That's the one thing, like, sure, she's not going to burst you down, but you've got other sources of damage here. She basically becomes a tank instead of a damage dealer. Combine that with a Timbersaw and an Ember who will probably be doing most of the damage, these two heroes, with her mobility on hand. You don't have the best lockdown from Bleed. Pit of Malice is nice, but you kind of need follow-through in it.
I mean, you do have a lot of damage, I will say, like on this Ench DJ almost getting the kill there. But lots of damage, right? This Void Spirit, very much a damage dealer with the Deso builds that we do tend to see. Jackie maybe a little bit of the exception here, right? He's kind of just a farm machine and eventually hopes to overwhelm you. The Silencer, as you've highlighted already, is a bit of a damage dealer. So I could see that being a little bit problematic, but what I see being problematic for Bleed is that outside of the global silence, man, this Ember Spirit feels a little free.
Yeah, it's that lack of control. It's just going to be able to dance around if mid one gets that strong start. His lane matchup is pretty decent. It's not the worst mid matchup for either of these Spirit Brothers to face off against. And an even start kind of feels nice for Ember, as they are trying to get aggressive bot again.
Bud Grenade is out, Sticky Bomb. He's so slow, but First Blood is going to go Dubu's way. May get 2 here on Tomasuros? No, right? Certainly not. I don't believe he's got the damage for that. But yeah, I think. Oh yeah, of course, mid one. I mean, Ember Invoker Specialist, right? Back when he was on Secret. Lots of those 2 heroes for him. I remember him specifically for the Ember, so that's really exciting for me to see him back here on his back here versus now Corden, the Void Spirit. Corden, who's, you know, if we continue talking storylines, I feel like has had a little bit more to prove. Right?
Yeah.
I would say sometimes on some of his games, it's been a little bit more lackluster. You've been expecting a bit more with the starts he's been having, which have been usually pretty consistent.
Yeah.
I've never really had problems. I don't think anyone's really had problems with his lanes except really his opponents in the mid lane. He's been a pretty consistent laner. It's just more of connecting with the team. I don't know if, you know, some could argue that's a little bit more of the team itself, not really firing on all cylinders in sync, or if that's the mid laner. It's...
Yeah, I'm keen to see again that steady rise that you mentioned for Corden. Like, start tying in that coordination with the team, start to maybe that makes the game
coordination.
Coordination.
Very good.
Yes,
Very good.
Yes. Coordination. Coordination. That doesn't quite roll off the tongue though. Not quite.
Not quite. I mean, it's the thought that counts. Quite famously in comedy, right?
You know, yeah. I do want to see just how much they can maximize these lanes. I think the bot lane's been a big one. Afu's just been consistent, and they might catch Dubu, but not quite enough in the tank there for Monsters to fully commit. This is one lane matchup that feels really awkward for the Alp. One of the few lane matchups that are awkward. You are a strength hero up against a Timbersaw in lane. You're a melee hero on top of that. You can't really play with your Acid Spray as well into a Tim, but once he does have some stacks of reactive up, so you can't really look for burst plays, and the Timber can always threaten for a kill with the techies.
Have you seen a lot of this Clink support, by the way?
Not as much for me. Like, across the 3 regions I've casted, I have not seen it.
I haven't seen it in DPC. I have seen it a lot in pubs. And this thing does insane amounts of damage. I'm talking like solo killing enemy mid laners amounts of damage with a certain skill build, item build, pardon me.
Yeah, I've seen that. I have a friend who loves playing Clinks, and will always play it. So I have witnessed how much damage this hero can do. It's an overwhelming amount of physical.
Yep. And tower damage, actually. It's really good push as Jackie will get caught there. Don't think it would have been a kill on a Masaros, but he's able to at least bully them back. And he's going to stun on the Dubu. He's at least out of tower range with the sticky mines, the blood grenade, and it's going to be a kill going away towards SMG there. Surprised as well. I see DJ not in top lane a lot of the times. Famously, Underlord is able to sustain on his own, especially against these ranged heroes that don't really do a whole lot towards him. I believe that's already Vanguard coming his way as well, so he's not necessarily struggling. So maybe this is more of Ice saying, okay, DJ, you're freed, you know?
He is freed in this game at the very least, as they managed to clip onto mid one, but not quite enough output to clear him up. Already the early rotation's out.
Yeah, it's a haste turn top. That's an action rune. Oh my goodness, speaking of action, there goes Afu on the DJ. Easy kill for him. Dubu, though, is here to collect a little bit more int. That'll be at least +2, if not +4 here in the mid lane. As John Well is going to go down. Hasted up mid one, thinking about going for more. Has got that flame guard up. It is ticking down now. With the Orb of Corrosion, level 3 Sleight of Fist. No, he's going to go ahead and have to take a chill pill. Oh, especially as he gets a couple of boulders hurled his way. Hurled?
That's a weird word now as you say it like that.
It's a really weird word. It's one of my favorite abilities in Dota.
Hurled.
It's one of the very few abilities shared by a creep and a hero. Do you know which hero has that ability?
Hurling heroes.
Besides Doom, that doesn't count.
Okay, besides Doom.
Trivia time. People say I always sound like Sunset. It's trivia time.
Trivia time.
Trivia time. What other hero
has Hurl?
Has Hurl Boulder. Not just Hurl Boulder. The same exact
Hurl Boulder.
Yeah.
A hero that has Hurl Boulder.
Oh yeah.
Ah, Primal Beast. Is it?
I don't think it's called Hurl Boulder. Is it really? I think it's called Rock Throw because he's just too primal. Hurl is too advanced from him. It is.
Who hurls boulders?
Brewmaster, the Earth Spirit does, the Earth Panda does.
Oh, well, technically not the hero.
Technically, John, it's a hero type unit.
It's a hero type unit, but
so
does that make it a hero?
It is a hero, Jonathan.
You got me in the technicalities.
That's what I would say. That's what I would say. There's a rotation back down bottom, though. As coming through, I thought someone was coming through the gate. Instead, it's Dubu who's leaving. Nope, just kidding. That stuns now. Afu is going to collect another kill. Man, these techies, they are violent little creatures in the laning stage now, aren't they?
That they are. And honestly, the stun is a really, I don't know, just giving techies a stun feels like...
Feels wrong.
It's really wrong. To be fair, his silence was also kind of busted when you think about it.
It was. We rarely saw it get picked up. Corden, by the way, snipes away the Arcane Rune in the face of mid-one's face. Nice usage there on the Aether Remnant. There is maybe action top lane. Ice is getting a little confident here underneath the tower with his Vanguard up. It's easy to see why. Be a bit careful, though. Potentially we went out from the Twin Gates, especially now that Masaros has hit level 6, and he's given the boot from the Alchemist.
You know what's funny? I feel like Underlord versus Dusa, I mean, you can just tank through here as the Underlord, especially with a Vanguard. At the same time, what kill threat do you have on a Dusa? Even down the line, like, Firestorm does literally no damage because she has no HP. So you literally do no damage to the shield. It's kind of weird.
That's a good point. I think it's more like your Firestorm still does damage to creeps, and Dusa does not want to last on her tower generally. And at some point, it just becomes much more efficient for her to not be bothered. Here's some damage, though. Corden is running in. He's actually going to make a beeline for this Clinks first. He'll be taken down. Masaros, though, has preempted this. Through the Twin Gate he goes, and Ice, well, just too tanky, quite frankly. He'll make it out alive. Oh, Afu finds the stun onto one. It's only going to be Dubu, with actually Corden maybe looking for a bit of revenge. Oh, he gets the kill. I believe Dubu, yes, he did claims. No, I don't think he got...
No, he died first.
He died first, right?
Yeah.
But any enemy hero he kills, so he got the kill there. I thought he already had 6 int, though. I'm not sure. We'll have to check the tape. And either way, he's going to go down first, so he didn't get the experience, that's for sure.
Nope. Yep. And it's a rather even game. I love the aggression coming out from both sides. 5-5, less than 1k lead coming out for SMG. You are having pretty free times for both of these cores. Jackie allowed to farm up freely.
Talk to me a little bit about the... Oh, hold on. Actually, sorry about that. It's mid one who is lucky to be alive because Corden did mess up on the Aether Remnant. I believe a couple more auto attacks. Sees mid one dead here. Talk to me a little bit about the timings. Though both cores relatively free on their start, as you were saying. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I want to steer you in a specific direction in terms of John and Will getting killed by DJ, but also compared to the TB last game. where do you see these heroes kind of hitting their spikes compared to one another?
Quite frankly, Medusa is very hard for me to still understand when her spikes are.
Okay.
Like, I've watched a lot of those.
They're onto the Dusa, by the way, as well. They're going to kill DJ, but down bottom, the wand charges are not going to be enough here. Dusa is going to melt.
It's hard to tell. Like, I just don't know. I don't understand this hero. I'll be quite frank in that I know it's strong. I know what it does. I've watched so many games of it in Berlin. I've seen it already in the DPC. I still don't know what timings to expect. I don't know, it's just weird. It's still weird. And I don't know, like, I guess Manta's the big one because your illusions are really tanky. You don't have illusion burst here on Bleed. Yeah. And then once you start to get some stats up, I think Cascadi's going to be effective, of course, if you can farm that up.
It's true. DJ can't steal those illusions, so that's something for him to consider, just a tank.
Oh, that is annoying, to be fair. Like,
that is real annoying. It's a good Ench game, right? You're going to dispel Flame Guard, you're going to steal illusions.
Stealing the Dusa illusion's actually big because SMG also can't clear out illusions.
Yeah, they're going to really struggle with that.
Shield, so.
Yeah, that's going to be a bit annoying, especially when eventually there's a couple of actual damage, on those things. Corden once again making the jump onto mid one mid, but of course he's got the Remnant's already down. Okay. And then as for Alchemist, we know what he likes to do. Already Radiance. Jackie, he's got his farm patterns already locked down. No need to really check on him too much until I'd say he gets his Blink Dagger online. And that's usually where you expect him to get a bit more involved here.
Yeah, and even then, I think most Alcs we've seen, at least in Southeast Asia, they have a tendency to just keep farming, even with that Blink up. Maybe just work towards a BKB before being confident. I think, going back to the point of the Dusa, I think for SMG, it's actually not the Dusa game. It really feels more like Masaros. He's an answer to basically the two big cores.
Wow, I thought you were definitely going to go with the mid one game.
I mean, mid one's a big one, but I think it's actually Masaros. It's all down on the Timbersaw ripping heroes apart, taking down these strength cores pretty fast, applying that mobility, applying that durability. I think for mid one, it's sure he is slippery. He is much more susceptible to the output on the side of Bleed than Masaros is.
Okay.
So I think he is the point man in this game.
All right. We'll see how he considers building here. So far, it's fairly normal, par for the course, what you'd see on Embers, or what we used to see in the last batch anyway. Max Sleight of Fist, get your Orb of Corrosion and your Phase Boots, and then immediately into the Maelstrom. And we'll see maybe if his playstyle is going to reflect a little bit more of that point man kind of an attitude, tanking the Global Silence, allowing Masaros to get on in. Global is a bit challenging as well for this Dusa, because the one thing, I'm more or less in the same boat with you here as in terms of, well, we know what this hero does quite literally, as there's the first Global of the game, mid lane for the Ember Spirit. He's going to go down. There's also that portal here. Ice Ice is joining the fight. Corden, though, still going to end up going down. It's a beautiful Immortal there from Ice Ice there. I've never seen it red, actually. Oh, SMG, they're going to follow him through the portal, though. They're coming. Here's Masaros. There's Afu, who does not have a stun for another 25 seconds, so it will be slightly difficult here to get the kill on the Ice Ice Ice, but Masaros has the pure damage here, really trying to make a play for it. Nice little stomp out from the Centaur Conqueror as Ice throws down another Firestorm. Will be rewarded with a kill. Now the Root of Malice, Pit of Malice onto Afu, puts him down. Corden in the vicinity, sorry, that was Dubu in the vicinity to collect a little bit more int as well. Nice plays out from Bleed. They do lose the mid lane though.
Yeah, but you punish really nicely. Again, killing off Masaros at this point is pretty important. You want to stop that snowball coming out from the hero that really will kind of bring out that aggression for the side of SMG.
Pretty bold of him to go through that Fiend's Gate, don't you think?
I like it. I kind of like the move because you know you can rip apart the Underlord, but you have to respect the Ench. This kind of build up going for the 4-3-1, just not going for the points in Untouchable. If no one focuses the Ench, Timbersaw melts.
Yeah, she hurts.
She is the solution right now to Masaros' Tim. And again, this is the hero that you really want a solid answer on, as it's the hero that wants to apply that pressure. So you've covered most of your bases here on Bleed. You've got space for Jackie to clear out these stacks. He's being scouted by John Yuel. I mean, he's trying to be sneaky.
Yeah, he's not really scared of this Clinks, though. It doesn't really have the damage quite yet, and with level 1 strafe. Eventually, this Clinks, that is going to be doing a lot of damage to towers as well. That was one aspect of this hero being support that really surprised me, because strafe also affects all of your skeletons within a 1200 range, which is the same range as like Vlad's and stuff like that. which makes pushing pretty trivial because you can just stand outside of tower range, have your skeletons tank tower, by the way, and then just continuously siege like that. So this Clinks has still actually got a lot of action. He's yet to really hit his peak here. Relatively, you know, expected to see that because he's kind of been sacrificed a bit. Ice immediately sets up the portal, chasing down for Chidori. It's gonna be a bit of a tough kill here, though. Very fast when you're yelling on that Dusa.
Yeah, the Firestorm barely takes any mana away from Chidori as well. I was interested in seeing actually how much it would burn. It literally burned, what, maybe 50 mana at most? It felt really insignificant.
Indeed. Normally this ability punches through heroes, but max HP is burn damage. And
yeah.
this hero does not have a whole lot of HP to write home.
Yeah, I mean, it's always funny because this will never happen in a pro game, but I really just want to see a Lifestealer versus a Dusa. It's going to be pathetic.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Nothing happens.
That's true. I thought you were going to go the opposite with the Axe Dunk into the Dusa. Hold on, top lane. Jackie forced to pop the Chemical Rage, but he's okay. He just throws a stun to disengage. The Clinks already has, by the way, this full Solar Crest online. It's another kind of value item in this game. You tend to see this or the Pavis. And I like this item a whole lot better, if I'm being honest with you. Because it scales a bit nicer. You know, giving more attack speed, the minus armor, and the move speed even, it just feels great. It's a great feels-good item to build on a support hero. This is a bit aggressive here, but Chidori already has Manta, so he's not really scared. Even if there are 4 heroes in the vicinity here for Bleed. Afu, on the other hand, yeah. Cordon's going to go ahead and make the jump there. We'll see if they can prevent him from blasting off. Seems likely that he do that, but unlikely that he gets the kill.
Yep, just manages to back off. I like this aggression. Coming out from Bleed, they have this understanding of the timings on Cordon. It's fairly durable. Echo Saber plus the Bracer up, doing a lot of damage up front. And for SMG right now, I think the one thing that's really lacking, you talk about this push potential, I feel like it's not coming out in earnest just yet.
No, not yet. It'll take time for this Clinks to really start doing things. There's a bit of damage, at least on a Dubu, but in trouble is Afu yet again. Does get up to the high ground here, and they will still kill him off. Dubu, another +2 for him. Jackie burning everyone around him with the Radiance. There's damage here on the Chidori. Careful here, slow to a crawl. Does get rooted a second time, but damage is just onto his mana pool as DJ does manage to TP away in time to safety. A little bit of the Ancients being stolen here by Ice Ice Ice. Cheeky move on the way out. Mosaros will have to kiss him goodbye.
Yeah. Just a little bit of a hit and run out from Bleed. Again, just buying all the space in the world for Jackie, applying that pressure onto Chidori. So you've got a decent advantage right now for the Elk. Blink up into that BKB timing we're talking about here. And once you've got that BKB, that should be the moment you join in, although on the hunt.
Yeah, this is pretty deep, but I guess they're not really that scared of this Dusa yet. Not a lot of damage, a lot of HP, well, effective HP. Not a lot of damage, though. It means you're not really too scared of this. I wanted to point out as well, I think SMG have got some really interesting wards down right now in this top area of the map. They've got this ward scouting like any TPs to the tier 1 tower, and they've got this ward like right in front of Ancients that also just sees the Wisdom Rune. We'll see if that comes into play here within the next couple of minutes, because they still have a couple more minutes left of life there on the, those 3 on the Observer. That one, yeah, that's the one. So we'll see if that comes into play. Maybe they're expecting to make an aggressive move around the 20-minute mark. Does that line up with any item timings I'm seeing here? It does, right? Because mid-1 just finished up Maelstrom.
Yep.
So this is a go time for them then, potentially.
And it should be the moment where they start to feel a little bit better taking these fights. You're almost at the BKB now as well on Mosaros.
Oh yeah?
So you've got a lot of tools coming out now.
Connecting now here. There's some damage on a Dubu. I mean, he's just support, sure, but it's something. Ooh, it's even good damage here. A little bit more, and he will drop. Done well with the kill there. Cordon, of course, a bit too slippery for them to catch, but SMG feel emboldened to try and push this tier 1 tower.
Oh. Cordon.
Okay for now. So away into the trees. There's Ice 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 as well, TPing on in, but Afu from behind finds the blast off. Plenty of damage, and mid-1's going to be rewarded with the kill there. That almost guarantees this tower here pretty much. As well, doing a little bit of pushing off his own top lane, but he might be caught and punished for this. Mid-1 has, chain, so no way he gets out of that one, and there's going to be Zhao bringing the damage. Kill going to Mosaros. Okay.
Yeah, these are big wins for SMG across the board. taking that mid-tier 1. Again, not the biggest objective, but it should allow you to at least maybe exert some control in that triangle, start to contest Jackie's farm. You do still want to pressure this Alchemist.
Yeah, he's almost done almost done with his first round of farming.
Yeah.
And then he's going to go back for supper.
Yeah, of course. Like.
But, oh, actually, it's going to take a bit longer. He already has Blink Dagger on top of his BKB. I think he can fight now.
Yeah, that's what I'm expecting out from Jackie, but it doesn't look like he's keen to connect just yet.
Wants AC. These core players, you know.
They always want.
I want my dessert now. I want to farm more.
Yeah, that's all they want. Just take their time, build up, and quite frankly, you're reaching a point where it is a little bit scary. I'm very curious about what Chidori wants to do with the diffusal on the Dusa.
I've seen it get upgraded a ton. It's just so much mana burn on the illusions, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Because your illusions just last forever.
But then again,
gives you another
Enchantress takes those illusions. And then you've got a disperser.
Yeah, I mean, look, honestly, that's a good point. I don't know if maybe that's, well, you're right. That's a good point. I don't know if they're that scared of it, but I would be. You pointed out earlier how they don't really have the greatest illusion clear on SMG either. Got decent burst, you know, but it would feel bad to have to like blast off a stolen Medusa illusion. Yeah, I'd like to see DJ get his hands on one of these, especially now that the diffusal's online.
Yeah, would have a lot of utility coming in there for Bleed. We're kind of farming in the same area, do just scouting around a bit.
Well, oh, he did steal it. He stole it from Corden. Might even take his life as well. Top Wisdom Rune. Corden will fall. Dubu, in the meantime, in trouble here. Just dead, actually. SSI is going to take the portal on over. So that's what that ward was for. Paid off perfectly. Yeah. Really good stuff out from SMG.
I like this cheeky play from Ice to use the Fiend's Gate to steal away a rune.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah, he actually
did. He went 1 for 1 at least. That was a good move. That's important.
That is important, but not something you really think about that the Underlord can do, but they can.
Yeah, and now, whoa. Look at that damage, pure damage, and now a stun coming through courtesy of Afu. Did he jump the damn pit? No, right? You can't jump the pit. He was just not rooted anymore. And then
no, it looked like he jumped over it, yeah.
I don't, right? Am I going crazy? I don't know. Maybe the stun, the root duration just wasn't long enough and it couldn't reproc. It takes a while to charge his little blast off, doesn't he?
Yeah, it takes a little bit of time.
Okay. Just curious.
I swear he jumped through it.
I also saw he came from it. Yeah. Lost to the annals of history, though.
Absolutely.
We'll never know what happened there. Jackie getting involved there for the first time, showing his face quite boldly, you know, bares his teeth, but doesn't really do a whole lot else. BKB does not go used, however, and you are starting to burn through a couple of these longer duration charges. Well, the first one, at least, from Asaros, but it's a big deal, right, on these heroes that cannot afford to get kited around.
Yeah, that's a nice enough trade coming out from Bleed. I think your concerns are down the line to Scotty on Chidori is going to be a bit scary. Was it true to pit?
That was Corden dying with John Wells stealing the Wisdom Rune as well. Corden actually thought he could get the kill, drop the dust, stuck around a bit to fight, and well, regrettably for him, miscalculated there as there was a second hero in the vicinity there to kill him. A bit of a rough transition period now for this Void Spirit, who is going for the Manta style. Okay. Spells the roots. Maybe Manta dodging his stun here from the techies. It's a curious one.
I don't mind it. I think we've seen it a few times in a few Void Spirits. Has a lot of utility. You use the stats well, so you really don't mind too much. I mean, universal hero types, you know, they just take whatever they want.
It's a BKB now for mid one, though. So the items continue to come online. Afu again with his Guardian Greaves, and again, a rather tanky hero as well. Now this techies to get through now with this item completed.
Yep.
See who ends up getting the shard from this. Dubu took the shard for Bleed, and it'll be the Cleese getting the shard. What is this one again? It's the
Burning Barrage. I don't know how nice it is on support, but it could be nice to have, I guess, in the middle of these fights. A little bit more output if you can somehow channel it. They do have that opening for Roshan now on Bleed's end, and they're going to be taking it pretty damn fast with all the output from DJ and Jackie.
Yeah, DJ is low-key a core here. They're letting him get away with it. Yeah, I think so the thing about this shard on Clinks is it applies enemies with the tar bomb slow, so it's actually pretty decent as a support. I was trying to remember what I've seen on this thing. The damage is fine. It's not bad actually, but it's definitely a lot about that slow. We'll see if it comes into action here as SMG. Well, they're sticking around in the corner. There's the fight going to kick off here onto Dubu. Does have a global, but won't be able to use it as he is stunned and will be killed off. Ice Ice coming on in. May want to rethink that. There's an Eye of Scotty up on Chidori. Will they go through the portal, though? Lead? They will not. Okay.
Would have wanted a little bit of a dive forward, but they play it safe. And Ice did preemptively Pit of Malice the portal anyway.
Yeah, just to cover it. Is that still his Ags or his Shard? Yeah, that's his Ags.
I actually really like it on the Ags. I think the movement slow is actually massive on that.
Oh yeah, it's big. In case you need to see that, if you've ever seen a Rubik with an Ag Scepter steal this ability, oof.
Oh man.
Good lord.
Like, I feel like it's such a underrated Ags on Underlord, because basically it's a global route. It's a global teamfight control to open up these fights.
I think it's like, it requires a certain play style and a certain draft for your team, though.
Sure.
Much how, like, remember the Brood Mother? There was like that 1 month where like all Brood players and their mothers were buying Spinner Snare.
All the Brood Mothers and their mothers?
The Brood Mothers and their mothers.
Alright,
That's correct. That's correct. You heard me right. I didn't stutter. Masaros pops the BKB. A little bit preemptively there. He's going to be able to tank through this, but may have an unstable concoction thrown his way. It's going to connect, sets up for the Pit of Malice. Now that's going to be pretty good amounts of damage. They did get off the Stone Gaze, however, just before the global. That's still not enough to save the life, however, of Masaros, but mid one is in. Will at least shut down Dubu for this. Has a buyback and will immediately commit it. He's coming back to the tier 2 tower. They're onto Chidori, though, trying to burn through the mana, but the Snake gives him a bit too much. A 2-man stun now from the Techies. The Burning Barrage from John Noel, the damage, and Jackie explodes. Ice Ice is up next. DJ putting in the work. Is doing a good amount here. Jackie respawns on the Aegis. Round 2 here. It's all going the way here for Bleed as mid one running from his life, running from a graveyard of corpses of his teammates.
I mean,
he calls that Saturday night.
Yeah, that is a Saturday night to mid one. SMG on this Saturday night not having the best of times here, unfortunately. That early BKB usage from Masaros actually just completely ruined them. Right, you mentioned that early BKB use. It is the changing factor because you don't have that Timbersaw ripping these heroes apart. We saw Chidori just kind of stand his ground, tried to get some damage out. He was doing no damage. It was kind of just tickling. Maybe the Radiance Burn and the mischance just kind of making it harder for the Dusa to also apply that damage through here. But Bleed, I'm sure you lose Aegis. Doesn't matter when you find a cleanup like that.
Yeah. I don't know if we've seen this recap yet. Are you seeing this Ench damage? 3,100 damage. I mean, that's got to be way more because this is only damage dealt and not like amount of mana burned on Medusa, right? And I'm sure DJ was just like letting it rip. That's got to be a pretty satisfying game for him. I wonder if we'll ever get to see a sprint from him. SMG, they know something's up because they see another sentry here. So heads up movement from them, probably knowing that they're under vision. It's still a bit too aggressive though. They will be able to nuke Dubu, but Dubu got a +4 from that. And I think SMG is gonna get a -3 as they're set to lose Masaros. Once again, the BKB charge committed. That's his last long duration BKB now here, John, and he might not make it out alive. Another Stone Gaze committed here towards the latter half of a fight as Masaros will go down. Big blast up onto 3, into the Stone Form as well. The Techies Mines as well, doing work. A bash though onto mid one. Was that enough to take Jackie out safely from this fight? Doesn't seem so as mid one dives in after him here. Pick up the Lotus, Jackie. It'll save your life. Oh no, it's not. No, he's still dead.
No. They get some good punish this time. SMG manages to capitalize again. And Chidori's finding some really good angles for the Stone Gaze.
Yep.
Like, as long as they're clumped up, the damage coming through from Afu is huge. You get to try to line up for the procs here on mid one on the Sleight of Fist.
Seriously, it's 500 damage. You know?
It's a lot of output, but the Dusa itself doesn't do the damage.
Nope.
I think that's the issue right now. Like, you have to coordinate as a team to play into that control that Chidori provides, because it's not that much.
Yeah,
it's comparable to Januel and a +5 Clinks, which I think speaks more about the Clinks than it does the Dusa.
It can. I hope you're starting to see a little bit of the value of that. I mean, John was.
I mean,
he's got a good game. He's got a freaking Deso.
He's
Gold
feeling
Card
good.
Nullifier, position 5, more like position
3.5?
There you go. Thank you very much.
I think around 3.5 is what we're seeing Zhao kind of work up on. And you've got answers. I think for Bleed, you have to be a bit cautious about going all in on Masaros. He is just trying to draw them in for these positions. To have Chidori be there to back them up, to have the team just use that area control once they accomplish it and just run down. Because...
he's out. That's good.
Fails out. At this point for Jackie, he's only at what, 3K above the Dusa? which is, yeah, it's still good.
It's fine. I mean, it's
fine,
that's
but
Basher, you know?
It's like the minimum now
Yeah.
for the Alc. It's not the moment where the Alc's like, oh yeah, it's really scary, it's huge, it's got like 4 items above me, or at least 2 items above me. No, it's like, you've got 1 minor item above.
Radiant's
You're
middle
kind of
tower is
susceptible
under
to the
attack.
kiting. Even though the Dusa doesn't do damage, the Eye of Scotty active on you is just game ruining for the Alchemist as well. So it becomes a little bit harder to play for Jackie. And I think SMG's just showing us how well their coordination is, just playing off of all this baiting that Masters has been doing.
It's going to get pretty crazy here. I will say Disperser,
It's an interesting one.
usually you see it used a lot on opponents, is the way I've mostly seen it used, but it actually has a lot of use this game for making them unslowable for 4 seconds. Considering how big of a nuisance after Masaros' BKB has ended, the Pitted Malices and Firestorms have been, especially with like a couple of enchants thrown into the mix. We're going to see a Sprink pretty soon, by the way, if this game goes long enough anyway. DJ's got that item kind of dreamed up. Good damage here. Forces out the Greaves at least early. And the BKB a mid one. He did not want to get rooted again. Saw the Radavetos projectile midair. May end up forcing back SMG from this one. That was his 8-second duration BKB here.
It's a pretty long one to force out once more. And
sorry, did you just see
yeah, that's kind of silly.
Don't you remember this? This is what Klink's always... Actually, it is kind of what it always used to do. Run around the map and nuke creep waves, I guess.
Yeah, new creep waves, scare the hell out of supports if you can. And soak up a lot of farm.
He's become the one thing he's sworn to destroy here, John Well. You're not allowed to do this. Can he can't kill Jackie by himself, certainly.
With a +1 he could, but yeah, not solo.
It's tough, right? He's got 2 Dispels on Chemical Rage and then the BKB. This Basher as well is problematic, to say the least. Okay. It's... Once again, you know, we're in this game that's a little bit more 50-50, I would say.
It is. It's been back and forth.
It's just funny because we've been able to. I feel like we've been able to say that about all 3 games at around the 30-minute mark.
50-50.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny because I feel like SMG was always a team that I'd always go 50-50 on, but for Bleed, it's actually an improvement to be a bit 50-50 now.
No, it's a good point. Yeah, from where they stood last tour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although, to be fair, last tour I think their laning phase was a lot better.
It was.
From what I've seen. Maybe it's just the teams they're up against here.
It was just a little bit aimless after that, is how I would describe it.
Exactly it. But their laning phase was very clean.
Yeah. So far, so good, though. I would say for both teams, I don't think anyone's really made huge mistakes. It's come down to, like, minor execution errors.
We do have the Sprink up. It's fun. It's done.
Yeah, I was just saying, it was 300 gold away. He's just bought out for it. This is a great ability, by the way, especially considering the lack of control that SMG have.
I mean, this is one way to kind of kill off Masaros fast. It's one way to melt that shield on Chidori really quickly. So you've got a lot of utility. You can kind of bail out from really risky positions now as well for DJ.
Oh, it was MKB, not Disperser. I saw the Demon Edge, which does build into Disperser. I didn't see the recipe there. So it's MKB completed now for Chidori. Pardon me.
It's the Radiance burn, right? Like, it's the missed chance coming out. Chidori was getting really annoyed with not doing damage.
Yeah, I guess that's probably a pretty massive deal when you're a Medusa, right?
It is. I'm just watching. He gave up. Chidori didn't want it. And they get the deny. DJ, kind of showing off a bit.
Take the illusion, DJ. I want to see you take the illusion.
Why isn't he?
I don't know.
Never refuse gold given.
Setting up for Roche here are going to be the side of SMG. Bleed also are going to be able to at least get some intel that Roche isn't up. So the creep is eaten, consumed, quite literally by Clinks. Look at Bleed still on the move out of the base here as they do smoke up. See what they can find. Dust, doesn't see anything. It does, I think, scout the smoke though, right? Because you can see the dust linger effect. So they know someone used the dust. SMG holding the cliff. Bleed have learned better to run up a cliff when they know that there's probably techies mines and dancing spooky skeletons up there.
Yeah, it's quite the Halloween party up there. All we lack is like webs from Broodmother.
Webs from Broodmother and then Monster Mash. Oh, hold on. This might be a Graveyard Smash. DJ in trouble. That's going to be Afu doing tons of damage. Out. But look at the damage onto the Clinks. He buys back mid one as well with the BKB active. Chidori as well packing quite a punch here between the Eye of Scotty and now the MKB. Chasing down Corden here. He's being forced the opposite way from his team. Nice Dispel there using the Manta style, but he's actually come out in place and doesn't have enough survivability there to get off another Astral Step. He will go down. That's 2 dead. A buyback out from SMG for that. Roshan as well, up in 10 more seconds. He is gonna move. I don't think they can take Roche this quickly in this pit, though. They probably have to set up for this Roche top.
Yeah, they've got to switch lanes. But otherwise, they keep info on it that doesn't look like they kind of want to go all in just yet. That does set a good tone now for SMG, although mid one.
I think he's okay. He's taking a lot of damage. Silence, yeah, but he is out in time. Sable Concoction's not going to do much. Okay, I think the good news is here, I'm checking, they didn't really commit a whole lot of wards here on the side of SMG. Not that I noticed anyway, as mid one is going to share the portal on over with Roche. Imagine you're get on the LRT and Roche is the guy standing next to you. That's a little awkward.
It is awkward.
Roche also takes public transit.
I'm wondering how he fits.
Whoa, Doob is way too fast here. He might die for that Ice Ice, doing what he can here to try and keep him alive. Dubu's dead without global now. Or had global in 10 seconds, but bleed without global now until he respawns. Good damage down to Masaros. My goodness, DJ is really threatening, isn't he? Yeah. Oh, he even got himself that enchanted quiver. Look at that.
Yeah, he's got the output, he's got the range. We're not going to force the issue too much. They did Fiend's Gate in to get Corden, but he goes back down, surrendering to Roche to SMG. Roche number 2 with a cheese.
That'll go down.
It's a big one to take. SMG, this could open up high ground for them now. But my one concern right now, Richie, I wanted to kind of talk about this earlier, but my one concern is if SMG fails a high ground, right, and, you know, Roche doesn't do anything for them, we are potentially looking at, I want to say this could be a 17-minute game or so. I mean, it's the techies.
What's
the high ground
what's
hold.
the difference, though, between this game and last when we look at the Alchemist's effect? Because he's about to be 6-slotted. He was at a similar stage of the game where Chidori was last time, where he just wasn't doing anything.
Yeah,
I think he still has more fights in him. I want to be clear about what I'm saying. He's 4K up. That's good, right?
Yes.
Last time the Alchemist was never 4K up over the TV at any stage of the game. So this is good for Jackie, and he wants to finish off this Swift Blink. But you lose a fight on SMG, maybe even Aegis, without completely losing the game from there. Where is Bleed next to scale into? Where do you see the problems coming in from?
For Bleed to grow into, I think they'd actually just give Corden as much as they can.
Okay.
He's going to be the damage source.
Nice. No, I think he's fine. It's a lot of damage casually for sure, and they also have forced the Greaves as well as the Crimson. Oh, no fire now up for Corden though. Certainly something. Dusa. Okay, here on the mana pool. He's falling rather quickly. So lots of techies mindset to defender, some skeletons as well. The rest of SMG waiting for their best moment here to try and break into the base as the Pit of Malice barely catches just the pinky toe of Masaros there.
And they open it up.
Oh, Masaros is going to be fine. You can start to see some of that damage really come into play, though. Tier 3 tower down, and so far the Alchemist has not been yet recalled. He's still just farming down bottom. Ooh, that was a huge... You see all the mana he lost? Wow, that's kind of scary.
These Froinks are doing quite a fair bit of work. I mean, if you're SMG, clearing out the tier 3, playing discipline, pulling back a little bit, recover a bit, you don't mind that too much.
Yeah.
Bleed to high ground it's still there, but it doesn't feel as scary as what SMG can do on their own high ground. So their defense is a little bit more scattered, I want to say. You're relying a lot more on Pit of Malice and connections into that spell. You're relying on really good timing in your global silence as well.
Yeah, it does, like you're saying with that global, right? It does still seem a little bit scary to just kind of push up to the high ground. Well, maybe not if you catch ice like this. Seems like it'll be okay for now. Chidori's going to be trapped here, though. It allows DJ to get in a couple of big old arrows there. Shooting a couple more towards Masaros. Another Sproink. Chidori's going to be able to destroy that one. Oh my goodness, the Hurricane Bike incoming. Masaros, the Howitzer forced to eat the cheese. As DJ was laying in the damage. My goodness, does not skip Arm Day this Enchantress. Out of mana now is Chidori. Gets the Force Staff back to safety, though. So far, Bleed have been able to keep alive their buildings. This melee barracks is, you know, has seen better days, but will slowly regen up, as it seems like SMG have been forced back from this siege.
Yeah, they just play really nicely around the pit threat, preventing anyone to follow through from the Dusa, and just have DJ stand there and Sproink. Just keep Sproinking. It's a ridiculously low cooldown.
Yeah.
And you can just keep Sproinking.
Low mana cost, you know?
Yeah, it's not costly.
Two free 2 freeze. Jackie's committed a Chemical Rage here. I'm not really sure why. Have they scouted something? This would be an amazing catch onto mid one if they can find it. This would be amazing. We'll see. The scan's not going to find him. Dubu. Oh, Dubu forced himself back. I think he got scared, or maybe they made the call to go somewhere else. But it's going to be, unfortunately, a whole nothing burger for Bleed right there, as SMG seem to be ready to go back up to high ground.
And here we go again, just Pit of Malice, Firestorm, and the shots.
All right, it's already 2/3 mana there, basically. Good silence onto the Dusa, holding on to her Silver Edge as well as the max out. Gordon's in on the back line, so he's forced a couple of spells on himself. In the meantime, that does leave Chidori out in the open. And the Mystic Snakes are just really, I mean, they are getting through them. They're out damaging the Mystic Snake mana regen. But as you can see now, it's getting pretty close. And, well, as far as the top lane of Barracks go, those are all down. That's a 4-man stun there, Jonathan. Not a whole lot of follow-up, though.
Not this time around.
Seems like Bleed are just going to have to kind of let their top lane of Barracks go.
I think they're doing a fantastic job, though. This is into the Aegis, and SMG's not overly pushing, right? Like, they're only putting the Deuce up front. Everyone else is in the back line, just kind of poking. And they're always kind of forced to pop these utilities to keep Chidori alive, keep her mana up at the very least. So it's a good job from Bleed to kind of stem that aggression from SMG, but they are going for a smoke play out now.
See how this works. Chidori is about to get his mana back courtesy of the Aegis being reclaimed. It also is, I mean, this Aegis reclaim, I think it lasts like 8 seconds and it just fully heals anyone and refills the mana. But doesn't that seem like that's something you can exploit on the Dusa? Because it only gets broken if you take damage and you never take, you know, it's just like 6 seconds of basically, right?
The Dusa can just do what you want somewhere.
We'll see. Okay, whoa, ice. Oh, they're in. Okay, they're going to be able to find at least Jackie. Good force step gets him out of the Pit of Malice. Masaros and now mid one making the jump on in. Jackie slowed a bit here by the Scotty projectiles as mid one pops the BKB. Immediately silenced though. Nice play by Dubu. Also prevents Chidori from getting off the Stone Gaze, which will now be activated. Mid one worse for wear, but alive as he still looks to go in. Finding the backlines, finds Cord in there as Masaros doing the damage. Chidori's keeping them slowed here, but so far no stuns to actually keep them in place. Corden trying to escape mid one. He's right on after him, but Corden will be able to TP wound back home. SMG left empty-handed as even Afu's not going to be able to connect there. Instead of finding the Enchantress, he pounds a bunch of Sproinged projectiles his way.
Yeah, it's, I mean, when you execute like that, I think both sides have a little bit of a damage issue. Both sides have a little bit of the
control.
The same issues. Yeah, control and damage.
Control and damage.
There are holes in both drafts.
Dubu with a really great global though. Waited just until that BKB was active on mid one, and then it was just there. He even almost died, honestly.
Yeah, they kind of need to do that every single time on Bleed. You have to really be careful with the usage of the global silence, and we might be reaching that point where we will see ourselves devolve into a 70-minute game here, Richie.
I'm
we
keen
could reach
for
that point.
I'm keen for a 70-minute game. I don't mind at all.
Maybe I'm wrong and it becomes 80 minutes. Then maybe we're all wrong and it's 90 minutes. Then you have a party on your hands. SMG, they're likely to just wait for the next Aegis. We're reaching that point again where you're going to be fully slotted up on the Dusa. You're going to be selling your boots for a swift blink. And who knows where you go from there. Maybe you just go for the Ags. That could be one turning point. Just bouncing around that Mystic Snake. Getting some good control off. That fixes some control issues.
That might be it. For now, though, they're going to head into this fight without it. The next item queued up as well for this is a Swift Blink. Okay, Initiation is going to really have to make the difference here as John Well is going to be able to break a couple of smokes. Oh no, DJ in trouble. Someone to help him, free him from this prison. There's a fight breaking out as well around him. Jackie gets the stun reflected out of his Ice, finds a really nice bit of Malice onto 2. Damage onto Dubu, who did at least get off the global silence here. It's going to end up putting him down. Both supports down. Dubu saving his buyback for now as Chidori lets rip the Stone Gaze. That forces Jackie out during the duration of his BKB, and even stones up Ice. Bit of Malice as well. Another big one does catch a couple of the heroes. I think that was Corden as well, who ends up getting stunned there. Ooh. He barely makes it out alive, as does Ice. Everyone just TPs away. Excuse me? Jackie's on a cliff. Hello. And goodbye, said Bleed to SMG.
Yeah.
What the heck?
They bail out. a lack of control again, like what we talked about. They find a support kill on each side. You're a little bit behind on SMG, forcing the buyback out from Zhao. But I think overall in the state of the game, this actually means nothing outside of buyback.
I guess so. I mean, even then, it's a buyback on level 5.
Yeah, but it's a lot of damage on a Clinks as well.
Yeah.
Kind of the equivalent of DJ right now on Bleed, so...
Fair enough, fair enough.
It could bite them in the bum if they force a fight, but...
I just think it's kind of funny. I think Bleed both times have been kind of caught on the back foot of these initiations. Pardon me, and have spent a lot of their resources in these fights looking for an opening, but eager to disengage.
Yeah.
And SMG have just been playing it rather clean here. Few mistakes, you know, Dubu getting ran on top of. Hold on, Corden is going to see Afu. I think with the nullifier, this is a pretty easy kill onto the techies. Although, Guardian Greaves, nope, not going to be enough. Chidori says hello with a little Silver Edge break to the face, but ultimately has literally zero control and lockdown to actually get the kill. SMG might still be looking for something here. Mid one in the area. Corden has a TP scroll, so maybe it's actually Bleed who are trying to set a trap here.
Look at us. Look at the Deuce illusion fight. Yes!
Corden is going to be scouted again. This time Zhao and mid one, both a bit closer. Chidori giving chase. See what happens here. There's the sentry, but Dubu, a little bit spooked to actually have found the Medusa. Globaled right before he dies. Does decently here at preventing mid one from jumping back in, but Corden looking for the dieback onto Zhao. Zhao's a bit too tanky, eats his own skeleton. Life steals a bit off of that, but he's still going to end up falling. Now the fight really breaking down as Corden still alive. Pitted Malice doing a great job here, keeping SMG stuck on their cliff right now. Chidori, though, really starting to lay in the damage as in goes Jackie. Stone Gaze is not going to be activated here in time. Out of mana, out of life, the stun, even though it finds 3, it's not going to do anything. The Corden jumps in to die. Namasaros, the janitor, playing cleanup duty here, does find 2. The buyback from Chidori, though, as SMG eager to win this fight, eager to claim the Roche, pick up the kill there onto the Alchemist. Masaros doing the work.
Yeah, he puts it down. It looked pretty good for Bleed at first, though. They did manage to clean up quite a fair bit. They find that kill on Zhao on the side. That's already one dieback down. They've got buybacks in Bleed. Despite this Roshan, SMG needs to find it, but...
They will. They're going to know. They see this Dusa losing.
Yeah, but their output to clear it should be all right with a Dusa. Not the most damage in the world, but
I reckon they
should
got
be able
her.
to.
I reckon they got it. She got a split shot, uses modifiers now, by the way. So goodbye to all of your mana.
Yes, that is where it gets really annoying on the level spikes for the Dusa.
I mean, how many auto type modifiers? She has 3 right now, if I'm counting correct, right?
Yep, a lot.
That's going to be painful here. We'll take another look at that fight as Roche is going to go down uncontested here to the side of SMG. These Pitted Malices have been phenomenal, though, from Ice, I've got to say.
Yeah, he's been on point every single time. And again, they get this really good control. They get DJ just focusing on that one key target. They do lose a lot. Mid one had a really good jump in to capitalize on all of that.
It was so greedy as well, I'd say, for Corden to jump back into that fight. That was tough. I mean, he felt like his damage was needed to really put down the Dusa. I think, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that was really the right move for him to make, but ends up kind of eating that 3-man blast off at the end of the day. You know, for Bleed, this does mean they just have to kill the Dusa once in this Aegis, and then you completely deny the push because she doesn't have buyback.
Yeah, so
it's a win condition in a way for Bleed.
It is. And they can kind of set themselves up here. If they can win the next fight, if they can execute in the same way, then we could have ourselves already a bit of a longer game coming out here for Game 3 between these two teams that are fairly close in skill level. It feels like now, like we've seen a massive improvement for Bleed to be able to match up against a team that did go to the majors, granted a very different team.
Yeah, right. Mid one shifting over to the mid lane, and Moon was removed from the active roster. That's a Scythe of Ice up. Ice as well coming on in here. Chidori holding on to the Stone Gaze yet again. Global, though, might catch him out here. They can just sit by and watch as Jackie pounds into Chidori here. Needs to burn a little bit more mana. The attacks from TJ, not enough. He gets off the Stone Gaze in time, and they just can't do enough damage as low as he is. In the meantime, Bleed, losing the supports. The damage onto Ice with Masaros and mid one really dishing in. The BKB at least saves his life. They do manage to at least break the Aegis. He respawns, but Corden in trouble, having no spells. Can't really put that Daedalus to work there. Has buyback at the very least. But SMG, they're going to come out better from this fight, even if it means they lose the Aegis. How much are they willing to push here, though? This is Dusa without buyback.
She has a cheese. So it's not the worst thing in the world. She has a safety net of sorts.
It's just a great line. She has cheese.
She has cheese.
Oh no.
A good Gouda.
Yeah.
Yeah, they will force it. They want the buyback from Corden. And they can kind of stall here, but they do have the outfit to just instantly clear out that tier 3 now.
Wave push is pretty good from Bleed, but the problem is these illusions. Oh, there's the illusion
There
going
it
to
is.
work
Yeah,
as well.
the illusion versus illusion war.
And it's burning mana. It's pretty annoying, actually, for the rest of the team. It will finally expire. Mausaros is in. There's the buyback up from Corden. They're going to try and get out now, but Chidori trapped inside.
Oh,
there's
God.
the Abyssal Blade. Oh, and look at him.
Oh, my
melt
God.
Like a piece of Swiss cheese there. They just poked holes in him, John. But look at that.
everyone's dying.
Look at the blade on there. The damage is too high. Apu's going to go down. Corden, he's just bought out. He's really looking for this kill on the mid one. Mid one slow to a crawl. He cannot get out because of the global silence as well. Has buyback though, and has a remnant down. Corden's a bit looking low. Maybe looking like a little bit of a tasty treat there. Mausaros is able to TP out in time as DJ ends up clipping himself, but everyone else from SMG, really just two able to get out. Triple buyback committed out from Bleed.
And it's worthwhile. They find a couple of kills themselves. This opens up a little bit of a push. They can take it really fast. What did we say about this game, Richie? 50-50.
50-50.
50-50. Let me see that graph. It's not. Well, yeah. It's going to bounce up a little bit more as it renders out.
That'll come back. I mean, that was a significant investment here for Bleed, though, with those 3 buybacks.
Yeah, but I think they understand. I mean, just no Dusa means a lot of your worries are gone. You can focus in Mausaros. You can focus in on mid one. You don't have to waste so much time on killing this Dusa.
We have another fortify. That's the buyback out from mid one now.
Oh, John Wall, he's ratting.
Put down. He's
Look at him.
right. The damage is severe, actually. We do need to keep that rat cam up. But in the meantime, tier 4 towers under attack here, John. Bleed Esports. They're looking to try and end this. Throne already exposed. There is no more fortify. It's been used now off from SMG. Corden, a bit worse for wear. He's bought out for this one as well, as has mid one. He's back into the fountain. As Mausaros kind of getting controlled by the Pit of Malice. Corden, he's putting in the throne. The damage is too much. Bleed. They just focus down onto the building. Look at them. Corden, he can't believe it. Jackie, as cool as a cucumber. DJ, drinking a beverage. Everyone else having a good time there. As that's Coach Misery joins the room. Camera's already off here, unfortunately, for SMG, but that is Bleed swinging back. I said it was a win condition, John. I didn't think it would swing back that hard and fast.
It was just a massive risk. You mentioned it, whether or not SMG should have risked that high ground. And they did. They risked it all on the high ground. After losing Aegis, it's like, all right, you have cheese, fine. You never managed to use the cheese. It's awkward.
They did so much building damage as well. I can't believe how quickly they dispatched up 2 tier 4s and the Ancient.
Yeah, they had the damage, like even Ice, right? With the Atrophy Aura up for those kills, he had a ton to contribute. And this is an Alchemist, you have a lot of damage coming out when you have the Chemical Rage. They just melt through the buildings. For the side of SMG, this is a pretty painful loss. I don't think this is something...
I mean, too painful. I mean, let's consider where they just were.
I don't know what to say. That is... If we could have caught Midwin closing his cam, I'm pretty sure it's the same clip. If we could sneak that in, it's probably the same emotions. I wouldn't blame him, because that was a rough game to watch.
That it was. It's going to be Bleed Esports who, in dramatic fashion, make the comeback happen here with the Alchemist on the 6th slot, punishing the lack of buyback there. Out from Chidori, and that is going to be the series then. All of that, man, the past 3 hours coming down to that last little decision. That's just how it goes in Dota sometimes. We're going to go ahead and throw it back to the panel. We're going to break down those decisions in finer detail a little bit more for you.
What a beautiful comeback by Bleed. I mean, they were able to stop the momentum of SMG, and SMG, it's giving a little Tour 1. What do you guys think?
Just another day for SMG.
Right?
Now I know why the players don't have hair.
Yeah, just another day. I mean, this wasn't even the worst one, right? Like, there was this one game, they were in Tour 1 that they were leading way more than this, and they still lost that game.
You guys are good looking guys, too.
Oh, look at that smile. This was probably from game 1. Unlucky. Yeah, I felt like they had this game in the bag, but it reached a point where the underlord against the Dusa just came into play, and DJ, he was just having the time of his life.
I mean, you also mentioned that the Dusa should have gone for a Daedalus against Underlord Aura.
I mean, I think he needed damage, like some Mjolnir, some Daedalus. I feel like he took too long to kill heroes. And his Ench was doing more damage than him. I think that shouldn't be allowed at all.
Man, it's just a rough game. Like, it's just hard to see how strong SMG were at the start.
I also didn't really understand the Diffusal Blade. I didn't feel like it served any purpose.
I think there are a couple of items that were a bit, I wouldn't say questionable, but like, you know, I guess questionable.
Could have been better.
Yeah.
Could have been better.
Very interesting itemization.
This was the start of the comeback fighting, just a big cold kill on Masaros. Because every fight that Masaros died, they actually didn't have damage to take down Ice anymore. And Ice was stopping so much of Medusa's damage with both his item build and the aura.
Like the Whirling Death is the thing that with the Chakram is killing the Underlord. The Medusa is actually not killing the Underlord with her item build. Do you think she should have gone for maybe a Silver Edge earlier?
She had the Silver Edge, but I think when she started using it on the Underlord, it was like way too late in the game. There was this AC, there was Crimson, there was Shivas. They had really good itemization on Blade for the Dusa. No Halberd, but kind of whatever. And Corden, even though he had a really super slow start, it did reach a point where he got like this Daedalus and stuff, and the Techies and Klings started dying to him. The game just started becoming really hard. Like, look here, Dusa hit the Underlord like 15 times by now. Like 90% HP, no cares.
Yeah, but this
is an RF fight too, like look at this.
Yeah, he's right clicking him the whole time.
Where damage? I don't know.
Oh my god. Impetus is
damage not
You would
found.
think that the Medusa standing on the high ground, right clicking everybody, it should be like an easy fight, you know, for SMG. Like she was there the whole 10 seconds and they still lost the fight. I mean, she bought back, and did this all-in push in the end.
This was super scary actually. Just like cheese, but yeah. This is the fight they finally chose to target DJ, realizing he did a lot of damage. He got a Hex on Masaros. Did Corden as well, but this high ground push, I don't know. I feel like they were in a position where they could have been much more ahead.
I mean, by no means this is not a perfect game of Dota by either teams, you know. I mean, you could see that both of them have their own issues, and moving forward, if they want to do better, they have to definitely improve on all the small little details, you know, like especially how they play the early game, how they itemize their items.
Yeah, I mean, in a 50-minute game as well, anything can happen really. One buyback on your carry, like, what can you do?
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like for the Underlord, early game they could have definitely used the ulti a lot better with the team to gank and play the map, you know. I always feel like they're just using it without actually communicating much. Like something's happening on one side of the map, and Underlord will just use his Fiend's Gate and they'll try to...
Yeah, I think they could have just smoked with the supports, right? Like the Silencer, Ench, and Void Spirit, just move around, use the Fiend's Gate to get a few kills here and there. But maybe they felt like the Timber and Dusa were too unkillable at that point. I didn't like the way they approached the game in the early mid-game very much. I feel like the Void Spirit fell off really hard. He was like super strong. Like you're saying, he has this Treads, Echo Saber, 2k HP, Universal Hero. Has shield too, but they just couldn't seem to use it. And he just fell. I think Zhao almost caught up to his net worth at some point, but they were just playing for the SMG high ground.
And as you guys saw, there was our match MVP. We had Corden and Void Spirit, but I feel like my personal MVP in that game was DJ. I wanted to see
DJ.
the damage graphs, how much damage he put out.
Production is a DJ hater.
You know what I want to see? I want to see DJ stats of how many times he gets MVPs per game he plays. Because I feel like every game they win, 8% DJ's MVP. Be it Fnatic, be it Bleed, be it whatever other year of Fnatic, DJ's MVP.
Oh yeah, he was just MVP the game before, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, he was.
And he was probably
What a player.
arguably the MVP this game too.
I mean, like, if you see the scoreboard, all that damage.
I would consider Ice as well. I think like even though he's on Underlord, he had like really good pits. He itemized really well, and he just kind of he made use of the last pick. You know, like it looked like he countered to do so.
Yeah.
He fulfilled his role. Yeah. Was there any, I guess, standout character hero on SMG? Like any standout player that you said was really carrying them through the game, or it was kind of a team effort?
I mean, they need to figure out like what to do with Masaros. That's my first concern, you know. Like when you see him play Timber, Doom, sure, you know, he has amazing impact in the game, but how do they win if he doesn't get those two heroes, you know? I'm not very sure here. Maybe they can put him on Underlord, maybe they can still win. But apart from those heroes, I feel like the way he plays the game, he's like a very polarizing offlaner. He needs a lot of things. He plays very weird heroes. When you put him on Magnus or any initiating hero, he seems to just not do what the hero is supposed to do. You know, he's not very sure what he needs to do in the game. So that's a very big concern moving forward for them.
He plays more like a carry, would you say?
Yeah, he's a carry offlaner.
Yeah.
an offlaner that doesn't know his identity.
Amar Saros.
Yeah, it's not really like because usually right now you have like all the meta, like
I mean, that's why
aura
I
builders,
was very
right?
surprised that they got him instead of keeping mid one on the off lane and getting a new mid, because I feel like what mid one had before with them, it was fine, it was good, you know. But adding them together now, like the composition is very weird, you know. We've seen some games where they definitely showed brilliance, you know. They were able to win their games very well, but in the long run, when people finally figure out, oh, we just need to take out this hero, we just need to take out that hero, let that guy play some weird ass Magnus with harpoon and miss all his skewers and skewer our heroes to the wrong places so his teammates cannot kill the heroes.
So do you guys feel like Bleed, I mean, they've had an incredible start so far to the season. Do you think it's gonna continue on, or do you think that maybe SMG aren't looking very hot right now after coming back from the major and with this new roster change?
I think it's a bit of both. Definitely credit to Bleed. You know, they've made this 2-1 comeback in both their series so far. And these are really important games. SMG, XERXIA, they're not like easy teams to beat as well.
Both teams that
That's
attended the
true.
major.
Yeah. Maybe Bleed's
Talon's
gonna
next.
be there.
Where's the door knocking?
What?
The Grim Reaper.
I don't know what you're talking about. So why would
Bias.
Why would you say
Bias
that,
was-
Adam? But I mean, that's what our next game is. That's gonna be very interesting.
Is it?
Yeah,
Will
I
it
mean,
be? Why would it be interesting?
because you have the Blacklist and you have the Talon and you know the whole arc with the Pinoys and the ties. It's chat's gonna be going crazy, you know. Maybe a little too crazy. I think we need to tone it down. We're gonna give each other some love.
It'll be a very interesting game, let's put it that way.
Okay, a very interesting game. But yeah, I mean, last game, I'm fairly entertaining. I really want to ask them, once we get an interview on, I want to ask them how they made that split decision, you know, to just run it down at the end. I mean, I guess,
I mean, Dusa no
Yeah,
buy, right?
Dusa no
Right?
buy,
They already
so-
know that.
Dusa no buyback,
Easy.
so there's nothing.
yeah, it's pretty much a no-brainer, right?
I mean, I'm sure they knew they won once the Dusa bite bottom. Like, the game was kind of over. They didn't really have heroes. I felt like I mean, I know I've been, like, hyping up his Timbersaw a lot, but I felt like he didn't do too much this game.
Well, I feel like he was the one holding the game together for the most part.
I felt like no one was holding any game together.
That's fair. But we did say during the draft, remember? I was like, oh, are they going to have a Medusa problem? You're like, they're going to have a lot of
I
problems.
mean, I think they did have a lot of problems. It's just that Bleed kind of reached a point where they were even on net worth and items, and their draft came together. Like, I think Corden, like, sure, he was the MVP, but I think from minute 10 to minute 35, he did absolutely nothing. He was like bottom net worth. He did no moves. He just kind of died here and there, and eventually he's like, hey, I got Daedalus now. What's up, Afu? What's up, Johnwell? And then slowly the game started becoming easier and easier for Bleed.
I mean, he's like the Masaros in Bleed. Like, he can only play 3 heroes, like the Pango, the Puck,
Ember.
and the
Ember.
Ember. You know, if he's not on those 3 heroes, he's very uncomfortable. He used to be able to play Void, but the Void Spirit right now is very different from before. It's not just a spellcaster. You have to play more for yourself. You deal a lot of physical damage. You have to be able to burst the supports, and he's just really not in his zone, you know, when he's playing those type of heroes. And I'm not sure how they can fix the problem, because the problem has been already there since Tour 1. And in Tour 1, the band-aid was they just keep picking him, Ember, Pango, and Puck, and it worked for them.
Well, we do now have an interview with Bleed's Ice. They're offlaner. Congratulations on your win, Ice.
Thanks.
Nod, yeah. I have to ask, how were the vibes after that last game?
Good.
Good. Was it very intense? Were you guys like scrambling and nervous, or you just straight shot Dusa no buyback?
Yeah.
Yeah. This guy. Okay.
안녕하세요.
No, 안녕하세요.
I've never seen someone so happy to see Mr. Chan
Hey,
before.
Mr. Daryl. So now you
How's
get
your
to
husband, bro?
What? So now you get to play Dota at home, yeah? It's been a long time since you were able to do that. The last time you did it was in Faceless. So I'm sure you are enjoying a lot of things because you're able to be at home, be around your family.
Yeah,
right
man. Always a pleasure to see you, Chan Lipin.
Now. Always a pleasure to see you too. When are you going to buy me dinner again?
Tomorrow you'll fly here.
We'll send
miss
him
you,
over.
man.
I miss you too.
Alright, I have a Dota question. Am I allowed to ask Dota questions?
Yeah. Go ahead, Adam.
Fuck, I forgot the question, guys. Winter, help me out.
Help you out with your question. I'll just ask him with my question. Like so far, the team has been doing really well. And what would you attribute that to? You know, like compared to last season and this season, what has changed? You know, like in the beginning of this season, you guys were able to do much better than before.
I think the team felt better overall because we are more calm, cool, and collected after watching a lot of CCNC. Like we were just like watching Quinn like play Dota every single day, and that really made us realize how inferior we were compared to Quinn.
How about anything outside of Dota? You know, do you guys do anything together to help bond together? You know, to make everybody have a better understanding.
Bond together.
Yeah.
We play a lot of table tennis and bowling together. Yeah.
Do you guys go to that chicken rice the last time you keep buying me when I was in Singapore?
Oh no, that's like way too far now. And Malaysia has like better chicken rice. Why would I buy you chicken rice?
Alright, I have a question. We had something of a debate earlier where someone said Singapore has better food than Malaysia. Do you agree or disagree?
I think it depends, right? Like if you want like the best of the best food, and you find like a 20-year-old like old man, like an 80-year-old man like frying something, and then you're gonna get like a good food in Malaysia. But you actually have to travel to like KL to Klang, you know, to like have bak kut teh. Whereas in Singapore, it's like a 30 minutes ride to like the best bak kut teh. So yeah, and I guess if you go like high up to the high tier food that costs like $400-500, I guess Singapore has better food if we go up there.
That's fair. Respectable answer.
Got a question.
What do you think?
A team question. What's your favorite thing about your coach, your new coach?
Oh, my coach?
Yeah.
He's like he's an actor, he's an astronaut. You know.
I knew you were gonna say this.
He's like a doctor as well. So I'm like, yeah, really respectable like coach. He's like a coach now, so yeah.
Oh wow. It's a man of many professions. That's all for me. You guys?
You guys are 2-0 right now. I feel like there's this thing about your team. You guys draft in a kind of a different style when you approach with your supports and the way you guys play a game. Are you guys more comfortable playing towards this mid-late game? Because I feel like you guys draft a lot to play the map much more than for early aggression.
I think we're just playing Dota, so whatever like that feels good, we just like play it, right? So like that's not something that we kind of think about as much. I mean, obviously, like if you lose like the first game because you got outskilled, then the second game you will be like, yeah, maybe it's better to skill more, something like that, you know.
All right, thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much for this interview, Ice, and congratulations again on your strong start to the summer tour. Take care.
Yep. Bye, Charlie Bean.
Bye, Daryl Cole.
I knew he was gonna say that, man. He always trolls us.
I think it's just you. He doesn't like you.
I'm mad. Every time he's trolling me. Last time he was from Korea, and now it's always something new, you know? But anyways, we've got a wonderful ePulse promo right here. You can use this code for 7 days free of Prime to DPC 23 Summer. And what exactly are you using this code for? Well, let me tell you, it's to the ePulse Dota 2 Summer Blast. So it's a tournament going from May 15 to the 11th of June, which is coinciding with the same time as DPC Open Quals. It's an SCA only event, and they're promoting this quick match. It's a little feature where they have like 1v1 games, and at the end of the season, they're gonna have a really poggers tournament where you can win $500. And if you have Prime, you use this code, it can be doubled to a good old $1,000. Very lucrative. So go check that out, scan the code, and yeah. Next up, we do have a very exciting game. We have Talon Esports versus Blacklist. So that's going to be very exciting. It's going to be KP versus his former flame, and the boys of Talon versus the Philippines, I guess. But yeah, we're going to go for a quick break before we get into that game, so do not go anywhere. Holy heckers, that was wicked sick, don't you guys think? That was crazy. Oh my god, I'm so excited for the Bali Major. But before the Bali Major, we are here at the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Summer Tour. I'm your host, Sophie, and I've got Aurora back on the panel with John X-Fire. Mr. X-Fire, how you doing today? How's that cast?
It was fun. It was a fun series to cast. I think it had a lot of ups and downs. It's always fun to watch a 50-50. This next series doesn't feel as much as a 50-50, but who knows what happens, you know.
Really? In whose favor? In whose favor?
Yeah.
Talon. I think that's what most people would look at as their favorite.
Is that
a
non-biased opinion?
It is a non-biased opinion.
Okay.
I think Blacklist, their win over Boom, while it did look very commanding, one has to remember that Boom is also probably not close to their former glory, not even remotely close. So I think this is really the big test for Blacklist.
Well, let's talk about that Bali Major trailer for a really short bit. That was really cool, didn't you guys think? Wouldn't you guys like to be standing up on some rocks, like brooding, looking at runes? It's pretty sick.
I mean, it's a little bit funny to me because I don't think Bali is that rocky. I mean, it's mountainous. It's not like barren rocky.
Yeah, there's like texture. They got like rice paddy field kind of stuff.
It's a
they
bit
got
foresty,
beaches.
you know, typical Southeast Asia. If I was at Bali, I'd go to Pura Besaki. I think that's a really cool place.
Oh, no offense, but that looks like in the middle of a desert.
Yeah,
I don't really want to be there.
Bali's not desert in actuality, but the trailer.
Yeah.
It's for visual representation, sure.
Maybe it's like a metaphor, you know? When Dota gets there, it'll be alive with the greens. And anyways, so Blacklist and Talon. This is going to be a very exciting match because I feel like they're just, we got two countries that are a bit, you know, in a brawl, let's say. So suntukan sa DPC right here. So our draft is ready already. So let's take a look at what we have. We're getting right into this game. So my panel, give me your takes.
Talon bringing the important hero out, Takis.
Yeah.
So even if, you know, like the game don't go that well, but like you make sure you mentally damage your opponent so that you get the next two games.
Yeah, that's the key part of Southeast Asian Dota. Just impact the morale of the enemy team, impact their intellect by just playing techies. It hurts a lot. It is a strong support, right? Like in all honesty, it's very lane dominant. I think this allows a lot of combination with jabs off lane. I do like that the Underlord is banned out and Talon banning out the Magnus. Respect for KP. He looked amazing on that Magnus. I like that respect ban from Talon.
I mean, who knows him better, you know?
Of course, yeah. His former teammates.
However, I don't think you can prioritize Tekis over Colo. I feel like Colo is kind of a soft counter towards Tekis because like you want to stun, right? And then like this Colo can just bind you back. So it's like a disengage so you're engaged. It feels like you can never really kill the lane where Colo is in.
True. Like there is that back and forth play. But I feel like Talon could probably go for something strange if they were really prioritizing that. Just maybe more aggression coming out here.
Sorry, my arm was itchy. I didn't know they were going to back to me. It's just itchy right here.
Maybe you didn't apply enough sunblock.
I know.
The sky.
It's really bright here. Yeah. We're in the beach, of course. Perpetual sunshine here.
Oh, do you ever notice that ship next to you? It's like an IO. It's got a flag.
Yeah. And there's a little tide hunter swimming underneath too, if you can find the angle.
For the majors, which is pretty cool. Anyways, back to the draft. I always find the interaction of the blinding light and the blast off pretty interesting. I don't know why. It just looks so stupid to me.
It's pretty funny. Yeah.
It's like, it's kind of like a circus move. I can understand it.
Yeah.
You have Pango joining in the circus, so yeah.
What do you guys think about Blacklist's opening?
It's normal. I guess you pick a Colo and then you want a hero pairing to feel you can empower with the Colo, but also not to the point where you fixate your draft already, because it's not really the 8 fake. So you can kind of get screwed up by their next hero pick now. But then like if you pick the Dusa, I feel maybe it's not too bad either, because I think Raven like is quite a Medusa player and I think the team can make this Medusa Colo work.
Yeah. Like there's a lot of possibilities still to expand on that. Talon, they take the Ember for themselves, more than likely from Mikoto. Maybe realizing there's a little bit of flexibility out from Blacklist to expand. Like KP does play a mean off lane Pango, although that's just not popular, but it allows you to maybe pick up the Ember down the line to have the Ember Coddle as well. So a couple of stones being thrown out from Talon to deny that pick.
Yeah, I mean, like, if they can actually set up a pretty good mid-pick here, like, possibly an SF or, you know, like, something that can just carry the game very fast. I don't mind this Pango being on the tree and just buying aura items. Although I would prefer that not be the case, really.
Yeah, what happened to the Pango 3 today? And we're like, I don't know about this one.
I mean, to be fair, his lineup wasn't really the best for him to do that though, because like
That's true.
it already showcased that if the Void Spirit don't get a good game, you can't really do that anymore. But I feel he should still buy the dagger, which I think a lot of Pango players are ignoring, because I think usually he goes mid, right? And you don't really need to buy the dagger on the Pango, but I think if you are in any other position, you should buy the dagger. But anyway, they reacted immediately by banning the Bloodseeker. Understandable.
Yeah. Just protect the Pangolier. Does get really annoying if you can't get those roll angles, for sure.
Honestly, I think you already know they're gonna have the Ember mid, so it's fine to have the Pango lane the Ember. It's just, I mean, you're gonna get bullied a little bit, but like there's no Bloodseeker, so technically not much that can stop you from rolling. They ban out the other hero that can stop him from using his roll efficiently as well.
Yeah. And it's not like Bane is a hero. Grimstroke is kind of hit or miss as well.
Yeah, like why did they not take Grimstroke against Pango anymore? I mean, I'm a Pango player. I don't like to see Grimstroke, but I still feel Grimstroke is quite a decent counter.
I think it's just the hero.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Like the hero itself is just like dead, I guess.
Yeah, it's been dead for quite a while.
I mean, we saw it today, but it didn't really
pop out, but yeah.
In the same
It
game
lost.
too. Same game with the Pango.
Yeah.
Terrorblade ban as well, just to remove some bigger
Caudal
nuisances.
pairing.
Yeah, caudal pairing's pretty strong.
I feel like Elk is still in the pool though.
It is, and certainly pickable by both sides, which is always a little bit scary.
I feel if Blacklist does take the Alchemist, Talon is just gonna take the Doom.
Yeah, then you have the Doom Techies lane as well, which just overwhelms the Alchemist early on. We've seen that a couple of times already. It just doesn't feel good for the Alchemist laning phase.
But I think Blacklist is not gonna reveal that pick so soon. Like they might just pick, a stable pos 5 or something. Maybe this call is pos 5. We never know.
Yeah, ban the Pugna out as well. So taking the battery that Aldi likes to play away has been really effective on that Pugna. So can't really fault Blacklist. They are taking away a lot of comfort in these bans.
Well, Talon did take away Cuckoo's roommate. I'm not sure if that's worth in the first place, but I respect it.
Oh my god! The Cuckoo Mancer, is it in? The pos 5 Cuckoo Mancer?
No.
Look at Mike
laughing.
Laugh! Mike! You know what you've done.
But Raven isn't exactly happy about this though. He's like, oh, really? Oh, nah.
No,
oh,
Raven's got like he's got like the anime protagonist when he goes like psycho smile, you know?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
he knows what his plan
Yeah,
is.
They know what they've done here.
He's ready to unleash.
And
There
yeah,
we go.
all right. I mean,
I think they are snatching the Alchemist instead, maybe just picking the Doom here. They don't really have the last fate anyway, so don't really have to save it for the 23.
yeah, that's fair. They can just kind of take what they want for jabs right here, right now. They could potentially flex Alk off. A few teams do it, but I don't think that's something that... I say that, but Jabs does some weird stuff sometimes, so it's still a possibility, but a possibility that I hope Jabs doesn't do. It's a bit of a strange one, but you never know sometimes with Talon, right? They do sometimes treat DPC as a room to experiment. So this could be one.
Sometimes.
That's true. They do need like a aura builder off lane, and Alk's not really natural aura, but it can be done.
A season aura.
Okay, I guess, but with the Caudal and Venom, it's definitely looking like you're gonna need pipe. Yeah. But they go Disruptor.
I mean, overall, it's just a good hero to pair with the Ember as well.
Mm-hmm.
Early Timber.
Yeah, you know what? It doesn't feel like you have the best early control for the Tim, but I think it can kind of zip around. Your big threat is probably really just the Disruptor.
He does trash the Ember and Alchemist in lane though, so I guess it's fine because the supports from the Talon side isn't really enough to burst his Timber down. but still they kind of have to be careful because, like you said, they don't really have enough setups. It's now only the Pango. And when you play with like a Caller or Venom, right, you kind of want the team to be able to make the fight around them, not just, like, oh, I dive. Because they're just going to die to the Ember, surely, if the Pango and the Timber doesn't protect them.
It's a pretty free game for Mikado to kind of dance around on the Ember here if they're not careful.
Press one button, 30% HP gone.
Pretty much. That's one scary thing right now for Blacklist. I'm also wondering what kind of lane they want to pull out with the Venomancer. Again, I'm expecting Cuckoo to play it on 5. So what kind of
I think it's his hero.
I mean, it has to be. You saw Mike smile. You saw his laugh. Surely he knows what they've done.
All right, what do you guys think they need to finish off their drafts? Blacklist need a
I think Blacklist
carry.
will just do the Raven signature carve here, just stand in front, be the pillar that his team needs. Then that way the Timber and the Pango don't have to feel so restricted because then he'll be the one protecting the Caudal and the Venom. But I'm not so sure if there's like a hero that does that well now, because I think Talon pretty much banned all of them.
Yeah.
There is a jug. I've been seeing a lot of jug for some reason in my pubs.
Yeah, the jug has been on
EU
the
as
up and
well.
up. Yeah, it's been on the rise. It's really just down to tempo. It plays pretty well. It can farm up pretty fast as well. You have a pretty straightforward build-up with Maelstrom, but you can still itemize elsewhere. Although I do believe Maelstrom's still the most effective. Bandit Batrider, which I feel like has just been a really strong hero. I've seen a lot, like we didn't see it in the last series, but I've seen a lot of Batriders not even go sticky. They just go Firebomb and Firefly.
Yeah.
Basically, just run around.
I think that's just a pure respect ban for Talon, because they are heroes. All of them can't deal with Batrider, and they already saw the Ember, so most probably the Ember will go mid anyway, but having a Batrider in the side lanes against, like, 4 of your heroes can't deal with the Batrider, so maybe they will say, ooh.
Yay.
All right, so a PA with Venolane does sound pretty scary. That's a lot of slows on hand. Dagger out, maybe an early Orb of Venom. They can actually really suppress that lane. It's also kind of an answer to the Beastmaster, although again, you don't tend to go Boars in unfavorable lanes anyway, but Raven's gonna have a good time with his stick into the wand, so you can control that lane pretty well. It should be a stable lane, maybe depending on how out of position either of these heroes on the side, like the Techies and the Beast get, then they can be punished. It does make it harder for the Techies to play aggressive, right? When you jump in, you will be slowed, there will be a lot of DOTs, and chances are you could get sacrificed.
I feel they might have some trouble for the Alchemist lane though, because it is a Timber call, and I don't really know what can an Alchemist do to that combo. Like, you can't even farm at peace, because Timber just shreds the Alchemist, and Disruptor don't really do anything about it. So I feel either side may try lane from the start, just to see if they can get something like more than just from laning.
Do you guys have a draft that you favor?
I think if it goes online, I think Talon's draft might be a little bit easier to execute.
Yeah.
I think Blacklist, it feels like they've got to really win out these lanes, but how aggressive they can get. Like you mentioned, the struggles of the Alchemist lane for 23. We have to see KP and Tims really pull that out, maximize that chakra, run it down. And the same thing for Raven's lane. Like, play with the slows, punish the techies when they jump in, and make that really passive for them.
Yeah, for me, I was like, usually there's like a team that you kind of can easily side with when you see the draft, but I don't know, they look pretty even to me.
Blacklist is the kind of draft where you feel like it's to counter the other side. But when you look at them as a lineup, it doesn't look stable, because they don't have like a proper hero to start a fight. It's always, let them go on the Timber. You know?
All right, well, let's get this show on the road. I got a new casting duo for you guys. It's Richie and now Winter. Take it away.
Hello, Chanlapin. How are you doing?
I'm great, my friend. Do you want me to say hello? Hello, Richie Garcia.
That's my Ice impression. Dude, we got a hell of a matchup here. Blacklist Rivalry versus Talon Esports. No longer a full Filipino versus Filipino matchup, of course. Right, Blacklist bringing in new offlaner KP here for them. Worked out for them pretty well in their first series. Now they've got Bosku as well on the Veno 5, making the play over to position 5. You know, I had an interview with him earlier this week, and I asked him, are you going to be playing Venomancer 5? And he laughed, and he said, maybe.
His best hero, you know.
Yeah?
I mean, at this point, it's just like, it's not even a running meme, man. Venom Pos 5 is actually legit good.
It's pretty good. What are the strengths in lane that we should see here? As he's going to lane probably versus, what, the Beastmaster and the Techies, I suppose?
Yeah, they have a very, very strong lane. Venom plus PA. PA in general is already very good against Beastmaster. Used to pick it against Beast when it was the ball build, because you can kill the ball. But even in this lane, in this particular one, Beastmaster plus Techies, I feel like with the Venom, you have a lot of kill potential, especially if the Techies jumps in with Blast Off. And he tries to be aggressive and he doesn't kill you, you're going to just pick him off easily.
See here how it gets going for the side of Blacklist. As the runes, the smoke blade from Talon, we'll see if it pans out into anything. KP's a bit of a tanky lad here, hasn't taken any skill points quite yet, and will be forced to take that point now into Timber Chain. I don't think he's too upset by this. I think Timber Chain level is pretty standard.
That's a pretty big deal though, because he's laning against Elk. You want to have Whirling Death and the reactive armor. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but it definitely hurts your power to pressure the Elk in the lane as much, because usually if the lane's going well with you, you might actually consider that 2-0-2. Like 2 points in Whirling Death and 2 points in reactive, and then at level 5 you would only then scale your Timber Chain.
Okay, we'll see if that ends up making a difference here in this top lane. And I agree with you. We'll see how it plays out, as 23 is going to send himself a little bit up top lane. But he did it to secure the range creep. He did it to secure the range creep. High MMR move. While we talk about this mid lane, I mean, we don't have to really talk about mid lane a lot, but I do want to bring some attention to the 2 Radiant Observer wards that are both watching kind of this rotational area. Yeah, you've seen this, right? I'm not sure if this was a little bit of communication. Yeah, that's both of them. That's both of their minute 0 wards. I'm not exactly sure if this is intentional, if they really just want to have vision on that staircase there to see if anyone's, you know, making their rotation, I guess the Techies, but I haven't seen that a lot. Usually you see the one a little bit closer to the mid lane. That one's very common, but the lower one, I'm not going to lie, I haven't seen that a lot.
It's definitely rather strange to have 2 next to each other this early on. But so far, looking at the laning phase of PA and the Beastmaster lane, like both of the cores are still farming pretty decently. But I feel like once PA gets more levels with the Venom, they should pose a threat. But as of right now, the Techies and Beasts, they are much stronger at level 1 with the Axe and the Sticky Bomb Harass.
Yeah, they've been managing to keep the Axe stack as well up on Raven. He's up to 7, which is going to force him well out of range of this. We'll see if Jez can have another go. He will. And he continued to stack it, so up to 9 stacks now on Raven's Phantom Assassin. Bosku unable to really keep him at bay too much. Did throw the Gale on over towards Q, and that'll buy enough time for Raven at least to reset those axes count. He missed 1 CS. We'll see if he gets the range creep. Yeah, okay, so he missed just a CS under tower then because of that. Not a brutal mistake, nothing too crazy.
Yeah, but all in all, Techies is a very, very powerful laner. You know? Yeah. Getting pressure like this is quite normal when you're laning against Techies, and you just have to bear with it and wait for the quick wave to come back to your tower.
Yeah, under Raven. I think he's going to die. He pops the stick. No, gets the Phantom Strike out just in the nick of time there. A Blood Grenade actually might have done him in. Level 2.5 there. Very happy to have Bosku pulling the wave back to reset the equilibrium so that doesn't happen as easily.
Yeah, top lane as well. Blacklist managed to get the pull towards the side camp. Not sure if the Kotal managed to secure the last hit there. He might have gone to Elk, but overall, both the offlaners are pretty happy with the current situation.
Yep. There's that point in Whirling Death that you were talking about earlier. Plenty of mana to spam it as well, courtesy of Tim's Chakra Magic. So KP having a pretty easy time in lane. They're already forced a healing salve out on 23. And he's set to probably take a bit more damage as soon as those trees start regrowing. But he's been doing a good job keeping them cut down to try and reduce the amount of mobility that KP has. Gives Ollie some more plays to make now with level 2 Glimpse already. He's taking
Glimpse on the Kotal?
Yeah, they're going to go for it. Up in this top lane, 23 throws the Unstable Concoction. Good amount of physical damage, but the damage is not sufficient. Blacklist saw that one coming. It was pretty well telegraphed as well.
Yeah, it's still nice damage, you know. Good harass onto the Kotal, forcing him to use his salve here. I mean, Timber's gonna be pretty happy in this lane. I think the Kotal can start to just leave.
Yeah, he's gonna
give him solo XP, stack some jungle, control runes. I don't think he needs to be in the lane anymore.
Yep. It's the Timbersaw teenager of offlaners, I call him. Once he gets to that like kind of middle age, he doesn't want you to be in his lane anymore. Wants you to close the door on the way out, you know?
Yeah, it's pretty important to identify this when you're playing a pos 4, when you're laning with a hero that needs a lot of levels, especially Timber, and you have to understand that your presence in the lane.
Raven. Phantom strikes away. The damage too high though. Jabs gets first blood there on the Axis build. 2-0-1 right now, by the way. Not a single point in the board. That's how strong this counter is for this PA. But big first blood for him, even if it is, 4 minutes into the game.
Yeah, that's why Beastmaster is very strong opening pick as an offlaner. Like in most lanes, you should be able to survive or even pressure a lot with the Axe build. And with Tekis as your support.
On Ollie, okay, that's going to be a glimpse.
Whoa, nice glimpse there.
That is a sad Raven and a dead Bosku in the meantime. This bot lane is Talon. Yeah.
What a heads-up play, he realizes they got a kill bot and he just quickly reacted, and went to the twin gate and just came bot.
That's really good.
That is just a game-winning move right there by Ollie.
Yeah, and KP can't really do much about that. He's applying as much pressure as he can. This Coddle at least stacking, so doing as much as he can as he now does look to rotate towards the mid lane. Careful here, bit of action, but Makoto with enough HP to stun though. In return, the sticky bomb. Carl get down. Ooh. It's barely gonna. I think someone bet him a Lotus. Someone bet him a Lotus.
It was the Venom. Bosku, Cuckoo.
Doesn't matter though. Bosku. Good TPN, very great support play. He's doing phenomenal already on his support plays, I have to say. But that time, Talon just had his number.
Yeah, so far right now, the Timber hasn't even skilled 1 point in reactive. I guess because you're going Vanguard early, you don't need reactive armor, so you can go max in all your nukes to pressure the elf.
I guess then it wasn't too big of a deal to take the Keeper Chain level 1 at the end of the day. It's pretty useful for securing range creep, and a bit of mobility against this kind of a lane can go a long way.
Yeah, the only downside with this build is if Kotal is not in your lane and you don't have mana.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he's going to need to run back top lane, maybe stack the next rune. Rune does spawn bottom, it's a shield rune. Ollie's going to go ahead and collect that. There's some big stacks right now, though, in this Radiant Triangle. And I think Tim's is... No, he's just going to soften him up a little bit. I believe this is going to go the way of Carl.
Yeah, let's keep track of the runes. So the first one is Shield Rune.
Oh. Yeah. This is a fun little game we play. What do you think is going to be next? I'm going to go Illusion.
Illusion, yeah.
I'll go Illusion.
The Ember wants a Haste Rune, but there's a TP bot. Ollie's coming bot again.
There he is. See what happens here.
They have. They still do not have Raw.
This is difficult as well for Raven. Level 4 here to the level 5 of Jabs, who's already approaching level 6. Might even get it on this next wave.
Yeah, they definitely need the level 6 on Jabs before they can actually make an aggressive play here. Or at least wait for the Ember to rotate in.
KP as well, still waiting to hit his own level 6. That's 10 denies at the very least. And has somewhat given the boot here to 23. As soon as that level 6 hits for KP, I assume that Alk would rather be farming the top, line of the map. For now, though, he's happy to continue following the small creeps, especially when he does get those 2 good counts for himself. Just 40 seconds away from runes. Wisdom runes went 1 for 1, I assume. Yeah, another one getting too aggressive there. But Raven has been, I would say, the one to really suffer the most out of this laning stage. Where do you see TA in this kind of, sorry, make that PA in this kind of a meta, Winter? In this kind of like snowball heavy meta, I heard you call it earlier on panel. How do you think she fits in?
I mean, her laning phase is always not the best, like he gets bullied a lot in the lane. I mean, late game, I don't doubt the power of PA when it comes to late game, but it's always about getting there, You don't survive the early game a lot. In most cases, you get pressured a lot, like what you're seeing right now on Raven. You don't get a very good start, and then your item timings are slow. Mid lane, we're gonna see a glimpse.
Yeah, action here as Carl puts up the Rolling Thunder and will live, but that is gonna leave him unable to fight for the minute 8 runes, which is a DD. Okay, we were both wrong there. Makoto doesn't get the haste, but the DD will do just as good work, especially when Q sets you up for the stun. Makoto cuts himself free of a tree, and Boss 2 will fall as quick as that tree did.
Yeah, now the Ember's gonna be able to take charge of the game, if somebody can refill his bottle, because the Pango has no role, he has to go back to base. But as of right now, well, he's actually rushing Boots of Travel.
Yeah, he is. That's
Boots of Travel?
Do you think they're going for, I mean, that's an odd choice on the Ember Spirit. You usually see the phase boots, right? Because of the, glimpse back. Carl, how far back is he going?
Ollie's MVP.
That's the second time.
If the game ends now, Ollie's MVP.
Yeah, if the game ends right now, Ollie wins. Absolutely. Very good, very good. Is that what you say in pubs? You deny the one range creep, and you say, if the game ended right now, I would be MVP.
I mean, if I get 2 or 3 glimpses like that,
I mean, hey, that's a big move. Lots of time wasted here from on the side of Carl. But I wanted to ask, what did I want to ask? What was I talking about? Oh, right, about this Ember Spirit going for the BOTs. No, he's changed his mind. He's going phase boots.
Yeah, I was so surprised that he's, so greedy, to go travels like this. Facebook seems like the more traditional and the normal thing to do right now. And for Talon, Alchemist is, he gets pressured, but he can always go to the jungle and get a lot of gold in return. But the downside is, again, in their lineup, like nobody really wants to lane against this Timber. Elk doesn't want to lane against Timber. Beastmaster does not want to come top. The supports do not want to lane against Timber. The only person that can actually lane against Timber is Mikoto on this Ember. So I'm not sure if they're gonna wait. What phone call?
Yeah, phone call. I guess.
So I'm not sure if they're gonna decide to park the Ember at some point, in the Timber's lane just to defend and hold the tower. Are they willing to wait for the tier 1 to fall, or they're just gonna send the Ember up fairly soon?
It's kind of difficult, right? I feel like until you get Maelstrom up, I don't know if you really have damage into this.
I mean, now maybe it makes a little bit more sense. Maybe he was thinking about that. That's why he wants to go travel, so he can actually just lane against the Timber all the time and be able to connect to his teammates whenever he wants to. Because he looks at the draft, right? And you think about who is actually going to lane against the Timber. Nobody can.
Yeah, nobody. Yeah, definitely not Disruptor. Beastmaster as well, just roars him and then runs away. Jabs is going to be happy here if he can take the tower fast enough such that the Timbersaw is not going to be able to try and switch lanes. But usually, you tend to see the off-laners take a lot of time, enjoy a lot of farm in the off-lane after they take the tower. Do you expect to see that for both off-laners here as Makoto wants to be fine here? He's going to be able to tank through that Illuminate and pick up the Arcane rune. So Arcane, DD, and Shield. So we're missing Illusion, Haste, and Arcane. No. Invis, correct.
I mean, all these things are, it's not even like a meme, you actually have to pay attention to it. And
No, I agree. I'm not memeing with you.
No, I'm just telling everybody, you have to, in your games, you have to realize that this is going to be a very important deal.
Yeah, especially for a hero like an Ember, right?
Yeah, when you know that it's going to be like a very, very high chance of a Haze or DD that could be on a hero like Ember, then you have to really invest in your resources to contest the rune. And we see Arcane Rune Ember running bot right now. They're going to try to, like you said, open up the tower, kill the tower here with the Beastmaster.
Map read here by the side of Blacklist, saw that he got the rune, knew that he'd probably be looking to continue snowballing his game. With 23 taking farm in the mid lane this aggressively, it's very likely that Makoto is either in his own jungle or making a move towards yours. Good reaction here as the tower is going to go down. Q got the last hit there, but that's bot lane now down. So KP still chipping away at his tier 1 top. Should go down relatively shortly. This tower going down as well as the smoke play, at least for Talon. It's not totally fruitless. You see a pretty deep ward planted now on this. This used to be the Tinker ward spot when the map was a bit smaller. Tends to get dewarded, but does give you a ton of vision. It's a really, really good ward in this kind of a lineup where you can chase. You have a lot of vision already between Hawks, Disruptor, Ember, I like that ward a lot early.
Yeah, so right now Talon's going to transition and trying to collapse towards the middle lane. Radiance is not completed yet on Elk.
He's getting pretty aggressive here though. Surprised to see him joining the fight so early, honestly.
Yeah, because the Beastmaster is really, really strong with the Helm right now, so they're trying to play according to that timing.
Okay, baited up the Unstable Concoction. Seems like a bait.
Oh, that means the blast up.
Blast up did miss. Moscow trying to kill a Hawk, won't be able to. No, he's under the vision at least.
Okay, they have to back off right now. So 23 TP's top, continues to finish his Radiance, which is going to be able to get it fairly soon.
There's the Haste.
So Haste. So what's the remaining woods?
Illusion and Invis.
Invis. Yeah. Okay, so those two are not really that useful.
Not as crazy, no. I could see an Invis for the Beastmaster being pretty good though, honestly.
Yeah.
Walk up and Aurora PA. It's of all the runes, Illusion is a little bit less inspiring, I would say, of the two. But yeah, a key moment there, right, is they did force the TP out from KP, didn't they? Right, KP takes the tower top, 23 showing in the mid lane, KP TP's mid, and 23 then just TP's top, and now he knows that area of the map is safe to farm on, and he can continue doing Elk things.
Yeah, and Talon have to figure out, do they have to allocate resources to kick this Timber out? They're gonna need I think at least 3 people to kick this Timber out. Or do they feel like, oh, we're comfortable splitting the map down in half right now and we're just going to protect the bottom area?
How do you like KP on this kind of a hero Timbersaw? Do you think he can carry the game, like the early game, like we've seen Masaros do previously? Because he was pretty inspiring on the Magnus, and he was a lot more of like the team fight initiation. type.
Yeah,
He plays a different role here, doesn't he?
This is definitely not a hero that I would say put on KP.
Fight breaking out. Bosku taking a lot of damage here. Got to kill the position 5 Venomancer, of course, and is actually going to go down. The neutral's even doing a lot of work there. Carl, in the meantime, finds himself rolling in the river here, having a grand old time.
Yeah, no glimpse yet.
Try and evade Ollie. That glimpse on cooldown for 6 more seconds. May not matter here with the damage Makoto has. Carl unable to find a clip to jump up to. The stun just catching him as well, and it's 2 kills for Q.
Yeah, he got the kill because he has a haste rune, so that's why it's really, really important to control the power runes. And bot lane 23. He's still stuck here, but should be able to retreat fairly safely.
Seems like, sorry, I was going to say that. It seems like KP's spending a lot of time mirroring the rotations of 23 whenever he can. Damage on Makoto, by the way. Bosku finds his trees destroyed here as he continues to spread the plague here amongst the creeps, trying to defend the tower. Doing a decent job of that.
I mean, eventually the tower's going to fall. It's not much he can do, but he's forcing them to commit a lot more resources so far to get the tower. But right now, you were asking me about like KP mirroring the Alk. I feel like he's kind of doing the right thing, you know. He has this Vanguard, he has the cloak, he's pretty strong. I feel like you definitely want to be part of all the fights, as much of the fights as you can. And you have a Kotal to buff you up, reducing your cooldowns of the Whirling Death and the Timber Chain. You know, it's a pretty nice thing to have in the team fights.
Yeah, true. I mean, you can even see how quickly, he cleared that stack on KP. Just getting that little Chakra Magic drive-by from Tims, who's at least able to collect a little bit of the experience. I'm sure Tims has been stacking a ton here on the Kotal. One of the best heroes in the game of stacking, other than Shadow Demon, I think is the only person that can stack more, unless you just are a Chen God and micro the hell out of your army.
Naga Siren.
Naga Siren's probably pretty good. Those illusions last a long time, I'd agree. Terrorblade.
Okay, fine, that's not fair. I know you're asking for support.
Naga Siren support. Build the Meteor Hammer again, you know?
What, 2018?
Yeah, right? Good times, good times. Techies as well. I mean, this seems to be the new biggest build, baddest build right now on the Techies. Just rushing into the Guardian Greaves.
Yeah, he's a very, very useful team fighting hero, you know. That's why it makes a lot of sense to buy all the team fight items, and you're a hero that would go in, run in front of the enemy. You're gonna put yourself in a lot of danger, so it's nice to have all these items.
Yeah, Radiance online. Radiance is online for this Alchemist, pardon me. Battle Fury is the thing that is still on its way for Raven. Just needs this cornucopia, but is not going to be able to defend this tier 2 tower. Not himself anyway, it's going to be up to the supports.
Yeah, this is why we don't see this hero a lot. He just struggles a lot in the early game, you know. He affects a lot of your Battle Fury timings. You can't really do too much about it, you know. If you look at all the meta offlane heroes, they're all really, really strong in the lane. That's why you always see like the carries that can be picked nowadays are always the strong laners, you know, the Monkey King, Ursa.
And it seems like this is the kind, like a hero with a slow start, right? It is the kind of hero that you'd want in a core-to-core matchup as an Alchemist, right? In trouble, is going to die to the creep of jabs.
That's his job, Richie.
I want to follow up. That is his job. He's, you know, a spoiler for the interview tomorrow. He says when he dies on Veno 5, he just says, "I'm making space, guys. I'm making space."
Classic excuse, right?
Yeah. Exactly. He says, I used to do it on offlane and they would tell me no, and now I do it. So.
Good for him, you know, like he's in the right role right now.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, he definitely seemed really excited about it. We'll see how this series ends up and who we get for an interview. But it's an exciting change for Blacklist, isn't it, right? Bringing on KP.
Yeah, he definitely feels like he provided them a lot of very good additions in terms of playstyle. He fits the team a lot more. Like he's less selfish. He plays a lot more for the team.
This game he's been a bit selfish though, and maybe because he's had a lot of space to farm. He's earned it, right?
But still, he's coming to the fights. You know, like I feel like
I agree.
He's playing selfish in a way where he prioritizes his own farm a lot because he's a freaking timber. You know, you need to hit creeps. But at the same time, he's using that net worth to defend the towers, you know.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was getting to. And he's gone for Octarine first item, looking to go into the Ag Scepter for that reactive armor.
Really good on Timber, I guess.
I guess, yeah. That's what I was kind of asking you about. Not much of an offlane player myself, but Timbersaw has changed a bit with the addition of this Ag Scepter. So maybe he's trying to build something into that. Good against the overwhelming amount of physical damage that Talon is going to be presenting. Just ask Roche. This guy used to go down a lot faster, but given that Blacklist are not really in fighting form yet, least of all Raven, who barely has got Battle Fury and not Orb of Corrosion done. Talon are going to be able to claim this first Aegis. How much do you think Talon's going to be looking to get done with this first Aegis here, Winter?
I feel like they have to try to take the top side where the PA is trying to farm the double Ancients. That's the first place they have to try to take over, and obviously the Tormentor is going to be up fairly soon as well. So I would say that's their first objective, that to try to invade that area, the top side area, to limit the PA's farm. Apart from that, if you look at item timings, Beastmaster is building into BKB next, so it's going to take some time. Ember is getting a Kaya Surge. Alchemist already has BKB. Okay, the Alchemist Blink BKB plus Radiance timing. That's going to be
big.
Yeah, this is going to be the
That's
big
soon.
time.
That is soon. Might even before this Tormentor spawns. We'll see as Talon. We're going to give the boot here. The glimpse is
nice
going to be able to find Raven a little bit of heals with the blast off Negligent, as it's going to be a very easy kill there. Even KP now finally stunned up. Might be in for a bit of trouble. There's going to be the ultimate out from Bosku, as the roll up from Carl is good enough for the kill, but only onto Q. They've lost 2 cores here on the side of Blacklist. They're set to lose Tim's as well.
Oh, nice glimpse.
Jumps in with style. The glimpse as well. It's going to be here to punish Carl. That'll make 3 cores, nearly a full team wipe, as Bosku is unable to escape the wrath of Makoto.
I mean, Ori just continues to impress on this Disruptor. Like glimpse after glimpse, Static Storm. Good setup for the first kill on the PA.
And great first usage of BKB there as well for 23 Savage. Hard to ask for a much better setup.
Is this a high ground push right now?
It is now. I think they just got upgraded. And now they do have 2 fortifies here, so maybe it's just a tier 3 tower and back, but maybe you just back, right? Like you said, you're still waiting for that BKB. What, didn't you say BKB on Jabs? I think he's changed it up.
Oh, so he wants to go for pipe. Because if you have pipe, it means that you deal with the magic damage from Kotal, Pango, and the Benno. I feel like he only decided that because they just took a decisive lead, right? They want a team fight, they kill the tower.
It's a little bit more of a make the next fight impossible for them.
Yeah, you are able to end the game quickly with your current advantage. I think it's a good option for the Beastmaster.
How are Blacklist supposed to play this though now? Are they going to try and like take a breakout fight into Aegis? Is Raven just going to do what he's doing now and try and farm waves with Blur?
Oh, another Static Storm on 2 heroes.
There they go. They get the Pango again. He's already down, and Bosku can do nothing. He's trapped inside another glimpse. Tims finds himself now outside of the high ground. These heroes slow to a crawl, but 23 burning him down, throws the concoction. Stick charge is forced out. The solar bind, I don't think it's going to be enough. Winter 23 throws the acid spray down, and that's 3 kills here for Talon, and almost certainly a tier 2 tower now.
How often do you get to see a disruptor carrying the game of all heroes, man?
Not too much, you know. I always think about Eastern Europe has really, really incredible disruptors with the solo, right? X-Nova as well plays a mean disruptor. Unfortunately, that team, you know, just taking their second loss earlier, not really coming together quite yet, although they did pick up a hero in their first game of the summer tour. Yeah, it's not too many, is it? You really kind of come to the greats. Ali performing great in this game so far. I really have to commend Q as well. I think for a time, I wasn't so sure if Q was just good as a player or if he was just a good Tiny. He's just good. And that's no disrespect to his Tiny. His Tiny was impeccable. It won games for Talon.
People say he's the best Tiny.
He's amazing. He's just really good at Dota now, folks. I can't confirm. Ollie, don't die to the Tormentor, though.
I mean, Tekis is also one of his most played heroes. You watch him for some time. Like, people just don't know it, you know, people think that because he's always playing Tiny in official matches, so he can only play one hero, but that's actually totally not true. So 1 minute left on the Aegis.
Yeah, and up to high ground they go, even activating whatever's left of the Chemical Rage. They've stolen the enemy Tormentor as well. Blacklist Rivalry have 1 kill, so when did this happen?
Look at Raven, he's not ready to fight, that's why that's why they only have 1 kill. The PA is the one responsible for the kills.
What do you do here? Do you throw bodies at this, try and slow the racks?
This is one of the most perfect games played in our SEA DPC so far.
Hold on, 23. Okay, he did get the throw up. Oh, just barely alive as well. 40 HP.
Well, has to be careful though. 30 seconds on the 8. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's happy to take that death there because here they come. Yeah, KP now stuck inside of the Static Storm. Carl at the very least able to roll around here a little bit, but the blast off, it's good. Onto 2. KP does manage to get out. Bosku not as lucky as 23. Kind of getting kited around there, but it's good at the end as Q's going to end up getting that kill onto Carl.
Oh, Mikoto's dead.
Yeah, that he is. Perhaps overextending Raven as well, joining this fight nearly at the BKB, but the Techies' minds are going to make it a rather undesirable and unpalatable pursuit here.
Yeah, still pretty difficult to siege the base with the banner wards around. Kotal, using the blast and the blinding lights. A lot of annoying spells to deal with, and you have a very tanky Timber standing in front, acting like a tower.
Well, once again, I mean, Ollie.
Aghanims, yeah. So the Timber almost has Aghanims. So he has Aghanims and Octarine. So his plan is to just maximize on dealing damage in the team fight.
Someone has to. I mean, it's just frankly, it's not Raven right now, is it?
Raven needs BKB.
He needs BKB and Deso. Yeah, right. Like I feel for him this game. He doesn't really have a whole lot of minus armor. Not great synergy on the team as well to make that any easier for him.
I mean, on the other hand, Talon is still on the timer. They can't just let the PA skill and keep farming. Eventually, they're gonna run out of steam.
That is true, but how relevant is that when your Alchemist is 7k above the PA? How big of a concern is that, Because
I would say it's just one team fight. If Blacklist
one team fight
can win one team fight,
wow, 7k. I mean, I guess the new meta, right?
Yeah, because
the gold cost.
Your Elk, you're supposed to be like 10k ahead at this point. If you're not 10k ahead as Elk, then you're gonna be in trouble against the PA.
Okay.
So I would say one team fight will put Blacklist right back into this game.
Okay. KP now has bought out for the Ag Scepter. Does leave him, of course, without buyback. Keep that in mind for upcoming fights. No BKB either for him. Ollie, in general, with the changes, Winter, with debuff immunity rather than magic immunity, it really makes having BKB feel really strong against these kind of lineups that have a lot of AoE, right? Like that constantly apply debuffs. That's where new BKB feels amazing. And there's one BKB, a big one, coming from Blacklist. It's Ravens. He might not be ready to fight, but I don't believe...
They have to get a good fight here.
They have a chance, and that's a good initiation at the very least, especially if they can burst him. But 23, no. Gets off the Chemical Rage, beating now into Raven, but the miss rate a little bit too much. KP just not like it matters to the two-man stun. It's big. Tims is going to go down. Bosku will follow. Tims buys back instantly as they find a glimpse onto Raven. Don't quite connect on the kinetic field, however, so he's able to at least Phantom Strike back into the base. Kodo back as well. Then full HP and mana.
That was so close, if he's in the kinetic field, I think they just lose the Rex. That he dies.
Yeah, I think they lose the game, quite frankly.
Yeah, he dies, they lose the Rex. At least one more set of Rex, and maybe even the third.
I think the game, Winter.
Yeah, I think I'll take that blame. I've been praising Oli too much, and then he messes up one combo.
Yeah, there it is, Ollie. One combo. I mean, that's, still a phenomenal game so far out from Talon Esports. They only end up getting a kill there, I believe, onto the supports with a buyback committed from Tims. But Blacklist keep everyone else alive and don't really take any tower damage.
I guess they should wait for Rosh right now. Right? Don't risk anything. Like
TP's top. I think it's Carl who might be in for a little bit of a rough time. It's 23 perfectly here to follow up, and that is a kill on the mid lane. Angelier. This is another big time in here for the Alchemist, isn't it? It's on the AC.
Yeah. And by the way, I don't think we highlighted. He actually took he took the acid, giving armor to your teammates. So it's really good against. Yeah, it's very good against the PA.
Yeah, it is.
And with the AC, so he's giving them in total around 12 armor.
That's
12 armor.
That's a serious amount. You weren't joking about
Free
that.
plate meal for everybody.
Free plate meal. I mean, at the very least, it's going to basically it's going to neutralize the Deso, which is important for Raven. He still needs to get this thing online because he's doing no damage. Especially because there's no Crimson even. The Jabs has felt so comfortable that he's just gone for the full pipe of Insight, and fair enough with the way this game's been going, but it doesn't even feel like they really even need a Crimson on top of this to further reduce the physical damage of the PA. It doesn't feel too good to Crimson, right? Because PA, when she's really online, the crit numbers get up to like 1,000, and then what does, minus 50 damage do about that? Still, something to consider. As Makoto is on an intercept course right now for Raven, but the blur is not going to be broken.
Yeah, so that's just one lane of Rex, and Talon have to decide, do we actually just wait for... I think the sensible option would be just to wait for the next Roshan. Just don't risk anything, play for the Aegis, and try to go high ground with that.
Blacklist not keen to just sit around and let that happen. We'll smoke out of the base. They know Roche is going to be top for the next 3 minutes.
I don't think they can afford to give up the Roche. They have to come out on the map and try to play some good observer wards and contest the Roche.
How many times have you seen this, though? Winter Bosku's nearly died to all the techies' minds already.
He has Trunkle Boots. He'll be fine.
No chance for them to really get too close. Talon as well, playing extremely disciplined. Look at the ward they're holding. A Hawk, a Mine, and an Observer ward on that cliff, giving them the vision.
Okay, so Roche is up. Talon's already heading over to it. Not sure if Blacklist can actually make it on time. Don't think they know, but probably going to be difficult for them to move over there.
Raven's already, I wouldn't call it despair mode, but at this stage of the game, it is a little bit of a despair item. Yeah, Rapier. You know, and it can work, right? Of all the heroes to build one, old Medusa used to do this. PA as well.
I think it's the right call given the situation.
Agreed.
I mean, if they don't win the next team fight, they're gonna lose anyway. So why bother?
Yeah, I agreed. I use the word despair, Winter, not because I think he's like upset and gonna buy a shadow amulet and all that. More just because, well, what else can I do? I have to do damage.
This is the only way.
It's the only way. 23, keen to throw the stun there onto KP, canceling the TP. Doesn't have a TP scroll. Bosku is going to be able to get away. They see KP as well through the Watcher. Can you get through the gates using Timber Chain? I don't know. Will we be able to find out? I don't think so, as they're going to keep him perma-stunned, so that science experiment's going to have to wait until next time. I know you can like time walk through it.
Yeah, because you're invulnerable and you can waveform through it, because you're also invulnerable.
I don't know about a Timber Chain though. That one's a bit weird. Maybe if you like use Yule's Scepter and do the Yule's trick or something like that. I have no idea, Winter, honestly. But at the very least, KP dies as close as he can to the enemy base, allows Blacklist to push one more wave out, so he might not have to buy back because the next creep wave's a bit far. So we'll have a little bit of backdoor.
Yeah.
What is this? Makoto is just completely on his own. Okay.
Yes, she is. He just wants to see how many heroes are there, try to bait out some spells. He's one creep away from getting his axe, so they should just save some creeps for him. Oh no, Alchemist wants to take everything.
Yep, that's it's all his.
Oh no, they popped the glyph. Okay.
Raven, I mean, they just anything to get Raven closer to this Divine Rapier. He's still only halfway towards the relic, but I mean, are you seeing how fast this game is breaking down for them?
I'm afraid they won't have much time. KP has to TP right in front.
Yeah. And he does that exactly. Rolling Thunder being channeled here by Carl. Thinking about making the play now. In they go. There's going to be the disarm now. 23
that's
Savage.
A lot of damage.
Doing what he can, but it's a bit scary of a moment there. So far, Barracks defended for now. That's a cute little dagger thrown in. Not doing too much.
Yeah, they still have to respect the rolling death damage on the Elk, If they don't have any Lotus, right? So nothing can actually dispel it apart from the BKB on the Elk. I mean, as of right now, he still has the AG, so if he wants to play aggressive, he still has a second life to use his BKB. He's going to charge up his stun.
Let's see what he can find. On the jump on in, it's 23, didn't stun himself either on that one. The reactive armor stack's coming in now, but a phenomenal static storm here is going to prevent KP from being able to escape here. They're even going to stick the Ancient Granite Golem on him, and it's an easy kill for 23 Savage. Makoto now in deep, but no stuns to control him. He's safely back into the hands of his allies. 23 struggling to get back now, and even KP going a little bit more aggressive, trying to cut off the reinforcements. That's a kill through the Chemical Rage, which was just activated. KP as well, trying to break the backlines. There is a BKB there. Carl doing his best. Look at that damage. What the heck was that? Q is a little bit late on that jump in as KP doing everything that he can, preventing further enemies from running to the base, but it's not going to stop Makoto from picking up Bosku. Bosku buys back instantly, TPing back into the fight. KP's being corralled here as he looks for the kill onto Q. Tims can't quite find it either as Makoto jumped by Raven, jumps out of the base here with the Remnant. He's in some trouble though. They need a crit and they will find one. A big kill here for Blacklist Rivalry. Carl's low. They look like they want to make a play onto him, but they just quite can't. And somehow, Winter, Blacklist Rivalry will just barely hold.
Yeah, that's going to give them a chance to actually still be able to turn the game around, They still have one lane of racks. Rapier is almost available for the Phantom Assassin on Raven. I mean, I feel like Blacklist still has a shot in this game, They just need to make sure that they get the right smoke, or at least the right initiation in the next fight. If they can actually kill off the Elk one time, I feel like they're going to be able to turn the game around slowly.
Yeah, KP is making miracles happen right now on his Nimbersaw.
He has to use the buyback the last fight though, so they won't have it in the next one.
That's true, but I mean, he was basically 1v4ing. Like, there's just no way that Blacklist Rivalry can take a fair fight right now against this Alchemist. They needed KP to basically be this unstoppable wall. Here's a DD room, by the way. Okay, into the bottle for Carl. That's the right move. Because, of course, they have the ward on the high ground, and they saw the forces of Talon mustering to kill them. Rapier is finished, though. Raven has it online.
I mean, it's going to be huge. Do they have a... Wait, Observer Ward. Wait, Cuckoo. Yeah, Cuckoo has 3 Observer Wards right now. So he has one place on the high ground here. He needs to try to set up a parameter for his team to decide whether they can take a fight. DD on Carl, not the most impactful rune on Pango.
Look at Talon's positioning as well.
Yeah, they know something is coming here. They definitely know who has buyback. Let's see who has buyback. Nobody has buyback except for Coddle.
Just the Coddle buyback.
They're 20k ahead, nobody has buyback. What's this?
Look, Tony, he's got items to buy, okay? What do you think Gaben gave him the Greevil's Greed to save? It's in the name, Winter. All right.
Do you think like when you save your gold and you don't spend it, you should be given an interest on it?
I think as Alchemist, the more money you have in your bank, like once you have more than 2,000, it should give you like a damage debuff.
Damage debuff?
Yeah, like the more money you have, because it's Greevil's Greed. You know? And then you just spend your money, and then you have more damage. Isn't that cool? That should be the Ag Scepter.
I mean, we used to have a hero that deals damage based on
gambler.
gold. Yeah.
Okay, Boomer, back. It's okay. We'll take you back to the retirement home after this, okay? You can't have that as a mechanic. There's a ward here, by the way. Blacklist, they have Talon underneath a couple of their wards. Not a bad fight for them to take, but it does feel like a bait. We'll see what Raven can make happen with the Divine Rapier. KP as well. They're going to find 23, but he does get off the Unstable Concoction. Can find a stun with it, though. Carl just running around in this fight here, looking for a stun. Does find one, but the rest of Blacklist feel like that's too far to fight underneath. Bosku, he's going to be able to get off the ultimate. Rooted in place, though. 23 finally makes the jump, and Q will seal the deal there with the blast off. No buyback for him. Tormentor. In the middle of this as well, did damage to everyone.
He's like, I don't want to be a part of this, guys.
Yeah, leave me out of this.
All right, so P is also going to hit a level 20. So that's going to be also another power spike for him. I guess you get the Stifling Dagger damage. Right?
Really? I figure this game, you're going for burst. You want to just 100-0 this Alchemist. 100-0 this.
I mean, there's still a lot of poking being done, you know, by the PA before the fight actually begins. You know, the pre-fight, I call it.
I don't know. When you look at those stats, 88% take the Phantom attack speed. Numbers don't lie. I gotta say, that to me just seems like the right choice. I agree with you. In a normal game where you're playing PA and you're throwing daggers, maybe that's the right move. In a game like this, where your back's against the wall and you've been forced to buy a Divine Rapier pre-40 minutes in, you have 4 kills on your team. I want to burst these guys. I can't let them use their items.
He has to burst, I guess. Should you try to burst the support? If Beastmaster hasn't used ulti, I think you try to kill the Beast first. But if Beastmaster already used ulti, I don't think you try to focus him. You need to kill like the techies, the disruptors.
The techies and disruptors are easy kills here, and I think very obvious ones. I think Ember is also very killable, honestly.
Ember doesn't have armor item. He doesn't have a Shiva.
No, it's just the AC and it's just the acid spray if 23 gets it down.
I mean, the acid spray is only if you're standing on it.
Well, I agree. That's what I mean, right? Very situational items. Wow, we'll see if it makes a difference.
He's going BKB on the Ember next, so it'll be some time before he gets an armor item.
You were wrong, by the way. Raven went for the left to 20 talent, the Phantom attack speed.
Yeah, I know.
It makes sense.
When you were lecturing me, I'm like, all right, that's probably true. You know, that's not the right thing to do to get the 20% damage talent.
What do you think about this Techie Zags though? Minefield sign now.
Annoying, very annoying. Like there's so many spells, like all these like spells that take over an area in a team fight. You know, I remember the most annoying ones are the Techies and the Oracle.
Oh, the Reign of Destiny.
Yeah.
Which is a pretty decent shard now.
Heal amp and damage.
Heal amp and a little, it's like 40 DPS and heal per second. Which is pretty big, right? Because that's basically a damage differential of 80, right? That means you have to do 80 DPS to really outfight that, especially if you're going to try and fight him inside the Oracle too. It's fun. I like that one a lot. I didn't like it, granted, when Thompson built it in TI quals. But it is fun in pubs.
If you like it, you have to like it every time.
You're right.
You don't get to choose.
Yeah, my bad. How hypocritical of me. Not liking Oracle mid, I'm sorry.
I'm surprised we didn't get to see a lot of Oracle. You know, I feel like the hero feels pretty strong.
He feels okay, yeah. He doesn't feel too bad, so I'm a bit surprised as well.
I mean, the other regions, I think, especially Europe, they've been picking up the hero, but in SCA, not by much. Everybody just wants to be the aggressor. Who wants to be the hero that sits behind and saves the team?
Me.
That's why you are not playing, man. That is why you are just sitting here with me.
Yeah, but that's why I get MMR. You just have to say, in pubs it's easy. You just make a couple important saves on your ally. And
I thought you told me Witch Doctor is the way to get MMR.
No, I don't think so. I think Witch Doctor is a little bit too... He was like 4th most popular hero on Dota Buff. He's overpicked right now. I think
for the new patch?
Yeah, I don't think he's very good. I think his cast ranges feel awful. I think he doesn't farm fast enough because you either have to max Maledict and then you don't have cask bounces to farm up like an Aether Lens. And then you need like Blink. And
You have an IO as your team and you are the core.
No, you need a Chen.
Chen?
You need a Chen for the Penitence, and then you get the Machine Gun Death Ward. That's a real thing, by the way.
That sounds like someone who's played a lot of Witch Doctor games.
Yeah, and Dendi. Dendi has done it. He plays mid Witch Doctor. It's a good strat. Look, it's not bad. I think as a core, he has potential, maybe a little bit more life in this kind of a patch, like an offlaner in these weird kind of metas. But I think not, because the map's too big, and he's very limited. He has to basically get you within coconut throwing range, and coconuts are pretty heavy. You can't throw them very far.
Hey, this is going to be the last stand here. Like Blacklist, they're trying to hold the high ground for the last time.
Raven spot out, of course. Might as well when you have a Rapier. He's got still under 7-second BKB. Of course, the Divine Rapier and the Skull Basher. So he's bought out for that Basher, holding on to this Titan Slipper as well.
Yeah, just watch the crits, you know. You have to just follow Raven the whole team fight.
Pretty much.
Look at the crits. I mean, he doesn't need buyback anymore. If he dies, they lose anyway.
Agreed, yes. I believe that is a wise decision. Everyone else on his team, though, does have buyback, and no one from Talon has buyback.
What?
Yeah.
The team that's 25k ahead, nobody has buyback.
No, they don't have buyback. They're investing it into their items. We'll see how that works out for them as they do smoke now out of the base. Hawk is going to at least scout a little bit of movement here. Talon's still kind of hidden away. They have Techie's mines, but we have got Bosku Venomancer, if you're Blacklist Rivalry fans.
So who do they want to jump the most here? I guess you have to try to kill the Pango if you can start on the Pango with the roll.
Oh, maybe KP. They're going to look for Bosku first, take him down. Does have the buyback. KP's going to be a bit too tanky here. Is broken, but Carl's in on the counter initiation. Makoto doesn't have a target yet. Actually finds himself stunned once. That's a big dagger thrown in. Maybe puts the fear of God in ya.
Yeah, they still have buyback on Bosku.
But for now, if you're Blacklist, you're pretty happy with that. Chemical Rage was utilized. You're just trying to burn time on this Aegis. Get any more items that you can onto this Phantom Assassin.
There's still 3 minutes, unfortunately, for Blacklist, you know. Timer on the Aegis.
That's true, but Chemical Rage is about to end, and maybe if you're Talon, that might be enough to dissuade them. One mistake, like you said, it does kind of make this game feel a little bit more
Yeah, they
dangerous.
should go check the rune, you know. They have an Observer Ward looking at the rune. Like, late game, I always feel like you should have one Observer Wards on the rune side so that you know what runes you're going to get, and you have to decide when you have to go back and take an important rune before you push the high ground.
Would you consider a DD rune to be important?
Yeah, of course. What the hell, man?
I'm just checking.
I mean, I think it's one of those things that's a bit underrated, you know, like sometimes you see certain teams do it, really do it, you know, when they're pushing, they always go back and check the runes, but some teams, they don't really put too much emphasis on doing it.
Whoa, 23 is just in, finds KP, which is a bit of a tough tank to try and burst immediately. Damage as well in return. Look at that, 23, not really respecting the amount of burst on that Timbersaw Eggs. He's gonna have another one in 15 seconds if he can live that long. Actually, they're refreshing it as well. In goes now Carl, trying to make a little bit of space and time. There's that minefield sign going to work. The roar as well onto Raven. Carl died to the Techie's Eggs, and now Raven's gonna be in some trouble here. Storm, he's just dead. Q blew him up. GG called, that's it. Blacklist Rivalry with a very respectable hold here, but 23 smile on his face as they're going to be able to take down Blacklist in game number 1 of this series.
I mean, that was a good try, you know.
Agreed.
I feel like overall, after what happened in the early mid-game, Blacklist, I think they did a really good job holding the game on, giving themselves a chance, you know, that they can still come back into the game. I think those are the small little things that are really, really important when you look at a team. You look at the games that they are losing, what they're trying to do to at least still give them a chance in the game. And I felt like Blacklist actually, they were able to do that this game, and props to them, you know, even though they lost in the end. But I certainly did not expect the game to last 41 minutes.
All right, Winter, give it to me straight. 1-12-2 Venomancer. Cuckoo's fault? Just kidding.
Sure, Cuckoo's fault. Blame Cuckoo. Blame him all you want, you know.
I think this was much to do with the draft. I
would blame the laning phase, you know. Like PA having a real... I mean, that hero just... It's too slow, you know.
I agree. That's what I was...
She has a very, very hard laning phase, and I'm not actually very certain if they should put KP on a hero like Timber. I think he showed that he worked really well when he was put on a very team-focused, team-centric hero. Yeah, like the Mag. Yeah. Like the Mag. So maybe I would like to see them revert to that.
All right. We'll see what Ninja Boogie and the Blacklist boys come up with as they do head to a quick break before we get started for game number 2. But it's Talon who will lead us 1-0 as we're going to throw it back to the panel for a little bit of their analysis.
quite a stomp from that early to mid game. I mean, I don't know, maybe stomp is kind of a harsh word, but it was, in fact, a stomp. They were able to hold high ground, though, because Blacklist does have really, really good high ground with that Coddle, Pango, Veno.
I mean,
it's hard to push up.
Talon was kind of lacking the late game hero to close the game very convincingly, but still they did their best because they sealed the map off, so only the PA can farm, and the entire team from Blacklist, like, they were just getting poor. Only PA is getting rich.
Oh, I'm wondering how the last are going at Blacklist right now. That was right on the Venomancer pickup. And I do agree with your points. It was a little bit challenging to go into the high ground. The hold from Blacklist was a pretty good effort. It's just that every time they went outside, they were punished. Like, this fight kind of devolved from, I believe that was the fight where the Hawk of Jabs was burned by the Cloak of Flames. So he pinged it out, Savage backed off in the Alck, and they were in a position to counterfight. Like, these attempts outside the base just were not as successful. The game was overall very difficult for Blacklist due to that laning phase that we heard Winter talk about right there at the end. It was just hard. Like, the PA lane, in theory, you have some aggression with slows, but in practice, like, PA's laning is just atrocious. This hero just doesn't get picked for a reason. And it felt like they picked the PA to deal with a Beastmaster lane, but again, you have access. You don't really care.
Yeah, I mean, if you have to talk about the draft, right, from the 15 onwards of Veno, like, it already feels kind of weird because you don't really see a hero that you can really punish with a Veno. But I guess, like, they just want someone to be annoying in the lanes. But I mean, you can still pick a CM. But whatever, they pick a Veno. All right, then they showed the PA, and I already feel like, it's either the PA or the Timber, whichever one that came first. But one of them was already enough as a win condition. You don't need another one. And then suddenly they pick another one who also needs a lot of time. Then they were also lacking quite a lot of, like, team fight spells because there was only a Pango and then the Collar. And then where's your, like, closing fight damage? That's not closing fight damage. Like, the Timber needs time, the PA needs time, and then this Alchemist is just gonna farm. This Beastmaster is just gonna take the map because of the Hawk. So, all in all, it's just, I mean, I wouldn't say they didn't do what they had to do. It was just the draft is really too difficult to play.
Yeah, it's maybe going into what you said, like early on when we were looking at the drafts, you said it felt like Blacklist was just picking stuff to try to counteract what Talon was doing. A lot of smiles coming in there from Carl. Rather interesting to see such happy faces. It was a bit of a funny game in a way as well. Definitely not the most pleasant to play into, but Talon just showing us why, and they're probably the favorite coming into this tour once more, even after a bit of a lackluster performance in the major this time around. And we give our MVP out to all. I mean, he's 0-0-18. That is MVP material right there. No kills, no deaths, the perfect support.
I mean, in this kind of draft versus the PA kind of draft, you're not dying and then you're still landing your spells, you're pretty good already, I feel. Because if I'm the PA, if I can kill anyone, it's you, it's the disruptor. I will kill the disruptor.
But big props to Blacklist to, it's a very commendable effort to try to keep themselves in the game still. They were down by a lot, but even Raven picking up the Divine Rapier.
I respect that.
They were grasping straws.
Yeah.
They were really trying to hold it together. But we will see if they can hold it together for another game that's going to come right after the break. Will this be our last game of the night, or will Blacklist take it to a 3-game series? We will find out. Welcome back, everyone, to the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Summer Tour. I am your host, Sophie, and we are, it's getting quite late now. We're getting our last series going. We'll see if Talon can take a 2-0, or it's going to be a 3-game series. I've got my panelists here with me. What did you guys think of that last game?
Saw that 3-2 moment. I mean, the scoreboard,
The reverse 3-2-2, yeah, the 2-2-3.
And there was the moment where all of us went, yay!
Yeah, we were cheering, we were hoping for it. Unfortunately, Talon got the kill first, so it's the reverse isn't as hyped up, but you know, it still means something. It was a rough game for Blacklist overall. Yeah. I think the draft didn't help. They opened strong with Kotal Pango, very standard. Then it goes off the rails with a Venomancer.
Yeah, it's like,
so it's
I
like,
think
all right.
it's against that. Like, it's good. And then they forgot to, you know, like make it the whole picture kind of thing.
Yeah.
So a lot of people regard Talon Esports to be the team that is just out of SCA's league. Would you agree with the statement, or?
They kind of, I mean, just kind of mentioned it, like, there's no point being the best C team, you know, like if you can't beat the international teams, and they're kind of working towards that right now. I think that's the right direction, and that should be the best team that you're looking forward to beat.
Now, what does Blacklist need to do to be the best C team? What places in their game do they need to fix up?
From that game, definitely the draft. Like it's very hard to dig deeper than that when the draft just didn't help their cause. Because I think they played certain parts of that game pretty well, but if we're just talking about that game, definitely just a draft. I think they fixed a lot of their issues though from last time, especially from the game we saw with Boom. It was much more collected. They had some aggression, but a lot of respect as well. We just didn't get to see those improvements because again, this draft was
the draft is just too difficult to do anything with. They were already losing from the start. Like the PA lane was losing. You're not supposed to pick PA into Beastmaster and then lose this badly, you know. But like at level 1, I can already see the PA have like half HP down. So yeah, that's not good.
Do you think PA is not a great carry right now, or is it all just the lane?
I think it's okay if you set up the entire draft to empower her. And I don't mean literally like you must have a Magnus to empower her. It can be like, oh, you have at least 2 good stuns, and then like your other 2 heroes also have decent damage, and especially you must have a laning support that is really stable. Like I'm sorry, but it can't be a Veno against a Beastmaster, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Do you think that what was the Veno pick for? What did they want to achieve with it, do you think?
Content.
I think they just felt like they could have been a lot more aggressive. Again, theoretically, there's this really funky lane timing. If you start with Orb of Venom on your PA with a dagger and then your Venomancer spitting at people, you could technically try to run them down, but...
Yeah, but like you already have a Timber, so it's like, it's not really just about the lane, it's how you transition into the mid game and then to the late game. They were in no place to contest Roche at all. Like, Talon already have Beastmaster and then Ember. So how are you going to approach the Roche pit? And you know you need the Aegis to win this game, because otherwise you're never going to kill this Alchemist before all your teammates die, so...
Yeah, do you think that the addition of KP is helping out in this game? Because he seemed like he somewhat was able to control the game. I mean, let's talk about his itemization for a bit. What did he have? He had a Octarine.
It was questionable, but I think I understand it because...
You want uptime on the Ags?
He was kind of the more stable choice of damage dealing hero. Because PA, I just feel like PA is not that safe in that lineup.
Right. Well, let's see if Blacklist are able to come up with something a little better with our draft of Series 3 Game 2.
Oh, a lot of respect out from Blacklist, taking out the Techies and the ENG. Same bands from Talon, taking out Cuckoo's Rubik and KP's Magnus. So they've got a very good idea as to what Blacklist has been successful with. Maybe coming back to scrims. They've seen that a couple of times there as well. I'm wondering what their opener is. Alchemist is there, Medusa's there. You can kind of just try to sneak one away if you want. Although I feel like both these teams don't... Yeah, Kotal, the Underlord, Kotal. There's a lot of options, which means, again, pretty funky first phase bans, not the typical ones.
I mean, I think Talon is just banning these 2 for like the opening, because I think Blacklist feel really comfortable every game just opening with the Rubik, because Cuckoo just plays that hero and it doesn't matter like where he goes, he just wants that hero. And are they like not thinking a little bit too much on this first place because they already have the first commissary.
There's a possibility they're AFK. You know, I've played, again, in my CSGO games, Jabs tends to just walk away. Like, in between
Are
rounds,
you
like,
sure,
I'm
John?
done.
Because I remember them saying you weren't like 3
I
kills
was
in
on
20
ping.
rounds.
If they were watching my camera,
Are you
I was
sure?
teleporting. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's
Are
pretty
you
bad.
sure, John?
It's pretty
Okay, we get the Underlord.
That's fair. Safe. Secure
Who
pick.
do we pick? The Caller or the Underlord? Oh, if we need to fight Medusa because we can only pick one hero, maybe we'll just pick the Underlord.
Yeah, I mean, the Underlord can be a good solution. Again, we saw Dedusa struggle against a lot of damage reduction. Crimson Guard kind of tickles even at the late game.
I mean,
So-
they have the 8 pick anyway, so I think they're gonna be fine.
There it
Auto.
is. Okay,
impressed.
that's
Oh,
your
Cardinal
foundation.
TP.
Yeah.
Because I think if Blacklist doesn't take the TB here, Talon can just take the TB at the F8 and it will be kind of hard for Blacklist to do anything. They already have no damage on the call and they have to fight on the lot and then TB. Where's your damage gonna come from?
Yeah, it's going to be lacking. I'm wondering how Talon wants to deal with the Terrorblade and their core down the line.
I mean, Underlord is already pretty good against TB.
In terms of damage mitigation, but like just a direct core to core for you. Like Alchemist, I think, is kind of taken out of the pool. Even though, again, you have Underlord to kind of help, but it's still not that great for Alch when he's behind, or even. But you can still enable it. Like it's one of those things where it depends on how confident you are in enabling the Alch, I suppose. They go with the Faceless Void instead, which I honestly like seeing. It is ballsy, but this is like a very...
That's a 23 staple.
Yeah, it's a staple. And I feel like I haven't seen it in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they're just like, don't let this TB sunder.
Probably. I'm wondering how
even
they...
if he managed to sunder, I think Faceless Void is just quite a decent hero against TB
Yeah.
because he don't have to fight within the reflection. He can also kind of undo the sunder. And obviously his chrono can stop TB for a little while if that's what they need.
I am curious what Talon's idea for damage in the chrono is going to be. I don't think you have a lot coming out from
Underlord
Underlord
is
just
pretty
yet.
decent, but yeah, you can still pick a lot of damage heroes.
Yeah, like...
Skyra's still there.
Sky would be an interesting option. I wonder if that's something they kind of gun for Mikato as well, or if he goes for just his standard Spirit Brothers if they're left in the pool. Like either one kind of works out, especially if Blacklist pick another support without that much control. Like again, kind of going back to the Venomancer last time, although probably not coming out a second time. But you know, like a support that does lack hard control, then you're gonna have issues dealing with just this Void jumping around in the first place. Potentially the Mikato hero coming out. Talon has a lot of leeway in what they can kind of figure out here.
You know what? I think Talon can just take the IO Lash. Although I don't think it's a good thing to pick the Lash against the TV, but still, I feel like you have Underlord, you have FV. It's not too bad.
Yeah, could still slot in. That would be one way to kind of get damage in the chrono, I suppose.
IO Sound isn't bad either. You can catch the call.
Yeah, some backline would be really good. They still ban out the KP Timbersaw, which is fair. Again,
Yeah.
his performance was pretty strong.
I mean, these two heroes can't lane Timber, and they can't really do anything to Timber early on.
Yeah.
Mike looks a lot more serious this time around. No more picking
does,
Veno.
does.
Look at his
That
face.
was
Look at
a
everyone's face. It's
mistake.
like, no Veno, okay? Understand me, look at me, no more Veno.
Yeah. Where's Tim's? Why do we never have a Tim's cam? So confused. I want to see Tim's. I want to see the PC Center, man.
Raven's got that, like, you know, the Yuji Itadori hoodie.
Yeah. The anime
Except
pro tag.
it's blue.
Just not color matching. He looks
Yeah.
a lot more stoic now as well. He had a little grin when the Venomancer is picked up. So maybe the time for games is done.
He's dead
They have
inside
a pool
right now.
table. Damn. Look at that.
Yeah, they got a cool, like, map thing.
Sheesh.
Maybe
I
just
wonder if they
enhance the
can draw
notes.
on it.
Want to see what's, you know, on the whiteboard?
Yeah, that would be nice.
Enhance.
No more Venomancer for Cuckoo.
Yep.
They ban out the Puck now in Blacklist, so that's the mobility hero from Talon that they will kind of take away. Again, Kotal probably doesn't control it too well. I'm wondering, what's the pickup here?
I mean, I think Talon might be flexing the Underlord.
I guess the save
It's a
from the
chrono counter, yeah.
Yeah.
Wouldn't Oracle this kind of heroes would be better? I mean, I guess at least VS can kind of play aggressively, in a way.
Yeah, and
you can also play it core, I guess.
Yeah, KP has played it a lot in the off lane. Again, from his time in SMG, afterwards on Talon, he didn't do it at all. But off lane Venge is one way to play. God, are they actually going to go for something really weird? Off lane Venge and support Alk? That was the way that SMG used to run this, and that's the way KP used to play this Venge. I don't know if that's recommended, but it is a very strong lane. Lots of minus armor to play with Unstable Concoction, I guess. Not ideal, but...
Ooh. There's your gas station.
Ah, there it is.
This is Pugna Storm.
Instead of IO, it's Pugna.
Yeah.
I like it. I mean, yeah, it's into Terrorblade, so Terrorblade's always going to be a bit annoyed pre-BKB, pre-Manta. You've got damage to pump into the Chrono. You can heal up the Faceless Void if he's in trouble.
I mean, the Pugna can just destroy the TVC illusions. It's very effective.
It's a little staple of the Berlin Major, no?
Yep.
Pugna Storm. Gas, gas, gas.
Gas, gas, gas. And for
I still feel Blacklist like the kind of damage that they need to kill a hero, though. Like, okay, you have the stun from VS, and then what's next?
Well, to be fair, I guess there's a... Well, no, the timing's a bit late, but the damage from Missile could be really high, plus your -2 Talon, plus Chakra. I guess you could spam that. It's not bursty, but...
Yeah, but like, can you kill them fast enough before they react and, you know, like Storm press his ultimate, FP press his Q? Obviously, you're not going to try and kill the Underlord first.
That'd be very, very sad. I think that's the only word, if you jump that Underlord first. Not ideal.
I think Twitch chat would call it Sag.
Sag for sure. Sag for sure.
Pepe hands.
Pepe hands. You can't see any of Fuku. It's just like a arm and leg.
Look at him, Pepe. It's like, no way, no for me.
Don't cry.
No way, no for me.
No, magiyak na.
I can kill the Pugna wards, why not?
The Ember pickup comes through, so you get the Ember versus Storm lane, which is fairly stable for both sides.
I still think they didn't really tackle this Storm FE issue though. Yeah, sure you have the root, but like, where's the damage, you know? I mean, sure, Ember is one of the most stable mid heroes that you can pick.
I wonder what their KP hero is going to be as well. Again, I raised the potential for Venge, but honestly, it's probably better off as... Well, I say it's better off as a 5. It is universal, so you could try it as a core, potentially.
I feel like it's a stretch. I feel like I don't know, against Talon's lineup, you know, it's just a aura meta, man. Like,
I mean, they do have the last pick, so I feel it is a KP last pick.
Against Storm and Pugna and the Uber Lord, you might want someone who can hold a pipe.
I was thinking of something like maybe the Brewmaster slides through for KP.
Oh yeah, that is a KP classic.
It is a classic. It allows you even more ways to counterplay Chrono. It doesn't provide you with harder control for the Storm or the burst damage though, but again, more control, more team fight. Aura carrier as well.
Yeah, I think it looks good. Like, you can also just find the Pugna.
Actually, that would be quite an interesting match to see if KP gets to play his Brewmaster, because that's like what he played on Talon so many times.
It's one of his 2 heroes in Talon.
Whoa!
I'll show you.
For a while, it was that way.
Yeah.
Literally just first phase ban Brewmaster and DP. And then it would be a pretty tough game.
Windranger banned.
Huh.
What can Talon pick here, though? It should be a support pick, right?
Probably their 4.
What Q heroes left? Doesn't have too many funky options left. Tiny's just kind of meh.
Ditch hero. All the Romo Puzzle now ditch.
I wouldn't mind something like, say, it's kind of out, but Lion could be decent here.
Yeah.
Gives you control burst.
Can be quite good because you can pair with the Storm early on.
And it gives you another top up for Storm because you can get your mana drain restores.
Suck.
Yeah. And you get your shard, you can do that while the storm zips in, and then if he's in the right spot when you start, you also suck everyone else. It's pretty fun.
We really to be in
I like
the battery
All the
meta,
suck.
yeah?
Yeah.
Sucky.
Oh, it's the bounty hunter. All
Oh
right.
my god.
This does look more like a Q hero.
That it does.
Not the sucky.
Hold up.
All the channel sucks.
Where are you going?
Guys,
I'm
come
talking about
on.
sucking mana.
Yeah,
All right.
the mana drain.
Where are you going? Come on.
Okay, what's Blacklist's last pickup? You know, off lane potentially, depending on whatever this Venge is.
I still feel like the Brewmasters.
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
safest
Talon don't
bet.
really have what they need to kill the Brewlings. either.
Yeah,
there it is.
It's
Yep.
definitely just the Brewmaster.
The KP Classic.
I mean, they've got a lot of ways to deal with 23. If you don't manage to catch KP and Bosku, then it becomes really troublesome for the Void to just look for these bigger chrono kills. At the same time, to be fair, like the hold for something like Mikado is kind of lacking. Whereas you could argue the same thing is there for Talon to hold down the Ember, but you have a root if you manage to catch him off guard. You have Chrono to always rely on.
Shadow Walk has a short stun.
Shadow Walk is pretty damn annoying as a stun as well.
Yeah.
So you can kind of use that to set up for some of those other control pieces. Whereas for Blacklist, you have Magic Missile, which you can dodge as a storm. And that's pretty much it.
I think we have chains.
Yes, chains, but
I think Talon is just thinking, okay,
We
guys,
have the
this is the
Cyclone.
plan. We will steal their Wisdom Rune. We will have Gate. If anything goes wrong, we will have Underlord to save you. All right. Our strat now is just to steal the Wisdom Rune.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I really like Blacklist's draft much better this game than their last game, though.
Yeah.
For sure. I think it has a really good tempo to it. It has a way to play. You've got a really nice combination of with a Coddle down the line with the Terrorblade, and a Coddle Brewmaster lane actually should be pretty decent in applying some
it
early
is.
harass as well.
But I think it's still a really free game for the Storm, though. Like,
Yes,
none
yes.
of the heroes can make the Storm feel bad, and Storm and Bounty can be quite sad for the Ember, not gonna lie. Before his 6, and if the Bounty just keeps going on, because I think the Underlord can sit alone in his lane very early on, yeah.
Well, we shall see if Blacklist is able to take this series to a 3-game series. Totally losing it. But yeah, I'm going to throw you guys over to our casters.
Winter decided to style his hair. It's not really too visible, thanks to the distance here from us to the coconut shop. You know, we had to set this up because people kept throwing casks at us, and we needed to split fast enough before it bounced too fast.
Phase shift.
Phase shifts. Is that what you do? Is that what you want to do right now instead of casting this game with me?
I wish I can phase shift and relocate home.
But then you have to be backed, 12 seconds later. Just you love your wife that much, is it? Oh, you should send her this clip. I'm sure she would really enjoy it. And we are enjoying this series as well between Blacklist and Talon. What a perfect segue here, as it's going to be make that Talon, who are leading 1-0 here over the side of Blacklist Gaming. I see both teams actually heading towards each other on the map right now. And a couple of good luck, have funs as well, coming out from Talon, who said, "Good luck, Damien." KP says, "What the WTF? He knows my name." So some good banter as teams are actually going to dodge each other out. That's Talon sweeping through the Radiant jungle, and it's Blacklist who are wrapping
Wow,
around.
that's a very interesting smoke.
Yeah, I know. I've never seen this before. I thought they were going to take...
That's a lot of interesting things you can do nowadays with the 30 extra move speed you get at night before the creep spawn.
30 seconds to battle.
Can they kill this guy? They need chains if they want to. Carl doesn't want to get chains. That's observable on the high ground.
It's pretty good. Blacklist. They're... I don't know if they want to fight around this, honestly. They're not really leaving so far. There's a sentry. They need vision up on the high ground, and they'll be able to at least get the D-ward there.
5v5.
Yeah, 5v5 fight. You've got a Coddle on one side. We'll see if KP's going to actually... No, KP does not care about this 5v5 fight. He's making the money move, and that means I think it's going to be...
He's going to get 3 runes.
I think he's going to get 3 runes.
All right, tip the man right there, man. This guy deserves a raise right away.
Yeah, he does. I don't think 23 is going to be able to beat him. The cooldown on Time Walk is pretty long.
Who's faster? 310 on the Brewmaster.
It's Brew. I think Brew beats him. Oh, let's see. 23 taking the inside line. KP snags it. 3 bounty runes there. Easiest net worth lead of KP's life.
Oh my god, this is so much fun even before the creep spawn. I wish every game would be like a race between two heroes to the bounty runes.
Yeah, we kind of got teased a little bit, right? As if we were going to get to see a 5-on-5 fight. Didn't end up actually going down. Instead, we have ourselves a nice race to the top lane where KP calmly walks up top, doesn't miss any CS, and immediately gets to work. Yeah, I would expect to see next level in the Cinder Brew here. This Thunderclap, this Brewmaster hero, now that he's universal, my goodness, does he do a lot of damage in this lane.
Every single universal hero does that right now. Like, I feel like these universal heroes just hit way harder than they should, you know. They buy all the stat items and they right-click me. I feel like, what is going on? Why does it hurt so much? I remember this hero does not hurt that much in the last patch.
You playing much Bounty Winter as a support?
Nope. Hate that hero.
Q's been playing it a bit. I saw in his Dota 2 Pro tracker. Seems very much like a hero, in my opinion, who is very much like a Necro right now, where it's like win lane, lose game kind of a hero.
And he has Blood Grenade. Blood Grenade is like made for this hero.
Oh, definitely. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think he's strong right now. There's a reason why he's so popular, especially in pubs. But I believe, you know, for Talon this game, we need to see them kind of connect on a lot of these track kills and really make him pay off, like literally with track gold. Otherwise, I think this hero kind of falls off. If he's not able to play some stage of the game where you can kind of threaten to interrupt and stun the Venge, then I feel like this hero's a bit lacking. As mid lane, that is going to be Carl getting some good damage onto Makoto. Ember Spirit, though, with not enough cooldowns here to really make a play back at him.
Yeah, both players really know the limits of their heroes, you know, taking things to the maximum point until they can push it. So Storm, Mikoto, he gets the creeps on the high ground, so he should be a little bit more happy with this.
Is that Flame Guard again, though? Does at least allow Carl to get into range here? What kind of heroes do you know Makoto for? When you think about Makoto and mid laners and his heroes, what do you remember him from? Because for Carl, it's certainly Ember Spirit for me, is up there. And maybe down there now if he's going to end up in the ground, but no, last auto attack's not enough damage. Yeah. Oh, careful. It's Q. You sneaky lad. Steals that gold, gets the blood grenade, the uphill miss. Q needs to go once more and has the kill. Yeah. Even tried to give it to Makoto there.
Very nicely done with the double stun from the Shadow Walk. Very, very nicely done. Like Storm is gonna, like this matchup feels like, I remember like if Storm is able to get like some kind of lead with the support roaming in, it could snowball very, very quickly. You know,
exactly.
If he gets the 4-minute rune as well.
We'll see how that one actually goes down. Down bottom as well, we do see that they've actually used the meta. That's a meta level 2, and it's a pretty easy kill there. Yeah. You thinking about stealing a little bit of gold, and we'll be able to do so.
Yeah, immediately punishing because they realize the bounty is not here. Underlord's alone. So they made a move right away.
It's pretty important, though, to enable your Storm Spirit in a game like this, though. I would say Underlord, you know, just has to kind of grit his teeth and get Vanguard up and then play as normal.
And normally you have 2 points in the Atrophy Aura at level 3, you know. And maybe he felt like the lane's still going well. I feel like maybe if he had 2nd point, he might have lived there because he almost lived there. So a bit unfortunate there for the Underlord. And right now he's going to be back to his lane trying to finish his Vanguard as soon as possible. And Q is back in the lane to help him to make sure that he gets to the Vanguard.
Top lane, KP once again finds himself spending a lot of time alone. We were just riding along and seeing the Coddle there farm, stack the hard camp that is, in the triangle. But mostly it's been fine. You know, this is more of a defensive support, I would say.
Here comes Q.
Yeah, there's Q again. TP instantly proc. That is going to be a Vengeful Spirit Stun incoming. Nice job avoiding a bit of damage. And actually, it's going to be Boss Q picking up the kill, pardon me, onto Makoto. Wow. Q is going to be second to go. There's the tip from Carl onto Boss Q. Nice job, Boss Cuckoo.
I mean, this is such a big swing right now. Like, getting those 2 kills. I mean, if Ember died there, I feel like the Storm is just going to be balling out of control.
It fully recovers Ember. Now he's even got a level advantage, right, with the 2 kills in that lane compared to his solo death. So it's a pretty big move here. Of course, Storm is about to hit level 5 as well, don't get me wrong, but big moves coming in there. It's also really important, I feel, like when you are rotating on these very level-dependent heroes, like I would say Avenges, you need to get your swap up as soon as possible. You want to get more damage in your magic. Hold on, KP is going to pay the price. Tim's is here, but he's a Coddle, so he's not really going to be able to do much to change the outcome of this. And And instead, it's Makoto who immediately goes
Wow.
into Carl in the mid lane. Did you catch that?
Nope, I was watching top with you.
I was also watching top. That seemed like it was just kind of a solo.
I definitely did not expect anything to happen after everything that's been happening for the first 5 minutes. I thought like, all right, the supports are leaving mid for once, so it'll be a 1v1 mid and somebody kills somebody.
I'm looking at the Death Summer and he kind of just died. Like a electric vortex into a bunch of right clicks, and that was it. That's kind of it. So very high action mid lane. We'll see how that actually starts affecting things. As
They're both at equal net worth right now after everything.
Equal levels as well. Q failed to block that stack there. Does end up triple stacking.
haste rule.
First action is the haste.
All right, so this is going to be the new tradition for the casters. You keep track of the runes. So first rune of the game, haste rune.
Tradition. Yes. So we're still missing a lot of other runes. Haste is definitely an action rune though. I would say that and DD are probably the biggest ones. Arcane, right? This time for Makoto is pretty
If you're a tanky hero, shield rune could be a very big rune.
I think, yeah, if you're like playing Amara's mid, Jabs could use a shield rune right now though. He is getting gone on pretty hard. And the bottom lane, Bosku failed to actually block Jabs somehow. Got the biggest model in Dota 2, but the kill is easily still going to go towards Raven.
Last game, Oli was the MVP.
Top lane though, KP is going to suffer the same fate as the Nether Blast picks him off. Kill goes to Ollie. It's a TP from Bosku. This time he's a bit too late.
He is everywhere, man. This Bosku. It's bench.
Oh, but he's gonna be too late, I think. Wisdom Bosku. Don't forget, it's 7 minutes.
Bosku.
Oh, Bosku. Come on. Oh, get it.
Oh, he does. Oh. Well played.
Oh, but he didn't get the rune.
He didn't get the rune.
Bosku.
How? I mean, the rune is worth more than the kill.
What is it, Sadap? Not Sadap, Bosku.
Dire's bottom tower.
That's okay. He did his best. They get a kill. They're going to lose Tims in the meantime at the same time.
How did they not get the rune? There were 2 heroes there.
I think they were trying to click the rune and then their heroes just kept attacking from range.
Oh, yeah, that might be it.
Yeah, I have this all the time. If your cursor's not like fine enough, I don't know.
I mean, the rune actually matters way more than the kill.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, that's why heroes like Koto, like heroes that can secure the rune are so valuable right now. You go to the 7-minute wisdom rune, you see enemy coming over, you calmly walk across. Hello.
Right.
I have blinding light. Bye bye.
That's what I was gonna say. It's I was gonna say something a little bit different, which is it feels like not only it's tangential, I guess, to wisdom runes, is when you make rotations, like when you TP as a support. And you don't stop the gank, and in fact even die, it's so bad for your net worth and your XP gain. Carl picks up a kill easily there onto Ollie, still fighting Invis rune in the bottle of Makoto, so not really an action rune. So what have we had? We've had haste and wisdom. Sorry, haste and Invis.
Yes. So Storm pops the Invis rune right away. Not sure if he can actually use.
No way this works, right? Like no way.
I mean, Bounty is level 5.
No.
Will they do enough damage to kill him?
Nope. To kill him? You mean the bounty? Yes, because if so, yes. They're trying to turn now onto Tim's. Q is tanky. Took a while.
Oh, here comes the boy. Chronos ready.
Is in. The boy is here. The boy finds himself stunned. The boy thinking about dropping a Chronosphere, but doesn't actually need to. Why'd you call him the boy?
Let the boy cook.
Okay, I agree. Let him cook. Let him cook.
I mean, that's really, really nice to see, like, the carries doing that a lot more often nowadays, like the mid first fight in the tier 1 towers. Usually you see a lot of the carries right now, they'll be really, really active looking for a good initiation, especially if you're a hero like Faces Void, where you have a very big ultimate that you can contribute to the team.
So you do like that, to be clear, right? Because sometimes when you say it's really nice, I can't tell if you actually think it's nice or if it's like
what
whenever...
do you mean? Do you mean like I'm always constantly lying to you?
Well, sometimes they say it's not... You ever like, when you were young, you gave like a crayon drawing to your mother and she says, oh, that's nice.
No crayon drawing, but that's not nice for 22 right now. He has to use his chrono defensively.
He does, and
he's gonna die.
Might not save him. Carl is giving chase. That is a max level time walk, by the way, so kind of a difficult kill here because he'll get another one off. No, he won't. Not surrounded by 3.
Just barely. Nice rotation by Raven, coming in the twin gate, trying to push the tower and maybe set up a kill there. So and they force out the chrono, so that's definitely a really, really big deal. Yep. Blacklist is definitely starting this game really, really well.
Push is happening down bottom at the same time. But of course, now that the Jabs has got his Vanguard online, Raven doesn't really have a real big point of being here anymore. So I agree.
We have a really, really good game on our hands right now, like a pretty even game so far. A lot of action in the laning phase, and right now we're going to go into the mid game with very minimal advantages to Blacklist, and we'll have to see, you know, like the Storm and the Ember are going to be the key heroes to watch out, you know, who's going to be able to control and use the power runes to make successful rotations to pressure the enemy team. So we have a DD rune this time on the Ember. So far it's a Haste, Invis, DD. So
right. Still missing Arcane and the regen, which is actually pretty consequential for a Storm. Boulder is going to be hurled there. Ooh, nice job of using that Void Ruling as well, as Ollie will be taken down. Lovely little change. I'm sure it made all the Brew players reset all their keybinds and learn another Panda.
Is that worth it though? Just using the ulti to kill a support?
Yeah, he lived. He wasted the time of the Storm Spirit. He wasted 23's time. That was 4 heroes there trying to kill him. For me, that's space created.
Yeah, and they're now transitioning into the mid tower here. So if they are going to be able to get this tower with the capital, that would be really, really nice for them.
DD active, so Carl's getting to work here.
Yeah, Mikoto has his Falcon Blade ready, but not sure if they can actually do anything to this. You know, they're just way too slow here. KP is also going to get the D-Ward there.
Yeah, that's nice.
Well, everything is just going perfectly for Blacklist right now. I don't think they can ask for a better start to this game.
Urn is complete as well for KP. We just saw that get delivered mid-fight, or at least mid-Panda form. What else are we waiting for here for Blacklist? What other moves do they have to make? Because to me, I take a look at this lineup, Winter, and it kind of seems like they just want to fight and skirmish until TB feels like he's just at a comfortable point to take on the Faceless.
I mean, you definitely have the swap to deal with the Chrono, so that's a definitely huge plus. If you talk about the matchup alone, Terrorblade against Void, like Void is gonna be able to kill once you get the level 20 Talon with that hex speed, but with Bench, I feel like that's probably not gonna even happen once. So 12-minute rune, so it's gonna be an illusion rune, so not the most impactful one.
So
so it means the next one is gonna be shield, right?
No, shield, Arcane, regen.
Okay, Arcane and Regen. So 2 out of the 3 are going to be very impactful for the Ember Spirit. So the next one is going to be...
I think they're all really impactful, honestly. I think with Spirits, Regen rune's amazing, Shield rune's amazing, Arcane rune's obviously amazing. I don't have to say about that. I think
the Regen is the best for the Storm.
Sure, but I think they're all worth fighting for, right? Just because then you take the Regen rune away. I like how this is like what we argue about, but it's good, it's fun. I think I would not want to Storm with a regen rune. Either he's going to like dive me in a fight and then he's going to regen and then zip away and I'm going to overextend, or he's going to farm the entire jungle. I don't want him to do either of those things.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, it's definitely something that even if it's not useful for you, you don't want it to fall to the enemy's hands. So they're going to smoke up here. Ember is going to join the party with the Bench and the Kotal.
Yeah. See what they can find.
Brew also has a TP with Split, so this might be a huge fight.
Are they smoking to their own side of the map? They are, but there's a ward here for Talon. So this is going to be kind of a tricky, tricky sneak around.
Q might have to try to break a smoke. Yeah.
And he does. We'll see here how things go.
Wow.
This is a wide wraparound.
Jeff knows what's happening, but he might still die here if he waits too long.
Okay, Blacklist are going to want to try and play around their own ward that they've just planted on the Twin Gate. KP mid lane in trouble. It forces Tims to kind of TP away. Makoto as well. It was going to be just fine. Blacklist then moving as Talon now moved to smoke. Wow, that was a very fast earn into Vessel upgrade for KP. He was just farming.
He has to deal with the Pokna. Stop the Pokna from healing, and now Talon's going to smoke up.
There he goes. It's just a Tim's coddle. It's something though. TPs are incoming though.
Yep. 40-minute rune.
He's got enough mana though. Oh, he might not actually if he gets hit by the Panda.
Regen. Oh, he doesn't see the regen. All right.
No, he did not. And now he's going to have to leave behind Ollie. Ollie trying to live, gets the auto attack out, denies the regen. A Pyrrhic victory for him as he still ends up going down here to the hands of Ballscoop.
I mean, this is by far one of the best games I've seen Blacklist play across all 3 seasons. You know, I've been really impressed by them, you know, this time.
Help me see some of the small things, some of the small plays that are making that take them from an average Div 1 team to...
I mean, if you just look at what Cuckoo has been doing on a position 5, he's been doing way more as a position 5 than when he was playing his offlane. I mean, this is already a very significant improvement, you know, and the team feels more balanced. Before you always hear the criticism of Blacklist having all 3 cores, being too greedy, they always want to farm, nobody wants to fight.
Well, KB does not want to fight right now because he doesn't have split. I think that makes a difference. The boy has come in 23, thinking about cooking, wants to sous vide some Panda, but won't. He doesn't want to make the jump here. Bosco as well in the vicinity, might not be proper positioning here. If he gets caught inside of a Chronosphere,
nice Chrono.
Bad news. Now they're going to be able to go onto KP without having the split. Oh, sorry, that was Tim's, pardon me. Bosku is going to be still zipped on. Raven pops the Metamorphosis here. I don't think there's enough damage here for him to go through that Crimson,
the
though.
Ember? The Ember's not coming, so I don't think they can fight without the Ember. Very, very surprised like Terry decides to commit without the Ember coming to the fight.
That's going to result in a tower as well. Beautiful Chronosphere. First big mistake I've seen Cuckoo make this time is you have to respect the positioning on Chrono. 23, he's got like that Chrono AoE basically sketched into the back of his hand. Like he knows exactly what that's like. For him to have been caught, I mean, it was just a support, granted, but
It's not just that, it's like KP doesn't have his ulti. Why are you trying to play aggressively without the boost split? It's a big part of your team fight at this stage of the game.
Small mistakes, but I mean to continue piling
Small
on.
mistakes with huge implications.
I agree, especially against a top.
Okay, Arcane Rune now.
There it is. That's now Shield is the last one. But against a top caliber team here, I think this is another mistake. They're continuing to fight.
How
They're
did you kill him so quickly?
Blow through 23 at the very least. So maybe it's more of a mistake for Talon here, especially Raven does not have Metamorphosis anymore. We'll see how this goes, but this time at least they are fighting with Carl. Makoto's on the run, wants nothing to do with this, and it's going to be Q then taking a dive. Okay, I did not see how they killed.
He just died in one chain, and he dies like the Illuminate and the
Magic Missile
Meta hitting him with a Magic Missile, and he's gone.
Okay.
He has to be very careful. Without the BKB, he just dies so easily to those. They don't have a lot of lockdowns, but apparently one chains and one stun is enough.
Apparently. Okay, a little bit of back and forth then in the river. Talon not playing a pitch-perfect game here either. Sticking around a little bit too long without the ultis. I will say, though, the one weakness I see for Blacklist in the next kind of 30 seconds or so when the ability still comes off cooldown is we don't have meta to fight alongside the split. There's a split down bottom. Yeah, and Jabs might be dead of this. Q is maybe going to at least get a track out.
Nice dispel from KP, removes the Pavis, removes the Crimson Guard.
Oh yeah, Crimson Guard is dispellable, isn't it? It doesn't say. It doesn't. You have to check the wiki. It's just one of those things.
Yeah, that's why Blue can be also like a pretty good hero in the meta where you have a lot of the shields,
the guard buff.
The guard buffs and everything you can dispel.
Dispellable. And I think, no, that's illusion damage I'm thinking of on the mass dispel as well. But this is kind of what I mean. For Talon, like, it's a bit of a scrappy back and forth game. If they get this kill into KP, I'm going to have to change my tune, and I believe I will. I don't think he gets out of this one. The swap out from Bosku. KP is going to at least force another zip out from Makoto. He's out of mana, actually. Would not be able to make that last zip, at least not without condemning himself.
Storm's in trouble.
It could be too late. In comes the Fiend's Gate, though. That'll send Blacklist a rivalry packing for now, but they're going to have to leave Tim's behind, Home Alone style. Oh no, but there's traps in this house. Do they want to go up those stairs? Yes,
big
they
chrono.
do. 23 catches 3 in the chrono. Down goes Tim's. The easily dispatch of KP, but Raven, he's got himself now the Metamorphosis active. Ollie's going to be able to correct himself and avoid a lot of that damage, but Jabs, he controls the stairwell here with the Pit of Malice. Guard buff active now as Bosku's going to be the next target. In and out from Makoto in this fight, weaving in. Using his mana perfectly. It's 3 dead here for the side of Blacklist as Talon outfight him there. Great maneuvering. And there's the shielder.
Yeah, very patient play there from Talon, like Blacklist felt like, they might be having the upper edge in the fights. The fight gets drawn out very long after the swap, the excellent swap from Cuckoo to save the Brewmaster, and they feel like maybe this is their fight to take though. But Talon actually bought enough time for the Faces fight to come in on the side and just finish the fight off with a brilliant call.
Couple more zip zaps on in carefully here. Storm Spirit with the pull on to KP. The heals are sustaining in the Crimson though. It's so hard to fight into the meta. Can't believe Tibbs is fully alive, and now the Vessel debuff onto Jabs. Carl giving chase, wants the kill onto Ollie. Will be not able to get it because the suck. It cannot be interrupted. Jabs is going to die in the meantime though, as they finally get that pesky kill onto the Pugna. Makoto makes it out alive, as does 23. They're so eager to fight.
They have to start to respect, the fact that when you don't have Chrono, you're not as strong. Blacklist made the same mistake when they tried to take a fight earlier without the Panda split. And this time it's Talon making the same mistake, taking a fight without Chronosphere.
I reckon these crazy back and forth scrappy kind of fights are not so bad for Talon though. Obviously it's bad when they don't get any kills.
They have track.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. They have track and they have Midas. For Faces Void to even be in these fights with Midas, I mean now he's got Maelstrom, right?
Yeah, but if you think about that, right, you drag the game with all this back and forth, and you go into a very late game situation, but you're always trading evenly, and in the late game, there's always going to be the swap against your chrono. So are you actually truly that happy if this continues to happen?
True, but you would expect the TB to farm a bit faster than a Faceless Void, right?
Yeah.
He's keeping him within range. Like, he's still trailing him by a bit. And some of this is this Midas gold, which people will argue is not fully, blah, 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 doesn't really count. But he's keeping him, he's keeping him roped in by forcing Raven to show up to these fights. I don't know. I get what you're saying. The Venge is certainly still a problem there. You'll notice I haven't addressed that particular part of your argument. But I think this is what you kind of have to do to make sure your bounty hunter pick actually pays off. Q did a phenomenal job, don't get me wrong, in the laning stage, ganking the mid lane a couple of times. But
I think his time in the game is already over.
Well, he has something to say about that. He's making his way towards the Wisdom Room. We'll see if Raven has the... Bosku, he's here. He's ready. Hold on.
Do they have a sentry here?
Is he going to learn this time? Tim's is dying. Oh, no. Oh, come on. This is the most important part. What's going on with Bosku?
No, Q gets the rune.
Okay, Q got the rune again. They're going to kill him. Tim
How does this happen? How he saw him? I'm sorry, I'm triggered. I'm triggered by Bounty Hunter.
Well, he just walked in. He's a man on a mission, He didn't care about anything else. Once a man's life is forfeit, Winter, he will fight tooth and nail for whatever he desires. And Q, he's only had eyes. Wisdom runes this game.
Yeah, so back to what I was saying before, when the Void doesn't really feel like in late game you get to secure the late game because of the swap. That's why the Storm has to continue scaling, and you need to have a lot of items later. You need your BKB, you need a Hex, because your primary job later in the game is to deal with the bench, so that when the Void jumps in and he chronos the Terrorblade, the Storm needs to take care of the bench.
This is still really good for the Storm, though. I think he loves playing with both of these supports. Q's been providing vision and giving track bonus gold. Pugna, of course, once your ally that you're life draining is full on HP, you begin to restore mana. It's not as good as like a Coddle or a Wisp, but it's pretty darn good, as you're seeing.
He's the Moonwell, right, on the Pugna?
He's the what?
The Moonwell.
The Moonwell.
Yeah, you give mana and HP.
Yeah, exactly. What the heck is a Moonwell, Winter?
Don't you play Warcraft?
No, what the heck?
It's the Night Elf, whatever.
Such a boomer. Don't worry, Winter. The bus is... We started the bus for back to the retirement home.
So what's the Zoomer way of saying, okay, never mind, don't have time?
Don't have time, because 23 looking for the Chrono. Actually, reverse time walked out. I think he bought that. He must have bought. There's no way he got that from the Tormentor. Impossible. He values the slide whistle return. Blacklist, they value having the high ground award, though. Roche is up. Raven is going to be in the pit, as Carl does get caught there by the Pit of Malice. I think Talon need to wait until that next pit is ready to fight.
Ollie's going up to place Observer.
Q's got the high ground. 23's in as well, but he's going to time walk out. That should leave Q for dead here. It takes a long time to kill him, but they'll get through him eventually. Talon
buyback.
Fighting 4 versus 5 as that buyback is going to see Q back to the tier 1 tower, but Ollie's now in trouble. He's going to at least be able to get off a little bit of a life drain as Makoto jumping around in the fights. They're trying to find Bosku. Stun at least is there onto 23, but he time walks back out. Ollie does not have buyback, so this is still a 4v5 fight, Winter. Although Talon have dispatched up the war, Jabs finds himself quite literally in the corner of the map. That's Raven popping the Metamorphosis. Blacklist Rivalry kind of splitting now. Have a couple of heroes in the Roche pit. Seems like they're going to go ahead and try and gather around Roche.
Are we going to see a steal reaching right now?
Yes, I believe so. I'm going to manifest it. 23 Savage, he's not really here. He's cutting a wave in the meantime. But up goes Makoto to the high ground.
They got Q.
He's up there. They do see Q again. Raven's out of the pit. Roche is going to start regenning up, but they don't have meta active anymore. But Q is going down. That's a dieback. He's dead for a minute. That's well worth it.
I mean, that should secure the Roche, I guess, unless they get some lucky ball lightning with the Storm to steal the A-gate.
It doesn't seem like he's too interested in Makoto's TPing out. I couldn't manifest it strong enough.
Man, Blacklist is just bringing their A-game. I mean, so far, I can't really say they've made any mistakes at all as a team,
Really patient fights. Really patient
Very patient. They're waiting on their timings. They're playing off each other really well. And here comes 23 trying to get a pick off here with the Chrono.
Looks like it. He's assisted with his team. Might not even need the Chrono, especially with Makoto closing the door. KP is not going to be able to get off the ultimate here, and he falls. It burns about a minute off of this age. It's not bad at all.
Maybe a little bit of miscommunication there. KP maybe thinks that his team still wants to stay and fight.
I really like that. I think Talon needs to play a little bit more around Jabs' use of the Pit of Malice. That ability, that item is so annoying for Blacklist, but the awkwardness of that cliff region there with the Twin Gate kind of made that fight feel about impossible, really, for Blacklist.
Yeah, and so right now the Underlord has a Lotus and Crimson, so he's able to negate a lot of, especially the Searing Chains. You get to remove that. That's a big deal. I mean, removing the other things like the Cinder Brood, the Caudal Blinding Light, those are the small little things, you know.
Blinding Light is
the main thing is you get to remove the chains. That's like one of the primary disables that they have. And right now, Blacklist, they're moving as a team towards top. KP's gonna go for a Blink next.
How big of a problem is it that Talon don't really have like a dedicated combo in Chronosphere? It's really just Faceless Void in Chrono.
I mean, Firestorm is a pretty good...
Firestorm's aight. Firestorm's aight.
Firestorm, Life Drain from Pagna, don't underestimate those spells.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, there he goes. He's life draining the Dawn Tormentor. I didn't know you could do that, honestly. I mean, I guess it makes sense. I just didn't think you'd get HP back from it.
You learn something new every day. Man, Pagna is just... Moonwell, okay? Moonwell.
Yeah, Moonwell. I know that. He moons well. Moonlights as Moonwell.
He's like your personal Moonwell. Because Moonwell used to be structures in your base where it's not movable now.
Like the shrine?
Yeah, like the shrine. It is the shrine. It used to be called Moonwell before.
Oh, is that why people called it Moonwell?
Yeah.
I always thought they were like... I don't know.
Have you actually not played any Warcraft?
I'm really bad at RTSs. I'm not good at them. I'll have you know.
Yeah, so right now, Talon, they have to try to hold this game, wait out the Aegis. Void, he really needs to get more items, you know, get to his level 20 as soon as possible to execute the perfect team fight where he chronos the Trial Blade and the Storm gets to disable the bench so to stop the swap from happening.
Blacklist are certainly getting a lot out of this Aegis, though. They're even starting to poke up for high ground. At what point does 23 get forced back, even before that 20 mark?
Yeah,
I mean,
ideally not.
There's an Eye of Scotty up, and now even the Crystallis
at
for
least
Raven.
maybe level 18 when he gets his level 3 chrono.
That is soon. He's nearly there. Oh, that's a decent zip. I don't believe you can really solo kill Carl, though. Maybe he can. Carl, does he have a remnant? He does. He's just being a bit cheeky.
Yeah, trying to bait him in, but...
DD rune in the river.
Yeah, once again, I would like to see more emphasis, you know, on like having one of the wards on the runes. Because when you are playing the mid game right now, sometimes you don't really have time to go and scout and check what rune is spawning. You know, you can only commit if it's a very important rune. Oh my God, 23 Savage playing with fire.
Tim's. Oh, he commits Chrono there.
Swap.
Bosku in place is gonna go for the defensive
I mean, that's high
swap.
ground. Can't they just go? They can just go high ground right now.
Well, they want.
Chrono.
They want to chase him. They feel like they can chase him. 23 actually very low on mana, but has enough for a TP scroll. And I think they realize they can't quite catch him because Tim's in trouble, has been solo killed by Makoto. Makoto forced to BKB. They throw a stun on him. Makoto standing still. Finally finds the direction he wants to zip in. Has debuff immunity. Does not have mana. And down he goes. Big old Crystallis hit out from Raven.
No way that was worth it. No freaking way.
I have to concur with you. I don't believe that was worth it.
I mean, I think they can just go high ground here. Like Ember has a TP scroll in 3 seconds. He sends a spirit.
Wait, hold
back.
on. Q is stealing wisdom runes again.
It doesn't matter. They're gonna push high ground, right? Oh no, they're gonna TP back. Enough of this bullshit.
Did they get it? Did they get one? Jab's got it.
Jab's got it.
No way. They're not gonna get a wisdom rune still. Look, Ollie's gonna get his own wisdom rune. Blacklist, I have not gotten a single wisdom rune.
I feel like they should have just pushed high ground.
I agree.
There's no chrono.
Well, you know why they didn't? Because they didn't get any of those damn wisdom runes, Winter.
Oh.
How could they?
I mean, I guess they can still decide to push the high ground top right now. They don't have split anymore.
Tim's is level 11. He's so low level compared to the other supports. He's a coddle. He farms. This is a hero that farms.
That's why I feel like when the enemy steals your wisdom rune, they shouldn't get XP. They are denying you XP,
I
but
agree.
they shouldn't get XP for it.
I agree. I think that's a very fair ask. All right, they're going to go high ground now. Fortify is committed here, as Raven does actually use that Metamorphosis. Aegis is still online for the... Oh, sorry. Aegis is not online for this end. They're calling me.
Chrono in 30 seconds.
We've got another fort. Of course, after your 2 or 3 falls, they do get another one. Top wave as well, continuing to push in. So even if backdoor kicks in for a little bit, it'll go down here relatively quickly with that next wave filtering on through. But they've gotten the important lane of barracks here, Winter, and they're not willing to stick around to figure out how strong 23 Savage is when he chronos someone more than a coddle.
I mean, it's just a range Rex. I feel like Talon's not going to be too upset about it. And they're going to have a chrono up very soon. Faces Void is level 19, so one more level before he gets the attack speed Talon.
He's getting there, and it's at least 2 minutes until Roche can spawn in, so he should get that reasonably in the next few minutes, so long as they can keep him protected.
Yeah, so the next important thing is the next Roche, level 20 Void, and hopefully a good double damage. A good little double damage for the Roche fight. Jabs is also closing in. Okay, he already has the halberd. Okay, that's a huge item.
That's a big item. 5-second disarm here onto, well, primarily the TB, ideally. I don't think you are looking really for a 5-second disarm onto a Coddle. Underneath the ward, though, is Carl make that. Q looking to scout him, ready to make the jump in. 23 as well. Bosku not in range, but they've spooked him. Able to catch him there, and he gets the Remnant out with ease.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, meanwhile, Terrorblade is closing in on his Satanic. That's going to make him have a lot more HP so he can survive. If he can survive the chrono, the initiation, I feel like Blacklist is just going to straight up win the team fight. Yep. If the first initiation from Talon fails, I don't feel like they have anything much to fall back to.
Gotta get it right. See what goes on here. KP rolling around, looking for the right play. He is bold. He is bold going here, as 23 Savage is going to be able to time walk up all that damage. KB makes the jump in, tanking quite a bit for this team. Is now Ollie looking to turn. He's fallen rather quickly. There's the Crimson Guard buff. The split is out as well, and they have the lift onto 23. The fight breaking out around him, as that's the full BKB duration there for Carl, but the stuns. Oh, the BKB.
Oh, he's dead.
Died, but it doesn't matter. He died inside his own chrono. The damage, 2 events out from Blacklist, and Talon sent scattering.
That should be like at least enough time for at least one lane of Brax here. I mean, even if the Void respawns in 60 seconds, he's not going to have chrono. I mean, I don't see what Talon can do at that point.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
I mean, the Terrorblade is just going to run up your high ground. They're going to pop the pipe. Venge is sitting behind him with the Solar Crest and the swap. How are you going to kill Terrorblade?
It's looking a bit difficult now. I think did he go with the 20 talents? I didn't actually see. Probably not, right? Nope. We're just shy of 20. Like, it would have made a difference there, I suppose, but...
Yeah, Terrorblade is going to get his level 20 talent.
That is? What is he going to take? Conjure Image, you think? Duration? The stats?
I think there's still merit. I mean, usually, I guess people take this, the Conjure Image duration, but I guess against this kind of lineup where if they don't burst you win team fights, the stats, the stats might be good.
Makes a bit of a difference, doesn't it? See what he wants to go for here. About to hit that 20 talent. I could see either, honestly. I think he's a carry player. Whoa, what's going on here? Okay, I took that Ember Spirit. Goodbye.
Wow.
Okay.
What? What actually happened?
I don't know.
He had BKB, so he just died in one pull in Electric Vortex?
He must have. Maybe BKB was on cooldown. I'm not 100% sure.
That's a very big pickoff.
That's a huge one. KP...
Roshan is up right now. They could just
they get Roche. Yeah, this is a step back into the game, an open door, opened by a mistake here. They're looking for more. Raven has Sunder. I don't think we've seen a single Sunder this game, and we're not going to see one here because another overextension from Talon is currently occurring. Jabs is a bit tanky. 23 is now going to make the jump on it. He doesn't have Chronosphere, though. Does have a BKB looking to get through Bosku. Deletes him with a couple of bashes and his illusion, too. KP in trouble, is going to be bashed to death a second time, as there's a Fiend's Gate as well in this fight that has now expired. 3 heroes dead just like that, Winter, for DJ. Sorry, for Blacklist.
They're crumbling, you know, like all these things, like it frequently happens, you know, it starts off with one person dying by doing something stupid or made a mistake, and then your teammates are like trying to talk over it, and then people lose concentration, and you feed a couple more extra kills, and the next thing you know, Roshan is gone as well.
Whose job is it to, like, you know, maintain order, clear the comms, bang the gavel, so to speak?
I mean, if you have like a true captain player, somebody that has a strong voice, ideally that person has to do it. But if you don't have that particular person, then everybody has like a responsibility to try to put things on track. You know, when somebody makes a really bad mistake, everybody has the right to
it's big time. Whoa,
to tell each other to focus.
Oh, sorry, that's Bosku. Yeah, no, I get that for sure. Right? Can you try and have just move on, right? Yeah. Move on to the next objective. Say, okay, we made a mistake.
It just felt like they were like talking over something, you know, because they were like standing there, not really doing anything, and not really respecting the fact that you just lost your Ember.
Are you talking from experience there? Look, I mean,
had happened to me quite a few times.
I'm just saying, okay, I've never been in a pro game like this, so I didn't have the slightest idea.
So smoke now towards the Roche. Everybody's up.
Yeah, and so are their ultis. buybacks as well is kind of a bit of a mixed affair.
The bench has a psychic headband.
Roche is about to move though, so they are going to need to try and take this fight top.
They did not calculate.
They did not calculate. There he goes. Pardon me, boys. Oh, hold on. They searing changed him.
All right, this is so freaking awkward.
Okay,
and Talon's all TPing.
Oh wait, where's Roche going? Where's he going? Roche!
Wait, what?
Where is he going?
Talon is going to be so triggered. Talon's going to be so triggered.
They're going back. They're going to fight Roche here.
Like what?
This is not supposed to happen. Look, they scanned the pit, and he's not going to go back. That is unacceptable.
Oh my god!
What in the world?
So it happened because what, the bench stunned the Roche?
I have no idea. Wait, what is Talon? Talon's like what? Look.
Yeah, I mean Talon's like, what the hell just happened?
It didn't do what he said on the box. They demand a refund. Now they're going to take the gate. Careful. Sometimes Roche doesn't mind. The gates have a mind of their own. They got a perma-stun KP, and I don't believe they have the stuns in time. And he's got the G's, but everyone's through the gate here, Winter. They've kind of committed. They have to take this fight. KP's in. It's a pretty good pit of malice, but Raven, he's threatening, and he is going to go in now. Oh, and the damage he's unleashed onto Ollie. He's dead instantly. Makoto's jumping around onto the backliners. 23 still looking to try and line up a decent chrono, and he's going to think he found one. That's going to be mostly onto the Panda, is it? Yeah, that's KP. Raven has gone completely okay. Pardon me, that was Carl. He's dead. Q as well might end up dropping in this fight, but 23 swap back in. Raven doing too much damage. Boss Q setting him up and no buyback, knocking him down.
No buyback.
No buyback on him either. Makoto jumping around the fight with the Scythe of Vice. I can't believe Talon tried to take that fight, Winter.
I don't think Talon knew what happened. It's like, what is this? Why did they get Roche at the bottom?
They got, yeah, that definitely is a brain
they got triggered. They got triggered and like, let's just take the fight.
They got mind screwed right
Or
there.
maybe they felt like they had to use meta for the Roche. So they are trying to, they assume that meta is down, so it might be a good time for them to take the fight.
That could have been. Yeah, it could have been.
Otherwise it would be rather strange.
No, I think that's the most likely scenario here. I don't know why Roche decided to go back. Oh, okay. Quick little kill.
There is only one explanation, Richie. Roche wants a third game.
That's right. Roche wants third game. Which team is Roche supporting? The Filipino one, guys. Supporting the Filipino team. That's unbelievable. That's unbelievable. I've seen that. That happened at the Major as well, I think, to Game and Gladiators.
That was a totally different thing, right? The Roche just got stuck on the thing.
I have no idea. I've never seen him go back. I can't believe that. Makoto. Oh, he's not a mana? No way. Deja vu. We've been in this place before. Ollie's coming in. Is going to life drain him up a little bit. Eventually, he's going to give him a little bit of mana. Jabs and Q nearby. This is a 5v4, even against that Aegis. Not so sure I'd be keen to fight. I have brought in 23 as well. His Chronosphere is still on cooldown for some
They
time.
still need to respect the team fight from Talon. You know, this Pugma with the shard, he can destroy all the Terrorblade illusions quickly, and he can save, give mana to the Storm. I mean, Talon, outside of the Chrono, they're still pretty formidable. Obviously, they need to land a good Chrono at this point to win the team fight convincingly. But for Blacklist, they still need to respect the fact that the Storm is still a factor in the team fights with the Pugma behind him.
Absolutely, especially with the Storm able to find pickoff after pickoff.
And the Underlord also got his level 20 Talon as well. That's pretty huge with the Aura Talon against the Terrorblade.
It's Ember that took the Martyrs plate. Have you seen that before on a core? Is it just for the magic resist, I assume?
Redirect 20% of all damage dealt to you.
I can't imagine it's for that, I imagine. I mean, maybe, right? If you're going to redirect magic damage towards yourself. Do you know if it's redirected as the same type? Because then there's a good point for that.
No idea. I've never got that. You think I get to use this item?
I mean, you don't get tier 4s? I mean, maybe. You've got the option here if you want to learn what it does. What, just because it's not Moonwell, you're not going to use it? Push up towards high ground here. The siege is slow but steady as Blacklist Rivalry are going to be able to get those melee barracks demolished in the top lane. Aegis here still for a number of seconds for Raven. And that's about a minute, indeed. Confident stuff here. Talon not really wanted to use that Chronosphere into the Aegis, of course. And We are really getting there here on this
40
game.
seconds.
23's even now committed into the refresher build.
I mean, 40 seconds before the Aegis is gone, so they should be able to take the next fight without Aegis, but it's Terrorblade. I think if Terrorblade just has buyback, you go in, okay, he does not have buyback. Because if you have buyback in this scenario, he chronos you, you just buyback.
Yeah,
you die, you buyback, and you win the fight, and you win the game.
Oh, thought out for his own refresher here on Raven. It's in his backpack, and that's fine. He'll slot it in as soon as that Aegis expires.
I mean, is that better than saving buyback? I'm not so sure though. I think buyback's actually better.
I think his ideology, Winter, is that I'm only scared of Chronosphere right now.
Yeah, that's why you get buyback.
Well, I have Cuckoo to save me. Bosku's going to save me.
But what if he gets Vortex?
Well, the thing is, the fight's going to last long enough anyway, where he's going to he's convinced he's going to live, that Bosku's going to save him or whatever. Bosku's going to die to create space. And then the fight's going to go on long enough that he's going to run out of his first meta, and then he's going to refresh, and he's going to have another meta to siege, and they're not going to have Chrono, and then you take the game.
So you have full faith in your support.
I do, yeah. Because if Blacklist lose this game, it's Cuckoo's fault. I mean,
damn it, Richie. Why do you have to do this to
Look,
Cuckoo?
you were the one who was talking about he needs to be there for the save, okay? You're the one giving, you're giving him, you know, all of these things to be doing. That's a nice shard, by the way, from Ollie to clear those illusions. Does make the siege a bit slower. KP as well, ready to make the jump back in. Makoto has now rejoined this fight. 23 waiting in the trees here. The Cuckoo not in camera shot here. He's definitely keeping his distance. There's the jump on in. Wouldn't expect to see it. Makoto, though, looking for the backliners. Who's he found there? It's only going to be Tim's. Not a bad jump. Q as well, keeping the vision. They've swapped the sides now for some reason. Everyone
here comes Cuckoo.
the high ground. And Cuckoo, where's he at? They need to get him out of here.
Oh
Raven
no,
is dead
he
without
blinked
buyback.
wrong. He blinked to the wrong place. He couldn't get ready to swap him.
Oh no.
No, Cuckoo, no.
Cuckoo.
Okay, now we can truly blame Cuckoo.
Q still looking for the last remnants in this fight, but
Oh
Talon.
my god.
They've lost 23, so it's not exactly a free push for them either. But
They don't have creeps, right? Oh no, there's creeps in bot lane. They can push the bot lane.
yeah, there is.
I mean, that's a huge blunder there. If he gets the swap, I feel like that could have been a fight.
Oh my goodness, no way. The Scythe of Ice. Is this actually going to pay off? Q needs to get in there with the stun, the Pit of Malice.
he missed the
range.
He didn't get the root.
But KP, he completed the TP. He doesn't have split. What's going on?
They're falling apart.
He's got Aeon Disc. Okay. Okay, he's fine. Whew, Winter, it's okay. That was just,
That is not okay if you're Blacklist. That is totally not okay to not get a swap off. That cannot happen again for Blacklist.
No way. Nah. Blacklist is definitely going to pick up that Wisdom Rune. 100%. 100%.
Get ready to eat your words.
Nah, they're going to pick up the Wisdom Rune. Look, Makoto's not even checking. He's like, they've taken the rune already. Confirm they've taken the rune.
Are you keeping count? They didn't get any.
They haven't gotten a single Wisdom Rune.
The whole game?
The whole game. If they pick this one up, it's literally.
I
gonna
thought
be
we
the
were
first
keeping count of the power runes, not the wisdom runes.
Wisdom. That's why I'm gonna be higher MMR than you next week, because I keep count of the Wisdom Runes as well.
I think we should delegate the jobs better next time.
Okay.
I'll be in charge of the.
You'll be in charge of the
wisdom runes.
Wisdom runes?
They're easier.
Okay, that's fine. I'll accept that. I'll accept that.
I don't want to be thinking, oh, did they get the shield last time?
Overload bounce taken here. 25 talent now for Makoto. He's starting to look pretty frightening here on this Storm Spirit, especially with that Scythe of Ice. This Wisdom Rune is still just Bing chilling here, by the way. Well, 20% to backtrack talent has been taken. You can break this one. I said previously in a cast years ago that you can't break talents, and that is generally true. But because this one is actually given onto time lock, you can break it because it's a passive. So there's a handful of other talents.
Right, double damage. Is this going to be the game-ending rune right now, Richie?
No, because the game-ending rune is this Wisdom Rune that Blacklist Rivalry haven't picked up.
Come on, nobody needs the Wisdom Rune now. Everybody's level 25.
For Blacklist?
Okay, maybe not.
No.
Maybe Bosco wants level 18.
Bosco could use level 18 for that additional damage reduction and higher cast range on the swap. Maybe then that would have saved him.
I mean, he had dagger, you know. There was no way he missed the swap there. He just blinked to the... never mind. He fucked up, and it's not going to happen the next time.
Yeah, that's for sure. Roshan has respawned. Is he in the right pit? He is in the right pit. Okay.
He's going to move.
I mean, is he? See, Talon are like, they're sitting up bottom because they're like, he's not moving. He's not moving. And, well, we'll see what happens this time with Roche on his trials and trepidations up to the top lane. Off he goes, and there he is. 500 move speed here at nighttime. Look, there, Q, you have to watch. You have to make sure. Check with your own.
They are using the gate.
Wait, where are they?
I don't.
They're in the. No way.
Fiend's Gate. They're going top.
Maybe they're trying to have Roche take the Fiend's Gate so that Roche.
Does that work that way?
Yeah, yeah. No, Winter, come on.
Why are you doing this to me? Why?
Okay. Well, nothing came out of the Fiend's Gate. What about the Twin Gate?
Nope, they're gonna TP back and smoke in. All right. Are they gonna make it on time? Roche is at half HP.
It's gonna be close. There's a refresher as well. A big zip in from Mikoto, about half of his mana. He's looking for Tim's. That has actually scrambled Blacklist Rivalry out of the pit. Jabs as well is gonna cut the eyes out, but careful, Mikoto low on the mana. Carl as well, still alive. Raven kind of getting kited around the pit. He took the scenic route here as he's trying to chase down Mikoto. Jabs in the meantime getting pushed this way, that way in the fight. Pit of Malice trying to fight through.
Chrono, the swap.
The Chronosphere. He's caught him.
Swap.
Where's Cuckoo? Cuckoo! The swap! It's in time this time, but he's only into more trouble. And the second Chronosphere on the refresher, Winter. This one, it's not Cuckoo's fault, but he's gonna die all the same. 2 dead for the side of Blacklist Rivalry. Makoto's still alive, kiting them around in the Roche pit in this fight. Raven, he's back in. He's refreshed. He's still fighting. The 23 this time does not have another Chronosphere. Jabs has fallen. Makoto, he's just bing chilling in the Roche pit. Finally, he realizes he's under a lot of
23 savage.
23's actually gonna go ahead and zip on back, but Makoto is out of mana. 2 enemy cores on top of him. He will fall. He's got buyback and an output.
They all bite back.
Q is trying to get out of this fight with the gem, but he's slowed to a crawl and killed off as 23's doing what he can here on the time-lapse slows. In goes Makoto the second time. 23's committing on this one. There's the life train. Sunder's available, but not if you're silenced, and he's down. 23. They've killed Raven twice in this fight. Then now KP's gonna be next. 23 now looking to try and finish him off as Makoto is still on his second buyback life. Is here to punish Cuckoo. That's all 4 dead. Only Carl's made it out alive. Winter, what the hell is happening?
I mean, Raven's like looking back at this game, like, should I have trusted my support? he had buyback, and I was wondering why it took so long for the swap to came out during the chrono. Like, he got slowed. I think he got body blocked by someone.
He was just getting bullied.
Yeah, but he had dagger.
It's well, not, it gets muted for. Whoa! Divine Rapier on the deck. 23 Savage has that one at the red.
Is this a troll?
I think they're just gonna win. I think they're just gonna. Well, they've got a tier 2 in the middle lane.
Towers.
Yeah,
and
Carl doing a good job pushing out bottom. Someone's actually gonna have to come back and defend that.
I mean, they have Fiend's Gate.
This is a big way. Yeah, they've got Fiend's Gate. You're right. No buyback though, obviously here. This is a bit risky. They didn't even mercy kill Roche. He was like less than half HP, and they didn't even kill him. What in the world?
I mean, I can't see how Beck is going to hold this for 40 seconds.
Well, they'll have meta around the same time that TV responds. That's true, but only one, right?
The second one.
To be 2.
Second one is up soon.
All right. Well, Bosku, he doesn't have buyback. Winter, this is a problem. It's only a mid lane of Barracks, though. And Ollie's been the one to send back to defend the wave.
They're just going back to get Roche. Okay, I think that's the right play. Take no risk.
It is.
Get the shot. That's a refresher shot, I guess, for the for the void.
No, Aegis for the Storm. Revenant's Brooch as well for him. 23 did not need a buyback in that last fight.
So Underlord gets the refresher shot. Double pit.
Double pit.
Double fires.
Okay. I'm surprised they don't want to get that to Face's Boy, honestly.
Too many slots.
I think maybe not enough mana. 350 plus 300 plus another, what, 350, right, for refresher? 200 plus another 300. Winter, can you do that math?
Nope.
It's
10 p.m.
It's too much mana. It's too much mana.
It's 10 p.m. Don't make me do math. If it's 10 a.m., I'll do it.
So it's 900 just for the chronos, and then another 350, so 1250 plus another 200, which is 1440, which is basically his entire mana pool.
And then you have to calculate BKB 100 extra mana.
Oh my god, I forgot BKB's mana now. And Mayol. Yeah, there's no way he can't. He literally can't. This poor Faceless Void, man. Unbelievable game here. Blacklist Rivalry. They were in the driver's seat here. What happened?
Blame it on Cuckoo. I mean, it's not a meme this time. It was actually literally his fault.
But like that swap comes out, that swap happens. Like what's different?
I mean, the first one, the earlier one.
Oh, okay, I know the earlier one. And unfortunately, I think Bosku knows it as well. Talon. This game is looking all but over for them, but now they're going to be able to make a jump onto KP. He's holding on to the Aeon Disc, so he's not going to be scared into using the ultimate just quite yet. Now he'll go and commit. See what he's actually going to go
Raven
for.
TPing out.
What?
Raven TPing out.
23 is just going to kill KP here? Are you kidding me?
I mean, the carry build.
Do they have detection? They don't have detection.
Wait, what? What?
The Storm Panda just fled. Wait, hold on, they see him.
Oh my god, I can't take this.
KP actually almost just died because he denied a DD win, by the way. I mean, what a baller move this guy has been. And he got recalled. Okay, he's good. Oh. By the way, Winter.
That's just one chrono.
Hold on, I'm checking.
What, are you still doing the map?
I don't know. No. Bosku took the Wisdom Rune. He's not making any more mistakes. He took the last Wisdom Rune, and now Carl took two. Finally, Winter, it's happened.
I mean, at this rate, I'm surprised that he's not keeping the Psychic Headband.
On bench?
Yeah. I think
the evasion's better, genuinely.
No. He has one job. He has literally one job.
But the evade and the active on this thing is really good.
He has one job.
I disagree. Because if he hears Storm zipping across the fight, he just has to activate that, and then he can't get grabbed, and then he can blink in.
Oh yeah, because Storm doesn't have slots for detection.
Storm doesn't have slots for detection.
Okay, fine. Okay.
See, I'm save player, man. I'm Oracle Dazzle Venge player. You need to think about what are your conditions for you to not be in position to do your job. And it's Storm this game. It's Storm and it's Q. Okay, and if Q gets a track onto you, like GG, you messed up.
You play Venge and Oracle. I'll play the Underlord.
Yeah, sounds good.
You stand behind me.
Okay? And then I'll count the runes as well. I'll count all the runes you missed. Yeah, there it goes. Yeah, see, Tim's up to the high ground. We'll see if they have predicted that. They actually did not get a track onto him. Oh, they did. It was purged. Trying now for the classic 50-minute Tormentor play. They actually gave TB the Demon Zeal. Not bad. He has so much HP that it has a ridiculous health cost from full. Almost costs him 1,000 HP to use that ability right now.
And
scanning.
I feel like if the Void drops the Rapier, they can still lose the game, man.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. This is it. This is the last tier 2 tower in the game. Blacklist Rivalry, as a reminder, 1 racks away from getting megas. They've gotten all of the buffer buildings. Tier 4s have taken damage.
Who has buyback? Just look at the buyback. Void has buyback.
It's not super useful though, is it? If he dies on a siege, for what? What are you gonna buy back?
So on Radiant, only Kotal has buyback.
Yep.
Oh, that's not good.
That's not good. KP's over 1,000 gold away because he's purchased a refresher. We'll see how that gets used. Careful. Trying to blow up one. It was the Kotal, but he does have the buyback, and he's probably gonna have to use it soon. TB could be able to get saved here a bit by that Trickster's Close. He's holding on to it as well, actually, here, Winter. KP is going to use the first of 2 ultis. He still can refresh and go for a second round. There's going to be the lift onto 23 Savage. Makoto has got a mana battery behind him. It's at least going to open up this fight for Carl. Tibbs is not going to buy back. Cuckoo, though, is under sight. He's going to be at least able to get back for now. Raven is letting loose here with that Metamorphosis active. BKB duration is about to run out, so he has to get outside of this Pit of Malice, but they're chasing down onto the supports. They need to get rid of Ali. He's the mana battery now. KP, his first split about to end, but the Chrono, it's a solo Chrono. Where's Cuckoo? Oh, there he is, but they're ready for him on the second one. The 4-step pull back in by the Zip, and that's going to be a dead Raven, dead for 90 seconds without buyback, Winter.
Oh, I'm afraid that's probably going to be game. I don't see how they're going to be able to hold this without the carry.
Another split. They have BKB.
Where's the damage with Where is the damage without the team?
It's going to have to come out from the Ember. There's just no other way. Bosku unable to save against how much chase, how much pressure that they have. Careful, though. They're trying to perma-stun KB, but he's got refresh. He's going to be able to use that second ulti here soon. No, hasn't quite channeled it yet, and they're bursting him down. Down he goes. Winter, he could have used it in the duration of the Aeon Disc, but he chose not to. He wanted to hold on to it. And now, there's no save that came in. Maybe he was expecting a swap. I have no idea. I have no idea.
Blame Cuckoo.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe legitimately, he might have been expecting a swap, but 23, the damage output's just too high with the Rapier. 3 versus 5. Megas on their way now for Talon Esports as Makoto jumps into the fountain very briefly, dips a toe in there. The 23 Savage wasting no time here, looking to try and end the game. Bosku doing what he can, but that's now Bosku dead. Chronosphere is going to whip, though. That's a big play, but the throw is just falling too fast for the second time today. It's a contested throw going down. The GG is called. Talon, they bring this one back all the way from the jaws of defeat.
Yeah,
Take the series.
A very commendable, performance by Blacklist. They've come a long way. I feel like today they showed a side that we've not been able to see for the last 2 seasons. They've shown a lot of improvements as a team. I feel like they should keep their head high, despite losing 2-0 to Talon. Like the manner that they lost, like the last game, they had a very, very bad laning phase, and they still managed to, draw the game out to 40 minutes and give themselves a chance with the Rapier. And this game itself, they could have actually won this game, if they played their cards right in a couple of crucial team fights. So yeah. I feel like overall, Blacklist, they showed us a side that we did not get to see, the last 2 seasons, and that's a very promising sign.
Oh, I 100% agree. I think Game 1 was really difficult for them, but I think you and I spoke at length after that game, and we're talking a little bit about how in those kinds of games, even though they're not the most entertaining to watch, it was like 3 to 20 something kill score, it was Blacklist like legitimately doing the right moves, and that to me is what makes a team like really tough. The resilience. Yeah, like it's like in the true sites that everyone likes to watch. Whenever we watch them, whenever the teams aren't always in the ideal situation, it's what they do when they're in those spots that to me really defines how strong a team is. And for me, like you're saying, it's huge improvements for Blacklist, from the Blacklist especially we saw in Tour number 2. But of course, Talon reigns supreme here over in the C region. Some words for Talon, Winter, before we send it back to the panel?
I mean, Talon is just ruthless as usual,
They're just ruthless, man. 23 Savage, what a man. They let him cook. He cooked up a spicy recipe. Makoto as well, putting it down, and it's going to be Talon taking the 2-0 here. That's going to end our day, but first, a winner's interview with Talon and some more analysis from the panel.
What a game to finish off this long day of Dota. Man, that was just insane. It was long, the comeback, it was just lots of things. Before we go into the highlights also, I just want to say, beautiful anticipation of that swap there on the last chrono. Chef's kiss. What do you guys think about the game?
Last chrono on the one that Amber got out of.
The one on the TV. Oh, okay. Well, that one. So, yeah. But yeah, what do you guys think about the game?
I think the game was, it was a lot more back and forth. We had an actual game come out from Blacklist. They had lanes they could play with. They had a plan that they kind of could stick to. We saw a lot of big plays from Cuckoo. The saves on this Venge, this pickup looked amazing in this game just to kind of help set up. Conversely, this was a pretty bad game for Q, I feel like. Sure, they were playing around tracks a couple of times, but when it came down to those late game scenarios, it didn't feel like the Bounty Hunter was doing as much in comparison to what we expect from Q in the late game.
I mean, their draft don't really complement the Bounty Hunter well.
Yep.
Like, it's only one Storm, and Storm has this kind of like limit where if he runs out of mana, he runs out of everything, right? So it's really only the Storm, but it is a free Storm game. So I think they got whatever they needed to proceed the game to the mid to the late phase. I mean, I feel it's just TB meeting Underlord late game is just really, really sad because like most of your damage is just gonna get mitigated, and on top of that you have FV going to chrono you. Like even if you have a weird swap, yeah, he can just buy a refresher and chrono you again. But I think I really just saw one of the best Storm Spirit player here. Like not only in C but like internationally. I know like this is just C games, but still I feel like the patience from him is just remarkable. I feel like they could have just lost the game if the Storm was, like making a hasty decision anywhere in the game.
That's true. I mean, they were really able to clean up the game by the end. It was looking a bit rocky at the start, but yeah, they just brought it back.
Yeah, it was, again, in some of these early fights where Talon were starting to lose in the mid game and the early late game, it just felt like nothing was connecting, right? Like you'd have these big saves from Cuckoo. You'd have a pretty rough time in the chrono for Savage. His damage felt a little bit lackluster for quite some time. Q was, again, not able to do too much as a bounty hunter at that point outside of just give track information. A couple of these Roche fights were really pivotal as well. Like the back and forth teleporting Roche was one.
my
where
gosh,
Talon was
yeah.
ready. Like they were ready on the other side. They expected Roche to come up. It didn't stay down bot, and that was a freebie for Blacklist. This one up top, where the buybacks were being forced out. This is the one that turned the game. Like the win here for Talon just enabled them to do so much more. And it's really just down to a lot of these positional plays, the bait play with the Fiend's Gate, TPing back home instead and just smoking, well, not really smoking, but running up into the pit.
Yeah.
Like a lot of these mind games came out from Talon towards the end.
I remember when we see that Fiend's Gate at the top, you're like, why are they doing that? Oh, I see. When you saw them all running up,
Wait. But I mean, like, this is where our carry hero with mobility shines, you know? Like, if opponent has this strat where they just want one hero to stand in front and do damage, and then like his entire team supports him. So if you have a team that can keep going back lines, you have the bounty hunter to scout it out, you have the storm to kill one of them off, and then like this FV will feel really good. Like just chrono the TB. He also has just one job. Just make sure this TB can't kill anyone while his team kills his team.
Yeah. Here's our match MVP. We got Ali on Pugna. He was keeping people alive. He was giving them the breath of life, and he was so hard to kill himself. I mean, pause 5, you got a Ember chasing all over for him, and he's just sucking.
Yeah, giving that good suck. What can you say, you know?
I
like
mean,
last time.
Kind of running away from KB for quite a few years there, but they didn't manage to kill him like later in the game. They don't have the damage.
Yeah.
Because this Ember has to protect like other people too, so it's kind of hard to just keep chasing this partner off one side of the map.
Yeah. We have an interview now with 23 Savage, the carry of Talon Esports. Hey, Nguyen. How you been, bro?
It's good.
Congrats on your win. Are you happy?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Very happy? Okay, I have a question. Who is the like calming presence in your voice? Because I could assume that that second game looked really intense from our side. So do you have someone on the team who's like, you know, kind of chill and relaxing everyone? Yeah, okay. Sure.
Chill, King.
I'm the calmest guy in this team.
I believe him though, because like it's not an easy game for the FA2, you know, like chrono. Like he needs to set straight his goals. He has to chrono the TV so that the TV doesn't kill his team. And I think he did that pretty well.
Chill King.
Chill King.
Is John bad at CS? You can be honest.
Super bad.
It was my ping. I told you about my ping, Nguyen. I told you, let's play again. I've got my wired internet. Come on.
Sure, let's
go.
again.
Yeah. Let's go.
Okay.
Tonight. Yeah.
It's time to make at least like 10 kills, okay?
I can get 20 if I'm on Grohl. Yeah, we're fine. I'm curious. You know, game one looked pretty dominant coming out from you guys. It looked like a lot of smiles overall. Like, how do you guys stay focused when you're in a winning match, right? Because that's one of those circumstances I think a lot of people don't realize. You can easily lose track of yourself if you're winning a little bit too hard. So how do you guys just focus in a game like that?
For me, I just look at Cuckoo Venomancer and then I try to be like focus. It helps me focus. It's his signature hero, so it helps me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I
just think about him and Venomancer. And
yeah, the MVP was definitely Cuckoo, in the first game.
Yeah.
Yep.
What about the F3 pick? Because it was a very decisive F3 pick in the 8th slot. Like, you only saw TB and another hero, and obviously it wasn't really enough to just pick the F3 there, but like it was a very decisive pick after that loadout as well.
I think Void is a good counter to TB, so we just pick it because they're gonna ban it. And they always ban my Void in the second phase, so we just try.
It is your signature.
Yeah, I like to play Void.
Yeah.
Is there any team that you were excited to play in this season? Play against?
Actually, those two I've played already. Bleed and SMG and Blacklist. So other than that, maybe like Bleed, maybe.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Bleed's looking pretty good.
Yep.
You guys?
I'm curious, going into this patch, you've had a little bit more experience compared to a lot of the other teams. How do you feel like you guys have adapted to the patch? Like, do you guys feel like there's still more that you're figuring out, or do you feel like you guys are in a good spot right now?
I think there's still always more to figure out. We just need to keep growing and learning. Like in these two games, we're not playing the best, so we just need to play better again.
What a respectable and commendable answer, 3. Any words for your Thai fans? Or fans everywhere? Philippines, Thai, Southeast Asia?
I think Thai offlaner, the best.
All right, thank you so much, Steve, for joining us on this interview, and congratulations once again on your win against Blacklist. We'll see you soon.
Bye.
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 Yeah, see you.
Spice. The spices. This game is very spicy. It's very hot.
Yeah, it's spicy. It's spicy. I feel like
Thai food's pretty spicy.
Yeah, it was
Thai
pretty
food is
spicy in the
spicy,
public.
yeah.
It is spicy. It is spicy. I'm wondering how spicy chat is.
Yeah.
It's always interesting. I wish I could check. We can't see it, but I'm sure you guys are keeping it civil. I'm sure you guys are behaving.
Twitch chat keeping it civil 100%. Just spread the love. That's what you guys should do. Just love each other, right?
Spread the love, not the toxic.
Yeah, exactly.
From the Venom.
All right, well, let's take a look at today's results. We've had 3 quite interesting series today. We had our start of the day series, Army Geniuses versus XERXIA, where Army Geniuses owned and took a 2-0 quite convincingly, followed by SMG versus Bleed, where Bleed have won another game, also taking it to another best of 3, the full 3 games. And to finish off our day, we had the Talon versus Blacklist Rivalry game. Talon looking good.
Yeah, consistent, keeping up that momentum they've built up over the past few months. I think the most surprising result was maybe SMG Bleed.
I mean, who would have expected that?
Me,
ending, right?
I did. I'm riding this Bleed train, man. I'm not even gonna lie.
Yeah, it's looking good. Like, again, no changes to the roster, just misery in. It looks like it's working out, and that's very good news for this lineup.
That's all they need.
They're just looking
Misery
so much
and
more like a
bleeding.
team right now.
Yeah.
Like they and I think also part of it is the confidence they now have in themselves and in their coach, Like with the coach the way Dubu seemed so happy, like you can relax more as a player. You can put more responsibility on someone else and not carry such a heavy burden. So
you're saying coach was the problem?
I mean, I didn't say that, but
Can be.
Anyways, let's take a look at the standings of our season. It has been 2 days so far into the season. We got Talon in first place, followed by Bleed, Army Geniuses, Blacklist Rivalry, XERXIA, Boom Esports, XERXIA, and SMG. So
Yeah, this is pretty awful. I mean, Talon #1 is good, but look at the DPC points. That's where it's awful, because XERXIA's at the bottom. They've only played 1 series. They've lost it, and they're at a 540 points. They're next to Talon. They've got to be able to place, ideally, top 1, but Talon's not taking a loss, so top 2, get some points there, get to the major, get some points in the major, and go to TI if they want to avoid the hellhole that is regional qualifiers. Because let me tell you, I've watched a lot of regional qualifiers in my years. You will never know what happens. That place is a nightmare to go through. So if you want to go to TI, better do it through points. XERXIA, they've got to shape up.
That's true. But I mean, we can take it kind of easy on XERXIA for now, because I mean, last season they were that team who, at the start, they weren't doing too great, but they ended up cleaning themselves up, and they ended up making it a major. So that's kind of what matters, and as long as they get points at the major, then they can get some more DPC points. So let's take a look at Friday's schedule. What games do we have to end the week? We got SMG versus Army Geniuses as the first game, followed by Boom Esports versus XERXIA, and lastly we have XERXIA versus Blacklist Rivalry. Ooh, suntukan sa DPC, last game.
Yeah, a little bit of a rambulan coming out to end on Friday. I'm a little bit interested in Boom versus XERXIA, because this is a Div 2 matchup, basically, and quite frankly, I don't know how much these teams have improved from Div 2, so this is kind of a measuring point relative to each other. If XERXIA maybe has a better read on Boom now, how their roster change affects their matchup against Boom. So that probably stands out, but the stakes are on XERXIA versus Blacklist. That is where everything's going to matter, right? Like XERXIA, again, probably can't afford to take another loss if they realistically want to hit #2. And up against Blacklist, I mean, that's a bit of a test, because as we saw today, Blacklist didn't look bad.
Yeah, actually, I'm quite excited for that series, XERXIA versus Blacklist, because I think, like you said, Blacklist, they are doing quite well despite the losses. But I really want to see what XERXIA has, like, up in their sleeves.
Well, we also got an ePost promo. Don't forget it, guys. Use this code DPC23 summer, or scan this little QR code right here for 7 days of free prime of the ePost website, which is very poggers, because you can join the Summer Blast, which is a little community grassroots tournament going from May May 11th to May 15th to June 11th. And it's coinciding with the DPC Open Qualifiers. So it's a C event only. Go check it out. They've got quick match, which is, they've got like tournaments, 1v1s, different heroes every time. And at the end of the tournament, you can win $500. And if you have Prime, they'll make it 1,000. So go check it out. Free money. Everyone loves free money. And playing Dota, most of all. That's the most important part, is playing Dota. So yeah, you guys should definitely go check it out. Will you guys be checking it out? I'm sure you guys will, right?
If I had time, I would. I do not have time.
Come on, it's a defense of the hot take moment, Aurora. You gotta.
What's your hot take? Give us a hot take.
No, you're just you're doing your e-pulsing, the Prime code.
That's not a hot take.
I mean, that's not a hot take,
deal.
but you're just gonna do it, right?
Yeah. It's a good deal.
I'm too dead inside to, try to do anything.
All right, well, it seems like we're all a bit dead inside, but thank you guys so much for watching the second day of the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Summer Tour. We will be back on Friday, so catch you later. Take care, everyone.